Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new and interesting stories. This video includes a self-added human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see what if Harry Potter had to kill an innocent to save the world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After winning the war at a terrible cost, Harry is sent back in time with one impossible mission: kill an innocent boy before he becomes Voldemort. But as Harry lives in the past, the line between hero and monster begins to blur. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Voldemort presented the battered, violated and maimed bodies of Potter's friends. Draco Malfoy cast an imperious curse on Weasley. The cursed redhead teen proceeded to rip his girlfriend to pieces with a dark curse. Then young Malfoy released Ron to the reality of what he had done. They allowed him to live just long enough for the grief and pain to fully set in. As planned, Potter lost control and started the battle. His Death Eaters and allies had driven the damned Order and Aurors back and left just their master and his opponent to fight. The battle had raged all over the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle itself lay in ruins, only the astronomy tower still standing. The bodies of Death Eaters and their opponents filled the grounds. Ginny Weasley attempted to support Harry after Voldemort blasted him to the ground with an ancient curse. She momentarily distracted Voldemort and allowed Harry to recover his wand. As she concentrated on Voldemort, she did not see the troll approach her from behind and smash her into the ground with a club. Harry Potter could only watch in stunned disbelief as his girlfriend was killed instantly while defending his life. Voldemort started to laugh at the pain and despair on the young man's face. Harry turned to face his lifelong nemesis. Voldemort stopped laughing as the hero of light started to glow. Suddenly a blinding flash and a wall of force pulsed out from Harry. Lord Voldemort just had time to erect his strongest shield before the power washed over him. The troll was thrown to the ground with such force that it shattered all of the bones in its body. Voldemort avoided most of the magical force behind his shield. Even his shields failed under that onslaught, leaving him defenseless, battered and broken. It seems the prophecy favored you, Potter. But you won't enjoy your victory. The dying Dark Lord grasped. It was not fair. After all of his studies and sacrifices, defeat by this whelp was not fair. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, stood over the broken body of the man who killed everyone that he had ever loved. His parents, Sirius, Remus, all the Weasleys, Hermione, and Dumbledore all died because of this twisted thing before him. Harry looked to where Ginny had fallen. They had established a bond over the last year, linking their magical energies. The backlash from her death feed the magical explosion that brought the battle and war to an end. Why? Why did you have to do this? The anguished question came from Harry's dry throat. Voldemort gasped out a chuckle. Why? He hissed. I learned the world is never fair. The strong take from the weak. To the victor goes the spoils. Harry raised his wand with tears running down his cheeks and pointed it at the fallen Dark Lord. I learned the same lesson. The world is not fair, but you still have to try. Reducto. The spell smashed into Voldemort's head, crushing it. The Second War was over. 6 months later, the hero of the wizarding world slumped over the table in his kitchen smelling of a great deal of fire whiskey. The last 6 months had been the worst of Harry's life. Harry had no reason left to live. Today was Harry's 18th birthday, a birthday without a single person to share it with him. They were all gone. Harry settled into a deep depression with no one to pull him out. At times, he pulled his wand out and pointed it at himself. The magical community held a week-long celebration over the final death of Voldemort and the end of the war. Everyone wanted to thank Harry for ending the threat. Almost all of the Ministry's Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix members died during the battle. Yet that did not seem to matter to most of the witches and wizards. They only cared that the Chosen One had ended their fear. Many of the surviving members of the Ministry were pushing Harry to take the Minister of Magic position. Harry sensed they did not want him to lead them, but a figurehead to support their own positions. Didn't they realize that Harry never wanted to be a public person? All he wanted was to be left alone. After the first week, Harry had taken to hiding in Hagrid's old hut on the Hogwarts grounds. The school itself was unlivable. The castle's damage was too significant to be safe. The ministry was openly debating on permanently closing the school and moving it to a more convenient and modern location. The thought of being one of the few surviving members of the final Hogwarts graduates depressed Harry even further. Harry suddenly awoke at a sudden noise and sluggishly raised his head to squint about the room. Harry noticed a blurry figure of a man sitting at the table across from him. Harry fumbled for his glasses and placed them on his face. Again, he squinted at the figure and was shocked. Professor Dumbledore. The figure stood up and grabbed Harry by the back of his dirty shirt. "Stupid boy. You are disgusting." Harry was dazed and confused as the figure dragged him out of the hut. What was Dumbledore doing here? He died during Harry's 6th year 2 years ago. How could he be here? The thoughts stumbled around Harry's drunken brain in a chaotic dance. The dance suddenly ended in a freezing wet shock. Suddenly Harry could not breathe. He was underwater. He was drowning. Vainly Harry struggled against the grip that held him by the neck in the rain barrel outside the hut. The pressure suddenly lessened, allowing Harry to push himself up and get some air. "What do you?" Harry's shout was ended by another forced plunge into the barrel. After a seeming eternity, Harry was again released from the grip. Harry pushed himself away from the barrel, falling hard onto the packed earth. Harry struggled to take deep breaths and wipe the water away from his face. A mug was thrust in front of his face and Harry heard a gruff but familiar-sounding voice tell him to drink it. Harry grasped the mug and drank the contents in a single shot. Great Merlin! Harry swore, that stuff is horrible. However, between the dunking and the potion, Harry felt his head clearing rapidly after his 3-week bender. Harry looked up at this attacker again. At first glance, Harry could see an immediate resemblance to his former headmaster. Both of them were tall with long white beards. This person did not have the headmaster's signature twinkle. Harry saw anger in his eyes. A fire that refused to be put out. "Who are you?" Harry asked. The man extended a hand to the sodden young man sitting on the ground in front of him. Harry took his hand and the man pulled Harry up. "I am Aberforth Dumbledore. You knew my idiot, Goody Two-Shoes' older brother." Harry shook his head to clear his thoughts. "You were Professor Dumbledore's brother. He mentioned you." The man grunted, "Probably the damn story about the goat. Did he mention that he spiked my butterbeer with an altered love potion and put a glamour on the goat? I thought it was my wife." Harry chuckled weakly at the thought of Professor Dumbledore playing a prank on his brother like that. Small as it was the first feeling of true humor Harry had felt since Ron and Hermione disappeared. Harry followed Aberforth back into the hut. They took their seats around the table. Harry pushed the mostly empty bottle of fire whiskey away. It contained only enough for a single shot, yet the smell suddenly turned Harry's stomach. "You have been hard to find, boy," Aberforth said. "I tried to be. I couldn't take the celebrations anymore," was his reply. "I was afraid I would only find a body." Harry merely grunted noncommittally to this comment. "Your scar has faded a lot. We need to move quickly," Aberforth said. Harry was confused. "What do you mean we have to move quickly? Let the damn scar go away. I can hide better that way." Aberforth shook his head. "No, we need it. I have been looking for you for a month." The old wizard leaned forward in his chair. "Would you like a chance to set this right?" "What do you mean? How?" Harry asked. "I mean save my brother, your parents, everyone," Aberforth said. Harry was stunned. "Save everyone? How? They were dead." Aberforth smiled a sly, creepy smile. "We are going to steal a page out of Voldemort's own book, boy. We are going to kill him as an infant." Now Harry was really shocked. For the first time since the battle, Harry felt his brain fully engage. "How can we do that?" "Simple, go back to when he was born and kill him." Harry sat back in his chair. "We can't travel in time. I have a way. I can supercharge a time turner, but it has a cost," Aberforth said. Harry merely raised an eye. "The first is you take the trip back, but you are stuck there for a while." "What do you mean a while?" Harry asked. 10 to 12 years. The magic needs to recharge in the time turner." Harry started to feel a hunger in him. 10 years to save everyone he loved. No problem. Harry waved off the issue. "What is the other problem?" Aberforth exhaled. "This is a weird area of magic. There is a large risk. No one has ever gone back that far. When you return, the world might be worse off than it is today. Also, you can have unintended consequences. Things that seem unrelated or changed by what you did. When you return you will have the memories of this timeline but probably not of the new one. You would in effect be killing another version of you. Why me? Harry asked. Why can't you do this? Your scar, boy. It links you to Voldemort. The magic can use that to allow you to appear in his area when you go back. Without the scar, you would have to search all of England to find him. Also, I am already there. My magical signature would be duplicated. Anytime someone sent me an owl there would be a 50-50 chance on who it would go to. The secret would not last long. The old wizard scowled. I did not always like the old fart, but he was my older brother. Family, I want him back. Harry considered this. This was a chance to prevent Voldemort from ever becoming a danger to anyone. Harry felt a slight pang about killing an infant, but it also seemed the turnabout was fair play. After all, Voldemort tried to kill him as a 1-year-old. The lives it would save made this more than fair. After some of the things Harry accepted during the war, this seemed simple. Harry looked up at the waiting Aberforth Dumbledore. When do we start? The two wizards planned long into the night. They would only have one shot at doing this. If they succeeded, they could alter the course of history forever. Harry agreed to meet Aberforth the next day near the Shrieking Shack. Aberforth had informed Harry he would reappear in the exact physical location he left their timeline. The shack would not exist when Voldemort was born, so there should be no one around to witness Harry's arrival. In addition, Aberforth remembered that the location was a meadow, so there would be no trees or other items for Harry to hit on his arrival. Harry spent the last 24 hours preparing for his mission. During a trip to Gringotts, Harry removed several million galleons from his family vaults. Since he would be stuck in the past for 12 years, he would need the money. Harry also visited many of the shops in Diagon Alley. Harry purchased a new trunk with special engorgement charms to allow it hold much more than it should without getting heavy. It was also charmed to appear 20 years out of date and worn. Harry filled the trunk with old-style Muggle and wizard clothing. He casually told the clerks they were for a themed costume party. Finally, Harry also filled the trunk with a variety of books on magical topics, Muggle and wizard history and law and other topics that caught his interest. Apparating back to Hagrid's hut, Harry also loaded a variety of his personal items. His battle robes that Professor Dumbledore gave him, his father's invisibility cloak, the Marauders' map to name a few. Once he was ready, Harry shrank his trunk and placed it into his pocket. Dressed in old-style Muggle clothes, he walked to the shack to meet Aberforth. The old wizard was already preparing for the ritual to supercharge the Time Turner. Harry watched as the old wizard drew a variety of ancient runes on the ground over a 2-hour period. Finally, he signaled he was ready. Harry stepped into the center of the runes and picked up the Time Tuner. Aberforth said, "Remember, you will be in the past for exactly 12 years. At 12 years to the second, the magic will snap you back to this location. You can't stop it or hurry it up." At Harry's nod he continued, "The Time Turner will not appear with you in the past. To prevent it from being lost or damaged, it will exist astrally until it recharges. Then it will automatically reactivate and bring you back." Aberforth looked at Harry and said, "Good luck. Don't let us down." Harry nodded and said, "I won't." Activate the spell. Then Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, disappeared. Harry involuntarily blinked as he activated the Time Turner. It was an automatic reaction to the anticipated results of the activation. Harry did not feel anything with the activation, so he opened his eyes to see what had gone wrong. He found that Aberforth and the shack were gone. Harry was standing in a familiar field with the rooftops of Hogsmeade visible over the nearby trees. Harry looked around carefully, but did not see anyone nearby. Harry started to make his way to the village of Hogsmeade. Harry found that the village of Hogsmeade had not changed much over the last 50 years on the main street. The three broomsticks looked the same. A couple of the smaller shops were different, but nothing much else was different. Off the main street, a fair amount of construction was underway. A number of new houses, old to Harry, were being built. Harry did a quick tour through the village and then walked into the three broomsticks. The decor of the broomsticks had changed somewhat to Harry. It seemed quaint and old-fashioned. Harry figured he would get used to the changes in due time. Harry approached the bar where an old wizard was reading the Daily Prophet. "Good morning, sir," the barkeep welcomed Harry. "May I get you something on this fine afternoon?" Harry ordered a light lunch and inquired about a copy of today's Prophet. The barkeep handed a copy of the wizarding paper to Harry and invited Harry to sit at the bar as his lunch was prepared. Harry sat down and opened the paper. Harry was glad he sat down when he saw the date on the front page of the paper. It was June 16, 1934. Harry missed his target date by 7 years. Somewhere in London was a 7-year-old future Dark Lord. Things had just become much more complicated for Harry. The Prophet contained an unusually high mix of Muggle news. The paper was covered quite a bit about activities going on in Germany. As Harry read on, he had to fight to contain a groan. Hermione would have smacked him for coming here without doing the proper research first. The Nazi Party was in control of Germany now, and if Harry remembered his long-ago Muggle history lessons, then the build-up to World War II would be starting in the next couple of years, with the war starting in September 1939. Harry just ended up back in the time preceding the Second World War, and he would have to live through it. Harry now realized why the Prophet was reporting on the tensions mounting between Britain and Germany. The Dark Lord Grindelwald was a major ally of Hitler. Hitler was fascinated by magic. Grindelwald used the Nazi leader as his dupe to attack his magical opponents. The Diagon Alley was a targeted bombing area of London during the Battle of Britain. Harry started a small conversation with the barkeep. Harry told the barkeep, named Alan, that he lived in London and was looking to move out away from the city. The barkeep mentioned that the new houses were being sold out of a small reality office down the street. Harry said he would consider it and finished his lunch. Harry walked out of the Three Broomsticks and looked up towards Hogwarts. This area had been Harry's true home since he was 11. If Harry was stuck here for the next 10 to 12 years, this was a better place than most to make his home. Harry walked through the new houses. Since Harry knew it was a Saturday and no work would be going on, Harry looked around the new construction and was amazed at the methods of magic being used. Almost all of the magic Harry knew dealt with Dada or being an Auror. These houses built by magic seemed more like they were grown than built. Harry heard footsteps approaching from behind and controlled his instinct to go into a defensive stance. "May I help you, sir?" a light-toned, woman's voice asked. Harry turned around casually and received another shock of the day. Standing there was Ginny. Harry's heart stopped. "Are you okay, sir? Are you interested in buying a house?" Harry shut his jaw and realized this was not Ginny. Although the woman looked a great deal like Ginny, this was not her. Harry guessed the witch was 25 or so. Short, like Ginny, the witch had strawberry blonde hair, not the Weasley red. "I am sorry," Harry stammered. "I thought you were someone else for a moment." "Excuse me. I am James Evans, and yes, I am interested in buying one of these houses." The young witch smiled. "It is nice to meet you, Mr. Evans. I am Anne Pruitt." Harry wondered if today could get any more screwed up. This was not Ginny standing in front of him, but Harry was willing to bet that it was her grandmother. Harry seemed to remember that Molly Weasley's maiden name was Pruitt. Harry briefly wondered if someone out there was having fun making his life more complicated. Noticing a wedding ring, Harry replied, "It's nice to meet you also, Mrs. Pruitt. Can you tell me about these houses?" Harry spent the next 2 hours discussing the houses and the different options available. Harry found that Anne Pruitt reminded him very strongly of Molly Weasley. If she was not Molly's mother, then there was a very good chance she was a future aunt. She did not treat Harry like an 18-year-old. Harry figured the haunted look in his eyes and the strain of the last several months added years to his appearance. Harry told Anne his pre-planned story about being raised in a small magical settlement in Australia. He figured this would help cover any questions about accent or modern slang that slipped out. Harry also alluded to time spent in some type of conflict. This would help with any issues with his weary appearance and dark moods. Harry had to hold in a smile when the house prices were discussed. Harry was used to prices in the 1990s. Prices in the 1930s seemed incredibly low. Harry had withdrawn almost all of the galleons from his family account. It was enough to live very comfortably in the 1990s for his entire life. At these prices, it was enough for several lifetimes. Harry selected a pleasant 4-bedroom cottage on the outskirts of the village. The house came with the most modern home charms for the 1930s. Harry figured he could update the charms after he moved in and warded the house. Harry would also have to go shopping for clothing and furniture. He would take a trip to Diagon Alley in the morning to fill those needs. Harry quickly finished his transaction to purchase the house. Mrs. Pruitt efficiently handled her paperwork. Since Harry did not yet have a vault, he would have to visit Gringotts in the morning to open a vault and transfer the galleons to pay for the house. Saying goodbye to Mrs. Pruitt, Harry apparated to the Leaky Cauldron to rent a room for the night. The next morning Harry ate breakfast in the Leaky Cauldron. It seemed odd to Harry that Tom the barkeep was not in the taproom. Harry smirked at his own surprise when he realized that Tom was probably not even born yet. The pub was as dark and dingy as ever. Harry considered the fact it had not changed in 50 years. After eating, Harry walked out into Diagon Alley. Harry gaped at the appearance of the alley. It was packed. Harry had never seen so many witches and wizards in one place before. There was an air of lightness and happiness Harry never felt before in the alley. The constant Death Eater threat gave the alley of Harry's time a grim mood. Looking at the number of people in the alley, Harry also wondered how severely the deaths fighting the Dark Lords had depleted the English wizarding gene pool. Making his way to Gringotts, Harry waited in line to open a new vault. After standing in line for an hour, Harry reached the goblin. "What do you want?" The goblin grunted. "Good morning. My name is James Evans. I would like to do business with you to enrich both of us." "May I ask your name, sir?" The goblin's expression was shocked. The wizard's polite response was highly unusual. "Grintot is my name. What business would you like to conduct?" "I would like to open a vault, Mr. Grintot. It will have to be one of your larger vaults." The goblin's eyes again got bigger. A wealthy wizard was being polite. "Please step into my office. We will conduct our business in privacy." The goblin hopped off the stool he stood on and led Harry into an office. Another goblin appeared at the desk to replace the departing Grintot. Once seated in the office, Grintot asked, "How large a deposit will you be making?" 19,634,254 galleons, Harry answered. The goblin's face took on a gobsmacked expression. A completely unknown wizard wanted to deposit that much money. Who was this wizard, the goblin wondered. Grintot summoned the paperwork and completed it in short order. Harry's only point of nervousness was when he was asked to provide 5 drops of blood for identification purposes. Harry knew his grandparents were alive now. It was a risk that his Potter blood would cause a problem. Fortunately, it did not. If a Potter were to use their blood to search for any vault they had access to, Harry would have to be dead first. Similarly, Harry could not access the Potter family vault unless his grandparents and father were also dead. Since that would really mess with history, Harry did not want that to happen. Harry was amazed then how quickly the rest of his transactions were completed. Within 30 minutes, the vault was set up, a transfer for the cottage was arranged and a spending account was set up. The goblins were extremely polite in their care of Harry. Harry made Grintot his account manager. Harry taxed his spending account heavily during the rest of his trip through Diagon Alley. Furniture for the 4 bedrooms, the dining room, kitchen and living room were all purchased. Harry also bought all of the household goods he would need such as sheets, plates, and silverware. Harry figured if he was going to be stuck in this time for 10 years, he might as well be comfortable. Harry also visited Flourish and Botts for a collection of books for his study. Harry had a great many books in his trunk but some could not be displayed since they had not been published yet. Harry also bought a new broom and an owl. Harry knew he could not bring his firebolt out of his trunk very often so he would need a different broom for everyday flying. Harry felt a particular pain replacing Hedwig. Harry's snowy white owl had been killed a week before Harry's final showdown with Voldemort. Draco Malfoy had not done this to draw Harry out, simply to cause pain to another creature. With his purchases shrunk into bags, Harry returned to his new cottage in Hogsmeade. The cottage recognized the change in ownership and allowed his immediate access to the house. Harry placed his furniture in its appropriate place and enlarged all of it. A few hours later, Harry collapsed onto his new couch. Even with magic, setting up a new house from scratch was very hard work. All of the furniture was in place and everything was in its place. Darkness had fallen outside. Hogsmeade was lit up in the very picture of domestic tranquility. The house itself seemed a bit cold. There were no pictures, no reminders of things from the past. Harry sat on the couch and realized for the first time in his life he had a home of his own. This house and everything in it was his. No Death Eaters were looking for him. No one knew him as the boy whose name must be capitalized and hyphenated. He was completely normal. He had everything he had ever wished for growing up. Harry Potter felt his emotions clench. Tears built inside his eyes as an ache gripped his heart. Harry's wish had been granted. It only cost him his parents, Sirius, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, the rest of the Weasleys and everyone else in his life that ever cared for Harry as a person and not a title. Something inside Harry broke. Curling up into a fetal position, Harry cried. He cried for the deaths of everyone he had ever loved. Harry cried for the death of 85 of the student body of Hogwarts. Harry cried for the deaths of almost all of the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry's Auror Corps. In short, Harry cried for the death of his world. Harry had suffered through grief after the final confrontation with Voldemort. Everywhere Harry looked, he was reminded of the price he paid for victory. However, here is the warm, snug cottage with normalcy all around him. Harry could not hold it anymore. A lifetime's worth of pain released at once. The young man with the scarring of an 80-year-old man wept uncontrollably. Outside, a sudden storm shook the village of Hogsmeade. Thunder crashed overhead in an unpredicted storm that came out of nowhere. Many Hogwarts students ran for cover on the astronomy tower as sudden gusts and strong rains swept the castle. The violence of the storm rattled the windows of the ancient school. Sitting in his office, Transfiguration Professor Albus Dumbledore watched the storm outside his window. Already seen as the most powerful wizard seen in several generations, Dumbledore could feel the magic flowing through the storm. The professor leaned back in his chair to consider the implications of the storm outside. After an eternity of tears and pain, Harry passed into unconsciousness. With his sleep, the storm passed also. Emotionally and physically exhausted, Harry slept without dreams for the first time in a long time. It would be over 36 hours before he would wake again. Harry decided to start searching Muggle London the following week. Harry spent 4 days allowing himself to recover from the incredible release of emotions his first night in his house. Harry forced himself up the first afternoon after waking up to take a shower and change into his new period clothes. Then he collapsed onto his bed for the remainder of the day. The next couple of days were made with baby steps. Harry started taking small walks through Hogsmeade and shopping in the stores. Harry purchased a variety of small objects to brighten up his home. Many of the shopkeepers wondered about the quiet dark-haired wizard shopping alone with a sad smile on his face. The truth was, Harry did not feel alone. As he shopped, he heard the ghost voices of Ginny, Ron and Hermione accompanying him. He heard Ginny getting excited over cute ornaments and decorations. He heard Hermione exhorting him to go buy more books to study up on the time he now found himself. Ron wanted to look at the Quidditch supplies and the antiques they offered for sale in quality Quidditch supplies. So the quiet wizard with the sad smile was not really alone. When you have friends that you have laughed and fought with, who loved you and died for you, you are never really ever alone again. Harry started his search on Monday morning. Harry knew that Tom Riddle was left in a Muggle orphanage in London at his birth. The future Dark Lord was now around 7 years old. Although Harry did not like the idea, his mission had not changed. Kill the Dark Lord before he could begin his ascent into power. Harry found there were 16 orphanages in London. Since Dumbledore collected the Horcrux stored in the orphanage alone, Harry did not really know which orphanage Riddle would be found at. So Harry resigned himself to searching them all. Time was not really a concern. He would still be stuck in this time for years. 3 days of searching and Harry still had not found any sign of Riddle. Harry was amazed about the number of orphanages and the amount of children each one held. Each one was bigger than Hogwarts with a much smaller staff and budget. Harry stopped in a small pub for fish and chips. He planned to visit 2 more orphanages that are possible candidates this afternoon. Harry wanted to get this task out of the way and then spend the next 10 or so years in a quiet life. Leaving the pub, Harry passed an alley and noticed a number of boys gathered towards the other end. They were cheering and excited about something. They were calling out taunts at someone that Harry could not see. Flashbacks to Dudley and his gang or Slytherins came to Harry's mind. A bad feeling went through Harry as a strong suspicion ran through his head. Hermione called it Harry's saving people thing. Harry was constitutionally incapable of turning his back on someone he saw in need. Harry turned down the alley until he was just behind the boys. Harry could see two teenage boys kicking something on the ground to the cheers of the others. "What is going on here?" Harry yelled. The boys parted and one of the kickers yelled back, "This doesn't concern you. Go away." Harry could now see a young boy curled up on the ground. He looked at the speaker and quietly but firmly said, "I am taking the boy with me." "No way. He is a freak. We are going to teach him a lesson." At these words of defiance, the surrounding boys joined in jeering at Harry. The word freak galvanized Harry and raised his anger. His anger caused his magic to spill into his eyes. "I will take the boy with me. Now leave this alley." The quiet words carried the threat, no, the promise of swift and painful retribution if he were ignored. Without really understanding why, the boys started to melt away out of the alley. Harry walked over to the battered form on the ground. Pulling out a kerchief to wipe the blood away, Harry spoke in quiet, comforting tones. "Relax, no one else is going to hurt you. You are safe." A small voice gasped back with a sob, "They always hurt me. They will until I am able to hurt them back. I will show them. Well, they won't hurt you anymore today. Let me check you out. Just relax." Harry did a brief examination of the boy as Madame Pomfrey had taught him and realized the boy probably had a dislocated shoulder and possibly 2 broken ribs. "We need to get you to a hospital. I am going to lift you up carefully and take you there. Can you tell me your name?" The little boy looked up at Harry for the first time. Green eyes met brown as the boy said, "My name is Tommy Riddle. My name is Tommy Riddle." Harry's world rocked with those simple words. Could this beaten young boy be the future Dark Lord and mass murderer? How simple would it be to kill the boy now and complete his mission? So many deaths would be prevented by killing this one little boy. Would it be right to kill this boy? It was so simple sitting in the shrieking shack and discussing killing the infant Riddle. It was so impersonal, so theoretical. Kill one innocent baby. Perform one evil act to prevent thousands. Morally, Harry felt the pull of what was right in both directions. Lord Voldemort was responsible for the deaths of thousands, including Harry's parents, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, the rest of the Weasleys and Sirius. Tom Riddle killed several people before he even left Hogwarts. Yet, Tommy Riddle had not killed anyone. Harry subtly drew his wand. "Close your eyes." Harry placed his left hand over the boy's eyes. Then he cast Legilems. Harry viewed the images from Tommy's mind. Tommy had been singled out at an early age as a freak. Harry watched a memory of a young boy talking to a small garden snake. Older boys teased the young boy and one boy stepped on the snake's head to kill it in front of the small boy. Tommy's tears only spurred them on. Harry pulled back and observed Tommy's magical core. As a 7-year-old, it only appeared the size of a golf ball. Voldemort's seemed to be the size of a beach ball. Voldemort's core seemed to be made of black tar, dark and rough. Tommy's core seemed pure. A few streaks of darkness marked the trauma of the abuse, but it seemed to only be on the surface. Tommy Riddle was not infected by the insanity Voldemort exhibited during both of his wars against the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. Harry considered what this meant. Removed from the beatings and teasing of the orphanage, would Tommy Riddle develop into a responsible, caring individual? Or would the madness raise up on its own as he aged? Harry thought about the memories Dumbledore showed him during his 6th year. The interbreeding of previous generations caused his grandfather and uncle to behave in bizarre fashions. Convinced of their superiority due to descent from Slytherin, the Gaunt family lost touch with reality. His mother did not seem to be entirely sane either. Was her use of a love potion on Tom Riddle Sr. a sign of insanity or total desperation to escape the house of her family? Was their insanity inherited or reinforced by their beliefs? Harry started to get a headache. Hermione would be able to spout a dozen different psychological theories and research. Harry realized he did not have a clue. Harry's expertise had always been on the practical, not the theoretical side of knowledge. Harry decided that he did not have enough information at this point to make a proper decision. He could not kill an innocent boy when it may not be necessary. If Harry moved Tommy Riddle to another environment, would his life's path change? Harry needed time to think. A decision could not be made now. Harry removed his hand and then lifted the boy in his arms. "Relax, Tommy. I will get you fixed up in no time." A quiet pop sounded in the alley. The 2 people in the alley had disappeared. 5 minutes later, 10 boys from the orphanage returned after building up their courage. They really did not understand why they had left their game of Tommy taunting behind because of a strange boy. To their surprise, the alley was empty. They looked at each other and wondered the same thought. No one came out of the alley, so where did they go? Harry and Tommy appeared with a quiet pop in the apparition zone in St. Mungo's hospital. Harry gently set the boy down on a nearby gurney. A Mediwitch approached quickly. What happened to this boy? I found a bunch of boys beating him up in London. I scared them off and brought him here. The witch started to scan the boy with her wand. While she was doing that, she asked, "Are you his father?" What was he doing wandering around Muggle London on his own? Harry shook his head but kept watching. I am not his father. I stumbled on the scene. I believe he lives in a Muggle orphanage in the area. He seems to have 2 cracked ribs, 1 broken one, and a slight concussion. He is lucky you came along. I will call some orderlies to carry him into the treatment room. Harry pulled out his wand. If you would allow me. Harry cast the levitation charm and guided the gurney into the treatment room. The Mediwitch's eyes grew large at Harry's casual display. Once in the treatment room, the Mediwitch gently woke the boy. Drink this potion, dear. It will help with the pain. Tommy slowly raised his head to drink the offered potion. From the expression on his face, he felt about healing potions taste the same way Harry did. Harry watched as the Mediwitch performed a more thorough examination on Tommy. Tommy lay with his eyes closed, ignoring her efforts. Harry noticed that the Mediwitch was not much older than he was. She must have just graduated, Harry thought. Harry also noticed that she was a very attractive woman. Standing around 5.5 feet tall, she had long blonde hair that was up in a bun. While that bun was very functional, it was styled in an alluring way. It was the first time Harry had noticed a woman since Ginny's death. After Tommy fell back to sleep, the Mediwitch turned to Harry. We will need you to stay around for a bit to answer some questions. Do you know his name? Harry sighed internally. He really did not want to be officially noticed by the Ministry. He told me his name is Tommy Riddle. My name is James Evans. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Evans. I am Sarah Underhill. She picked up a clipboard and started filling out forms. Do you know who his parents are and how to contact them? Yes, thought Harry. No, I believe at least his mother is dead. As I said, I just happened onto the scene. The young witch looked at Harry over his clipboard. Where are you from, Mr. Evans? Harry gave his cover story about just arriving in England. I recently purchased a cottage in Hogsmeade. The Mediwitch finished filling out her form. She cast a charm on Tommy, then turned back to her clipboard with a sigh. He is a half-blood. Is that a problem? Harry asked in a neutral tone. His tone must not have been neutral enough. The Mediwitch raised her eyes to look at Harry. Not to me. However, if he was a pureblood, we could track down family members. Also, the Ministry will not pay for his treatment. I don't know how he will be able to pay his bill. Only purebloods get free service. Harry asked. Harry felt his anger rising at the witch's nod. Was it the same in his own time? He had never been billed, but was that because of his chosen one status? Place my name down to pay for his treatment. I brought him in. Coming here was not his decision. He would have gone to a Muggle hospital. I don't believe he knows about magic right now. The Mediwitch looked at Harry with surprise in her eyes. Harry noticed she had beautiful blue eyes. Do you realize that means you have just made yourself his magical guardian? Harry felt his jaw drop. I am his what? His magical guardian. You brought a Muggle-raised child into the magical world. Since he has no parents in our world, you just legally accepted responsibility for his magical well-being. Bugger me, Harry thought. This was getting too complex. First he saves the future Voldemort from a beating at the hands of his fellow orphans. Now he just accidentally made himself Riddle's guardian. What does that mean? Harry asked. You accept responsibility for his magical education and behavior until he is 17. Didn't you know? No, I didn't. Harry sat back in his chair and thought about the situation he found himself in. Being Tommy Riddle's guardian would enable him to observe the boy for any signs of the darkness that led to Voldemort. If Harry did see any signs, it would allow him to act without interference from anyone. Harry looked up at the beautiful Mediwitch that was watching him. I guess I will have to stick around then and wait until he wakes up. Merlin knows how he is going to respond to all of this. The young witch smiled at Harry. I think you are doing a good thing, Mr. Evans. Harry really enjoyed her smile. Harry looked up from the Daily Prophet and noticed that Tommy was waking up. Setting his paper aside, Harry steeled himself and walked over to the bed. Good afternoon, Tommy. How are you feeling? The boy looked at Harry with a guarded expression. I am fine, sir. Where am I? Do you remember what happened to you? Harry asked, avoiding Tommy's question. Tommy nodded. Charles and his gang caught me. They hurt me. Were you doing something wrong? Tommy looked down with downcast eyes. I stole some food, sir. Harry said, look at me, Tommy. Tommy looked up. Why did you steal the food? Because they locked me in a closet for a day. I was really hungry. I know I broke the rules. I am sorry. Please don't punish me. This hurt Harry. Flashbacks to his own childhood with the Dursleys came unbidden to his mind. Harry crouched down to be eye level with the 7-year-old. No one is going to punish you, Tommy. You are in a hospital. I brought you here because you were hurt. Tommy looked at Harry in surprise. You saved me. Harry nodded. Tommy's innocent expression of surprise that an adult would take his side was painful to see. Tommy, I need to tell you some things that will surprise you. Do you believe in magic? No, sir. They don't let us read that stuff in the orphanage. Tommy, I want to tell you that magic is real. Some people can use it to do wondrous things. These people are wizards and witches. This is a hospital for magical people. You and I are part of that. Tommy's face got suspicious. Are you telling me the truth? Harry realized that was almost the same question that 11-year-old Tom Riddle asked Dumbledore, but without the magical push behind it. Yes, Tommy, I am. Have you ever had something weird happen that you couldn't explain? Tommy nodded. I can talk to snakes. The others don't like that. They call me freak. Harry smiled. I can talk to snakes also. It is called Parseltongue. Not many wizards have that ability. When I was a little boy, my cousin was chasing me. He was a bully. I suddenly found myself standing on the roof of my school. Tommy giggled at the image. Can you show me some magic? Harry pulled out his wand and pointed it at Tommy. Harry cast a levitation charm and lifted the shocked 7-year-old over the bed. Harry smiled at the expression on his face. I can do that, he asked after Harry set him back into the bed. Yes, after going to a special school for magic. Wow, that would be neat. How do I go to the school? Harry sat down and explained to Tommy about going to Hogwarts after he turned 11 and that Harry was now his magical guardian. Tommy seemed shocked that Harry was responsible for him. No one ever cared about me. My mother left me by dying when I was born. I don't know who my father was. Why do you care? Magical law says that since I brought you into our world, I am responsible for you. Normally you would have been informed when you were accepted into Hogwarts. As an orphan, the headmaster would have been your magical guardian. Tommy sat and quietly considered all that he had been told. After several minutes he asked, would I live with you? Harry felt a bit sick at that question. His soul was torn. His head saw the future Dark Lord but his heart heard the same cry he made to Sirius. Harry asked, would you want to? You can still stay at the orphanage. Tommy looked at Harry with an expression of hatred. I hate that place. They are mean. I hate them. Harry felt Tommy's magic flexing with his surge of emotions. Harry made a quick decision. Relax, Tommy. I won't make you go back there. You can live with me. Tommy's face lit up with relief over the news he would not be going back to the orphanage. Tommy started firing a barrage of questions at Harry about where he lived and what it was like to use magic. Although Harry still felt concern over the fate of the boy, for right now, he knew he had made the right choice. The metal barred doors clanged open with an echo that rang throughout the dormitory. The crash of the door served as an alarm to the 120 boys aged 6 to 17 that another day at St. Olaf's orphanage for boys had begun. Get up, you worthless brats. Mr. Roden's rough, alcohol-slurred voice echoed down the hall. In small rooms up and down the dormitory halls, boys jumped out of their small, metal-framed bunks. It was worth a beating to get caught in your bed when Mr. Roden passed by. Mr. Roden felt that a good beating would fix all ills. Tommy Riddle was one of the smallest boys in the dormitory. Just 7 years old, Tommy looked back at his time in the nursery with longing. Mrs. Smithers in the nursery did not emotionally care for her young charges, but she also did not see a reason to make their lives more miserable than they already were. As one of the smallest boys, Tommy was in the room furthest from both the dining hall and the loos. This meant Tommy usually only got cold water for his showers. Breakfast tended to be whatever remained at the bottom of the gruel pot when he reached the server's station. The larger boys always got first chance at all of the food. Tommy rolled off the squeaky metal springs and walked to his wardrobe. That was actually a grandiose name for the rickety cabinet. Like everything else, the older boys received the newer furniture. Tommy's wardrobe looked like it was from early in the 19th century. Tommy carefully opened the wardrobe door. It had a tendency to fall off the hinges if he wasn't careful. Tommy quickly removed his sleeping clothes and took out his summer uniform. Mr. Roden was getting closer. 30 seconds before Mr. Roden appeared in the doorway, Tommy and the 3 boys he shared the room with were dressed and their beds made. Tommy was the smallest of the 4 7-year-olds. Mr. Roden stepped into the room with his large girth and red face from drink. In his hand he held a short bamboo cane. The cane was his favorite punishment toy. "Are you brats ready yet? If not, I will have you over the barrel at breakfast." The fat man yelled. The 4 boys stood in motionless silence. Not one boy moved a muscle. Alfred, standing next to Tommy, appeared to have stopped breathing altogether. After a quick glance around, Mr. Roden sneered at the boys and stormed out of the room. Tommy heard them enter their neighbor's room. From the roars coming from the room, the 6-year-olds inside had failed to be ready for their keeper's arrival. Squeals of pain joined the roars as Fat Man shared his misery with the young boys. A sudden low thump and the shaking of the thin wall announced the slamming of a young body. After a moment, silence, except for the sobbing of some small boys, returned to the hallway. Mr. Roden reappeared in the door to Tommy's room. None of the 4 boys in the room had moved from their position lined up next to the door. They had learned Mr. Roden's old tricks when they had been 6. He added new tricks as the boys aged, but they remembered this one well. After a brief stop, he was gone again. A call rang out down the hall, signaling breakfast. Tommy lined up in the hall with the others. 3 of the 6-year-olds from the room next door lined up behind Tommy. Tommy was glad none of them were larger than he was. If they were, he would have been pushed back further in the line. No one asked where the 4th 6-year-old was, they all knew better. The line proceeded slowly down the grungy, dimly lit hall. The old gas lights had long been replaced, but the fixtures remained for the newer electric lights. The dirty gray walls showed the passage of many children until the white walls turned the uniform gray. Pipes for the water and gas heating hung from the ceiling with the occasional pipes leading down to radiators along the hall. Tommy walked with a blank expression on his face. Showing emotions was too dangerous for a small 7-year-old. He hated this place and everyone he was forced to live with. He hated the fact he was identified as one of them. The boys sorted into 2 categories, those with power and those without. All of them counted as idiots in Tommy's mind. The older boys abused and bullied the younger boys to vent their years of frustration from when they were the younger boys. Or, Tommy conceded, they just might not have any other way of relating to each other anymore. The younger boys either sought strength in groups or by ingratiating themselves with older boys. Loners faced a tough road. Tommy was a loner. The other boys called him a freak. Odd things seemed to always happen around Tommy. Once a group of boys stole his towel and clothes while he was in the shower. Then they killed the water when he had soap in his hair. Tommy reached for his towel to wipe away the sting from his eyes. When he groped for his towel, the other boys taunted him. Tommy let out a shriek for rage. At that moment, all of the water pipes in the showers and sinks exploded in a spray of water. When Tommy was 5, they caught him hissing to his pet snake. 4-year-old Tommy found the snake while playing in the garden next to the nursery. The little green snake wanted to get onto a warm rock to heat up. Tommy heard him hissing and picked him up and placed him on the rock. Tommy did not realize that he should not be able to understand the snake. This started Tommy's first and only true friendship in the orphanage. Tommy named his friend Nagini. Many years later, Lord Voldemort would name another snake Nagini in tribute to his first friend. Tommy and Nagini would spend many enjoyable afternoons in the garden talking and sharing confidences. When the London weather became colder, Tommy would often place Nagini inside his pocket or in his wardrobe to stay warm. When Tommy was around 5.5, he and Nagini were outside enjoying an unusually warm London morning. Tommy talked and giggled as he talked to his friend. A gang of 10 to 12-year-olds wandered into the nursery's corner of the garden. Seeing the young boy alone, they quickly started to tease and bully the young boy. Nagini, seeing his friend threatened, hissed at the boys to leave his friend alone. Noticing the snake, the boys started to poke him with sticks. Realizing the danger, Nagini tried to flee. One boy, named Jason Adams, picked up a large rock and smashed the middle of the green snake. The damage to the snake was fatal, but not immediately. Tommy pushed his way to his friend, hissing his apologies and grief to his dying friend. The boys taunted Tommy about thinking he could talk to snakes. They left the crying boy to sit with his first friend until death took the snake. The next day a colder Tommy emerged in the orphanage. Tommy never tried to talk to anyone or make friends. Why should he make friends with people who killed his friend? Nagini was the only one who ever was nice to him. None of the children here were worth Nagini's shed skin. For the next 2 years, Tommy Riddle went through his life in an island of his own thoughts. Being labeled a freak separated him further from his fellow orphans. His silence and isolation fed the label, making it grow. It also made some of the children start to fear him. Tommy found he could handle their fear. Behind his cold facade, Tommy sought a friend to replace his long-dead Nagini. With each new boy entering the orphanage, Tommy looked for one worthy to be his friend. All too soon though they too heard about the freak and shunned him. The cold face kept the bullies from coming too close, but inside the boy cried himself to sleep every night. That morning in the line was like every other one since leaving the nursery. The long, slow line moved down the hall to receive watery gruel and slightly stale bread for breakfast. Mr. Roden and the staff ate large full breakfasts. Some of the older boys who acted as his assistants, i.e. thugs, also enjoyed the large breakfasts. Tommy really hated the fact the line walked right by their table. The sound of a spoon scraping on the bottom of a large pot was heard when Tommy was within 6 feet of the pot. Mrs. Beauregard yelled out that breakfast was all gone. She then lifted the pot and walked away. The 10 orphans left standing in line looked at each other in disbelief. What were they supposed to eat? "Ha! Serves you right, you little bastards." Mr. Roden yelled at them. "Next time, get to breakfast earlier." The bullies at his table joined in his laughter. Tommy felt weak with the idea of nothing for breakfast. Bullies had taken almost all of his supper the previous night. Lunch seemed an impossibly long time away for him. The sight of the eggs and sausage on the staff table made it hurt even worse. Tommy felt a wave of pure rage building up. All he wanted was something to eat. He exploded, "You are the bastards. You hog all of the food." The room went quiet. Although many of the boys completely agreed with Tommy, no one had the courage to stand with him. Mr. Roden stood and glared down at the small boy. "Well boys, looks like we have our morning's entertainment. Grab him, and put him over the barrel." Tommy realized then the danger he faced. 2 of the older teenage boys approached him from either side. Tommy had nowhere to run as the other children standing behind him kept him from being able to run out of the room. The teenagers dragged Tommy over to an empty barrel and laid the boy across it. Leather straps with loops around the ends were placed on his wrists and stretched tight to prevent him from moving. Tommy had seen this before and knew what was coming. Mr. Roden strode over to the barrel with a swagger as he held his bamboo cane firmly in his hand. "I think this laddie just earned 10 strokes of my cane. Maybe 15 if I feel like it." Tommy shivered at the thought of 15 strokes of the bamboo cane across his back. He would not be able to move for a week. None of the boys would help him or care what happened to him while he tried to recover. Tommy closed his eyes and tried to think about anything but the cane. He tried to remember his happiness with Nagini in the garden. The sound of the cane scratching on the barrel brought Tommy's fear rising to the top and his concentration failed. The first lash blasted across the 7-year-old's back with a crack that echoed through the hall. Tommy's scream immediately followed it. The second stroke magnified the pain tenfold. The thin material of Tommy's clothing parted, leaving part of his skin bare to the cane. Tommy felt hot tears burning down his cheeks as the pain flowed through him. The third and fourth strokes came in quick succession. This was almost a relief. The pain of the third lash masked the arrival of the fourth. The cane was biting deeper into Tommy's skin and blood was starting to flow from the wounds. The fifth blow was the worst yet. It came in higher on Tommy's back in new territory. More pain erupted through Tommy's body. Tommy started to feel everything going fuzzy. Things started to feel unreal. He waited for the next blow. The sixth blow did not come. In Tommy's haze, he missed one of the staff coming in to announce that an inspection team from the charity paying the orphanage was currently across the courtyard visiting the girls' orphanage. They would be visiting the boys' side shortly. Mr. Roden moved fast. He called for all of the boys to return to their rooms and put on their inspection clothes. He motioned for two of his assistants to take Tommy away. They knew they were to keep the beaten boy out of sight until after the do-gooders from the charity left. Two boys dragged Tommy from the dining hall while laughing about the delay in their entertainment. They promised Tommy he would receive his remaining 10 strokes instead of lunch today. They really did not need to taunt the boy. Tommy never heard them. Every motion of his body brought more pain. All Tommy wanted to do was curl up in a ball and not move. Tommy woke curled in the corner of a closet in the back of the kitchen. From the sunlight coming through the window, it was close to midday. Tommy's shirt felt stiff from the drying blood. Tommy carefully sat up and removed the shirt. He gritted his teeth at the pain as the shirt pulled at his wounds where the blood already dried. Tommy gingerly rose to his feet and braced himself against the wall. Tommy looked around the small closet for anything to use as a replacement shirt. Finding nothing, Tommy left his old shirt behind and opened the closet door. He could hear Mr. Roden's voice booming in a jovial sound only heard during inspections. That meant someone from the charity was in the building. Creeping out of the closet, Tommy looked around the kitchen for something to eat and a shirt to wear. Hanging near the door was one of the cook's shirts. Tommy stood on a stool to get it down and carefully pulled it over his thin frame. It was made of a heavy fabric and it hurt where it touched the wounds on his back. Tommy opened the large walk-in refrigerator and stopped dead in his tracks. It was filled with all kinds of meats and other food. His stomach gripped him as he realized food was so close. Tommy found an area filled with leftover sausages from that morning's breakfast. He eagerly tore open the paper wrappings and crammed the taste of heaven into his mouth. He ate quickly, knowing he could be caught at any moment, ending his feast. The 7-year-old started to feel slightly nauseous from the food. After so long with no food, his body could not handle the sudden feast. Shoving a last few sausages into his pockets, Tommy started to make his way out of the kitchen. "You boy, what do you think you are doing?" It was the cook. Tommy ran. It was the only thing he could do really. The boy ran out into the courtyard separating the two wings of the orphanage. Normally the gate was locked but it was left open due to the inspection. As Tommy ran into the courtyard he heard the cook calling for Mr. Roden. Now the inspectors would hear about this also. Tommy turned in the courtyard and ran out of the orphanage and into the street. His back burned with each stride as Tommy ran down the street. He knew it was only a matter of time before the older boys were set loose to find him. He had to find a place to hide. Tommy ran down an alley and slumped down between some rubbish bins. He could not run any further. The pain from his back was excruciating. His body was not used to running flat out for extended periods of time and had very little energy to start with. The little boy sat taking in great gulps of air. He knew he had to move soon. Although he had the will, his body failed to respond. He was never sure how long he sat in the alley before the boys found him. Suddenly the rubbish bins were yanked aside, revealing a number of the older boys. Tommy recognized their leader as Charles Mahoney, one of Mr. Roden's assistants. "Did you think you could get away with making Mr. Roden look bad?" Mahoney yelled. "Haven't you learned your lesson?" A swift kick to his side punctuated these questions. Tommy grabbed his ribs and tried to roll away from the new source of pain. Mahoney simply stepped up and delivered another kick. This one was to the already damaged back of the young boy. At least one other boy joined Mahoney in raining blows down on the defenseless child. The blows suddenly stopped. Tommy could not understand why. He certainly could not stop the other boys. Then he gasped in pain as he was rolled over onto slightly. He heard a man's voice tell him he would be safe. Tommy told the voice he would never be safe. Then the voice asked for his name. He thought he answered, but then for the second time that day, Tommy Riddle lost consciousness. Tommy woke in the most comfortable bed he had ever been in. The soft sheets felt good against his skin. Tommy noticed he also felt no real pain. A couple of twinges but nothing aside from that. Tommy knew he should be feeling a lot of pain right now. Maybe he was dead. Then he could be with his parents. That thought brought him some comfort. From the sounds around him, Tommy realized he was not dead. Tommy slowly opened his eyes and looked around the room. It was brightly lit and clean. This was definitely not the orphanage. A man sat in the corner reading a newspaper. Tommy couldn't be sure, but it seemed a little odd. The man set down the paper and smiled at Tommy. He had messy black hair and brilliant green eyes. His eyes seemed haunted when he looked at Tommy. For a 7-year-old, he had seen that look a lot. Mostly on the boys coming in who had just lost their parents. The man introduced himself as James Evans. After a couple of questions about what happened, the man told Tommy he was the one who saved Tommy in the alley. Tommy was surprised someone had stepped in for him and thanked the man. Something held Tommy back. Mr. Evans had a strange pain on his face whenever he looked at Tommy. It was not guilt but something the young boy could not place. Then Mr. Evans asked a very surprising question: did Tommy Riddle believe in magic? The next hour was the most incredible time of Tommy's life. He was not a freak. He was a wizard. He could learn to do the wonderful tricks that Mr. Evans showed him with his magic wand. Mr. Evans even said that he could talk to snakes too. There were people like him. He wasn't alone anymore. Tommy enjoyed hearing about his new school when he was older. Hogwarts sounded like a fantastic place. Mr. Evans told Tommy about flying around on brooms, meeting unicorns, and learning to cast spells. It sounded wonderful. Tommy could tell Mr. Evans really liked to fly. The haunted look left his face while he told Tommy about broomstick flying in a game called Quidditch. Mr. Evans revealed a huge shock during their conversation. Because Mr. Evans saved him and brought Tommy to a magical hospital, Mr. Evans was now Tommy's magical guardian. This brought dual emotional surges to Tommy. Hope and fear. Hope that he would be able to leave the orphanage and fear that this magical world would disappear when he returned to that horrible place. Tommy carefully asked Mr. Evans if he would live with him. Tommy was still nervous about this strange new man who was a wizard. But he seemed nice and Tommy did not get feeling of falseness he had seen from Mr. Roden. Tommy started to panic when Mr. Evans said he could still live at the orphanage. Tommy started to yell his hatred about everything to do with that place. Mr. Evans placed a gently hand on Tommy's arm and told him he could live with him. It was the happiest moment of young Tommy Riddle's life. The next 5 days went in a whirlwind for Tommy. Mr. Evans told Tommy he needed to stay in the hospital, called Street Mungo's, for his injuries and to treat his malnutrition. Tommy did not know what malnutrition meant, but he did know he never ate so well in his life. Mr. Evans left late in the day and said he would return for lunch the next day. A pretty lady named Miss Underhill looked after Tommy. Tommy liked her bright smile. He did not like the vile things she made him drink. Miss Underhill talked to Tommy about his time in the orphanage and his rescue by Mr. Evans. She seemed relieved that Mr. Evans was taking Tommy away from that life. Tommy added her as the second person he felt may be a worthwhile human being. Mr. Evans returned on the second day at lunch just as he said. Tommy noticed that Miss Underhill gave Mr. Evans a very bright smile when he walked into the room. Mr. Evans did not seem to notice. He handed Tommy a piece of paper with official-looking writing on it. Tommy could only read a couple of the words. "This is your release from the orphanage into my custody, Tommy," Mr. Evans told him. "When you are ready to leave here, you will come with me to my home in Hogsmeade." Now Tommy was really excited. It was all coming true. "When can I leave, sir?" Mr. Evans smiled and glanced at Miss Underhill, then back at Tommy. "As soon as Miss Underhill feels you are up to it and can be released. I have a feeling though that I may be stealing her favorite patient." Miss Underhill smiled. "Indeed you will. But I know Tommy would like to see his new home. Still, you need to stay here at least 4 more days to allow the potions time to work in your body to catch up to where it is supposed to be." Tommy felt crestfallen that he would have to stay so long. He really wanted to see his new home. He liked Miss Underhill and the hospital bed was the most comfortable ever, but Tommy discovered he really did not like being in a hospital. "Don't worry, Tommy," Mr. Evans said with a smile. This will give me a chance to get your room set up and get some additional supplies in the house." The idea that he would have his own room brought a smile to Tommy's face. Tommy stood in front of a large fireplace in the main entry hall of St. Mungo's. Miss Underhill had walked Tommy and Mr. Evans down to see them leave. Tommy felt a little nervous to be going to his new house. What was going to happen next? Miss Underhill read the fear in Tommy's face. She bent down and kissed the boy on the cheek. She whispered into his ear, "Relax. I will come visit in a couple of days. Everything will be okay." Tommy smiled shyly at her. He hated the fact she could read him so easily. No one at the orphanage had ever been able to guess his thoughts. Tommy looked up at Mr. Evans. He still had a haunted look around his eyes. It was usually worse when he looked at Tommy. Tommy could not understand. What had he done to hurt Mr. Evans? He could tell Mr. Evans was fighting to hide his pain. Tommy resolved to help the man who helped him so much already. Mr. Evans smiled and said, "I think you have an admirer, Tommy. Miss Underhill, you are welcome to visit anytime." He handed Tommy a small pinch of dust. He told Tommy this is called a flow. Mr. Evans threw a pinch into the fire. The fire turned green. Mr. Evans stepped into it and said, "The den," and disappeared. Tommy turned to Miss Underhill in an excited voice, "That was the wickedest thing I've ever seen." She smiled at Tommy and hugged him goodbye. Then Tommy stepped into the fire and was gone. Sarah Underhill stood at the fire and looked at it for a couple of minutes before walking back to her ward. She thought about the young man and boy who had just left. Tommy was adorable and sweet but seemed damaged by his time in the Muggle orphanage. James Evans seemed to carry his own baggage with him. They seemed connected in some uniquely personal way. At first, she thought Mr. Evans was really Tommy's father. Then realized he would have been 12 when Tommy was born. He was actually 2 years younger than her. Deciding she would visit on her next day off, Miss Underhill returned to her duties. Thoughts of a pair of bright green eyes hovering in the back of her mind. Harry stumbled out of the flow and rolled onto the floor. He had still never gotten the hang of using the damn thing. The fire flared green briefly and Tommy came flying out to slam into Harry. "I hate taking the flow," Harry said with a groan as he pushed himself up. Tommy sat up and shook his head to clear it. "Why did it do that?" Harry smiled slightly. "Most people don't have a problem with it. They still out as neat as you please. Ron used to, my friends used to laugh at me because it always threw me out. I guess it does the same to you." Harry felt a pang when he mentioned Ron. Talking about his dead best friend was still very difficult. It was especially difficult to talk about him with the child self of the man who killed Ron. The last week had been difficult on many levels to Harry. None of this was what Aberforth and he planned before he had come back. The plan had been simple. Come back, kill Baby Riddle and then hide out for the next 10 to 12 years until the Time Turner recharged. Harry had heard a Muggle term that described this situation, Fubar. Of course the acronym's companion, Snafu, described his whole life. For the last week, Harry had run around to various agencies to clear the roadblocks to Tommy's arrival here. Today, although wizarding law made Harry Tommy's magical guardian, the law assumed that the adult Witcher wizard was a recognized member of the magical community of Britain. Since Harry was not so recognized, at least not for another 47 years until he was born, he needed to become registered with the Ministry. Harry should have known that anything dealing with the Ministry of Magic would become a colossal headache. As an alien wizard with no family ties, the bureaucrats saw him as their natural prey. Since Harry could not provide them with copies of his school records, they labeled him as an untrained wizard. Then they tried to provide him with a guardian. Harry actually found himself missing the boy who lived, status. He had never had to deal with this before. Harry finally was able to work out a meeting that included Madame Marchbanks. Harry had remembered her mentioning that she had tested Dumbledore for his newts. Harry explained that he had recently moved back to Scotland after living abroad most of his life. Since he was not trained in the magical British education system, he did not have the documents they required. Harry further explained to the Old Witch the circumstances surrounding his magical guardianship of Tommy. The situation appalled Madame Marchbanks. She completely understood James's situation. Harry's report of the conditions Tommy lived in left her speechless. Madam Marchbanks quickly arranged for Harry to skip the Owl's session the bureaucrats had been trying to schedule for Harry in August. As a longtime examiner, she was able to pull together a team of examiners for a special exam session. Harry had to pay for their time on top of the ministry fees, but that did not concern Harry. The cost did not even make a dent in his Gringotts account. Harry arranged to take his newts in Dada, potions, transfiguration, charms, and astronomy. He also decided to take his Ls in care of magical creatures, herbology, arithmetic and history of magic. Harry knew he did not need to take that many exams to answer the bureaucrats' requirements, but he wanted to get them out of the way. If he decided to work in this time, he did not want to have to do this again. The only two exams he had any qualms about were arithmetic and history of magic. After the end of his 6th year, Harry had started de facto studying arithmetic during his research in how to defeat Voldemort. Hermione started teaching Harry that summer at his Aunt Petunia's house. Math was Harry's favorite subject prior to attending Hogwarts. Harry found the subject interesting and continued to read on it during his free time. History of magic was another story. Harry struggled to get his A on his first OWL. He had not touched a history text since then. That was more than 3 years ago. Harry was going to need time to refresh his knowledge of history and update himself on current events. Aside from the ministry issues, Harry had many other arrangements to make. Miss Underhill provided Harry with an estimate of Tommy's sizes for clothing. Harry shopped in Diagon Alley for wizard clothing for the 7-year-old. He also picked up a child-sized broom. The broom allowed the adult to adjust the maximum height and speed the child could fly. Harry idly wondered if Tommy Riddle would be a good Quidditch player. Harry also picked up a selection of books on magical parenting and education. Harry knew that the Weasley kids had been homeschooled by Molly. Harry realized he had no idea how the remainder of the magical community trained their children before they were allowed to start studying magic. Harry went shopping in the Muggle part of London also. Muggle clothing and children's games joined books on Muggle school topics, like math and science. Harry found walking around Muggle London to be an interesting experience. In his own time, exploring London was too dangerous for Harry. The concern that Death Eaters would attack him prevented him from seeing the sights or attending any events in the open. Although the nightlife was much more subdued than he had heard from other Hogwarts students, Harry enjoyed walking free and seeing what he could of the city. Harry wished his visit to the orphanage had been as pleasant as his time in the rest of the city. Flashback. Harry arrived at the gates to the orphanage at 8:30 in the morning 2 days after rescuing Tommy from the alley. The delay was due to his initial skirmishes with the ministry over his guardianship. Walking through the gates, Harry observed the young girls playing in the courtyard. They seemed relatively happy and well-fed. Harry did not see any of the abuse Tommy talked about at St. Mungo's. Harry knocked on the office door with the sign for the boys' wing. After knocking twice more, the door was opened by a surly young man who scowled at Harry. "What do you want, Git?" Harry tried to be polite. "Good morning, my name is James Evans. I would like to speak to Mr. Roden. He don't have time to talk to every Joey off the street." "Go away," was the reply. Then the boy started to shut the door. Harry stuck his foot in the door before the door shut. The boy opened the door with anger on his face. "You are asking for it, kid. Get lost or I'll kick your ass." Harry looked at the boy and allowed some of his magic to flicker in his eyes. "You will take me to Mr. Roden or you can wait here." The young thug paused for a second. This Joey seemed different. A thread of fear bubbled up into that little used organ he called a brain. Unfortunately, that organ had atrophied from neglect. The young thug, named Randolph, fell back on instinct. He threw a punch. During his training after Dumbledore's death, Moody brought in a pair of squibs to train Harry in physical combat. Both squibs were retired Royal Marine sergeants. One had been the light heavyweight fighting champion of the Atlantic Fleet for 4 years. The other spent most of his career stationed in the Far East where he studied several different forms of martial arts. Harry consumed many healing potions during his time with the two men. Harry stepped out of the way of the obvious punch and gripped the thug's wrist in a simple hold. With no advanced technique, Harry simply allowed the thug's own momentum and mass to follow through. The next thing Randolph knew was waking up on the cobblestones outside the office and James Evans nowhere in sight. Harry walked into the office of the boys' orphanage wondering if the unconscious thug was a relative of Crabbe or Goyle. Setting the thought aside, Harry proceeded out of the empty office and into an inside hallway. Once past the office, the halls seemed dark and grimy. The walls had obviously not been painted or cleaned in years. Litter and other rubbish lay strewn on the floor, simply dropped wherever the user no longer need them. Harry could hear voices and the sounds of voices coming from up ahead. Reaching a pair of doors marked, Dining Hall, Harry paused outside the door. A man's voice hollered from inside. "You whelps will wait until I am finished eating. One of you defied me and now you all pay the price. Be thankful that I only made it 2 days with no food. All you had to do was bring the little bastard back here. But since you idiots couldn't do that, you all share his punishment." Harry was shocked by this confirmation of the abuse in the orphanage. As a child locked in the cupboard, Harry would often wish that the Dursleys would simply leave him at an orphanage. Harry realized that if the rest of Tommy's story proved out, this place made the Dursleys seem perfect parents. Harry had to think quickly. He was not allowed to use magic on the Muggle. Spending 10 to 12 years in Azkaban was not on Harry's plan. Too bad the British Navy no longer used press gangs. Sending Mr. Roden off on a Navy man of war from a century ago seemed like a great idea. Harry cast a set of charms on himself to alter his appearance. He now looked to be in his 40s with a brutish, nasty face. He used Goyle Sr. as his model. Once the charms were set, Harry pushed through the doors. "Ah, Mr. Roden. Still at the table I see," Harry sneered. "Who are you?" The fat man at the table roared. "I am the man with a business proposition for you. Would you be interested in making a lot of money, Mr. Roden?" The man's pig eyes bulged at the idea of making money. In an instant, his manner changed. "Of course. Why don't we step into my office while we discuss your offer?" Harry stepped aside and said with a sneer, "After you, sir." On the short walk to the office, Harry cast Legilems on the fat bully. Harry confirmed everything Tommy told him about this place and more. Alfred Roden used the orphanage to line his own pockets. He skimmed for the budget for food and supplies. He also cut the boys' allowed portion by a third to cover that fact. He used the boys and girls from the other wing as his playthings for his nighttime activities. After breaking them, he sold them to others of similar interest. He also sold untouched children to those adopting them for this purpose. The paperwork went unfiled so no trace of the child was possible. Harry felt disgusted by the thoughts in the man's head. Then Harry made a fascinating discovery. Alfred Roden was a wizard. Roden was a very weak wizard, almost a squib. His lack of power and lazy wand work coupled with his bullying prevented him from finishing his first year at Hogwarts. He had been sorted into Gryffindor almost by default. Not because he was particularly brave, but because he completely lacked any of the qualities the other houses looked for. No brains for Ravenclaw, no loyalty and hard work for Hufflepuff, and no ambition for Slytherin. The Gryffindor head of house initiated his expulsion before the Christmas break. It was not that Roden came from a bad home life, he was simply a psychopath with no regard for others. This placed the situation in an entirely new light. Harry silently drew his wand and cast a stunner as they walked into the office. The fat man dropped to the floor in a boneless heap. A quick search turned up the wizard's wand. Placing it in his pocket, Harry looked through the desk and found a small tin with flow powder. Harry dropped the charms on himself to revert to his normal appearance. Harry lit the fire with a quick incendio and then threw some powder into the fire. Harry called out, "Order command." The head of a young man soon appeared in the fire and asked, "May I assist you?" Harry replied, "Yes, I would like to report a wizard abusing Muggle and magical children under his control. This includes the sale of some children." The young man in the fire blanched at this news. "He is a wizard. Are you sure?" Harry nodded, "Yes, I have recovered his wand and this flow connection is from his office." The young man grimaced, "We will have a team there shortly. Please clear the space in front of the fire." Harry stepped back and waited for the orders. He wondered how this development would affect Tommy. Harry figured it was obvious Voldemort's hatred of Muggles came from his time here. What would he do now that a wizard was known to be behind it? Before Harry could reach any conclusions, 2 wizards and a witch appeared in the office from the flow. Harry noticed one of them was the young man he had talked to already. The older wizard looked at Harry. You are the one who called us in. Yes, I was investigating some claims made by a young boy about this place. I was surprised to find a wizard was running it. That made it your issue instead of the Muggle police. The witch asked, and who would you be? Harry smiled. I am James Evans. I just returned from abroad and have bought a house in Hogsmeade. The wizard said, I am Auror Franklin. Then he indicated the witch and young wizard and said, this is my partner, Auror Griefrider, and this is Auror Trainee Moody. Harry was shocked by the name. This was the young Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. He looked so normal. Moody rolled the unconscious fat wizard over and then looked back at his trainers. Sir, I think this is Alfred Roden. Bloody hell. Is this where the bastard has been hiding out? The older wizard spat out. Harry gave them an inquisitive look. This means something to you. The witch grimaced at Harry. We have been looking for this git for 3 years. He was convicted for robbery and murder of an elderly witch. He escaped because of an accident in the paperwork before he could be sent to Azkaban. Harry felt a combination of relief and shock. He felt relief because the matter should be cleared up quickly. As a convicted escapee, Roden should receive a quick trial followed by an even quicker trip to visit the Dementors. The shock was because the idea that one paperwork error could have created the circumstances for Tommy's destroyed childhood. End flashback. Before Harry had even taken his exams, Alfred Roden was sent off to Azkaban for a life sentence. Harry felt a large degree of frustration that the charges for the events in the orphanage were never heard in the Wizengamot. It was felt that the additional charges were a waste of time since the victims were Muggle children. Harry contained his anger by concentrating on the fact that Tommy had been kept out of the issue. Harry approached the charity running the orphanage the next day. Harry offered to buy the orphanage and take over running it. Although the charity was shocked at the offer, they agreed. The board had been shocked at the disappearance of Roden. An audit showed that he had disappeared with stolen funds. The board did agree to also continue running the orphanage while James assembled a staff and plan. Harry amused himself by naming his new charity the Phoenix Foundation. While waiting for his exam grades, Harry spoke to Madame Marchbanks about magical and squib educators. She seemed very interested in Harry's project. Why do you want magical educators, Mr. Evans? It is a Muggle orphanage, she asked. I was an orphan myself. My new ward is one. Both of us are considered half-bloods. My father was pure blood but from a small family with no close relatives. My mother was a Muggle-born witch with only a Muggle sister who hated magic. Tommy's mother died with no indication of who her family was. He ended up in a Muggle orphanage. We need someplace safe for these children to go. Madame Marchbanks was getting excited listening to Harry speak. That seems like a wonderful idea. I had never thought of that problem before. The tiny, old witch paused for a moment. What about the Muggle children already there? Harry shrugged. They can stay. I intend to make sure that both a magical and Muggle education is provided for the magical children. Squibs and Muggle children will get some of purely Muggle education but develop an understanding of the magical world. I think that would be a wonderful idea. I will give you my full support. I can get you a list of qualified teachers and caregivers. I also sit on the Wizengamot. I'll make sure nothing blocks you there also. I would greatly appreciate that, Madame Marchbanks. It will be my pleasure, Mr. Evans. The witch smiled at him. May I also say I am impressed with your performance on your exams over the last 2 days. I have seen many Aurors that have less ability in Dada than you have shown here. Harry felt a flicker of concern as he felt the old examiner's curiosity. How did Harry explain he received all of the Auror and unspeakable training 65 years in the future? The only things they skipped was the paperwork and other administrative issues. Before Harry could answer, an owl flew in and dropped a letter on the desk. Then it flew away. It also dropped something else before it flew away. Madame Marchbanks sighed. We need to find another way of sending letters within the ministry. Owls make too much of a mess. Harry chuckled thinking of Mr. Weasley telling Harry about why they changed over to charmed paper airplanes 60 years from now. He watched while she read the letter. Well, Mr. Evans, these are very good scores. Especially for someone home-schooled outside the country. Then she handed Harry the letter. Harry skipped all of the preliminary stuff and jumped straight to the scores. Newts, charms, EE, Dada, O, potions, EE, transfiguration, O, astronomy, A. Newts, 5/5 with honors in Dada. Owls, Arthemisi, E.E. Care of magical creatures, O. Herbology, E.E. History of magic, A. Owls, 9/9 newts taken count for owl level also. Wow, thought Harry. That is better than I did originally. I guess not taking them during wartime makes a difference. Madam Marchbanks reached her hand across the desk. Congratulations, Mr. Evans. I believe that the last hurdle in your guardianship of Tommy Riddle has now been removed. Harry took her hand and looked her in the eye. Thank you, Madam Marchbanks. You have no idea how much this means to me. Harry came out of his memories and looked across the floor at the young boy who had landed next to him on the floor. Harry grinned at the disbelieving expression on Tommy's face. Tommy looked at Harry with big eyes and said, "That was neat. Can we do it again?" Harry felt his grin grow wider. "So, you like that, did you? Wait till you try out a broom." Harry could see the boy's imagination going into overload. "Would you like to see your room?" Tommy seemed like he was in a stunned disbelief walking through the house towards the bedrooms. Harry indicated the first bedroom door and stepped aside for Tommy to lead the way into the room. Harry laughed as the boy looked around the room in disbelief. "Is this all for me?" When Harry nodded, Tommy said, "This is bigger than the room I shared with 3 other boys." Tommy opened the wardrobe and gasped at the clothing hanging there. Then he saw a child-sized broom hanging on hooks in the corner. "Is this a real flying broom?" "It is a starter broom. It won't let you do anything too dangerous until you get the hang of it." "What is in there?" Tommy asked, pointing to a door in the far wall. "It leads to your bathroom. It connects to the guest bedroom on the other side," Harry told him. Tommy turned to Harry with an odd expression on his face. It was the same cold expression Harry had seen on the faces of many of the other boys at the orphanage. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" For the first time, Harry could see the 16-year-old Tom Riddle he had met in the Chamber of Secrets. The same cold expression that Malfoy and the other Death Eater want-to-bes in Slytherin House when Harry was at Hogwarts adopted. Harry looked at the 7-year-old with the expression of an old and cold man. "Come into the kitchen and we will talk. I will explain some things to you about why I helped you and took you in." All too shortly for Harry's mind, he was sitting in the kitchen with a glass up butterbeer in front of him. Tommy had a glass of pumpkin juice in front of him. He glanced at it a little warily. "Tommy, I have to tell you a story. It is not very pleasant, but I think you will understand. Stop me if you want or have questions." "Okay." Tommy solemnly nodded without saying anything. Harry started, "When I was born an evil wizard was seeking power. He killed and hurt many people. My parents fought against him with a number of other people. One night he and some of his followers came to my parents' house and killed them. He was hurt while at my house and lost much of his power. He fled and was not seen again for more than 10 years. Tommy's eyes showed a deep interest in the story. How did he get hurt? Harry did not want to share too much information. After all, Tommy was only 7. No need to scare him. Also, if history repeated itself, Harry did not want Voldemort forewarned. The answer to that is not simple, Tommy. How he got hurt is not important right now. The important thing is he did get hurt and flee. Tommy nodded. Harry was tempted to chuckle at his expression. Hermione got a similar one when she had a mystery to solve. My grandparents on both sides had already died. I only had my mother's sister. I was taken to live with her, my uncle and my cousin when I was only 1. At least you didn't have to live in an orphanage, Tommy muttered. Don't be too quick to judge. My aunt and her family hated magic. They were muggles. They called people with magic freaks. When the boys beating you up called you a freak, it is what caused me to stop. I don't like bullies. Harry looked out the kitchen window for a moment and continued. They made me live in the cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. My aunt and uncle yelled at me constantly. They never showed any affection. My cousin and his friends had a game called Harry Hunting. Once they caught me, they would beat me up. Tommy asked in cute quiet voice, when did they stop? Harry smirked unconsciously. When I was 11, I started learning magic. I was not allowed to use it at home, but I made friends who protected me until I could protect myself. Tommy looked at Harry in the eyes. Is that all true? Harry could feel a slight pull. It was not enough to make even a muggle tell the truth if they did not want to, but it was the beginning of a natural legilimens. Yes, Tommy. It is the truth. I simplified much, but that was my life with my aunt and uncle. Do you understand now why I could understand your situation? Tommy nodded. He seemed relieved to hear the story. Harry thought. I don't like muggles, Tommy said. They treated both of us wrong because we can use magic. This statement made Harry very nervous. People are people, Tommy. It doesn't matter if they are muggle or magical. Remember, it was a wizard who killed my parents because they would not serve him. Tommy looked down at the table. Harry hated to add this next part. Tommy, this is true in your own situation, too. Tommy looked up in surprise. Did a wizard kill my parents? Harry shook his head. No, Tommy. I am not sure what happened to your father, but your mother died when you were born. She was sick and gave her energy to making sure you lived. If she was a witch, would she have lived? Tommy asked in a small voice. She was a witch, Tommy. You inherited your magic from her. Tommy seemed to brighten a bit from this news. Then what are you talking about, a wizard ruining my life? Tommy, there were two magical beings at the orphanage. You were one and Mr. Roden was the other. Tommy's eyes started to water. Then why would he call me freak? Harry reached across the table and lightly held Tommy's hand. He is in jail now, Tommy. He was hiding from the Aurors, the wizard police. Maybe you reminded him of what he had lost in his darkness. Tommy, I have met good and bad muggles, just like I have met good and bad wizards. It is not the power that makes one different, but what we do with it. Do you understand? A tear ran down Tommy's cheek. Yes, I understand. Harry stepped around the table and took the little boy into his arms. Tommy cried for a while. Then he leaned back and looked up at Harry. What should I call you? Harry smiled. Well, Mr. Evans is too formal. How about Uncle James? Tommy smiled, his eyes still red from crying. He put his arms around Harry in a hug and said, Thanks, Uncle Jimmy. Tommy's paw. Tommy felt nervous as he zipped through the flow. The trip made him nauseous. Then it ejected him out and he crashed onto the floor and slid into someone else. Tommy sat still for a moment to allow the room to stop spinning. When he sat up, Tommy realized the object he ran into coming out of the flow was in fact Mr. Evans. Tommy heard Mr. Evans mutter, I hate taking the flow. Tommy sat up and shook his head to clear it. Why did it do that? Mr. Evans smiled slightly, most people don't have a problem with it. They still out as neat as you please. Ron used to, my friends used to laugh at me because it always threw me out. I guess it does the same to you. Tommy noticed a grim sadness when Mr. Evans mentioned his friend. The man sat there for a moment in silence, as he seemed lost in thought. Tommy did not understand Mr. Evans. Tommy knew from his time at the orphanage that people always wanted something for whatever they did. No one ever did anything simply to be nice. Tommy noticed Mr. Evans was paying attention to him again. He looked at Mr. Evans with big eyes and said, That was neat. Can we do it again? Mr. Evans's grin grew wider. So, you like that, did you? Wait till you try out a broom. Tommy could tell that Mr. Evans liked the thought of riding a broom. This man really confused him. He seemed to be nice, but Tommy kept catching something in his eyes that concerned the boy in a way the 7-year-old could not express. Mr. Evans stood up and offered Tommy a hand to get up. Would you like to see your room? Tommy followed Mr. Evans through the house. Everything in the house seemed to be new. All of the furniture had a newness to them that made Tommy think they had just been bought. The house was neat but at the same time gave Tommy a comfortable feeling. Mr. Evans led Tommy to a doorway and indicated for Tommy to enter the room. Tommy walked into a room that was larger than his dorm room at the orphanage. The furniture in the room had the same newness as the rest of the house Tommy had seen. The bed seemed huge. It had 4 posts on the corner and a canopy over it. A nice desk sized for a child sat in the corner with a bookcase next to it filled with various books. Tommy heard Mr. Evans laugh. Tommy looked at the strange man and asked, Is this all for me? Mr. Evans nodded. This is bigger than the room I shared with 3 other boys. Tommy opened the wardrobe and gasped at the clothing hanging there. There were more clothes hanging in the wardrobe than Tommy had owned in his entire life. Brand new clothes no one had ever worn before hung on neat hangers. Tommy saw normal clothes hanging next to the types of robes that he had seen some wizards wearing at the magical hospital. Then he saw a child-sized broom hanging on hooks in the corner. Is this a real flying broom? It is a starter broom. It won't let you do anything too dangerous until you get the hang of it. What is in there? Tommy asked, pointing to a door in the far wall. It leads to your bathroom. It connects to the guest bedroom on the other side, Harry told him. Tommy's instincts were screaming at him. This man wanted something from Tommy. He had heard rumors in the orphanage about some of the men who had taken kids away from the orphanage. Reaching a sudden decision, Tommy turned and glared at Mr. Evans. Why are you doing this? What do you want? Mr. Evans' face hardened to become almost expressionless. Tommy could see an odd mix of sadness mixed with an old anger. Come into the kitchen and we will talk. I will explain some things to you about why I helped you and took you in. Tommy followed Mr. Evans out of the bedroom and back through the house. They entered the kitchen that had the same newness as the rest of the house. Tommy noticed that the kitchen seemed odd compared to the kitchen he had seen in the orphanage. Some of the contraptions in the room seemed, advanced was the only word he could think of. Mr. Evans took out glasses and poured himself and Tommy drinks. Tommy noticed that the drinks came from two different containers. Tommy sat down at the table as Mr. Evans set the glasses down on the table and sat down across from Tommy. Mr. Evans sipped his drink and sat quietly for a minute. Then he sighed and said, Tommy, I have to tell you a story. It is not very pleasant, but I think you will understand. Stop me if you want or have questions. Okay. Tommy solemnly nodded without saying anything. He could sense a buildup of emotions in the wizard. Mr. Evans' eyes took on a faraway look and then he started, when I was born an evil wizard was seeking power. He killed and hurt many people. My parents fought against him with a number of other people. One night he and some of his followers came to my parents' house and killed them. He was hurt while at my house and lost much of his power. He fled and was not seen again for more than 10 years. Tommy could sense that Mr. Evans was simplifying the story. How did he get hurt? Mr. Evans's eyes changed with a wariness Tommy had seen in them before when looking at Tommy. Mr. Evans answered, the answer to that is not simple, Tommy. How he got hurt is not important right now. The important thing is he did get hurt and flee. Tommy nodded. He could see there was something that Mr. Evans did not want to reveal. It was not important right now, but Tommy felt that he needed to one day find out. Mr. Evans continued his story. My grandparents on both sides had already died. I only had my mother's sister. I was taken to live with her, my uncle and my cousin when I was only 1. Tommy smirked to himself. Mr. Evans thought that living with an aunt and uncle was bad. He should try living at an orphanage for a while. At least you didn't have to live in an orphanage, Tommy muttered. Mr. Evans gave Tommy a cold frown. Don't be too quick to judge. My aunt and her family hated magic. They were muggles. They called people with magic freaks. When the boys beating you up called you a freak, it is what caused me to stop. I don't like bullies. They made me live in the cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. My aunt and uncle yelled at me constantly. They never showed any affection. My cousin and his friends had a game called Harry Hunting. Once they caught me, they would beat me up. Tommy was stunned. He always thought that family loved each other. At least at the orphanage he could lose himself in the crowd of boys. He could blend in. In a quiet voice, Tommy asked, when did they stop? Mr. Evans smirked and Tommy felt oddly comforted. Tommy knew that same smirk came to his own face when he got revenge on the older boys at the orphanage. Mr. Evans said, when I was 11, I started learning magic. I was not allowed to use it at home but I made friends who protected me until I could protect myself. Tommy needed to know that the story was true. What Mr. Evans told him soothed the instincts that had been bothering Tommy since waking up in the hospital. Mr. Evans was not just saving Tommy, he was also trying to save himself in an odd way. Tommy looked at the wizard and asked, is that all true? Mr. Evans looked directly into Tommy's eyes and said, yes, Tommy. It is the truth. I simplified much but that was my life with my aunt and uncle. Do you understand now why I could understand your situation? Tommy nodded. Mr. Evans told him the truth. Tommy could not explain how he knew. He just knew in his soul that everything he had heard was true. Tommy felt muscles he never knew were tense relax. Tommy realized that he and Mr. Evans were wizards, magical folk. The muggles ruined both of their lives. Tommy could feel himself growing angry. I don't like muggles, Tommy said. They treated both of us wrong because we can use magic. Mr. Evans frowned again slightly. People are people, Tommy. It doesn't matter if they are muggle or magical. Remember, it was a wizard who killed my parents because they would not serve him. Tommy felt a bit ashamed at the reminder that a wizard killed Mr. Evans' parents. Mr. Evans sighed and said with a reluctance in his tone, Tommy, this is true in your own situation, too. Tommy looked up in surprise. Did a wizard kill my parents? Mr. Evans shook his head. No, Tommy. I am not sure what happened to your father, but your mother died when you were born. She was sick and gave her energy to making sure you lived. Tommy's world rocked. His mother died to make sure he lived. Tommy always felt like his parents abandoned him. Could she really have given her life for him? If she was a witch, would she have lived? Tommy asked in a small voice. She was a witch, Tommy. You inherited your magic from her. Tommy felt proud of his mother for the first time in his life. His magic came from this woman who gave herself for him. A warm sense Tommy had never felt for the thought of his mother bubbled up in Tommy's emotion. Then what are you talking about, a wizard ruining my life? Tommy, there were two magical beings at the orphanage. You were one and Mr. Roden was the other. Tommy's eyes started to water. Mr. Roden was a wizard also. He was the most evil person Tommy had ever seen. Tommy needed him to be a muggle. How could a wizard treat him so badly? Then why would he call me freak? Mr. Evans reached across the table and lightly held Tommy's hand. Tommy felt a sense of reassurance flowing through his hand. Mr. Evans said in a quiet, supportive voice, he is in jail now, Tommy. He was hiding from the Aurors, the wizard police. Maybe you reminded him of what he had lost in his darkness. Mr. Evans paused and added, Tommy, I have met good and bad muggles, just like I have met good and bad wizards. It is not the power that makes one different, but what we do with it. Do you understand? A tear ran down Tommy's cheek. Yes, I understand. Mr. Evans seemed to be very wise. Tommy felt he could trust him. Mr. Evans had never lied to him, yet. When Mr. Evans stepped around the table and wrapped his arms around Tommy, he felt his emotions break free. His tears started flowing as he sobbed on the wizard's shoulder. Getting control of himself, Tommy leaned back and wiped away his tears. Tommy asked, what should I call you? Mr. Evans smiled. Well, Mr. Evans is too formal. How about Uncle James? Tommy smiled. He liked the idea of calling this wizard uncle. For the first time in his life, Tommy began to feel safe. Tommy felt a tug of mischievousness in his happiness. He put his arms around his new uncle in a hug and said, Thanks, Uncle Jimmy. Uncle James scowled at Tommy at the new name. Tommy would have felt concerned, but he could see the laughter in Uncle James's eyes. Tommy laughed in his relief. Can we go out and try out my broom? Tommy asked. Uncle James smiled, and excitement built in his eyes at the mention of flying on the broom. Sure we can, Tommy. Go get your broom. Afterwards we can walk around Hogsmeade and you can see the town. Tommy ran out of the kitchen to get his broom. Today was turning out to be a good day. Uncle Jimmy, look at me. James Evans watched the screaming 8-year-old fly by on his broomstick 30 feet off the ground. The young man known as Harry Potter in another time smiled at the young Ariel demon passing by overhead. You are doing great, Tommy. Don't lose your focus. Today marked a special anniversary for Tommy. It was 1 year ago that Tommy arrived in Hogsmeade to start his new life. It had been a year of change and discovery for the orphaned Riddle. Learning about magic and the magical life absorbed the boy's fascination. Tommy enjoyed seeing things done with magic and was constantly asking questions about how the magic worked. James felt the growth in Tommy over the last year. The first 6 months had been rough, overcoming the accumulated mistrust of 7 years in the orphanage. Tommy had developed a thick shield to cover his emotional damage from his previous environment. James worked for weeks to develop a solid level of trust with the boy. James started teaching him to read and basic math. James also added magic and scientific theory. Tommy accepted the first 2 subjects, embraced the third, and resisted the fourth. James smirked at the memory of their arguments on the subject. Why do I have to learn science? That is for muggles, Tommy stated. Because muggles can sometimes do things wizards cannot. James replied in a calm voice. The boy scowled at his uncle. Magic is better. James shook his head. No, just different. Before the boy could interrupt, James raised his hand and continued. Muggle science has been improving rapidly over the last 100 or so years. I think it will continue. Look at their airplanes. 25 years ago, they could fly very short distances. Then 8 years ago an American flew solo from New York to Paris non-stop. Today you can travel by air back and forth. The average wizard can apparate around Britain almost instantly. But traveling that way to America would not be possible. Airplanes, telephones, wireless, they are all inventions to let muggles do what wizards can. Tommy took on a rebellious expression. James understood that the last thing Tommy wanted to hear was positive things about muggles, but it was necessary. It was also true. Tommy, look at it this way. Muggles can't do magic. Do you agree that the average muggle would want to do magic? Tommy grudgingly nodded. Isn't a telephone simply an attempt to make a flow call? Or airplanes their version of a broom? James could see the boy resisting the idea. Tommy, can I share with you an observation I have made about magical folk? The magical community is happy to use the same spells and other magic that their grandfathers did. The reason the Hogwarts founders are so idolized is they led the last great surge of magical discoveries. Most of the new magic discoveries today is from Muggle-born or raised wizards that still have a Muggle's curiosity to them. Tommy, you still have that curiosity. That is why you ask me so many questions. As a Muggle-raised wizard myself, I am in the same category. The argument carried on for some time and repeated at various times. It was not until James introduced some basic electrical theory that Tommy started to show a real interest in the sciences. Arguments over study subjects were not the only rough spots in their first year. Tommy developed a major resistance to authority figures in the orphanage. Once the newness of living with James had worn off, Tommy started resisting James's authority. Simple assigned chores became a daily battleground. James had to constantly keep himself calm and remember his life with the Dursleys. In time, James's patience won out over Tommy's resistance. Tommy grew to accept James as an authority figure who would not abuse him. James focused his time on Tommy. Tommy was the #1 priority in James's life. He really was the only reason Harry was here. When Tommy was doing schoolwork or playing with other children from the village, James worked on his own studies and his Phoenix Foundation. James hired a Muggle-born witch named Mary Catchbottom to run the orphanage on his behalf. Madame Catchbottom was a trained, experienced teacher and a gifted administrator. She had gathered a staff through her large network of colleagues, both magical and Muggle. A sweep of Muggle orphanages throughout England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland was performed to locate any magical children. Not many had stories similar to Tommy's abuse, but all of them were very excited to learn they could be witches and wizards. The Ministry of Magic had a mixed response at first. The idea that the population included squibs and some purely Muggle children bothered them greatly at first. Their pressure mounted until James arranged for the Prophet to run a major article speaking about the positive efforts of the Phoenix Foundation. The ministry received a great deal of credit for initiating the effort to look after the magical children with no one to look after them. James didn't care who got the credit as long as it worked. Ironically, the orphanage's school had received inquiries about providing day schooling for other magical children in the London area. "Come on down, Tommy," James called. "We are going to the Three Broomsticks for lunch." Tommy landed neatly in the yard and dismounted from his broom. "I love flying, Uncle James, but the broom really gets uncomfortable after a while." "I can agree with you there, Tommy. Hopefully someone will develop a better cushioning charm for brooms. Go get cleaned up for lunch." James had to agree with Tommy. He was amazed at the difference in comfort, speed and control between the current brooms and his firebolt. James longed to bring out his old broom and fly around the garden. 10 minutes later, Tommy had reappeared and the young uncle and his ward were happily walking down the streets of Hogsmeade. After a wonderful lunch at the Three Broomsticks, James was watching Tommy demolish a most chocolate cake James had ever seen. The cake was so sweet it curled James's teeth simply looking at it. Tommy smiled up at his uncle revealing chocolate cake all through his teeth. James laughed at the chocolate grin. The Harry that traveled back through time would have never expected to see James sitting happily with the boy who would have been known as Lord Voldemort in another time. James was so concentrated on watching Tommy consume the cake before him that he missed the arrival of two men onto the pub. The men simply walked over to the bar and quietly ordered drinks. James felt an odd presence in the room and glanced around the room. He quickly spotted the men at the bar. The first wizard wore fairly standard black robes but made of the finest material. He had thick black hair that seemed mussed. James could not make out his features as his back was to James. The second wizard caused all kinds of emotions to roll through James. The auburn-haired wizard wore a pale blue robe and a pointed hat. James recognized him immediately. It was Dumbledore. The last time James had seen the wizard with auburn hair had been while watching In the Wizard's Own Pensieve while the wizard talked to a slightly older version of the boy sitting across from James right now. A skewed sense of déjà vu caused James to shiver slightly. Dumbledore's death left Harry with a number of open issues. Returning to Hogwarts for his 6th year, Harry left many of his issues slide. Why was he left with the Dursleys? Why didn't he receive special training to fight Voldemort before Dumbledore's death? Why would no one tell him the detail of his parents' lives? All of these things needed to be answered. But right now, none of it mattered. Harry was just happy to see Dumbledore alive. James knew that Professor Dumbledore was the well-respected teacher of Transfiguration at Hogwarts. Living at the base of the hill Hogwarts sat atop made it impossible to not know. James was actually amused how quickly the stories of the misadventures of the students reached the citizens of Hogsmeade. Dumbledore was 10 years away from his confrontation with Grindelwald. Combined with the honors he received after his victory, Dumbledore was not yet the legendary figure he became by the time Harry attended Hogwarts. James found sitting in the Three Broomsticks with the much younger Dumbledore 20 feet away that those issues no longer really concerned him. He had survived his hurdles. It was simply a happy moment to see the old wizard alive again. James' study of the young Professor Dumbledore had not gone unnoticed. His companion quietly commented to the Transfiguration professor. James came out of his reflections to be confronted by a familiar gaze. James quickly turned back to his table and looked down. "May I help you, young sir?" Tommy stopped eating his cake and looked up with a full mouth and a question on his face. James turned and found Dumbledore standing next to his table. James realized he had to play this cool. James stood and said, "I apologize, sir. Your appearance reminded me of an old teacher of mine." James smiled slightly. He was quite a bit older than you, but a very similar appearance. "I am afraid I became lost in thought." Dumbledore's familiar slight smile appeared. "I often find myself lost in my thoughts. I find it quite enjoyable." James laughed and extended his hand. "My name is James Evans. This is my ward, Tommy Riddle." The professor took James' hand and said, "Albus Dumbledore. It is very nice to meet you both." "Evans?" a no-nonsense voice asked. Harry glanced at the other wizard who came in with Dumbledore. He stood a step behind the professor and had been listening to the introductions. James did not recognize the other wizard. He seemed to be only slightly younger than Dumbledore. James could not place him as either an Order member or any other friend of Dumbledore's he had met. "Yes, James Evans. I live here in Hogsmeade. The same James Evans who runs the Phoenix Foundation in London." James noticed an increased level of interest from Dumbledore at this question. "Yes, I founded the foundation. I really think Madame Catchbottom runs it. She tells everyone what to do, even me." James grinned during the last part. The no-nonsense wizard let out a short harsh laugh. "I can believe that. I went to school with that witch. I was a prefect when she was a firstie. She kept me in line." The wizard extended his hand to James. "I am Thomas Potter. I like what you are doing there." "Wow," thought James, "you really can feel your heart stop." James recognized the same unruly hair James himself had, although Thomas Potter's was not quite as dark and now mixed with gray. James grasped the other wizard's hand firmly and said, "It is very nice to meet you, Mr. Potter." Professor Dumbledore said, "You started the new orphanage. I think that was a very good thing. Several of my students were looking forward to spending their first summer at your new establishment." James laughed. "Well, they will enjoy living there." James's grin returned, although unless they are all Ravenclaws they may not like some of the living requirements. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in a curious expression. "We have the school for the younger students running year-round. Students arriving from magical school are enrolled in summer enrichment classes. This means they are allowed to use magic on their summer break. We also review their assigned school homework. Professor Dumbledore chuckled at the dry humor in James's tone. Some of our students may be dismayed at the additional work, but I think most will find the use of magic to offset that disappointment. Mr. Potter asked, why did you continue the school year round? James shrugged, our students don't have a home to go to. Why lose the time? It makes the schedule lighter the rest of the year. It also gets us around the ministry's prohibition on underage use of magic. James then added, I find the application of that law to be most unfair. Mr. Potter, James was trying really hard not to think of the man as his own grandfather, asked, what do you mean by that? Harry considered, that may take a bit to answer. Would you gentlemen care to join us? The two wizards shared a quick glance. Dumbledore said, yes, I think I would like to know you as we will be sharing the responsibility for several students. James noticed Tommy's eyes had gotten a little big at the sight of the two strange wizards joining them. James gave him a small hand signal to indicate to the boy that everything was okay. James felt himself warmed when Tommy immediately relaxed a bit. Tommy really is coming to trust me. Once the wizards were seated, James turned to his grandfather and said, Mr. Potter, before I answer your question, let me ask, are you a pureblood? A slightly cold look came to Thomas Potter's eye. Yes, I am. Why? You were able to do magic during your summers, yes. Only with my parents or tutors. James nodded, the law allows those loopholes. For a pureblood it makes studying over the summer much easier. The continued use of magic helps build up the student's magical endurance. The non-pureblood student loses that opportunity and may actually lose some of the endurance they built up over the school year. Rubbish, Potter scoffed. The reason purebloods are stronger is the lack of Muggle blood in their veins. It saddened James to hear this out of his grandfather. In a calm voice, James said, I became an orphan because a dark wizard believed in blood purity. My father was pure but my mother was a Muggle-born witch. This makes me a half-blood by magical society's reckoning. I fought many pureblood wizards after that in battle. I live. They do not. The two wizards looked at James with shock on their face. James indicated Tommy. Tommy is a half-blood also. His mother was a witch who died in childbirth. Yet, his family on his mother's side had been pureblood back past the time of the Hogwarts founders. Yet by modern society's standards he is immediately a second-class citizen because his father was a Muggle. Tommy's eyes grew large at his Uncle James's comment. James noticed and added, I however, think Tommy is going to be a most excellent wizard. Tommy grinned back at his guardian. Professor Dumbledore smiled, I agree with you, Mr. Evans. Some of my best students have come from Muggle backgrounds. I will agree you make a good argument, Thomas Potter added. I am not sure I agree with you, but I am also not a blood reactionary like some others I know. The world is getting smaller, gentlemen. The Muggles base purity on where one's ancestors were born. This madman who has taken control in Germany will soon demonstrate the errors of determining one group is better solely on their ancestry, James added. Again, Dumbledore and Potter exchanged quiet glances. James noticed and said, I apologize if I have given you offense. I am afraid that particular topic gets me up on my soapbox. When both wizards looked confused by this, James added, it is a Muggle expression. We understand, Mr. Evans. We are not offended. We have had similar discussions ourselves many times in the past, Professor Dumbledore assured him. I am curious, Mr. Potter stated. You talked about fighting dark wizards. How could you have done this at your age? The last year with Tommy had done as much to heal James as it had done to heal Tommy. Harry, the boy who lived, now truly saw himself as James, the man with a life. For a second Harry peeked out of James's eyes. Looking at Mr. Potter, Harry answered, I have lived in Hogsmeade for the past 12 months. With the exception of the time of from my birth to 15 months of age, that is the longest time of peace in my life. Harry stepped back and allowed James to step back into place. Pardon me, gentlemen, I came to this time and place to recover and forget my battles. Apparently they are not as buried as I would like. Mr. Potter shook his head. Nonsense, I asked a question. I should have kept my curiosity in check. Indeed, Thomas, Dumbledore smiled slightly, that curiosity is the same one that caused us to keep getting detentions for sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. James decided that at that instant he would have loved to hear those stories. James wished that Harry knew them when he started Hogwarts. Think of all the trouble he could have gotten out of in exchange for his silence. Thank you, James said. James looked at Tommy's plate and said, I have promised this young man a trip to Diagon Alley this afternoon. If you would excuse us, I believe he is ready now. Taking their leave of the two wizards, Dumbledore informed James that the people of Hogsmeade were invited to visit the school to watch the house Quidditch matches. Tommy squeaked with excitement about seeing a real Quidditch match. James smiled down at Tommy and said, I don't think I need to ask this one about taking you up on your invitation. Tommy bounced on his toes. Uncle James was a seeker. He is a great flyer. Well, then we will see you in the fall for our opening match. I believe it will be Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. Thank you, Professor. It was nice meeting you both. James and Tommy walked out of the Three Broomsticks, leaving the money for their meal on the table. The two wizards watched as James placed his arm around Tommy and apparated in mid-step with an almost silent pop. If James had been able to look back, he would have seen two wizards with looks of amazement on their faces. James and Tommy arrived in Diagon Alley in mid-stride. They kept walking like they had just stepped through a door. Tommy's eyes grew large looking around the alley. James had been shocked the first time he came here also. Both times actually, he thought with a smirk. The first time with Hagrid at 11. Then again when he arrived in 1934. No Dark Lord had stood in the British Isles for over 100 years. Lord Caligo attempted to seize power in the early 1800s. Since then, the magical communities of England, Scotland, Wales and Ireland had lived in peace and prosperity. The alley showed the results of that time. The shops bloomed with all kinds of goods from throughout the British Empire. People walked the alley with no concerns of attack. They had an open friendliness Harry Potter had never seen, even at 11. It was a friendliness that James Evans was just starting to accept. Tommy walked excitedly down the alley trying to look at everything at once. The quality Quidditch supply store still stood in the same place. Tommy pointed excitedly at the Tinderblast broom in the window. He started reciting all of the facts to James about its performance. James laughed and said, I think I have corrupted you into a Quidditch fanatic. Tommy simply grinned and nodded. After James pulled Tommy away from the window, they started walking down the alley. Tommy kept casting longing glances back towards the Quidditch shop. Then Tommy saw it, the British Wizards Magical Toy Company. It was filled with dozens of children searching for that perfect toy to pester, ask their parents for. Tommy dropped James's hand and joined in the free-for-all in the shop. James just shook his head and followed at a more sedate pace. James stopped outside the shop to enjoy watching Tommy at play. Tommy had not been around many other children his own age for the last year. After his experiences in the orphanage, it was not something the boy missed. James had been concerned that being around kids his own age would cause him to slip into his old ways. However, because of either the passage of time or the existence of so many great toys, Tommy was showing no signs of any stress from being around other kids. James leaned against the wall and watched Tommy through the shop window. Right now, Tommy could not look anything further from Voldemort, he thought. Mr. Evans, a quiet woman's voice asked him from behind. James turned away from the shop and faced the woman who had addressed him. James found himself facing a young blonde woman with slightly shorter than James with long hair hanging over one of her shoulders. She had brilliant blue eyes and hints of dimples in her cheeks. With the humor in her eyes, James immediately thought of Avila mixed with an imp. Yes, I am James Evans. May I help you? I am crushed, the young woman said. You don't remember me. The dimples came out to play as she smiled at James' discomfort. Then it hit him, Tommy's Mediwitch from St. Mungo's, Sarah Underhill. Ms. Underhill. It is very nice to see you again, James said. It is nice to see you too, Mr. Evans. How is Tommy doing? The young woman asked. He is doing very well. It has been a good year for him. He is in the store right now looking for a new toy. We looked for you at the hospital one day but they said you had left. A slight pink came to Ms. Underhill's cheeks. You stopped to see me. That is so sweet of you. I started training to become a full healer last autumn. James smiled. That is great. I already know that you have an excellent bedside manner from your time with Tommy. I know that we both appreciated your help last spring. Well, he was a very good patient. Such a cute little boy. Are you still living in Hogsmeade, Mr. Evans? Please, call me James. Yes, we do live there still. In fact, today is the 1-year anniversary of Tommy's arrival at his new home. Really? It doesn't seem to have been that long. Ms. Underhill gave James a shy smile. I am not sure I should call you James. I barely know you, Mr. Evans. I am sorry. I was not raised here. Having a beautiful woman my own age call me Mr. seems wrong. As the words left his mouth, James could feel a blush growing on his face. Great, James thought. I run into the only woman since Ginny that I feel any attraction to, and I come like Malfoy trying to chat her up. I probably look like a Weasley to boot. In his embarrassment, James failed to notice her blush mixed with a very pleased smile. Before either of the blushing adults could recover, Tommy suddenly appeared next to James like he apparated. Uncle James, can I get a, Uncle James, why are you turning colors like that? Tommy started to giggle. You look like a tomato. To James, Ms. Underhill said, then, please call me Sarah. That was the final straw. Ms. Underhill started to giggle. James quickly joined her. Soon both adults were laughing quite hard. Tommy watched them with an expression every kid in the world knows. Adults are weird. Tommy, James and Sarah spent the rest of the afternoon enjoying Diagon Alley. Sarah acted as tour guide. She knew all kinds of little details even James never knew. James figured it was simply an example of the difference between growing up in the magical world and growing up in the Muggle world. James led the others to the magical menagerie to purchase a new owl. James could not bring himself before now to purchase a new owl. Hedwig's death at the hands of Crabbe and Goyle just before the final battle hurt as much as Ginny's death in some ways. Hedwig was a close friend who had been with Harry for every summer at the Dursleys. Harry often talked to her for hours about his feelings and fears, particularly after 5th year and Sirius's death. James purchased a small barn owl with white ears and chest but was otherwise all brown. Tommy promptly named him Tufts. James was a little nervous because the little owl seemed to have Pig's energy level. He did seem to be a bit more intelligent than Pig. At least he listened to orders. Tommy received a special gift from James, a small black puppy. James could not tell who was more excited, the boy or the puppy. The puppy was only a couple of weeks old, just barely old enough to leave his mother. According to the shop worker, the puppy was descended from a breed of Oriental dogs known as spirit guardians. Looking at the paws, James figured there was a good chance that the puppy would grow to a significant size. Now remember, he will be your responsibility. You will have to feed him and care for him. James told Tommy. I will, Uncle Jimmy. What should I name him? Did you have a dog when you were my age? No, Tommy. I didn't. James started to tell Tommy he did not have a dog as a boy, but instead he said, I didn't have a dog, but my godfather did. I called him Snuffles. His real name was Padfoot. Tommy giggled. Snuffles. I like that name. Can I name my puppy Snuffles too? The image of Sirius's face upon meeting a puppy named Snuffles flashed through James's mind. James started laughing deep belly laughs. Tommy and Sarah looked at James trying to figure out what the joke was. When he finally got control back, he gasped out, Sure Tommy. I think ol' Snuffles would have really liked that. The afternoon was drawing to a close and Tommy was showing signs of exhaustion. Without talking about it, the adults started to make their way towards one of the apparition points. James carried a number of bags from their expedition to Diagon Alley. Tommy carried his puppy with a happy but worn-out grin. Reaching the apparition point, James turned to Sarah and asked if she would like to join the two for dinner. Sarah smiled, but begged off. I would love to, but I have class tomorrow. I need to revise my notes. Between work and school, I have been rather busy. It was a miracle you ran into me today. Mondays afternoons and Saturdays are my only time not set aside for school, work or studying. James smiled, but internally he was thinking, I am horrible dealing with women. I was more comfortable walking into my final battle with Voldemort. Maybe she was just being nice because of Tommy and I misread her. James realized he had to give her a graceful way of leaving. I completely understand. Maybe some other time then. Sarah smiled. How about Friday night? I get done work at 6. We could meet for dinner. James was shocked she had actually set up an alternative date. He expected her to simply give a vague promise. Maybe she was interested. James hoped so. This afternoon was the first time he felt normal in a long time. That would be very nice. I would like to make you dinner at our house. I will plan on having the dinner ready at 7. Sarah gave James a sly smile with full dimple power. A man who cooks. How can I resist? I would love to join you. At least, if Tommy thinks it is okay. Sarah and James looked down at Tommy, who seemed more interested in his puppy. Tommy, would you like for Ms. Underhill to join us for dinner on Friday? James asked. Tommy gave them both a sleepy smile. Sure, Uncle James. That would be okay. James and Sarah exchanged smiles. Sarah said, then I will see you Friday. You better get this young man home now. He seems a bit tired. After they said their goodbyes, James guided Tommy into the apparition point. Before James could apparate, Tommy looked up with no sign of fatigue in his eyes and a cheeky grin on his face. So Uncle Jimmy, do you have a girlfriend? No. As James apparated away, he prayed that Sarah had not heard Tommy's question. It was not a pray he had much faith in from the last second glance he had of her face. July 18, 1935. An 8-year-old boy, a 3-month-old puppy and an owl contributed to make this a very long week for James. Of the three of them, only Tommy really meant to make the week longer. Tommy kept asking at odd intervals how much longer before Ms. Underhill came to visit. Snuffles was simply a new puppy. With puppy enthusiasm, he ran through the house exploring everything. It did not help that Snuffles seemed to understand the need to keep James happy. This was usually by making sad puppy eyes at James whenever he got into something he should not have. Tufts enjoyed flying through the house and circling over wherever Snuffles was currently getting in trouble. James's answer to the situation was to send all three out of the house. Tommy took to running through the village with puppy in tow and owl overhead. James figured that the more energy they spent outside, the less energy they would have inside. It worked, kind of. Friday finally arrived. James and Tommy worked on various school assignments in the morning. Today they worked on electricity. Tommy was impressed when he found out that Benjamin Franklin, an American credited with many early discoveries about electricity, was also a wizard. James had never learned that in History of Magic either. Maybe Binns covered it while Harry was sleeping. In the magical world, Franklin was credited with creating the field of technomancy, the combination of magic and Muggle science. Franklin discovered electricity with a famous kite-flying experiment. Fortunately, being a wizard, he survived the jolt that knocked him on his ass. Tommy seemed taken by the idea Franklin was a wizard. Franklin ended his public Muggle life in 1790 by dying, at the age of 84. He really became the headmaster of the Philadelphia Academy of Magic, a school he founded. This school was hidden next to another school he founded, the Academy of Philadelphia, a Muggle university later known as the University of Pennsylvania. James was very glad to have found this information. It made Tommy a bit more accepting of Muggles. Franklin seemed to be a very good role model for focusing Tommy. Anything that decreased the possible rise of Voldemort was something to use. In the afternoon, Tommy, Snuffles and Tufts were sent out of the house while James worked on plans for the Phoenix Foundation. Something Professor Dumbledore mentioned struck a chord with James. Since several Hogwarts students would be spending their holidays at the Phoenix Orphanage, James really should meet with the current headmaster and establish a relationship with him. Hopefully James could establish a positive relationship that would allow them to smooth over any issues that could arise. Sarah arrived promptly at 6:30 in very nice set of witch's robes that gave subtle hints at the body underneath. James found himself wishing for the Muggle fashions he had seen when he was in school. The thought of Sarah in a mini-skirt caused James's heart to beat a bit faster. Sarah arrived via the flow in the sitting room. James greeted her with a huge smile. "Hello James. I love your house. It seems so perfect for you," she said with a smile. "Thank you. I had a lot of fun getting moved in. My agent helped me picking colors and furniture." Sarah's dimples made an appearance. "Yes, I know. Anne Pruitt. She was a year ahead of me in my house at Hogwarts." That made James nervous. Women talking about him was never a good sign in his experience. "Really? It is a small world. Relax," Sarah said. "I ran into her at the hospital. She is pregnant and I am doing a rotation through the maternity ward. She wanted to tell me about this cute guy who she sold a house to in Hogsmeade. James thanked his oculomacy as he kept a straight face and said, I am glad to hear she sold another house. Sarah turned her full smile and dimples on James. Oh, I think someone is trying to be modest. James decided, as the son, godson and nephew of Marauders, that comment need a return shot. Not humble. You merely put us poor mortals to shame. Sarah rewarded this comment with laughter. James really liked her laugh. He decided he could listen to her for hours just laugh. That thought made James stop for a second. Was he falling in love with Sarah? Yep. Wow, this made things more complicated. He was going to need to think about this later. Tommy came into the room tailed by his furry and feathered companions. Hi Ms. Underhill. Can we eat now, Uncle James? We are hungry. James looked at Sarah. Are you ready to eat now? The horrible trio sounds like they are ready. Sarah agreed and they made their way into the dining room. James had a good English dinner prepared. He was glad now that he had done all of the cooking at the Dursleys. James asked her about her time at Hogwarts during dinner. I was a puff. I loved it there. I spent time in the hospital ward as Madame O'Neill's assistant in my 6th and 7th years. I made a lot of good friends there. Potions with Professor Matthews was my favorite, then Transfiguration with Professor Dumbledore. Did you know there are 393 ceiling tiles in the hospital wing? James asked. Really? I never counted. How did you know that? I must have read it somewhere, James answered with a cheeky grin. Actually, it was waking up there so many times it had become a project to keep himself occupied. After he told Madame Pomfrey how many tiles there were, she dedicated a bed just for his use. Did you play Quidditch? Tommy asked. No, answered Sarah, but I did enjoy cheering my house on. We never won the cup, but we always had good fun doing it. Isn't it more fun to win? Tommy asked in an innocent voice. I suppose, Tommy. But if you win without having fun and enjoying your friends at the same time, what is the point? Sarah asked. Tommy merely nodded and did not answer. Sarah turned back to James. So, tell me about where you grew up. James went a bit pale. I don't really like to talk about it much. My parents were killed when I was a baby. There was a Dark Lord, so I grew up in a war zone. I came here after the war to try to live in peace and put my life back together. Sarah reached over to take James's hand. I am so sorry. I did not mean to bring up any painful memories. Uncle Jimmy has nightmare, like me, sometimes, Tommy said in a quiet voice. They scare me. James immediately looked at Tommy. In a gentle voice he said, I am sorry, Tommy, if my dreams scared you. I will start using a silencing charm at night so I don't wake you up. Okay, Uncle Jimmy. But I would rather you not have nightmares like those. They sound really bad. Thank you, Tommy. I wish you did not have your nightmares either. We have both seen too much. James noticed that Sarah was watching this with unshed tears in her eyes. James said, I am sorry. This conversation really took a wrong turn. Let's talk about something more pleasant. How is your healer program progressing? Sarah smiled a thank you for the subject change. With a visible effort, she pulled back on her emotions. It is going brilliantly. My professors are excellent and I am learning so much. The year at St. Mungo's is a Mediwitch paid off. I understand better than my fellows how a hospital works, not just what the books say. Is that what you planned when you took that position? James asked. No, I thought I wanted to go back to Hogwarts and take Madame O'Neill's position when she retires in a couple of years. James grinned. If I knew you were going to be in the hospital wing, I would find a reason to go. Sarah giggled. You are naughty, James. You shouldn't say things like that. Sorry, James said. I am still not used to the rules here. Forgive me. Sarah waved this away. No, it is fine. I believe you are just saying the same things we are all thinking anyway. James decided to try to turn back to a safer topic. So what made you change your mind about becoming a full healer? Pure luck actually, was the candid answer. A new charity was looking for someone to work for them for 3 years after graduating in return for paying a large part of the tuition. One of the healers mentioned it to me one night. I figured I couldn't pass it up. So I applied. Very good. What charity was it? James asked. It is very new. It is called the Phoenix Foundation. James paused, his face blank for a moment. Could she know he was the finance behind the Phoenix Foundation? He had kept his name out of the press as much as possible. Mrs. Catchbottom was the face of the Phoenix Foundation. What do you think of their work? James asked in a casual voice. Well, I would not have taken the position if I did not approve. The money didn't matter that much. Those kids deserve a good place to stay without hiding who they are, came the immediate answer. Don't you agree? James started to agree but was interrupted by a happy 8-year-old voice. Mrs. Catchbottom is really nice. She runs the orphanage a lot better than Mr. Roten did. Sarah looked stunned. Was that the place you were in before Tommy? It was horrible before. No wonder. Sarah bit off the rest of what she was going to say. James could almost complete the sentence for her through. Sarah looked at James. Is that how Mrs. Catchbottom learned about that place? Did you tell her? In a manner of speaking, James said. Can I be excused, please? Tommy asked. Snuffles and Tufts want to play some more. Tommy used the cute little boy voice coupled with big, innocent brown eyes. James snorted, take off you three. Be home before the sun goes down. There is a full moon out tonight. Yes, Uncle Jimmy. Tommy yelled back as he bolted out of the room. Sarah said quietly, you have really made a difference with him. He does not seem like the same boy. Almost to himself, James said, Merlin, I hope not. How does Tommy know Mrs. Catchbottom? She did not start Phoenix until months after you brought Tommy in. James shrugged. I guess you could say I am her silent partner. Sarah's eyes grew big. You are her anonymous donor. Everyone in London is curious about who is funding Phoenix. Why don't you tell people? James sighed. I don't like people pointing at me. I just want to be normal. Helping those kids was just the right thing to do. Just like with Tommy. Sarah looked touched by James' quiet comment. For a moment James was tempted to use legilimency to find out what she was thinking. He pushed the temptation away. They moved to the sitting room and talked quietly for a couple more hours. James enjoyed this time immensely. Not since his 6th year in the Gryffindor common rooms had James had the opportunity to simply sit and talk with a peer just for the pleasure of it. The longer the conversation lasted, the more James wanted to tell her everything. The need to talk about all of the things he had endured for the last several years astonished the young wizard. Finally, Sarah stood and prepared to leave. Thank you for a wonderful time. I really enjoyed myself. James stood with her and said, I enjoyed it more than you can know. May I call you up again? Sarah smiled with hints of her dimples and a sparkle in her eye. Yes, Mr. Evans. Most definitely yes. Then she took a pinch of flow power and tossed it into the fire. As the fire flared green, she turned and quickly gave James a light key on the lips. It felt like his lips had been brushed with a feather. The she stepped into the fire and was gone. James stood with a happy grin. For the first time he truly felt happy. Then he heard a sly voice say innocently. See Snuffles, I was right. Uncle Jimmy does have a girlfriend. Happiness, in Harry Potter's experience, never lasts more than a brief time. This time was usually measured in hours. Growing up with the Dursleys did not lend itself to happiness, or even the expectation that happiness was possible. Arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry did bring Harry happiness, but the pointing, the starring, and Malfoy kept it from lasting long. The efforts of Voldemort, Death Eaters and various professors to kill, maim or obliterate him contributed also. Harry Potter never knew what it was to be normal. Normality and happiness seemed to be forever out of his reach. It was something other people had, never him. Many times in the Great Hall he would see students enjoying a normal life. No one wanted to kill them. Sure, the Death Eaters may attack, but did not target them personally. Sometimes Harry turned his head from seeing their happiness when he felt a blackness rise up within him. Few of Harry's classmates saw Harry and not Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Ron, usually Hermione, Ginny, Luna, Neville, and the Weasley twins made up the whole list. They did no good times. Being in love with Ginny provided Harry a joy he had never known before. Happiness was a fleeting thing grabbed between struggles. It would not last. Why should it? It never had before. James Evans was happy. A beautiful autumn day dawned on the first day of the Hogwarts Quidditch season of 1935-36. James walked towards the school with his arm around a beautiful blonde witch. Running in front of him, a young 8-year-old boy and an 8-month-old puppy played an elaborate game of chase. James glanced at Sarah and shared a smile with her at their antics. Tommy and Snuffles quickly became inseparable. Awake or asleep, the pair were never more than 10 feet apart. The tiny puppy had grown at an almost visible rate. In 6 months, he grew from a 5-pound ball of fur to a 30-pound imp. Snuffles thought everything in his reach was free game to sniff, chew, or play. When caught, Snuffles displayed a master's ability to look cute and innocent. Tommy came out of his shell with Snuffles. The small boy smiled constantly while running through Hogsmeade with his canine companion. Tommy still avoided contact with the other children in the village. Instead, the small boy and the gangly puppy spent all of their free time in games only they could understand. To James's knowledge, none of other children in the village were within 2 years of Tommy's age. It seemed all of the other children fell into 2 clumps. One large contingent were ages 4 to 6. Tommy avoided them as being too little. James was concerned by the sneers Tommy directed at these younger children. The other group consisted of 10 to 11-year-olds preparing to start at Hogwarts in the next year or two. Tommy avoided this group. James assumed Tommy's experience with being picked on by the older boys at the orphanage would take time to heal and fade. For James, the last 6 months equaled all of the happiness he had ever known in his life. When James arrived in this time, he was mentally and emotionally shattered from the outcome of the war. Winning did not compensate for seeing his friends die. The Pyrrhic victory left a very damaged young man. James's year with Tommy went a long way towards healing those wounds. James Evans lived his life and shelved Harry Potter's pain. Sarah's presence in James's life completed that transformation. They started slowly with dinners at the Three Broomsticks. Sarah never lived with the threat of a Dark Lord. She maintained a childlike innocence and acceptance of the world around her. As a Medi-Witch, Sarah saw some of the evil people, magical or muggle, could do to each other, but not as a sustained, organized effort. James enjoyed her open outlook and love of life. James realized he had received his second greatest wish. He was completely normal. His scare never hurt. Tommy was happy. No one knew him as the boy who lived. James could walk down any street as just another wizard. No prophecy, no chosen one, just life on his own terms. The Phoenix Foundation ran without his day-to-day guidance. As the silent backer, only some in the ministry and the foundation itself knew his name. Although the orphanage and its school significantly influenced the lives of some children, the general wizarding world did not notice its existence. James, Sarah, and Tommy arrived with their canine escort at the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. The stands were slightly larger than James remembered them from Harry's time. The colorful banners hung from the stands. There was a purely festive feeling to the air. Sitting on the bench in the visitors section of the stands, James was impressed with the number of students in the stands. James estimated the current student body of Hogwarts was 20 to 30 larger than when he attended. Had the wars with the Dark Lords done that much damage to the wizarding population? James's attention was drawn to the center stand where the announcer was located. Good morning Hogwarts staff, students and visitors. My name is Albert Skundermere and I will be your announcer for today. We have a great match for you today. The traditional start to our season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The crowds went crazy yelling their excitement for the start of the match. First, our illustrious headmaster would like to have a few words. Professor Dippet. James watched as the headmaster, Armando Dippet, stepped to the announcer's position. James recognized the old wizard from the memories that Tom Riddle showed him in the diary. Good morning everyone. It is so grand to see our turnout today. It warms my heart to see everyone here in the spirit of friendly competition. The headmaster paused to allow the crowd to finish cheering his words. After today's match, the Dueling Club will be hosting and performing an exhibition of dueling skills. Some of our older students will be permitted to challenge staff members and some visiting Aurors to friendly duels. Everyone is invited to attend this event. Now, let the games begin. The announcer, Albert Skundermere, returned to his position. For Gryffindor, we have Green, Halibut, Macmillan, Smith-Brown, Longbottom, Weaver and O'Neill. The Gryffindor team flew out of their locker rooms to zoom around the pitch in formation. James thought it was a nice effect to see the team fly as a unit. The sound from the stands grew to a roar when the team came out. Now the Slytherin team. We have Bulstrode, Malfoy, Wellingoden, Black, Flint, Fulstone, and Gobson. The Slytherin team flew out of their locker room in formation like the Gryffindor team. Their formation was different but the intent was the same. James was impressed with the response both teams received. The Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs cheered almost as loudly for Slytherin as they had for Gryffindor. Neither of the opposing houses reacted in a negative fashion except in a few cases that were obviously meant as a joke. None of the animosity that plagued his own playing time surfaced. Sarah smiled at James. "I wish the Puffs were playing. I missed all of our matches last year." James gave her a lazy smile. "I am sure we can work something out." "That would break Uncle Jimmy's heart to have to go to more Quidditch matches with you, Ms. Underhill," Tommy added with a cheeky grin. James felt his face turn red as he turned a mock glare on the boy. The glare never fazed the boy. He could see the amusement in his uncle's eye. Sarah turned a bit red too and covered her smile with her hand. The whistle announcing the start of the match distracted them. James watched their tactics and compared them to the style he was accustomed to seeing. The brooms were much slower than any broom Harry ever used in a match. James estimated a top speed of only 80 miles an hour, or less than half the top speed of his firebolt. The snitch seemed much slower also. The slower speeds led to a tighter game with players flying in much closer formations. The game took much more of a planned pattern than seen at Hogwarts in the 1990s. In James's opinion, this did not make the game less interesting or exciting, it just provided a slightly different flavor. Another item James's noticed was the play seemed too clean to be Gryffindor and Slytherin. It seemed more Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff playing. Slytherin's Black and Malfoy performed the only blatant fouls. Overall, James felt it was one of the cleanest matches he ever witnessed. Friendly matches at the Weasleys had more fouls. The match lasted for about 90 minutes. James spotted the snitch on 2 occasions hovering over the pitch. Gryffindor was up 150-90, when Gobson of Slytherin caught the snitch. Although Slytherin won by 90 points, James believed both teams were evenly matched and the victory could have gone either way. James watched in surprise when both teams grounded and shook hands after the match. When Harry played, Madam Hooch sent the 2 teams in opposite directions to prevent any possibility of fight of some type occurring. The Slytherins looked to be giving the Gryffindors a hard time but in a sense of friendliness. What caused the souring between the two houses by the time James Potter arrived at the school? Did Voldemort cause that much damage during the First War? The crowd started to move out of the stands. Various stands had been set up outside the pitch. A fair-type atmosphere existed with food stands mixed with games, a Thestral ride, Hagrid would be thrilled, and boat rides on the lake. Sarah wrapped her arms around James's arm as they walked out of the pitch. Tommy held Snuffles' leash and walked along James. James looked down at Sarah and smiled. The afternoon passed in a quiet enjoyment of the mini-fair. Third-year students and above had Hogsmeade weekend every weekend except during Quidditch weekend. All of the students, James learned, attended the post-match fair. Students were everywhere in groups, many with mixed houses. An announcement called for the start of the Dueling Club's exhibition. James, Sarah and Tommy stood near the students from the Dueling Club. Many people pressed in around the raised platform to watch the duels. The duels started with a pair of fourth-year students and then moved up the age and skill levels. James enjoyed the match's friendly atmosphere and the mocking comments many of the competitors threw back and forth at each other. James was much less impressed with their skill level. Any of the mom gang as fifth years would have won any of these matches. Harry trained them for real duels and battles, not friendly competitions or affairs of honor. James was shocked when he learned many wizards still used challenges to settle arguments. "Do you think they are good?" Sarah asked James during a break. 2 seventh years had just finished. A Slytherin James recognized as being the Malfoy from the Quidditch match was the victor. "They seem like they are having fun." A man's voice next to James commented, "You don't seem impressed by their skill, Mr. Evans." James turned to face an older wizard standing next to him. James' heart skipped a beat when he recognized him as Thomas Potter. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. I believe they are skilled enough. The wizarding community here has enjoyed a long period of peace. Their skills are not needed for survival, merely for sport." "True," the older wizard commented. "What would you say is their greatest weakness?" "Instinct. None of these students have faced a real battle where you don't have time to consider your moves. Training takes over." You must have worked out your strategy before battle is joined. 80 of the battle is decided before the first wand is drawn. Mr. Potter nodded. Interesting points, Mr. Evans. I never considered that. You should consider the next match. One of the 7th years will be dueling the charms professor. James couldn't help smirking. Merlin helped the student's homework if he wins. Sarah thumped James's shoulder as Mr. Potter roared with laughter. Mr. Potter, may I introduce you to my girlfriend, Sarah Underhill. Sarah, this is Mr. Thomas Potter. Mr. Potter Key. Ed Sarah's hand. It is very nice to meet you, Miss Underhill. Looking at James, he said, please call me Thomas. James smiled at his grandfather and replied, thank you, please call me James. Thomas smiled and pointed back to the dueling platform. Tell me what you think of this duel and how it compares to a real fight. The Professor McTavish, the charms professor, paired off against a 7th-year Ravenclaw. After the judge counted down, they started with standard probing spells. They allowed their shields to handle the various hexes and curses. For the most part they exchanged spells on a one-for-one basis. James commented to Thomas on the opponent's lack of movement, formality and lack of imagination. Rather than dodging curses, they never used any footwork. They took turns in their spell casting and used the same spells in the standard way. In his concentration on the match, James failed to pay attention to the rest of the audience standing around him. They had fallen silent listening to the young wizard give an expert commentary on the relative strengths of the two duelers. Rather than sounding like a run-of-the-mill backseat dueler, James used the professor voice developed over many sessions with the DA. The quiet, yet authoritative voice drew the surrounding crowd's attention. Sarah looked at James in mild surprise. James had told her some things about his life prior to arriving in Hogsmeade, but the depth of his knowledge surprised her. After getting to know James for the last 6 months, Sarah was beginning to learn to read his emotions. She heard pain hidden behind his dry commentary. Tommy, however, looked around and grinned at the people listening in. Tommy secretly watched his uncle train at night after his bedtime. When training, Uncle James moved in a deadly fashion Tommy found comforting. Tommy knew no one would abuse him while Uncle James was near. One listener did not appreciate the comments James made. Shut you mouth, braggart. Like a mudblood, like you would know anything about this. James turned to face the speaker. I really should not be surprised, James thought. The speaker was definitely a Malfoy. The platinum blonde hair and arrogant sneer was a dead giveaway. James was unhappy to note the acceptance of the use of the term, mudblood, by the surrounding crowd, including his grandfather. James kept his face passive and merely raised an eyebrow. That would be half-blood. Even worse, one of the pure lowered themselves to bet a mudblood. A half-blood abomination. Malika Malfoy. Thomas Potter supplied in a quiet voice. He is a member of the Wizengamot and the Hogwarts governors. Thinks we should go back to medieval times with the purebloods being the nobles. I believe the student is his nephew. James acted as if he did not hear Thomas's comment. A Malfoy causing trouble. Typical. My comments were meant for Mr. Potter. I answered his question. The sneer grew larger. Like an abomination, like you would know anything about it. James sighed internally. Was there something about him that caused the Malfoy family to ignite? James realized that a fight was coming if he wanted it or not. Getting into it with a Malfoy, while emotionally satisfying, would not help anything. Not wanting to be drawn into a public confrontation, James turned to Sarah. Let's go, dear. James started to lead Sarah and a wide-eyed Tommy out of the area, when a new voice called out to James, I challenge you, sir. I call you a coward and a braggart. James stopped and sighed. Why did they always try to push it? No wonder Draco was such an idiot. He had generation of bad genetics to overcome. Sarah placed her hand on James's wrist. You don't have to do this. James nodded. Yes, I do. If you don't stand up to bullies, they keep coming after you. James turned and looked at his challenger. It was the younger Malfoy. In a lazy voice James asked, and you would be? Abraxas Malfoy, do you accept my challenge? The arrogant pureblood asked in a condescending tone. James could not keep a very large grin from appearing on his face. James remembered Draco trying to mention his grandfather, Abraxas, to Professor Slughorn. Slughorn put him off, mentioning he was surprised to hear the older Malfoy died of dragon pox. Very well. If you insist. The next 15 minutes passes in a whirlwind. The Malfoys quickly badgered the headmaster into allowing the duel to occur using the dueling club's platform. They convinced him it was a friendly match, nothing serious. James Key, Ed Sarah, winked at Tommy and stepped confidently onto the platform. The younger Malfoy made an arrogant tactical mistake in challenging James and forcing the duel to occur immediately. Abraxas Malfoy played a Quidditch match as a beater and already fought one duel. Also, James watched his previous match and had some ideas about the boy's skill. Malfoy fought a completely unknown opponent. James decided to finish the fight quickly enough to show Malfoy was hopelessly outclassed, but without showing too much of his true power. Malfoy stepped to his position as James assumed his. The seventh year looked enough like his grandson to cause James a sense of déjà vu. The judge introduced herself as Professor Galata Merrythought. James remembered her name as the last Dada professor to hold the post for more than 1 year. She held it for 30 years already if James remembered right. This is a friendly exhibition match. Nothing that causes permanent harm or dark magic. Agreed. After James and Abraxas nodded, she counted, then on 3. 1, 2, the fight. James waited as Malfoy fired a Reducto curse at him. James simply stepped aside, allowing it to pass. Malfoy immediately cast a standard defensive shield. Then he waited for James' counter. Then he waited some more. James grinned at him and gave motion with his free hand. "Come on," it said. Malfoy's face grew red as the mockery. He dropped the shield and yelled, "Stupefy." James dropped, allowing the spell to pass harmlessly past him again. In his professor voice, James started to address the crowd. "Observe Mr. Malfoy's casting stance. Not one muscle is out of place. He is holding himself perfectly at the prescribed angle. His knees are slightly bent to absorb impacts on his shield." James again stepped aside as 2 more spells passed harmlessly by. Mr. Malfoy also maintains a nice amount of power in each of his spells. His wand movements are crisp and precise, allowing the maximum transference on magical energy via the wand. This allows more power in the spell and prevents the waste of his magical energy. From the look on Malfoy's face, he was getting frustrated. James had yet to cast a single spell and never took a single hit from Malfoy. The crowd sensed the mismatch but enjoyed the scene presented. James sounded like a teacher giving a class demonstration rather than the participant in a challenge duel. Using one's imagination in a duel is just as important. For example, Malfoy cast another stunner. James cast his first spell of the duel. A simple rock appeared in front of the spell, absorbing its energy. James continued, "Using transfiguration to create objects to block spells can be very effective. They can also be used like this." James cast another spell. Malfoy quickly cast a shield but the blue ball of light stuck just in front to the shield, hitting the platform. The platform iced over under Malfoy's feet. He slipped and ended up on the ground laying on his back. The crowd laughed as James grinned. "I used to use that spell for creating ice slides in the summer into a pond." James cast another charm instantly turning the ice into steam leaving the platform dry. Malfoy climbed to his feet in a fury. He quickly cast several curses and hexes at James. James ducked and dodged them. Each dodge brought him closer to his opponent. Reaching striking range, James ducked a last curse, spinning his body and kicking out with his legs. When his legs were swept out from underneath, Malfoy flipped onto his back. James's follow-up kick to the chest was redundant as Malfoy was already unconscious from the fall. James stood and addressed the crowd. Finally, never discount the possibility for a Muggle-style attack. Muggles fight well. They make up for their lack of magic with other gifts. They have lessons to teach us if we are willing to learn. James could tell this ending made the crowd uneasy. Seeing a wizard knocked out by a Muggle-style attack bothered most of the observers on a deep emotional level. James mentally shook his head and then bowed to his opponent and then the crowd. As he stepped off the platform, the elder Malfoy and Amedowitch moved to assist. The unconscious boy, Tommy, bounced on his feet with a grin as James approached him. James grinned back and winked at his ward. James glanced at Sarah and saw shock and disbelief on her face. Something must have shown on James's face because she instantly wrapped him in a hug. She whispered into his ear, "You were incredible. Relax, everything is fine." Then she kissed him lightly on the mouth. When James and Sarah separated, James noticed Thomas Potter, Professor Merrythought and Professor Dumbledore standing nearby. He also noticed a young Auror standing nearby he recognized. "Good afternoon, Auror Moody. Did you enjoy the show?" Moody nodded in an enthusiastic, puppy-dog way. "Yes, sir. It was nice to see your work again." James simply laughed. Professor Merrythought spoke next. "Mr. Evans, that was one of the most interesting duels I have observed in all my years of teaching. You defeated my best student dueler with 2 spells, one a 5th-year transfiguration and the other a 1st-year charm. Simply incredible." Professor Dumbledore agreed. "A most interesting use of transfiguration in a duel. I have rarely seen that tactic. Where did you learn it?" James had to suppress his response hard. "I learned it from watching you, Professor," is what he wanted to say. Instead, he said, "I witnessed a wizard block a killing curse with a chunk of summoned marble. A conjured rock will do just as well for lesser curses." The 2 professors appeared excited by this answer. They glanced at each other with curious expressions on their faces. Thomas Potter grimaced. "You made an enemy for life with the Malfoy family. They will never let this go." James shrugged. "I don't see I had much choice, Thomas. I tried to walk away. If I did not beat him now convincingly, he would have challenged again. He will challenge again, but it will take much longer to occur now." "But he has your measure now," Thomas commented. "Does he?" James asked with a slight grin. "All he really knows is I am hard to hit and can create ice and rocks." "Oh, and kick like a mule. You showed him you were a master of this arena," Professor Merrythought commented. "He may choose to attack in a different arena." "Probably," James agreed, "but not in this one. I came to England for peace and quiet, not dueling a young idiot who thinks I insulted his family honor by honestly critiquing his cousin's duel." Thomas grinned. "I like that. James, would you be available for dinner some night? I would love to have you at Potter Manor. Your ward and lovely lady friend would be welcome to join us and my wife." James glanced at Sarah and nodded. "We would be happy to accept. Sarah is a student healer, so we may not always be available." Thomas waved that away. "I will send you a couple of dates by owl post. You can select the one most convenient for you." James thanked Thomas for his invitation and said his goodbyes to the professors. James decided it would be a good time to leave before anything else happened. Calling Tommy and Snuffles over, James and Sarah turned for Hogsmeade. As they started to walk away, James heard Professor Merrythought saying to Dumbledore, "He may be exactly what we need, Albus." James cringed internally. "Why does this always happen to me?" James tossed a handful of flow powder into the fire and called out, "Potter Manor," and stepped into the fire. James landed in a heap on the floor of Potter Manor. Tommy and Sarah stood laughing with their hosts Thomas and Elizabeth Potter. James looked up at them with a grimace and said, "I hate using the flow." James stood out and shook Thomas Potter's hand. Then James turned to the witch standing next to him. "It is nice to meet you, Mrs. Potter. I am James Evans." "It is nice to meet you, James. Please call me Elizabeth." James studied the couple in front of him briefly. These were his grandparents. As little as he ever knew about his parents, almost nothing but their names came down to him about his grandparents. Now he was standing in Potter Manor with them. James glanced around and said, "You have a beautiful home. Has it been in your family a long time?" Elizabeth smiled proudly. "It has been in Thomas's family since the 10th century. It was rebuilt in 1750 and upgraded in 1905. James looked around with unfeigned interest. Potter Manor burnt to the ground 3 months before his birth. It was the third and final time his parents defied Voldemort. By that time, his grandparents had already died of old age. James already knew Thomas Potter attended Hogwarts with Albus Dumbledore. This made him about 90. Elizabeth seemed only slightly older looking than Professor McGonagall, so he placed her age at 80. For magical people this was late middle age. Since James Potter would not be born until 1960, it explained why they died before Harry James Potter was born. The older couple led James, Sarah and Tommy on a tour of the house. It was an incredible house. James thought about how different his life would have been growing up here with his parents. James started to feel his grip on his emotions slip until he started using his occlumency exercises. Thomas turned to his wife and said, "Why don't you take Sarah and Tommy down to the sitting room? I would like to show James my office and library." 5 minutes later, James was sitting in a comfortable chair with a glass of very old scotch in a large spacious office lined with a variety of different book titles. Above the desk sat an unmoving painting of Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. Thomas smiled as he noticed James studying the painting. They say the painting used to move and talk to you like a normal painting. My great-uncle Michael told me it moved when he was a little boy. James said, I have never seen a painting of the Hogwarts founders together. Thomas agreed, to the best of my knowledge, this is the only one. I am surprised that Hogwarts has not asked for it to be moved to the school. Thomas grinned, they have. Just about every time Albus sees it he mentions it should be hanging in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Thomas paused and then asked, may I ask you a personal question? James smiled slightly, you can ask. I may not answer. Why did you react so strongly to Malfoy's use of the term, mudblood? James grimaced. My mother was a Muggle-born witch. In school she was known as the most gifted charms student in many years. One of my best friends in school was also a Muggle-born witch. Even her detractors admitted she was the cleverest witch of our generation. The Muggle-born can be just as powerful magically as the oldest pureblood family. They simply don't know the ins and outs of wizarding culture. Do you know Muggle technology and science, Thomas? Thomas indicated he did not. When you were a child, Muggles used horses and sailing ships for their transport. Candles were used for lighting. Their weapons improved to rifles, but they were relatively slow to fire. Today, they have aircraft flying the Atlantic. Electricity has led to the light bulb, telephones, and recording devices. Muggles have told stories for centuries about magic. They are using their science to make the same effect our magic gives us. They are going to pass us. I will bet you they will place a man on the moon within 40 years. Thomas had a look of someone in deep thought. His face seemed conflicted as he considered the arguments that conflicted with several long-held beliefs. After a couple minutes of a comfortable silence, Thomas placed his glass on the antique table. Next to him, James, I am going to be honest with you. You have interested several different parties within the magical community since your appearance in Hogsmeade. James nodded unsurprised. I have had several indications, especially since my stupid duel at Hogwarts. A couple has been the Malfoys looking for a weakness. Also the Ministry and a few I am sure were yourself and probably Professor Dumbledore. Albus walked into the room with Fawkes on his shoulder. He looked at James with interest. Does that bother you? Frankly, it annoys the bloody hell out of me. I came here for privacy and peace. Not to get involved in political maneuverings, James answered looking at his old headmaster. I wish this was simply the normal political issues. You were raised in the Muggle world. Do you still follow events there? James nodded and took another sip of his scotch. Thomas explained, in Germany, the Nazi Party has gained power. The Muggles thought the Great War would end all wars in Europe, but this one seems to be developing into a Dazi. James knew where he was going but he had to play this out. Why would the wizarding world care about a Muggle war? Thomas said, I almost think that is a rhetorical question. Have you heard the rumors of a Dark Lord named Grindelwald? A few. Albert Ezekiel Grindelwald attended Hogwarts with Albus and myself. Albus and I were the leaders of the school our last 2 years. I was the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, prank master and social director. Albert ran Ravenclaw. If you needed something researched, Albert was your man. Albus, of course, ran Slytherin. For magical power and planning, Albus was king. James chalked on his scotch. You were in Slytherin, didn't you know? Albus asked. No, I didn't, James replied. Then under his breath, James said, boy, does that ever explain a bunch. After leaving school, Albert took a position researching ancient scrolls. He started learning some ancient magics. A review board in the Department of Mysteries determined the magic was too easily turned to dark uses. They insisted the research stop immediately. Albert refused and fled the country with some of his research. He became obsessed with pursuing his studies with no hindrance from small-minded worms. What does this have to do with Hitler and the Nazis? Thomas answered, everything, I am afraid. Grindelwald approached Hitler and fed his ambitions. Grindelwald knows he cannot penetrate the Department of Mysteries' security on his own. He plans to use a Nazi invasion of Britain to move us out of the way. James looked up at the painting and asked his host, what do you need me for? You are the closest thing to a war wizard we have found. Britain has not seen a Dark Lord since Tybalt was slain in 1789. The old training remains only in books. No one with real experience remains. We know the story you have told of your past. We found no records anywhere of a recent wizard war. However, you have extremely strong mental shields and obviously a great deal of magical combat training. So, you need a trainer. Yes, answered Dumbledore. Now that is ironic, James said before taking a much larger sip. Albus and Thomas exchanged glance over this cryptic comment, but James did not provide them with any more information. How do you know you can trust me? Fawkes let out a trill of Phoenix song. He flew off of Albus's shoulder and circled the room, still singing. He landed on James's shoulder. Albus and Thomas looked shocked. Albus said, "This is my friend Fawkes. He is a phoenix. If you had been dark you would have reacted with something other than the smile you now wear." James smiled at the phoenix. Quietly, James murmured, "Hello Fawkes." Keeping Albus out of trouble. Still, burn any good books lately? Fawkes let out a little trill that sounded remarkably like a chuckle and pecked James lightly on the ear. James looked back at the two older wizards. "Let me see what you have on Grindelwald. I will talk to Sarah and Tommy in vague terms. Then I will give you my decision." Thomas rose and said, "If you would excuse us, I would like to talk to my colleague." At James's agreeing nod, they left the room. "You play a dangerous game, young one." James looked up at the comment and into the eyes of Godric Gryffindor. Salazar Slytherin stood next to him watching James also. "Who are you? This is not your time," Salazar hissed. "James Evans." Godric frowned. "Who are you really?" "I was born Harry James Potter on the 31st of July 1980. Salazar nodded at Godric. Godric looked at James. "Harry. You were foretold in prophecy." "Another bloody prophecy." James groaned. "One born of the House of the Lion. Gifted as heir of the snake. The last chance to redeem the snake. And heal the rift to save all. Born of the sign of Tyrannus. He shall suffer and lose all. While winning. Then gamble all to win all. If the task fails, darkness will prevail forever." James felt like pounding his head on the wall. All he wanted was to be normal. Was that too much to ask? The door opened and Thomas and Albus stepped in. Thomas said simply, "We agree." James nodded, "I will give you an answer within 3 days. May I come tomorrow to look over your materials?" Thomas agreed that was acceptable. "I suggest we rejoin the ladies in your ward for supper." James enjoyed the dinner with his grandparents. Asking a couple of questions about the house and its history unlocked a number of stories from Potter family history he never heard before. James particularly enjoyed spending time with Elizabeth Potter. The witch had a clever wit and a mischievous glint in her eye. James could see where James Potter received his marauder genes. With Tommy yawning, James and Sarah said their thanks to their hosts and flew back to Hogsmeade. In short order, Tommy asleep in bed curled up with Snuffles. James spent the next 2 days visiting Potter Manor. He reviewed a great deal of information about Grindelwald. Professor Bin's History of Magic class skimmed the details of the fight with the Dark Lord Grindelwald. As James had learned the previous night, Grindelwald was a Ravenclaw. His Newt scores slightly surpassed Hermione's scores. Although a pureblood, Grindelwald did not have any particular issues with Muggles. Rather, he did not consider them at all. A Muggle life was worth less than a house elf in his opinion. His family was not dedicated to either the light or the dark. Not a particularly large family, they tended to be either researchers or magical artisans. They apparently had an unplottable estate in the Jersey Islands. Some of the family also lived on the Normandy coast of France. Grindelwald's power level did not compare favorably to Voldemort. Voldemort used various rituals and potions along with the Horcruxes to increase his power and decrease his vulnerability. Grindelwald, however, may be even more dangerous to wizarding society. Voldemort wanted to control magical society as a dictator. His pureblood supporters would have been his upper class. Grindelwald sought to destroy the entire society so he could continue with his research into the darkest arts. James learned that the scrolls Grindelwald sought dealt with the ancient art of summoning and controlling demons. If the demon broke free of its bonds, it would be free to destroy everything in its path. Grindelwald literally sought to create hell on earth. James needed to talk with Sarah. Getting involved in this would drastically change his plans for spending the next 8 to 10 years in this time. James sat down on the couch next to Sarah. He took her hand and said, "Sarah, we need to have a serious talk." Concern came to her face. "What is wrong, James? You have been very distracted." James looked into her beautiful blue eyes, and then he looked down. "I need to tell you the whole truth about where I came from and why I am here. You haven't told me the truth so far. I haven't really lied, just left out major portions of the story. Just let me tell you and then you can ask your questions. There was a Dark Lord named Lord Voldemort. He led his followers of purebloods to attempt to seize power. A prophecy stated that a recently born child would have the power to destroy him. Voldemort attacked and killed his parents. Then he cast the killing curse at the infant. Because of ancient blood magic used by the mother, the curse reflected on the wizard, destroying his body. The boy grew up in a Muggle household, never knowing about magic until he received a letter from his school. They called him the boy who lived. He was a poster boy for their society. Eventually the Dark Wizard returned in a new body and the war started again. The boy eventually defeated Voldemort but lost everyone he ever cared about. A wizard came up with a plan. It was a last-chance effort to change history and save thousands of lives. The young wizard would travel back in time and killed the Dark Lord as an infant, preventing the war from ever occurring. "James, you are scaring me. What are you trying to tell me?" Sarah looked very pale. "I lost my teachers, my friends, my love. I had nothing left to live for. So I came here, even if it left me no time to go back to. I had to take the chance to save them." Sarah inhaled sharply with tears forming in her eyes. "What do you mean? The magic will summon me back 10 to 12 years after I arrived here. I don't know what will happen then. I will accept whatever happens if it saves everyone else." Sarah squeezed James's hand. "Who are you really?" James smiled slightly. "I have been happier as James Evan than I ever was before. I was born in 1980 as Harry James Potter. The Potters are my grandparents, although I never met them before." "Oh, James. I don't know what to think of this. Did you kill the Dark Lord?" Kind of. I hope I killed the Dark Lord but saved the child. He is asleep in his bed right now." Sarah sat back in shock, her face pale and her hands drawn up to her mouth. "Tommy. He couldn't be like that. He is too good. You saw him after the orphanage. That would have continued until he was 17. Anyone could turn dark in that situation. You adopted the man who murdered your parents and friends." James shook his head. "No, I adopted Tommy. Tommy will grow into a powerful wizard. I just want to give him a chance to turn his talents to good." Sarah sat quietly for several minutes. James wished he could tell what she was thinking. Instead, he just waited for her to talk. "I don't know what to think about this. Why are you telling me now? Thomas and Albus have asked me to help them fighting the Dark Lord Grindelwald. I have a lot of experience from my fight with Voldemort. I also know roughly how things turned out the last time Grindelwald was fought. My friend Hermione once told me I have a saving people thing. I feel I have to get involved. I love you, Sarah. I could not get involved without talking to you. I couldn't do that without explaining why I am getting involved." Softly, Sarah asked, "You love me?" James nodded. "I did not plan it. I only have a limited time before the magic pulls me away. It is not fair to you. James Evans. Or Harry Potter. Whatever your name is, I love you too." Sarah wrapped her arms around James in a hug. Reminiscent of a Mrs. Weasley hug. "You are not getting rid of me so easily. I need to work through this and understand it, but I know you. Just give me time." James smiled, a true puff. Then they Ed. Neither heard a small boy and his furry companion making their way back to bed. The 12th of November 1935. James stepped onto the dueling platform in the Auror Academy. 20 Aurors stood in a group at the side of the stage. Most of them had at least 5 years of experience in their field. This meant all of them were at least in their mid-20s. Although James himself was not yet 20, his experience and eyes made them all add 10 years to him. Professor Dumbledore and Thomas Potter convinced the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to sponsor a series of advanced dueling demonstrations. The two wizards used several known dueling masters for previous sessions to teach advanced spells and dueling tactics to the Aurors. Today would be James's first demonstration. James smirked slightly to himself. He remembered his career counseling in his 5th year with McGonagall and Umbridge. Although Harry did have several instructors who were Aurors, events kept Harry from ever attending the academy. Now here he was preparing to teach a class. Good morning. I am James Evans. I am here today in order to lead a discussion on magical combat. We will have demonstrations today, but I also want this to be a two-way class. If you have questions or comments, please bring them up during the session. A burly Auror standing in the middle of the crowd with his arms crossed called out, "Why should we listen to you? What makes you an expert?" James nodded calmly at this outburst. The question was expected. My first taste of combat occurred at age 11. Can anyone define for me the difference between dueling and combat? James picked a familiar face out of the crowd. Mr. Moody, care to take a shot? The young Auror looked surprised to be called on. A duel occurs between only two people. Is that a question or an answer, Mr. Moody? James smirked internally. It was a lot of fun to throw Moody's future self's own comments back at him. Was that a paradox? Yes, a duel is only between two people. However, combat can be also. The primary difference deals with the rules. In combat, there is no code of conduct. Nothing is out of bounds. You must be prepared for all possibilities. James stepped off the stage. He looked at the Auror who initially challenged him. Your name, sir? Auror Michael Tomlinson. James waved his hand at the platform. Mr. Tomlinson and Mr. Moody, please take your places on the platform. The older and larger Auror grinned at Moody and moved into position. Let's play, Alistair. Once they took their positions, they both assumed classic dueling stances. Begin, Harry called out. The two combatants started with the classic shielding spells followed by probing attacks. Although more advanced than the spells and techniques James saw at the Hogwarts duels, it was much the same. Two quick stunning spells ended the duel. James stepped past the two bodies on the platform. What just happened? An Auror in the back called out, you cheated. You stunned them during their duel. I cheated. By what rules? James turned and with a flick of his wand woke the two Aurors. Get up. The two Aurors jumped to their feet. Why was I able to stun you? Tomlinson sneered at James. You hit us when we were fighting. In a flat tone, James asked, tell me Auror Tomlinson, do you expect your opponents to allow you to fight in neat pairings? You must be prepared. Constant vigilance. You must be aware of your surroundings and prepared to react at all times. James motioned for the two Aurors to join their fellows. Alistair Moody glared at James as he stepped off the stage. James grinned at him, get down there, Mad Eye. I've been glared at by better. After the two Aurors rejoined the group, James addressed them, I have faced true combat conditions more than 20 times. I have had all three of the unforgivable curses cast against me. While I have never used the killing curse, I have killed several dark wizards and creatures during battles. I was 15 during my first full battle. 6 4th and 5th year students were caught by a dozen adult dark wizards and witches. We held long enough for help to arrive. No one died that day. James's voice contained no emotion now. He sounded like a man discussing the weather. He concluded with, of those 6 students, I am the only one left alive. We were thrown into a situation where we learned or we died. Why should you listen to me? Simple, I am the survivor. The Aurors looked stunned at this information. Glances shot amongst the group. Somehow, they did not doubt the young wizard in front of them. His calm, confident stance soothed many of their doubts. For more than 100 years, the Auror Corps served as the magical community's investigators. More akin to the Muggle Scotland Yard than soldiers, these men were very experienced at reading witnesses and suspects. All of their instincts told them that James knew what he was talking about. An aura of grim implacability hung on the young wizard. When James first mounted the dueling stage, he gave the air of a genial, slightly goofy young wizard. Talking about his past brought a new mask to the fore. The genial man was gone. Instead, a tested warrior looked at the Aurors. This was not a man to be taken lightly. James continued without a pause. Today we will discuss several basic combat scenarios. Many will be drawn from battles I have fought and or my teachers did. I have changed the terrain to reflect areas you are familiar. The Ministry, Hogwarts, Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley will be included. James snorted to himself. Actually, the battles would be presented exactly in the locations they occurred. It was not as if James could explain that the battles would occur between 1977 and 1989. That would hurt his credibility. For the practical portion of the afternoon, you will team up in 3-man teams to experience a taste of what you would expect in a true combat environment. Unobserved in the back of the room, Thomas Potter stood with head Auror Anthony Abbott. Within the bubble of a silencio, the head Auror asked, "Do you really think this is necessary, Thomas?" Thomas Potter nodded but kept watching the class. James had conjured an image on the wall of a map with symbols representing the combatants and bystanders in a Diagon Alley scenario. "I am afraid I do, Anthony. Why would Grindelwald attack here after all of this time? He has lived hidden in Eastern Europe for the past 45 years. Why now?" Thomas shrugged. "He still wants the scrolls. He must need them for something dark. Now he has his puppet running Muggle Germany. We are not exactly sure where Durmstrang is, but I know it is somewhere in the German or Austrian Alps. The German ministry has always maintained close relations with their Muggle opposites. Much closer than we do in England. Their Muggles started rebuilding their military in March. I am afraid our wizard war is going to spill into the Muggle world." "Do you really think it will get that bad?" Anthony asked. "We haven't had Muggles get involved in our arguments since the Spanish and English wars in the 1500s. Thomas grimaced. "I think that is exactly the model Albert is using. Let a Muggle force to invade England to push aside any magical resistance. We would either have to give way or allow our existence to become known." Anthony turned white. "Do you really think that is what he has planned?" Thomas nodded. "Albus does. They used to play strategy games together. Albert loved to feint and use his weaker forces to screen his strength. Then he would strike to finish off his opponent quickly. The Nazis and their leader, Hitler, are merely his pawns to screen his magical strength." Anthony motioned to where James taught his seminar. "Does this bloke know what he is talking about? Do you trust him? He beat the Malfoy heir without breaking a sweat. You know what a fanatic Malika is for dueling. His son is the Hogwarts champion." James made him look a novice. "He won't talk about his background much, but he is a master." "But can we trust him?" Thomas shrugged. "Fawkes likes him," actually landed on James's shoulder. "Also Elizabeth likes him too. Says something about him makes her want to mother him. He is dating a Hufflepuff healer and adopted a orphaned boy. In addition, he founded the Phoenix Foundation." "He started the Phoenix Foundation." Anthony turned back to study the young instructor. "I like what they have done, but we have not been able to figure out where his money came from." Thomas Potter turned and looked at his friend. "Why are you looking into it?" "A request from the minister. Someone raised a concern that they would misuse the children in their care." "Sounds more like the Malfoys. Blacks and the rest of their crowd are upset over James making the Malfoy lad look bad." Anthony Abbott nodded. "Possibly, but I would still like to know where his money came from. We can't get much from Gringotts. Apparently he showed up in June of '34 with a trunk full of galleons to open a vault. No records exist of him before then. My experience tells me that Evans is not his real name." Thomas shrugged. "Possibly he changed his name to avoid retribution. If even part of his stories about fighting dark wizards is true, there has to be some still out looking for him." "Maybe, Thomas. Maybe." 3 hours later the seminar wrapped up with a combat challenge. James allowed Tomlinson to select 4 other Aurors to fight. Unsurprisingly, his team did not include the young Alistair Moody. "Come on, Mad Eye. Bring on of your mates with you." Moody glared at James and gestured to another Auror. They walked to the opposite side of the dueling platform. James poured pumpkin juice into cups for all of the fighters. "Gentlemen, I suggest you have something to drink. This fight will continue until only one side remains standing." Earlier James activated a toy from Weasley Wizard Wheezes. The toy caused the air to dry out and the room temperature to slowly rise. As a result, all of the Aurors on the platform gratefully drank the pumpkin juice. After they drank, James offered the rest to the others in the class. Once they were done, James moved to his referee's position. "Gentlemen, ready." At nods from both ends, James yelled out, "Activate." All of the Aurors in the room locked into position. None of them could move. James walked calmly over and picked up his stuff, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, James turned back and addressed his frozen class. "Never accept a gift from a potential adversary. Be prepared to utilize every advantage in combat and seek to avoid giving your opponents any advantage. Constant vigilance." Then James turned and walked out of the room. A moment later, he popped his head back into the room. "By the way, the petrifaction potion should wear off in about an hour. Remember this lesson. Nice meeting all of you. James walked out of the building using all of his occlumency skills to maintain his composure. Once out of the academy, James fell against the wall holding his sides and laughing. The look on Moody's face. James remembered Moody using the same trick when training Harry and his friends the summer after his 7th year. James recovered his composure and proceeded to the apparition point. Before he left he murmured, "That one was for you, Ron." The 31st of December 1935. Tommy's 9th birthday arrived during a heavy snowfall in Hogsmeade. Tommy spent the whole day outside with Snuffles and his broom. This was Tommy's 2nd birthday in the wizarding world. Last year it had been only James and Tommy celebrating the day. Now Sarah and Snuffles joined them at the table for his birthday dinner. James smiled at the young boy who had come to mean so much to him. Tommy looked up from his dinner and started to smile back. He stopped and looked back down at his dinner. James frowned at Tommy's behavior. Why was the boy acting this way? He had been growing distant for months. He was almost as reserved now as when he first arrived in Hogsmeade. Tommy still acted normally around Sarah and Elizabeth Potter. Both witches noticed a change in Tommy whenever he realized James was around. Neither could explain his behavior nor get Tommy to talk to them about it. James reached under the table and set a package in front of Tommy. "I know you already opened your birthday presents this morning, but I saw this today and wanted to add it." Tommy reached for the wrapped gift when it jumped slightly. He cast a slightly worried look at James. "Don't worry, it won't hurt you." Tommy shrugged and ripped off the paper. Tommy was a ripper. Why wrap it if you can't have fun opening it? For the first time in weeks, Tommy's face lit up. "Uncle Jimmy." Sarah had the opposite reaction. "James Evans. I can't believe you bought that for him." James used to think it was a Weasley female thing to yell like that. Maybe it was all women. Or maybe just women he was attracted to. Not that it really made a difference right now. It is a children's version, dear. The snitch moves at half speed. The bludgers move slower and are filled with hippogriff down as cushioning. Why do we encourage children to play a sport where it is expected someone gets seriously hurt? Oh, James thought, now she is channeling Madame Pomfrey. Aloud he said, "Because it's fun." By the look on her face, James knew he made a mistake. A voice in his head yelled, "Incoming." James spent the next 15 minutes listening to his girlfriend lecture him on the dangers of Quidditch. James figured it was worth it to hear Tommy suppressing his giggles. Sarah finally stopped when she noticed James wink at the red-faced Tommy. She turned her frown on him but could not keep her own lips from curling up at the sight of the 9-year-old attempting to hold in his giggles. That was enough for Tommy to lose his fight. His infectious, uncontrollable laughter filled the dining room of the cottage. James and Sarah started to laugh with him. Snuffles, who was now large enough to stand eye level with the tabletop, stood up from his nap to see what was so amusing to his humans. Their loud noises woke him from a pleasant dream of chasing down a large rabbit. After watching them a second, Snuffles curled up by his master's feet again. "Two legs are weird," the dog decided as he returned to his sleep. James walked into Tommy's room while he was preparing for bed. The young boy was reading a book James bought him a few weeks previous. It was The Time Machine, by H.G. Wells. It impressed James that Tommy almost completed the novel already. It would not be an easy read for a just 9-year-old. "Good evening, Tommy." Tommy looked up from his book. "Hi, Tommy, can we talk a bit?" James asked standing in the door. Tommy shrugged but did not say anything. James took that as a yes and stepped into the room. James sat in a chair across from Tommy's bed. When Tommy first arrived here from the orphanage, James sat in the chair rather than make Tommy uncomfortable by sitting on his bed to talk to him. It was almost a full year before Tommy offered to allow James to sit on his bed. It was one of the happiest moments of James's life. Something made James revert to the chair tonight. "You have been a bit distant lately. Is something wrong? Are the kids in the village bothering you?" Tommy shook his head. "No. Well, I would say nothing is wrong with Snuffles. He ate all of the chops off my plate last night. Seemed fine then." Snuffles looked up and gave a doggy grin at the mention of his name. Never should have let Tommy name Snuffles after Padfoot. I swear the dog is a marauder. James thought. Unaware of James's mental observation, Tommy answered, "No, Snuffles is fine. You seem fine with Sarah. Did I do something to bother you?" The silence answered James's question. Tommy, can you please tell me what is wrong? Tears started to form in Tommy's face. He rolled over, placed his face in his pillow, and started to cry. James stepped over to the bed and gently placed his hand on Tommy's shoulder. Tommy shook it off. James stepped back as Tommy whirled around. Don't you touch me. You are just like the people in the orphanage. You hate me. A wave of magic slammed into James, knocking him back into the chair. The chair flipped over, slamming James's head into the wall. Then the room went black. James heard a voice calling his name. He struggled to wake up. He realized he was cold. Sarah, what happened? I heard Tommy screaming at you and then Snuffles started to howl. I came to see what happened. I found you here and Tommy's window open. I think he left on his broom. I didn't see any tracks in the snow. James struggled to stand up. James, be careful. You might have a concussion. Wouldn't be the first time. I have to go find Tommy. James noticed Snuffles standing looking out the window with a sad look on his face. Relax, boy. I'll bring him back. The look on Snuffles' face said, you better. James ran into his room and opened his locked trunk. Since Tommy arrived in the house, the trunk was opened very rarely. It contained Harry Potter's things from the future. Anything that had not yet been invented or written was stored in this trunk. The prank used for the Auror training session was almost the only thing James had removed since his arrival in this time. James pulled out the firebolt. James's clean sweep was a great broom for this time, but it was nothing compared to Harry's firebolt. Throwing on his robes, James cast a quick warming charm. Sarah caught him heading out the front door. James, it is a blizzard outside. How will you find him? Don't worry. I will. Be back in a tick. James ran out the door and mounted his broom in mid-stride. In a heartbeat, he was gone. James flew to the south end of the village. Bringing his broom to a hover in the shelter of a tree, he pulled out his wand. Point me. Taking a bearing off the wand, James moved east for the village a bit. He repeated the process and headed for his destination. A tailwind pointed in the same direction. James kicked himself. He should have guessed. Tommy was headed for Hogwarts. Between the speed of the firebolt and the tailwind, James made it to Hogwarts in record time. Sheltering in the shadow of the Quidditch stands, James used his wand again. It pointed past Hogwarts and towards the lake. That really scared James. Now he flew like a man possessed. Rocketing towards the lake, James noticed a broom on the ground near the lakeshore. Snow from the blizzard was starting to cover it. James flew down near the broom and called out, Tommy, where are you? With a sonorous charm, James called repeatedly, his heart in his throat. A slight slackening in the wind brought a faint sound to James's ears. Turning in that direction, James called out, Accio Tommy. Out of the darkness and snow a small wet huddled mass crashed into James's waiting arms. Pulling the boy in close, James turned his broom back towards the Quidditch stands. Tommy was mumbling to himself softly as they flew. Don't kill me. I am sorry. Don't kill me. It broke James's heart to hear this. A dreadful suspicion rose up in his chest. Once he reached the shelter of the stands, James hovered the broom and used his wand to cast drying and warming charms. Noticing Tommy had lapsed into unconsciousness, James turned the firebolt for home. James did not take the direct route home. The wind now fought against him. Also, he did not want the wind to make Tommy any colder than necessary. So James dashed from shelter to shelter, winding his way back through Hogsmeade and back to the cottage. This trip seemed perversely much longer and much shorter than the trip out. Eventually, James landed in front of his house. Opening the door, he was greeted by a very happy dog and a very worried girlfriend. Tommy. Sarah grabbed Tommy from James and carried him into his bedroom. Before James even got his winter cloak off, Sarah banished Tommy's cold, wet clothes and slipped him into his bed. A series of warming charms were quickly cast around the room. Snuffles did his part by curling up happily on top of Tommy's legs, his head resting on Tommy's stomach. James entered Tommy's room to find his ward snug in his bed with a huge dog resting on him and a beautiful woman singing softly in his ear. For a second, James almost felt jealous. The next morning the blizzard had blown itself out. Nearly a meter of snow covered the valley containing Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. The brilliant sunshine made everything look peaceful and clean. A perfect was to bring in 1936. James woke when he heard Tommy stir in his bed. Sarah sat with Tommy most of the night. James sent her to bed in the guest room at 5 o'clock when he woke up. James stepped up to the bed. "Good morning, Tommy. How are you feeling?" Tommy shrank back a bit into his pillows and mumbled, "Fine." James chuckled, "I used to say the same thing. My friends said that what I meant was, I am not dying. I drove them crazy." Tommy made no sound in response. "Tommy, did you overhear me talking to Sarah the night we went to the Potters for dinner?" "Don't be scared." Tommy slowly nodded his head. James sighed. "How much did you overhear?" Tommy mumbled the name, Voldemort. "Tommy, this is a very complex situation. Can I tell you a story?" Tommy nodded, not taking his eyes off James. "Before I was born, a Dark Lord rose up. His name was Lord Voldemort. He hated everything to do with Muggles. So much that he even hated wizards and witches who were Muggleborn. He wanted to take over the magical world and keep all of the Muggleborns out. My parents joined a group to fight against him. My father was a pureblood, but my mother was a Muggleborn witch. Then a prophecy was made that linked me with stopping Voldemort. He killed my parents, but my mother sacrificed herself to save me. He failed to kill me. He gave me this scar on my forehead. I grew up with relatives who hated me and anything to do with magic. It was much like your orphanage. My cousin was much larger than I and he beat me many times. Eventually I got my Hogwarts letter and learned I was a wizard. I loved Hogwarts and made great friends there." James trailed off for a moment, lost in his own memories. Tommy kept silent, just watching. "I fought Voldemort," returned. "I fought him and his followers. All through school. Many wizards and witches on both sides ended up dead. All of his followers died and so did all of my friends and teachers." Tears formed in James's eyes at this point. James looked at Tommy. "I won, but I lost everything. Do you understand that?" Tommy nodded, his own eyes filling up. "I learned a way to come back here and kill Voldemort as a baby. I saw killing an innocent baby as a fair trade to saving thousands of lives. But it did not walk that way. Instead of a baby Voldemort, I found you, a wonderful little boy. I saw your pain in the alley, but also your bravery and determination." "But what about your friends?" Tommy asked in a small voice. "Don't you still need to save them?" "Tommy, I already killed Voldemort. We changed each other. I love you. Sarah loves you. I know Mrs. Potter loves you." James lowered his voice and leaned in slightly. "She keeps asking me if she can keep you. I keep telling her no." Tommy giggled a little at this. It made James feel much better. "Tommy, the choices we make define us. The Tom Riddle who became Voldemort in my time never knew love or a happy home. We actually had very much in common. Do you know what I think it came down to in the end?" Tommy shook his head. "I knew my parents loved me. They died to save me. I always knew that someone loved me. He never knew that." James looked at Tommy, and then wrapped him in a large hug. "I do love you, Tommy Riddle. As you get older I will tell you more, but I think that is the worst of it. I don't want to keep secrets from you, but I think you need to be older to be able to understand it." James leaned back from Tommy. "I will tell you everything before you leave Hogwarts. Remember this for now. You have the ability to be a great wizard. You will be very powerful. But only you can choose how you will use that power. Understand?" Tommy smiled shyly and nodded. James grinned back. "Great. Now we can talk about your punishment for scarring Sarah and I last night." Uncle Jimmy. Being called Uncle Jimmy again almost got Tommy out of trouble. "No, Tommy. There has to be a consequence for running away." Tommy looked contrite. "Yes, sir. I am glad you agree. Your punishment is, I get to throw the first snowball." Realizing James had been playing him, Tommy let out a yell. "Ag, you're teasing me, Uncle Jimmy. Why don't you and Sarah go have some more kids so you have someone else to wind up?" A breathy voice from the door agreed. "I like that idea." James turned to see Sarah standing in the door in her dressing robe. He was completely gobsmacked. "Really?" Tommy and Snuffles made a quick escape to the kitchen before the adults came back to their senses. Breakfast was calling. Tommy could smell bacon. James stepped over to Sarah and wrapped his arms around her. "Are you sure?" Sarah placed her cheek in James's shoulder. "Yes, I am. I know the magic will pull you back eventually. I don't want to waste any more time. I know there is a war coming. You won't be able to stand by and do nothing. I could lose you even before the magic takes you. I can't risk it." James smiled and slid onto one knee. "Sarah Underhill, will you marry me?" Tears forming in her eyes, Sarah answered, "Yes, of course I will." Sarah smiled as James stood up. "Now we have to tell Tommy." Suddenly a snowball flew through the door, smacking James in the head. "Tommy!" James roared. Running feet and giggling was heard as Tommy ran out of the house and into the snow. Snuffles was right behind him. "Guess he already knows," Sarah laughed. James mocked whined at his new fiancée, "But I was supposed to get the first snowball." James flew to the Hogwarts entrance the next day. He had requested a meeting with Professors Dippet and Dumbledore. Landing the clean sweep in the yard, James shrank the broom and placed it inside his robe pocket. The firebolt was back in the trunk. Entering the school was a weird experience for James. Not much of the school had changed, or rather, would change to Harry's time. From his previous visits, James knew all of the portraits were the same. All of the ghosts were the same also except for Myrtle, of course. To James's surprise, Peeves was nowhere in sight. Before Voldemort fell, all of Hogwarts lay in ruins. A magical implosion curse demolished the Ravenclaw and Headmaster's towers. The Gryffindor tower survived that attack only to be struck with a stone-melting curse 5 months later. 21st and 2nd year students were caught in the molten heat of the melting tower. In a strange twist of perversity, half of the students were the children of known or suspected Death Eaters. The theory was Voldemort did not realize the tower changed to house the entire body of 1st and 2nd year students, rather than all of the Gryffindors. When James first visited the school in this time, it gave him chills. Now it was like visiting an old friend. The memories did not fade in the last 2 years to James. Passing the spot where Ginny died still brought a lump of sadness. James hoped she would be happy for him marrying Sarah. The Harry from the future never could have hoped for the happiness the James of the 1930s knew. Stepping into the entry hall, James naturally glanced at the house points displays. Ravenclaw was in the lead, but all of the houses were within 100 points of each other. "Ah, James. Right on time I see. Hello, Albus. I hope you had a nice Christmas holiday." The Transfiguration professor nodded and smiled. "I do wonder why you sent me socks." James grinned. "An old teacher of mine once complained he always received books for Christmas when what he really wanted were some warm wool socks. Indeed, I have noticed the tendency as I age to receive more and more books." "I think I can understand his comment. He sounds like a wise man," Dumbledore smiled. Now James really grinned. "Actually, I could never decide if he was mad as a hatter or crazy like a fox. He did this annoying eye twinkle thing that made you think he was always laughing at you or knew something you didn't." Albus laughed at James' mental picture. He could tell James loved his old teacher and the comments were really meant in jest. "Do you ever see him still?" "You mean, aside from right now?" James thought. Aloud he said, "No, he was murdered by someone he trusted in front of me. He placed me under a body bind jinx and put an invisible cloak over me. So I could watch it happen but was powerless to stop it. I am sorry to bring up a bad memory, James." James smiled. "My good and bad memories are so tied together that it is almost impossible to bring up one without the other." The pair reached the base of the headmaster's tower. The gargoyle had not changed. Albus gave the password, "It was a flower," and the two wizards ascended into the office. Albus knocked on the door and a voice called out, "Come in, Albus and James." So it is a headmaster thing, James thought. Stepping into the office, James noticed Thomas Potter with 2 other men James did not know. They seemed vaguely familiar. "Nice to see you, James," the headmaster greeted them. "Do you know the Blacks? This is Sirius and Actress." James froze for a second, then placed his hand out. "Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you." This Sirius Black resembled his great-grandson, the godfather of Harry Potter. In his late 50s, this man had the same build and hair as Padfoot, but a confident, commanding manner that Padfoot lacked. Maybe if he stayed out of Azkaban, Harry's Sirius would have been the same. Actress Black was around 30 and slightly shorter and thinner than his father. He lacked the presence of his father. Probably living in his shadow so long kept him from standing on his own. Headmaster Dippet commented, "Sirius is on our board of governors. He stopped in to visit the school and wanted to meet you." James turned his attention to the elder Black. "You have created quite a stir. Your Phoenix Foundation raised some eyes, but your seminar for the DMLE caught a lot of attention." James smiled. "They were really not taking the topic seriously when I started. They won't until the first time they really need it. The survivors will listen. Thomas Potter raised an eyebrow. That seems remarkably cold-blooded. James shook his head. No, experience and history. Whenever a society, magical or muggle, experiences a long peace or advancement in technology or magic, they become complacent in their preparedness. They ignore their warnings until it is too late. Then they curse the messenger. James grinned. Sometimes they take that last part literally. Actress asked in a quiet voice, "Do you think war is inevitable? Are you talking about the one brewing in Germany?" "Yes. I don't think our Aurors can take Grindelwald's trained dark wizards now. With Germany building up their army, I think Grindelwald will bring the war to England." "Really?" Actress sneered. "I think you know nothing about which you speak. A team of our finest Aurors is already on their way to arrest Grindelwald like the common criminal he is." The elder Black kept silent, observing. James shrugged. "I pray you are correct and I am wrong." "But you don't think so, do you?" Thomas asked. "No, but there is always hope." The headmaster frowned. "Unfortunately, you are correct, James." The rest of the room turned to look at the headmaster. "Excuse me?" James asked. "I received an owl early this morning that the team was captured in Berlin. Their wands were snapped and they were sent to a place called Dachau, near Munich." James went white as he recognized the name of the camp. "Do you have a plan to get them out of there?" "That is up to the ministry," the headmaster answered. If the ministry did not get their team out soon, they would all be dead, James thought. "I think they should be encouraged too." Headmaster Dippet waved his head. "I am sure the government can be trusted to handle the situation more than adequately." James sighed. No wonder Voldemort was able to manipulate this guy so badly he got Hagrid blamed for opening the chamber. The Blacks soon rose and made their goodbyes. Actress made no more comments except a mumbled goodbye. Sirius Black shook James' hand and said, "I look forward to seeing what you do next, young Mr. Evans." After they had gone, the headmaster asked, "Now how may I help you, James?" "I would like to have access to the library. I need to do a bit of research." The headmaster leaned back in his chair and asked, "What kind of research? Are you familiar with Muggle aeroplanes?" "Mildly, we see them from time to time. Flimsy-looking things. The Muggles are improving them to be stronger and faster. They can fly long distances and drop explosives. The orphanage is in downtown London. I want to research a Muggle bomb-repelling ward to protect the site. Diagon Alley and St. Mungo's could use it too," James explained. "Do you really think that could happen?" Albus asked. James nodded. "I think it is highly probable." Everything James said was true. However, he also wants to research the time-turner spell Aberforth used to send him here. James wanted to see if there was a way to stop it from taking him back to 1998. The professors exchanged a glance. The headmaster nodded. "I think we can do that. Would you be willing to do us a favor in return? Professor Merrythought would love to have you as a guest speaker in her class." James smiled. "I would be happy to. Thank you. You seem in a good mood this morning, James," Thomas commented. James grinned at him. "Sarah and I got engaged yesterday." After the three men congratulated James, James turned to Thomas. "I would like to ask a favor of you also." His friend and unknowing grandfather smiled and said, "For the groom, name it. Would you allow Sarah and me to get married in the garden at the Potter Manor?" Thomas smiled. "I think Elizabeth would have words with me if I said no. She is quite taken with you and adores Tommy. We would love to have you at the manor." "Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate this more than I can ever tell you." The men continued to talk for another hour about idle things. Shortly before lunch, an elated James Evans left Hogwarts. Soon he would marry the woman he loved in a place that every Potter man married since the 10th century. If Ginny had survived, then Harry would have been the first to break that chain when he married. A very happy James Evans made his way home to his soon-to-be wife and adopted son. June 15, 1936. James sat on the bench in the German beer hall. Sitting in a back corner, James felt surrounded by the boisterous crowd. To the outside observer, the large, blonde-haired man seemed to be enjoying himself. Internally was a different story. How in Merlin's name did I let myself get dragged into this? James thought. This is not my war. I did my duty. I should be at home with Sarah and Tommy. The reason for James's unease sat 4 tables away. 3 men in matching black trench coats formed an island of calm in the crowded beer hall. They did not do anything overt to cause this pocket. It was simply who they were. Gestapo. Actually, if you wanted to get technical, only two were Gestapo. The third man was a wizard. He was one of Grindelwald's men. Grindelwald called his followers the Dark Army. To those outside the Gestapo, Dark Army members made up a special unit that operated on special cases. Charms performed on the Muggle members of the Gestapo ensured they would never talk about the magic used by the members of the Dark Army. A primary difference between Grindelwald and Voldemort lay in their tactics. Voldemort used terror and guerrilla attacks to attempt to take control of magical Britain. Grindelwald used open warfare with Muggle proxies doing much of the fighting and dying. The Dark Army provided wards and magical protections for the rebuilding Wehrmacht. Grindelwald's forces were not yet ready to make open war. Although many in the magical community knew the Dark Lord's ultimate goal, the various nations' magical ministries felt it was best to appease him for now. The German mob selected Grindelwald as Chancellor in 1932. How an English-born wizard became the German Minister of Magic was a mystery to James. Already known as a Dark Lord before his election, Grindelwald moved quickly to consolidate power, for the good of the magical community. His ally, Hitler, mirrored Grindelwald's rise to power. Some in the British mob believed Hitler was under an imperious curse. A team of Aurors did manage to get close to the Muggle leader at a Nazi rally. A wizard used legilimency and soon determined the Muggle was not under any magical control. He and Grindelwald were simple two evil men. Now their bully boys worked together in their common cause. Waiting calmly for an hour after the Gestapo men arrived, James casually rose from his seat. Taking his leave of his drinking companions, James walked out of the beer hall. James kept his occlumency shields up as he passed the three men. Using a trick he stole from Snape, James kept his cover persona on the outside of the shields. If the Dark Army wizard could use legilimency, all he would read is a Muggle laborer's thoughts about getting home after drinking all night. James never felt the telltale brush of legilimency. He kept the act up all the way to the gasthouse he was staying at during his mission. As he made his way through the cool Munich spring night, James thought to himself again, why did I agree to do this? Flashback. April 20, 1936. James sat in his office in the Phoenix Foundation reviewing a series of plans provided by Mrs. Catchbottom. James smiled fondly. The old witch ran the foundation like it was her own domain. Since the witch was so competent it's scary, James was happy to let her. The staff was happy and ran smoothly. The children seemed very happy also. Every magical or squib orphan in England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland had been offered a place in the orphanage. Professor Dippet allowed Mrs. Catchbottom, an old acquaintance, to review the Hogwarts registry for any orphans, even the ones not attending Hogwarts due to age or any other reason. Several orphans from the continent also moved over when they heard about the magical orphanage. The registry recorded the birth of all magical children. It tracked their locations while living within the British Isles. The registry generated the Hogwarts letters sent to children on their 11th birthday. Almost every magical orphan now resided at the Phoenix Foundation's orphanage. Only one Hogwarts 6th year declined. James gathered the young wizard was in love with a Muggle girl in a local village and did not want to leave her. James was amazed and saddened how many magical and squib orphans there really were. Many of the magical orphans were Muggle-born. Their Muggle families were unable to deal with their freakishness, and abandoned them. The squib orphans were the reverse. Their pureblood families were embarrassed by having a squib in the family. The ones that really infuriated James did it out of kindness, so they would not grow up jealous of their magical family. 400 children from newborns to 17 called the London orphanage home. It was actually more children than when Tommy was placed here. Another 200 children of the primary school ages attended the magical day school. Mrs. Catchbottom gathered a team of house elves for cooking and cleaning. The floors were magically expanded to provide more space than the outside would suggest. Gathering the house elves had been an experience for James. James found himself missing Dobby. Dobby was very excitable, but he was also very devoted to Harry. He appreciated Harry's attempts at simply being Dobby's friend. The new elves, however, were freaked out by James's kindness to them. They were happy to be bound to the orphanage but acted terrified when James offered them a salary, clothing and days off. James figured he would work on them. In an unusual action for the usually silent founder of the Phoenix Foundation, James issued a memo stating that any employee mistreating a house elf would be fired, and any student would be punished. James also prohibited the house elves from punishing themselves. James felt content. He and Sarah married on February 28 at the Potter Manor. Tommy served as James's best man. James snorted, thinking again what Ron would have made of that development. Actually, Draco's reaction might have been even more amusing. The wedding was a small event. Only Professor Dumbledore, the Potters, Sarah's closest friends and Mrs. Catchbottom attended. Sarah's mother refused to attend because of James's half-blood status. The old witch objected when they started dating, so the couple was not surprised. Having his grandparents at his wedding made the day extra special for James. Growing up with no family, he never expected to get married with family in attendance. Tommy tried Toad to the day by putting a big bow around Snuffle's neck. The disgusted look on the dog's face brought peals of laughter to Tommy all through the reception. A knock on his office door brought James out of his memories. "Come in," James called. An attractive woman in her mid-40s entered the office. "Two men are here to see you, Mr. Evans. They don't have an appointment, but they are quite insistent." "Send them in, Elizabeth," James smiled. Then he mock-yelled at her, "And I told you to call me James." The woman smiled and said, "I would not want your wife to think the wrong things." Then she was gone. James just grinned at her back. A moment later, she returned with two men in Muggle clothing. Some part of James recognized them as wizards, but he had rarely seen non-Muggle-born wizard wearing Muggle clothing that correctly or comfortably. James rose to greet them. "Gentlemen, I understand you asked to speak to me." One of the men glanced at Elizabeth. "May we speak to you alone?" James glanced at Elizabeth and nodded. The secretary quietly stepped out of the room and closed the door. "Please be seated." The men sat in the indicated chairs while James sat back behind his desk. James asked, "What may I help you with?" The man who had not yet spoken drew his wand and cast privacy charms. James did not recognize the charms. Then he turned to James and said, "Please put your wand away, Mr. Evans. We are just here to talk." James put his wand away but kept the portkey in his hand hidden from view. He could be gone with a word. Again, "Gentlemen, how may I help you? We represent the ministry. We need your skills on a mission of national importance." James leaned back in his chair and considered the two wizards. Both men were mid-sized and dark-haired. Neither man had any remarkable features or identifying marks. "What do the unspeakables need with me?" The men did not react to James's identification of their department. "You have attracted our interest, Mr. Evans, on several levels. You apparently arrived here on June 16, 1934 in Hogsmeade. We can find no record of your existence anywhere prior to that date. No entry permits, no bank records, nothing. You deposited almost 20 million galleons with Gringotts, bought a house and started this foundation. You also adopted a young boy. You took your newts and managed to impress Madame Marchbanks. You made enemies of the Malfoys and befriended the Potters and Professor Dumbledore. You also made an impressive dueling presentation to our law enforcement brethren." James kept himself neutral during this presentation. They did not seem very impressed. The wizard allowed a small smirk to violate his face. "You rubbed their noses in their weakness. They are used to criminals' fear to keep them from fighting back." James simply nodded at this observation. The silence lasted for several seconds. Then the second wizard spoke, "You have admirable self-control. You also have the strongest mental shields I have ever come across." Again, James simply waited. "We would like to recruit you for a mission," the first wizard commented. James raised an eyebrow. "A mission?" The ministry sent a team of Aurors to Germany to arrest the Dark Lord Grindelwald. The ministry assumed 20 Aurors could handle one Dark Lord. They never even got close to him. James nodded. "I heard about the failed attempt. I also heard they were sent to Dachau. That was at Christmas time." Neither wizard seemed surprised at James's knowledge. "We would like you to join a team to extract them." "Why me? You have the skills necessary for an unspeakable. Already. Your dueling skills are very impressive. You can also blend in with Muggles with ease and understand their world. You have tight mental shields and keep your secrets well." The other wizard added, "We also can help you with some research you have been doing." "Ah, the carrot," James snorted. "Yes," the unspeakable acknowledged. You have a ready-made cover. No government would sponsor an agent to appear a philanthropist. You would live your own life and only respond to specific operations that would require your skills. We would also ask for you to help train other unspeakables. James considered this. Mentally placing a bet, he asked, and what is the stick? A temporal disruption occurred near Hogsmeade. On the very day you arrived there, in fact. We can't have people mucking up the timeline now, can we? James narrowed his eyes slightly. The wizard added, one of the main purposes of the Department of Mysteries is to watch for dark wizards attempting to change the past. We noticed your arrival and watched. Something about the signature of your arrival held us back. Suddenly, James burst out laughing. That was where he got it. Aberforth Dumbledore is one of you. The second wizard nodded. His signature on the disruption told us he approved your trip. We will not ask why, although we assume it had something to do with the boy. It is also another reason why we chose you. Aberforth is an excellent agent. If he selected you for an assignment, you must be capable. James snickered. It also explains why my former headmaster was able to acquire a time turner for a third-year student looking to take some extra classes. The unspeakables looked shocked for the first time. That seemed a frivolous use of such a magical item. James grinned at their first true response since entering his office. Then James asked, what do you know of the spell Aberforth used to send me back here? The first unspeakable shrugged. Honestly, no, we don't. We don't have the magic today to duplicate his feat. Our furthest back to date is 2 weeks. The second unspeakable asked, have you considered the implications of your actions? His fellow agent waved the question away. Now is not the time for that conversation. It always makes me want to have a drink in my hand. James nodded his agreement but mentally reminded himself to have that conversation later. Obviously, I cannot talk to my wife about this, James commented. True. Who else would know about my status? James asked. No one outside the Dom. By the way, we pronounce it Doom. An inside joke. Are unspeakables allowed to have a sense of humor? The two unspeakables glanced at each other. Then one answered, we laugh at the rest of the ministry all of the time. It keeps us sane. James murmured, well, we have that in common anyway. Looking at the two men, James said, I will have to think about it, gentlemen. I have fought my war. I am not sure I can go back into another one. I just want a peaceful life. The two unspeakables rose from their seats. Please don't think about it for too long, Mr. Evans. We have 20 Aurors counting on us to get them out of Dachau. The wizard who cast the privacy charms brought them down again. We will be in touch, Mr. S. Evans. Then he dropped a small piece of parchment on James's desk. The two wizards walked out. James picked up the parchment. It was a list of the 20 Aurors captured by Grindelwald. Glancing through the list, James noticed several familiar names from his training seminar. Then he reached a very familiar name, Alastor Moody. James cursed himself. He was going to Germany. Damn his saving people thing. The following weeks passed in a blur. The original two unspeakables from his office met James on his first morning. They portkeyed into a secure conference room. They provided James with a plain gray robe and a silver necklace. One of the two wizards explained. The necklace protects your identity when you are outside the Dom. No one outside Dom will know of your status. You will sign a magically binding contract to prevent you from ever disclosing another unspeakable's identity without their permission. You will also not be able to discuss Dom assignments or magic without permission from a supervisor-level unspeakable. James nodded. I understand. Would that mean you are both supervisor level? He asked in an innocent tone. His only reply was a smirk. We will be using you as a floater. This means you will be assigned to different teams depending on mission needs. You will need to choose a codename to be used within the ministry. James thought for a second. After Harry became an animagus, Moony gave Harry a marauder name. My friends gave me a name, I would like to use that. They called me, the Count. The two unspeakables seemed surprised by the odd codename but had no objection to it. James spent the next 5 hours being briefed on the workings of the Department of Mysteries. Before they left, the first unspeakable said, you may call me Abel. The second chimed in, and I am Cain. The next day, James went to the ministry to work with the rest of the extraction team. The team James would be working together for more than 5 years. The team leader was known as Alex. The other team members were Bill, Charlie, Don and Fred. Ed was lost on an earlier mission. James snorted when he met the team. It sounded like something out of one of Uncle Vernon's Cold War spy novels. James examined his new team. Alex was a tall, boned man with a runner's build. Bill appeared his exact opposite, short, dark and bulky. Charlie was the only female on the team. The petite brunette's looks and manners screamed of a pampered, pureblood upbringing. Something about her made James convinced she was the most dangerous of the team. Don would have been called a science geek in another time. Instead, he was adept at enchanting objects and ward breaking. Skinny and pale, Don looked like he spent too much time in the research lab. Fred was an older wizard who looked like a librarian. He seemed very fussy about his clothes. Alex approached James first. "So you are the Count. Where did that come from?" In a bland manner, James answered, "Teaching little children." "Huh, let him catch that reference," James thought. Alex smiled at the non-answer. "We'll just call you Vlad." Alex turned to the rest of the team. "Everyone, meet the Count." James nodded. "It is nice to meet you all." Bill asked, "They sent us a newbie. Kid can't be more than 18 years old. This mission is too dangerous to behold some snotty's hand." James looked at the unspeakable and allowed part of his aura to show. "I have been actively fighting dark wizards since I was 11. I killed a dark lord at 17. I agree, I am not a secret agent. I am a soldier. I am also a bit older than I look." Fred placed a calming hand on Bill's shoulder. "I beg your pardon, forgive my friend's rudeness. We lost a longtime team member recently and it is unusual to get a replacement just prior to a mission." For all of his polite tones, James could tell Fred was nervous also. "I understand. I am the last of my team. I know what it is like to see team members lost." Alex interrupted. "The Count was recruited directly into the Dom by Cain and Abel." "I have never heard of that before. He was never an Auror and skipped training." The team members looked at James with renewed interest. Bill mused, "You must be okay then." He nodded a grudging acceptance. Charlie walked up to James and wrapped her hands around his bicep. "Ignore them. Welcome to the team." James smiled and thanked her for his welcome. Her tone reminded James of a blending of lavender and pansy. That was not a good sign. The rest of the morning was spent in a briefing on the mission. James learned that the concentration camp was built on the site of a munitions factory from the Mughal Great War, World War I, about 10 miles from Munich. It currently held about 3,000 prisoners. Many of them were Hitler and Grindelwald's political prisoners, with gypsies and homos, ghouls making up the rest. Excluding the British Aurors, the Dom estimated 30 magical prisoners were held at the camp. James was surprised to learn that not many Jews populated the camp. A little research of James indicated that the widespread gathering of the Jews would not start for another 18 months. Right now, the pressure was more social. The only Jews present in the camp today had been convicted of violating the 1935 Nuremberg laws. The plan called for the team to infiltrate into Germany in pairs. The entire team would portkey to the Paris as tourists. There they would split up. Alex and Charlie would make their way to Munich via rail. James and Fred would follow on the same path 2 days later. Bill and Don would go to Switzerland and make their way to Munich via back roads. The team would not use magic unless it was necessary. Once in Munich, Alex and Charlie would be responsible for gathering intelligence on the current conditions of the camp. The team would assemble at a designated Gasthaus. The team would infiltrate the camp and make their way to where the Aurors were held. The team would provide each of the Aurors with general use wands. The wands would not be as powerful as their personal wands, but would be better than nothing. Once the team and the Aurors exited the camp in the expected wards, they would portkey out of Germany. The next 3 days consisted of the team preparing for their mission. James and Fred agreed to travel as father and son. Fred was in his mid-40s and James would dress to make himself look younger. Although James estimated he was almost 20, he really could still pass as a younger teenager. His smaller size and green eyes made that impression. A couple rounds of dueling increased the team's respect for James. James held off Alex and Bill for over 20 minutes. James dodged most of the spells fired on him. It ended when James cast a Reducto with a stunner just after it. The first spell hit Bill's shield. The shield held up to the Reducto but had temporarily weakened enough for the trailing stunner to sneak through it. The shield weakened the stunner enough that Bill never lost consciousness, but it did take him out of the fight. Holding off Alex and Bill impressed the team. Taking Bill out of the fight surprised them. James did not reveal all of his dueling skills or powers to the team. Intensive training with Moody, Shacklebolt and several others played a large part of James's ability. The connection to Voldemort provided the rest of the explanation. While developing his occlumency and legilimency, Harry learned to enter the Dark Lord's mind. To use the Muggle term, Harry was able to download a great deal of knowledge from Voldemort's mind. Harry spent 2 weeks in a coma-like state while his mind processed the sudden influx of data. This was the power the Dark Lord knows not. Fortunately, Harry only downloaded information, not actual memories. Living with the memories of Voldemort's crimes would have been too much. The influx of knowledge, coupled with Harry's specialized training, made the difference in the final battle. In a pure power comparison, Harry had roughly the same power as Dumbledore and Voldemort. However, their gifts took on slightly different forms. Dumbledore was a master at transfiguration. Voldemort concentrated on potions and dark magic. Harry's reflexes and magic made him a master dueler. The download allowed Harry to bypass the 50-year difference in knowledge. Their differences did the rest. James returned to Hogsmeade after the final day of team training. The unspeakable team worked together in a smooth, effortless manner. Each of them knew their responsibilities with little or no discussion. The team seemed to have accepted James personally, but James could feel where his presence caused a disruption in their teamwork. Bill in particular seemed to resent the disruption. James understood. In the field is not the place to work out the kinks of a new team member. Alex released the team on Friday just after lunch with instructions to meet back at the Ministry by 7 o'clock on Monday morning for the first leg of the mission. Although James slept at home all week, he looked forward to spending the weekend with Tommy and Sarah. Unfortunately, only Snuffles was home to greet him. Sarah was at St. Mungo's working a rotation in the pediatric ward. Her time there as a Mediwitch served her well. Knowing the various healers personally helped her move through the healer program smoothly. Because of this and her previous experience, she would be completing the program in only 5 more months. Tommy started taking his lessons at his former orphanage. Now renamed the Phoenix Center, it bore little resemblance to the place Tommy knew. The buildings were cleaned up and upgraded with the latest magical and Muggle conveniences. Many of the completely Muggle children moved to other orphanages as the magical and squib orphans moved in. Tommy used the flow to travel to and from school every day for the last week. James arranged Tommy's attendance for social reasons. Tommy dealt well with adults. He needed to work well with other children his own age. Tommy's acceptance of returning to his old orphanage did concern James and Sarah. Sarah took Tommy to visit the school during one of James's meetings. Although Tommy acted nervous before they arrived, he quickly settled down as the changes captured his attention. Not one of the former staff remained from Tommy's time there. Staff hired by the Phoenix Foundation had replaced all of them. Tommy particularly enjoyed the electricity experiment using a Muggle lightning rod connected to a power meter. The teacher used his wand to shoot lightning bolts at the rod. Making his way into the empty house, James started to pack his trunk for the trip. James pulled out his battle robes and shook them out. Professor Dumbledore acquired them for Harry's 17th birthday. They arrived via owl at Privet Drive just as Harry, Ron and Hermione prepared for their Horcrux hunt. The dragonhide robes protected from many minor hexes. It would also resist penetration by Muggle bullets or other weapons. The robes could only be removed voluntarily by the wearer or by a designated healer. A charm on them also prevented the robes from getting caught or tangling up. James started dinner and then moved to what used to be his potions lab. Sarah took over the lab after she moved in. James thought she equaled Snape in her knowledge but was much nicer to look at. James held all of Voldemort's potions knowledge but understood he lacked the flair or instincts that made a true potions master. Sarah did have that spark. She was delighted with the complete lab James built, but he quickly conceded ownership to his new wife. Sarah did look at him a little funny when he mumbled something about refusing to give up the remote though. James gathered up an assortment of potions included polyjuice and healing. The Unspeakables would be issuing the team equipment and supplies. However, James wanted to ensure that he had enough. Besides, having some advantages no one knew about saved his life several times in the war with Voldemort. A chime sounded through the house announcing someone arriving via flow. Snuffles jumped up from his patch of sun and ran to the living room. James heard Tommy yell out, "No Snuffles," followed by a loud crash. James walked into the living room to find the young boy trapped under the large dog. Snuffles was wagging his tail happily and licking Tommy's face. For his part, Tommy was torn between laughing at Snuffles' antics and being angry at the coating of dog slobber he was receiving. James did not feel torn at all. Tommy did not realize James was home until hearing his uncle's laughter at his predicament. Tommy rolled over and forced himself to his feet. Snuffles backed off and gave Tommy an insolent doggy grin. Tommy's glare bounced right of the furry monster. James laughed even harder when Tommy turned his disgusted glare at his uncle. "Thanks for the help." James settled down enough to answer, "I would never want to get between a boy and his dog." Tommy scowled at Snuffles again. "He is not a dog. He is a furry menace. All week when I get home from school he jumps me like that. In a year and a half you will start Hogwarts. Then you won't have to worry about it." Tommy brightened at that reminder. At least until James finished. "However, when you get home for breaks he may have built it all up." Tommy glared at his adopted father, but the humor of the situation danced in his eyes. "You are a bad man, Uncle Jimmy." James smirked back, "I know. Come on, you can help me with dinner and tell me about your day at school. I stopped at Honeyduke's today also." Tommy grinned and followed his uncle into the kitchen. Dinner was a resounding success. James made Sarah's favorite meal. He finished cooking 2 minutes before she arrived home. After a long day at the hospital, finding dinner ready was a relief. It also made her suspicious. "What is wrong, James?" she asked after the meal was finished. Tommy stopped where he was clearing the dishes and looked at his uncle. James sighed. "I should have known you would catch on. I have to go away for a few weeks." "Why?" "I can't tell you exactly. I was asked to help out some people in trouble." "What kind of trouble, Uncle Jimmy?" "I can't say, Tommy. I had to swear an oath." James looked at his wife. "I have to do this." "I couldn't say no." Sarah leaned back in her chair. James could see the conflicting emotions play across her face. "Why you?" James shrugged. "My background, my experience." It caught some people's attention. They realized they needed some help. A resigned expression came across Sarah's face. "Does this have to do with that new Dark Lord in Germany?" James shook his head. "I can't answer that." "Which means yes." Sarah sighed. "I knew when we married that you loved to act the paladin. You can't sit at home and let things happen. You need to get involved." "All I want is peace." "I don't want to have to do this," James insisted. Sarah reached across the table and took James's hand. "I know you want peace. But if you smell trouble, you have to go fight it. It is who you are." James started to shake his head as if to resist her words. Then she added, "Under any name," in a significant tone of voice. "I think I am supposed to be convincing you, not the other way around," James said with a small smile. "It just shows who is smarter," Tommy chimed in. Sarah simply smiled. James groaned, "I am outnumbered." Traitor. The first part of the mission passed without incident. The team assembled in a dom conference room. Dressed in their Muggle disguises, James was impressed with how normal the team appeared. No one would ever suspect them of being a highly skilled and dangerous team of unspeakables. A portkey took them to an official French entry point. The team divided into its two-person elements and went their separate directions. Each stayed at a different hotel except for Alex and Charlie. They made their way to the Muggle train station immediately for passage into Germany. James had never spent time in Paris in either time. In his role as Fred's 17-year-old son, it was perfectly natural for him to tour the city. They did have 2 days to kill until they started their trip. James enjoyed roaming the canals and museums of the City of Light. He also enjoyed sitting in the cafes watching the Parisians go about their day. The city had a nervous energy. The actions of Nazi Germany concerned the common Frenchman. James often heard comments about it. The people were concerned but maintained a faith in the government to protect them. In 1930, the French government started building the Maginot Line. The line extended along the German-French border. New construction had recently started when Belgium declared itself neutral. The majority of the people seemed to feel safe with the line of forts protecting their border. James just sat silently and kept his opinions to himself. Who would believe him about how quickly the Germans would defeat the line? Even its detractors figured on a period of weeks or months. The idea of Germany invading the Low Countries first was never even mentioned. It reminded James of the faith the magical community placed in its government before the Second War with Voldemort. Everyone sat back and calmly accepted that the government would win the war and the boy who lived would kill Voldemort. At the appropriate time, James and Fred boarded the train. They were traveling under the identities of Anthony Thomas and his son Michael. James acted the role of a slightly sullen teenager being forced to do something. Basically, he simply behaved like he did in his 5th year at Hogwarts. The crossing into Germany passed without incident. At the border, German border guards inspected everyone's papers. Although the guards did not wear the Nazi armband, the banners hung off the customs building. Neither James nor Fred used any active magic as they crossed the border. Members of the Dark Army monitored the border crossings for foreign wizards. Foreign wizards registered their wands for German ministry tracking. Tracking charms were often used to follow suspicious visitors. Since they were entering as Muggles, the team needed to slip past the border without attracting any magical notice. All of their magical items, including their wands, were packed into Muggle trunks lined with suppression charms to eliminate their magical signature. 2 of the border guards passed the compartment James and Fred sat in. Fred read a copy of a French newspaper. James was reading a copy of a German tourist guide on the Bavarian Alps. James could feel the magical scan as the guards passed by. One of them was obviously a wizard. James made a subtle motion to warn Fred. Fred passed an acknowledgement. An outside observer would not have noticed the communication. The train passed smoothly through the German countryside towards Munich. James noticed a great deal of construction everywhere he looked. At one point they crossed over a large road project. James asked the car steward about the project. It is called the Autobahn. Cars will be able to move quickly all through the fatherland. James noticed the pride in the German's voice at this pronouncement. As a Muggle raised, Harry had heard of the German Autobahn. He had not known it was first built under the Nazis. James snorted with disgust. Something else we should have covered rather than goblin rebellions in history of magic. I should have brought some Muggle history texts back with me. The train entered the station in Munich without issue. James exited the train and openly stared at everything. As a teenage tourist, he would be expected to do exactly that. The old German architecture was breathtaking. The remains of the old city wall still formed a gate entering the old part of the city. James was finding he enjoyed seeing places outside of Britain. The only thing ruining this trip was the number of Nazi SS that seemed to inundate the streets. James and Fred made their way to their designated Gasthaus. They passed the one assigned to Alex and Charlie. They passed it and stepped into another one just up the street. After checking in, they made their way to their room. Once the door was shut, Fred whispered into James's ear. A&C did not display the all-clear signal. James looked at the older unspeakable with a question on his face. I will go over tonight to check on them. You will stay here. Fred waited until James nodded his acceptance. Although he did not like it, James understood. Playing these games of sneaking around was not his greatest skill. The rest of the team trained more on gathering intelligence and completing their mission than magical combat. They prided themselves on completing their assignments without ever having to fight. James was included because they did not expect to be able to get away without fighting this time. He was only here as magical muscle. The 2 unspeakables went out for a walk through town, followed by dinner. Fred then made a show of ordering Michael back to their rooms. James played his role of the reluctant teenager, then sulked his way back to the room. In all honesty, James did not have a hard time with the role. Fred was excluding him from taking part as a full member of the team. Being ordered back to the room highlighted Fred's opinion of James's inclusion on the mission. An hour later, James gave thanks he stayed behind. A sudden commotion occurred in the street below. A series of flashes of light appeared in the Gasthaus where Alex and Charlie were to stay. James left the curtains down on the windows. A glance through a crack revealed a number of German police cars gathering in the street. James noticed the colors of many of the flashes coming through the Gasthaus window. Most were red, but some were green. James felt his stomach clench. Stunners and killing curses. Oddly enough, James realized the light wizard was throwing the unforgivable. The Dark Army wizards wanted to question Fred, thus they were using the stunners. The flashes all turned green for a moment and then everything went dark in the inn. James knew there was nothing he could do for Fred. James opened his trunk and put on his battle robes. Then he transfigured them to look like Muggle clothing in the German style. He placed a wand holster on each forearm. Into the holster went his wand and a backup. They were brother wands. After killing Voldemort, Harry had picked up the wand as a trophy. It symbolized something important to Harry. Some part of his brain also did not want the Ministry getting a hold of it. Those idiots would put it on display. Some new pureblood Dark Lord, looking to take up Voldemort's mantle, would acquire it. It would become a new rallying point, a talisman of their fallen Dark Leader. The wand went into Harry's trunk, wrapped in a dirty sock until Harry arrived in the past. On a whim, James started with dueling with both wands. Casting the same spell simultaneously through both wands allowed James to channel more power into the spell. He could also engage multiple targets at the same time by pointing the wands at separate targets. A number of potions went into a small pouch on his waist. A special flask went into his pants pocket. Then he gathered up his and Fred's trunks. A shrinking charm saw them stowed quickly into his pockets. Before stepping out the door, James took a quick drink out of the flask. In a moment a 2-meter tall, sandy blonde-haired man of about 30 stood. James picked up several hairs from various Muggles during the trip. James selected them for being random body types, although all of them came from genetic stock the current German regime would not have issues. The polyjuice potion in the flask came from a special recipe found in one of Snape's notebooks. The man had been a major git, but he did know his potions. This formula allowed the user to last for 4 hours between sips. The advantage was obvious. A user under observation could last far longer than any observer knew polyjuice should last. James never figured out why this potion was never given to either Dumbledore or Voldemort. Maybe Snape saved it for his own use. The notebook indicated Snape tried the potion on himself and several unsuspecting Hufflepuffs during detentions. After the test, the potion's master obliviated the students of their experience. James quietly made his way out of the Gasthaus. James stepped into the night street and disappeared under his invisibility cloak. Skills learned sneaking around Hogwarts returned. To an observer, James appeared to step into a shadow and never emerge. No one observed his departure to appreciate this skill. James made his way through the crowded German street. The night spent in the beer hall had proven fruitful. Using one of his remaining extendable ears, James overheard the conversation between the Gestapo and Dark Army members in the hall. It seemed that Alex and Charlie were noticed during a random sweep of the train passengers. Dark Army operatives tracked them to their Gasthaus. They were captured as they approached the concentration camp at Dachau. The German wizards left magic detectors on their room. Fred set them off on his entry. James learned that Fred died from an AK when he refused to be captured. Since their conversation centered on the fight with Fred, James did not hear what happened to the other 2 team members. James settled into his bed in a new inn. It dealt with working-class Germans rather than tourists. It reminded James something of Nocturne Alley. No one was going to ask questions here. Bill and Don were not due to reach the area for another 3 days. When they arrived, the camp was supposed to be completely investigated. James did not know if Bill would continue the mission. With Alex gone, Bill was the new team lead. Whatever team there is left, James thought sarcastically. James decided to make his way to the camp tomorrow during the day. If it seemed clear he would investigate closer. Maybe by the time the others arrived, James would have the information they needed to decide. James lay back in his blankets and thought of Tommy and Sarah. He missed being home. A teenage Harry would never have pictured this. Raising the child he who must not be a Dark Lord and married. He had a home and a family. Then something happened James had not felt in a long time. He felt something through his scar. The curse scar given during the murder of his parents had been dormant since the death of Lord Voldemort. But now James felt something. It was faint. Given the distance, James realized it must be intense for him to feel it all the way in Germany. But this was something James had never felt through his scar before. It was joy. Tom Marvolo Riddle was happy. Wondering what was happening back in Hogsmeade, James Evans fell asleep with a smile on his face. The old farm truck left the smell of exhaust in its wake. 3 dirty farm hands perched in the back as the truck bounced its way down the farm lane. The winding road had been in place for centuries. Farm carts probably cut down this same path in the time of Caesar. The three farmhands did not look around as the truck made its way through the ancient forest that surrounded it. The huge, old trees cut out much of the light anyway. The truck approached an unseen boundary. A truck bearing the markings of the Wehrmacht sat along the side of the lane. Three young men in SS uniforms stood bored alongside the truck. One waved the farm truck to a stop as it approached. The other two never moved from their positions. The farmer driving the truck called out as the truck rolled to a stop. Guten Morgen, Rottenführer. Guten Morgen, Herr Adler. New crew of workers. They don't look too good, the corporal observed. Ja, best I could find. An idiot, a cripple and a Jew. No one else is available. All of the fine German stock has gone into service to the fatherland. I must make do with what is left over. The SS corporal laughed and walked to the back of the truck. He glanced at the only worker in the back who seemed to have any intelligence in his eyes. He sneered as his eyes noticed a yellow Star of David sewn onto his jacket. The corporal looked at the two remaining workers. The first was a dirty man with an obviously clubbed foot, an obvious weakness in his blood. The final man's eyes contained no hint of curiosity or intelligence. His sloping brow gave him the face of a Neanderthal. Only his obvious size indicated why even a desperate farmer would accept the man. You, men, listen up. The word men was sneered to indicate the SS man's true feeling. You are entering a secured area. You will not leave your camp at night. During the day, you will leave only to work the fields. Anyone found out of the permitted areas or at night will be shot. With a final snort of disgust, the corporal waved the truck on. Draco Malfoy would have been proud of the sneer the SS thug bestowed on his lesser. The farmer merely waved a combination thanks and goodbye as he drove off. The truck continued for another 5 minutes before turning in a small encampment with a barn and farming equipment. Two men exited the barn as the truck pulled to a stop. The farmer climbed out of the truck and approached the other two men. After a quiet discussion, the three men walked to the back of the truck. One of the newcomers spoke. You three are here to work. We will work you hard. You will sleep in the barn in the hayloft. Lunch will be provided. You three will take turns cooking for us. Understand? The three men in the truck nodded, although the one man may have been nodding just because the others did. I am Herr Yoder. Pointing at the other newcomer, he added, this is Herr Klink. You will listen to us and do whatever we tell you. Otherwise we will kick you out at night and let the SS have you. Yoder nodded to himself. Now empty this truck and stack the supplies in the barn. The three men moved to comply. The Jewish man moved quickly to efficiently complete the task. The clubfoot moved with a surprising dexterity moving the supplies. The idiot needed to be prompted for each step. Only the fact he lifted twice the load of the other two men kept him from being turned out of the camp immediately. Once emptied, Herr Adler climbed back into the truck and drove out of the camp. The farmers sent the Jewish man and the idiot into a field and told to collect up the rocks that came up over the winter. They told the clubfoot to sharpen the blades of the plows. Then they walked back into the barn to continue their own tasks. The man with the star on his chest attempted to make conversation with his coworker in the field. The simple man nodded vaguely to questions. The Jewish man introduced himself as Jonathan Fielman. When asked, the simple man answered with a grunt, Goyle. Eventually the two men fell into a quiet pattern of work and conversation ceased. As the sun rose higher in the sun and their muscles started to wear, they stopped for a light lunch. The Jewish man had to keep reminding his slower coworker to drink occasionally. Late in the day, Herr Klink waved them back to camp. Jonathan pulled Goyle by the arm back to the barn. Come, my friend. It is time to eat. Goyle merely nodded and smiled slightly. A thick cloud cover rolled into the area during the evening. After finishing a relatively skimpy meal, the 5 men in the camp found places to sleep. Yoder and Klink slept in a small shack next to the main barn. The others found places in the stale hay in the barn. Before long, everyone in the camp was asleep. As he felt the polyjuice potion wear off, James Evans awoke in the almost pitch-black barn. James quietly made his way through the barn and out of the door. The sound of various night creatures told James no one else wandered the camp in the night. In seconds, James walked out of the camp and into the darkened tree line. As he walked into the forest, James thanked the long-gone creator of the wizard potions he had been drinking all day. The improved Polyjuice potion was definitely a big help. However, the magical equivalent of a Muggle sports drinking enabled Goyle to continue working long after his own body felt too tired to move. Out of sight of the camp, James pulled out his shrunken trunk and spoke the command word to resize it. Moving quickly, James used his wand to remove all of the dirt and odor accumulated during the day's work. Then he donned his battle robes and stuck his wand into his wrist holster. The trunk went back into a pocket. Joining the work crew was a stroke of luck. It allowed James an excuse to be in the area during the day without arousing any suspicion. Posing as an idiot wearing the form of the future Slytherin student struck James as funny. Too bad no one else got the joke. Magically prepared for his reconnaissance mission, James concentrated for a moment. In an instant, he was gone. A large gray wolf stood in his place. The wolf set off in an easy lope through the forest. Where his human eyes perceived darkness, the wolf saw clearly. The wolf set off at an easy lope through the medieval forest. The ancient trees blocked the light from the quarter moon hanging low in the sky. The wolf's nose told James that no humans or other large predators were in the area. After a day playing the role of Goyle, the wolf's lope felt refreshing. Harry learned to be an animagus during the summer after Professor Dumbledore's death. Harry, Hermione and Ron stayed with the Dursleys while waiting on Harry's 17th birthday. The Dursleys were not happy, but Ron and Hermione could use magic, so they kept their objections to themselves. Professor McGonagall arrived one day unannounced and offered to teach them. Ron never gained the ability. Hermione became a bushy, brown housecat. Ron made a cheeky comment about the form made sense because Hermione always tried to act like McGonagall anyway. Harry's transformation came very easy, but its results shocked the professor and her protege. James the Wolf ran through the forest in the cool spring night air. During his time in the field, James thought about his rough map of the area and decided where the farm would roughly be located. He estimated the farm and the concentration camp were about 2 kilometers apart. A short and easy run for a wolf. James felt himself enter under the umbrella of anti-apartition and Portkey wards. The camp could not be far ahead. He slowed his run into a cautious walk. One of his concerns on the mission was the existence of anti-animagus wards. Some unobtrusive research in the Dom library indicated those wards did not yet exist. However, just because the British ministry did not have them did not mean the German ministry did not also. James came to the edge of a clearing and heard the sounds of men up ahead. He laid down on his belly. He crawled out slowly so his head was out of the bushes at the clearing edge. The camp looked very primitive to James's eyes. A double wall of barbed wire lined the camp. 2-meter-wide dogs' run lay between the two lines of barbed wire. James could smell the dog smell mixed in the stench rising from the camp. Wooden guard towers stood at the 4 corners of the camp. Searchlights constantly swept the area both inside and outside the camp. The former munitions factory dominated the camp. The rundown building seemed to house the majority of the prisoners. The removed window glass replaced with boards. The roof looked to be in poor repair with obvious holes. James realized he had approached the back of the camp. James pulled back into the forest and circled the camp. Approaching from the other side, James saw barracks and huts for the guards and camp administrators. Another building had a sign announcing it as the camp office. These buildings looked in much better repair. In fact, they looked luxurious for a military organization. Beyond the guard camp, James spotted the gate into the prisoners' area. It was set up with an inner and an outer gate. Machine gun emplacements stood outside the exterior gate on either side. An additional guard tower oversaw the area. James bet that guard would be equipped with heavy weapons also. James remembered watching a couple old reruns of the comedy, Hogan's Heroes, before attending Hogwarts. The camp from the show bore little resemblance to what he now saw. This was not a prisoner of war camp. These people had no international treaty ensuring a basic care standard. These were German citizens. The infamous ovens and gas showers would not yet in existence. It would be a couple of years before Hitler's final solution would go into effect. James felt a wave of disgust pass through him. The similarities between Hitler's views on the lesser races and Voldemort's on mudbloods were simply too obvious. The odd thing was Grindelwald did not seem to truly share those views. He wanted unrestrained power and access to forbidden magic. The Dark Lord's support of Hitler's actions were a means to an ends for him, rather than a goal itself. James wondered idly if growing up during World War II made the young Voldemort identify with Hitler's goals. Which would have been odd considering Hitler was pure Muggle. Unseen by the large number of guards, the wolf crept into their camp. The barracks stood up off the ground, allowing the wolf a crawlspace. The shadow moved stealthily through the camp listening to the conversations of the guards. James estimated the time to be near 3 a.m. Although most of the guards seemed to be in bed, James was surprised at the level of activity that continued through the night. On the east end of camp, next to the office building and the camp gate, James received his first nasty surprise. A small hut sat by itself with no obvious purpose. James approached it for cover and felt himself pass through some Muggle repulsion and notice-me-not charms. The charms were not long-term wards, but rather temporary spells. Standing next to the hut, James's wolf hearing could hear the sounds of a tough interrogation occurring inside. A woman's voice screamed out in pain accompanied by the tough laughing of at least 3 men. James recognized the woman's voice as Charlie. James felt his inner Gryffindor demanding he act to rescue his fellow team member. He ruthlessly suppressed that impulse. Any premature action now would also risk the primary mission of rescuing the Auror team. James did not like to leave a team member as a captive but forced himself to remain still. Once his impulse was set aside, James moved carefully around the hut. He smelled at least 4 men inside the hut with Charlie. Could the 4th man be another Dark Army wizard or could it be Alex? Based on the size of the hut and the number of wizards inside the hut, James guessed the interior of the hut was magically expanded to a much larger size. This made it difficult for James to get an idea of what the team would expect on entering the hut. Although only 4 wizards were here now, a flow connection could mean that a large number of wizards could appear at any time. James moved quietly out of the camp. He thought of using his bushy tail to wipe away as many of his paw prints as possible. Unfortunately, the wet ground prevented that from being an easy task. He also figured it would appear suspicious if wolf tracks were found and some of them were wiped away. James made sure to leave a number of tracks near the rubbish pile. Hopefully the tracks would be attributed to a scavenger and forgotten. The wolf moved back into the forest without any alarm being raised. Once away from the camp, James moved away from the camp until he reached a stream. He crossed into the stream and followed it down a bit. James hoped that if the guards attempted to track the wolf, the stream would end their hunt. James changed back into his human form standing in the stream. The sudden loss of the wolf's senses came as a shock. Once he became an animagus, James realized that some of the wolf's attributes seemed to remain with him. The wolf's sense of smell coupled with its strength and stamina remained after he changed back, albeit in a greatly reduced level. The problem with the wolf is it would not allow him to explore the prisoners' camp. The barbed wire would be bad enough, but the dogs would react immediately when they caught his scent. No, the wolf would not do for this at all. When Harry worked on his animagus training, Professor McGonagall used a combination of a potion and self-hypnotism to help the 3 identify their animals. Ron simply fell asleep and saw nothing. Hermione saw her cat form. Harry was the surprise. When he emerged from his session, he told them he saw 2 forms. The professor encouraged him to choose one form. Hermione backed her up, telling Harry that dual forms were impossible. Harry believed Hermione and the professor. However, Hermione's know-it-all attitude struck a sore spot. Harry worked on his second form at night after Ron and Hermione was asleep. Everyone knew that Harry had trouble sleeping, so neither Hermione or McGonagall questioned it. Ron knew, but he covered for Harry. After Harry demonstrated his first form, Ron and Harry enjoyed the looks on the ladies' faces when he changed into his second form. Remus thought it was wonderful when he learned of Harry's ability. It was then he gave Harry his marauder name, the Count. Moony laughed himself breathless when Harry started doing impressions of Snape with a cape. Ron's cheeky comment was, "This explains how a bloke with poor eyesight can beat everyone else to the snitch." In a flicker, the medium-sized, black-haired wizard was gone. In a squeak and flutter, the black form of a bat flew off into the night. The bat fluttered through the canopy of trees. James's natural radar allowed him to avoid the various branches. Flying as a bat was almost as much fun as broom flying. The form was much slower, but it was so maneuverable. James's only problem with it was the diet. His form could not resist snacking on the various flying insects that crossed his path. The proteins were great, especially after the meager offerings at the farm. However, the idea turned his stomach whenever he reverted to human form. James the Bat flew over the fence unnoticed. His natural radar provided him with an accurate mental image of the camp. He avoided the search beam sweeping the camp as he moved towards the prisoners' barracks. James flew to a roof overhang and landed hanging upside down. This was actually the hardest of the bat's behavior to get used to for James. Once he had tucked in, James started listening to the conversations around him. Most of the prisoners around him slept huddled against the chilly night air. The guards spoke in muffled tones as they walked their posts. No hint was sounded from inside to former munitions factory. James started flying from building to building around the camp. For 2 hours, James searched the camp for any sign of the OR team with no luck. James did not even feel a hint of magic within the camp. James started to get nervous. Could the DOM's intelligence be faulty? It was possible that the team was housed in another location. James did not want to think about the possibility they were already dead. Mad Eye survived this war in Harry's time. Could James's arrival have altered history aside from Tommy? Realizing nothing more would come from flying about the camp, James flew in a hole in the roof of the former munitions factory. James fluttered into a secluded corner and resumed his human form. Being able to fly was great, but James realized that the prisoners would see a flying mouse as a potential meal. The irony of defeating Voldemort only to die as a prisoner's dinner would not be funny. James pulled on his invisibility cloak and cast a silencing charm on his feet. Passing down the hallways, James truly realized the misery the Nazi government forced these men to live in. They lived in conditions that made the Dursleys' cupboard seem a 5-star hotel. The stench and despair of this place made James sick. Working methodically from the top floor to the basement, James searched every corner of the prisoner barracks. Guards patrolled at odd intervals but they noticed nothing. None of them seemed magical or escorted dogs. James bet the dogs refused to set foot in here. Even his reduced wolf sense of smell was whining like a Malfoy. James simply stepped aside to allow them to pass. Finally, James found his objective in the basement. Locked behind a thick steel door were 11 of the 12 Aurors. All of them but 2 slept. From the stance of the 2 awake Aurors, they were standing a rotating guard. Without dropping the cloak, James whispered, "Hello, mates. Enjoying your vacation?" The 2 awake Aurors jerked up in surprise at whispered comment in English. One of them edged near the door. "Who are you?" A dozen cheeky answers sprang to James's lips. He settled on an honest answer, "Ministry team sent to look in on you blokes." "Why aren't there 12 of you?" "The damn Jerrys killed Hollings." Spell damage joined 2 of his fingers together. "Said he was an obvious defect so they killed him with a muggle gun," the Auror answered angrily. "Can you let us out?" "Not yet. The rest of the team is not in place. If I let you out now, you would all fight valiantly and die that way," James replied. Now the second Auror joined in. "Better that than to simply rot here. Better a clean death than this." In a dry tone, James observed, the Gryffindor in the bunch." Seeing the Auror starting to get worked up, James added, "I believe the Ministry would prefer you alive and back in England." The first Auror smiled slightly as James's comment. "My friend is not taking offense at having Gryffindor's honor tarnished. He was in Slytherin." James snorted and replied, "That's okay. The Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin but I talked it into putting me in Gryffindor." Now both Aurors snorted quietly. The second one asked, "How will we know when you return?" "The password is, Phoenix. Take these." James passed a small bundle through the door's bars. "What are these?" "Generic wands. Won't work as well as you own, but they should get the job done. Hide them until the time comes. For Merlin's sake, don't use them until then. If a Dark Army wizard catches a whiff of magic we are all in a lot of trouble." The Aurors both nodded their agreement. One answered, "We won't let the others know about them. That should cut down on the temptation." James gave an approving nod and said his goodbyes. He slipped quietly back upstairs to a good exit point. James did not honestly think the Dark Army would pick up the magic from the Aurors, generic wands. Nothing happened from his own use of a silencing charm. However, the risk was too great if they attempted to stage a breakout of their own. Sure, they could get out of the camp, but where would they go from there? James exited the same way he entered, as a bat. A quick flight and James was amongst the trees. James flew towards the farm in exhaustion. It was now almost 5:30. The farmers would be waking up soon. James had worked all day on the farm and only napped before leaving on his mission. James needed to get back to Munich and make contact with Bill and Don. They needed the information from James to plan their rescue of the remaining Ors and Charlie. The trip back to the farm was anticlimactic. The Bat made good time on its flight through the forest. James just had time to return to the barn and change back into his Goyle disguise. A pepper-up potion helped take care of the lack of sleep. Then it was time to start the day's labors on the farm. After dinner, James collapsed in a hay bale and fell immediately asleep. The potion almost lasted until the end of the working day. The last hour had been tough. James planned to make the trip to Munich after the rest of the workers fell asleep again. In the meantime, a good 6 hours of sleep would work its own magic. James stepped quietly into the small inn and passed the innkeeper unseen. Bill and Don entered the inn earlier in the evening after a night in the beer hall appearing to drink. Tonight was the second night since James's reconnaissance of the prison camp. Last night was spent on a fruitless search of the town for the two unspeakables. James stepped up to their room door and knocked softly. Don answered the door with a sleepy but friendly expression on his face. His expression did not change on recognizing James, except his eyes looked slightly relieved. "Hans, you made it." Don wrapped James in a hug and pulled him into the room. "We thought we missed you." The last comment was made as the door shut behind them. The closing door revealed Bill behind the door with a drawn wand. Bill quickly cast a modified silencing charm. Anyone listening will only think they hear a casual conversation. Kind of a oral notice me not charm. James noticed Bill's wand was still pointed at him. A glance out of his eye told him Don's was out also. James carefully moved his hands out to show they were clear. "Where is the rest of the team?" Bill growled. "I believe Alex and Charlie were picked up crossing the border. Grindelwald's men followed them here and attacked them in their hotel room. Fred went in to check on them and got caught in a trap. I know Fred is dead." Bill and Don's faces went white at this news. "Why weren't you caught in the trap?" Don asked in a low, dangerous voice. "Fred told me to stay in the room and keep an eye out." The first sign of trouble was the spell lights in the window. Most of them were killing Curse Green. The two unspeakables looked crushed. James could sympathize. A good team became family in the most important sense of the word. This team was definitely one of the best. James knew exactly what they were feeling right now. "I think Charlie is still alive. At least as of 2 nights ago." At the look of hope in their eyes, James explained to the two men about his investigation of the concentration camp. He quickly explained the camp layout, the unusual hut, and where the Ors were kept. "I did provide them with the wands we brought along. They could escape on their own now but need a way to get out of the area. The wards extend of about 500 meters around the camp. I don't think most of them could run that far." Bill rubbed his jaw as he considered. "Don can make a portkey to a safe house outside Paris. How strong are the wards?" "Strong enough," James answered. "They haven't been there more than 5 years, but someone poured a lot of power into them. Crashing them would take time and be very obvious." The next 2 hours were spent discussing various ideas and approaches to the problem. All three men were starting to get tired and frustrated. Rubbing his eyes, James asked, "Don, could you get into the cell where the Ors are being held undetected?" Don nodded. "That shouldn't be a problem. It might take me a spot of time. But I can't get them out with me." Bill asked, "What about if we stun them and place a shrinking spell on them? You could carry them out the same way you came in." Don nodded slowly, considering the idea. "That could work. They would be useless in a fight until I could get to a safe place to reverse the spells though." James shook his head. "Once you are out of the camp, I want you to keep going until you can activate the portkey. Wake them up in Paris." Bill did not comment but looked at James with an odd expression on his face. Then he asked, "What are we going to do then?" James carefully kept his face expressionless. "You and I are going to get Charlie back if she is still alive. Her body if she isn't. I'd like to get Alex and Fred if possible also. The ministry would not approve that mission change. We are not allowed to do that," Bill insisted. "Whoops. I guess I missed that memo. You can go with Don." Bill smiled now like a predator. "I misjudged you. I thought you were a pretty boy. Your eyes changed there. The bureaucrats can whine about it later. We are getting our people out." Herr Adler's truck pulled into the farmyard early the next morning. 3 more workers huddled miserably in the back. Two wore the Star of David emblem and the third wore a pink square. The workers were pulled out of the truck and subjected to the same welcome as Goyle's group. Then they were sent off to different menial tasks. James was stolidly working in a distant field removing rocks when the truck arrived. He noticed Bill wearing a star being assigned to work another part of the field on the same task. Neither wizard acknowledged the other. They simply acted their roles and worked the field. At the lunch break, an army staff car pulled into the yard. 3 enlisted soldiers and an SS officer got out of the car. Herr Yoder welcomed the officer. James was nearby when they arrived. He noticed Herr Yoder acted much like Umbridge when talking to the officer. Obersterbannführer Eickhoff, it is a pleasure to have you visit us again. What may I do for you today? The officer continued to survey with a look of disgust on his face. Without looking at the cringing farmer in front of him, he said, "We have moved to a higher state of alert. Foreign enemies of the fatherland were captured in Munich. The commandant assigned me the task of ensuring the camp's security." Yoder affected a concerned expression. The fatherland's enemies would surely fear to come near this place. They would have to be insane to come here. Now the Obersterbannführer looked at the man. If they were sane they would join our cause, rather than resist our destiny. James noted with a shiver that the officer's eyes had the same glint of fanaticism that Lucius Malfoy's acquired talking about the purebloods' cause. The soldiers used the time of the conversation to search the barn, the shack, and the surrounding forest. They efficiently covered a lot of ground and expertly examined everything. If something illegal was hidden on the farm, their search would have found it. It slightly pained James to realize these were in fact good soldiers serving their country. None of them had the fanaticism their officer displayed. They wore serious expressions as they completed their task, but no sense of maliciousness or cruelty came from them. James knew that would change for these young men in the time ahead. Eventually the camp guards would form the basis of the SS's feared and elite military units, the Waffen-SS. The Obersterbannführer told Yoder to gather all of the workers together for an inspection. James gazed vacantly at the officer as he stood with the others for the inspection. Actually, James thought he still showed more intelligence than the real Goyle. Bill and Don lined up together but away from James. The Jewish man who arrived with James stood next to them. The club-footed man stood between them and James. The newcomer with a pink square stood next to James. The officer paced up and down the line of workers. He skipped the homos. .ul and stared at James's vacant expression. He proceeded to glare at all of the workers as if he could decide from that who might be an enemy of the fatherland. Finally, he turned from them with disgust on his face and marched back to his car. The soldiers followed him and in moments, the car drove off without another word being said. Night fell on the farm as the workers bedded down in the barn. James drew his wand and cast a sleeping charm on all of the muggles. The 3 unspeakables quietly started to walk through the forest towards the camp. Just inside the forest, James turned to Bill and whispered, "Let me go ahead to look for any guards." At Bill's nod, James moved ahead at a quicker pace. Once out of sight, James changed into his wolf form. James did not want the unspeakables to know about his animagus abilities. James had decided to keep as many of his skills and knowledge secret. The fact his power roughly equaled Dumbledore would not be revealed to anyone. Like the previous trip, no hint of guards were found prior to reaching the boundary of the wards. As he neared the camp he crossed the scent paths of several patrols. At least 2 of the patrols had guard dogs with them. James wondered about the change. Did they find the wolf tracks or was it the result of the increased alert the officer mentioned? James hid behind a bush and waited for the other 2 wizards to catch up with him. James had changed shape occasionally to leave trail markings magically on various trees. The markings were noticeable only via a Dom vision charm, similar to Muggle infrared goggles of a later time. After waiting for 15 minutes, James heard Bill and Don approaching. He changed back into human form before they appeared. Using only hand signals, James pointed out the former munitions factory to Don. The smaller unspeakable nodded with a smile. Don crept towards the edge of the forest. A 25-meter area of open ground separated the forest from the first fence. Just before reaching the clearing, Don seemed to disappear. "Let's go," Bill whispered into James's ear. James set off behind Bill and decided he wasn't the only one hiding magical abilities in this group. 30 minutes later, James and Bill reached the edge of the guards' camp. James estimated it was close to 2 o'clock. Not much activity was going on in the camp except for the armed roving patrols. They were two-man teams. When James noticed they often looked under the barracks with their Muggle electric torches, he snorted softly. Looks like someone did notice the wolf tracks. What has them so jumpy? Bill whispered. James just shrugged. Not important. There are too many patrols to sneak in. Transfigure your robes to look like a uniform. Safer than trying to disillusion ourselves. 2 minutes later a pair of Oberscharführers walked boldly into the camp. Their stride indicated a purpose. The patrolling guards never looked twice at the two soldiers. Escaping prisoners would not be walking into the camp and they would not be wearing perfect uniforms. James and Bill approached the hut. James casually crossed his arms and drew his wand. Voldemort's wand remained hidden up his other sleeve. Reaching the hut, Bill wordlessly cast a diagnostic charm on the door looking for any magical alarms or traps. The door was locked but a mid-level opening spell was sufficient to deal with it. Following Bill into the hut, James's intuition was sending furious warning messages. He felt danger. The war with Voldemort and 6 years at Hogwarts had honed his danger sense to a fine edge. Something was wrong here. As James suspected, the hut was much larger inside than the exterior would allow. The room they entered matched the simple exterior of the hut. It seemed to be a combination office and conference room. A large wooden table dominated the room. The table was obviously conjured. It was too fancy to be placed in such a simple room. A roll-top desk sat in one corner. James could smell multiple wizards and blood in the room. The blood smell was very strong. Bill moved over to one of the open doors. His hand signal indicated it contained the fireplace for a flow connection. The next door had a small barred window. Bill peeked in. Bill threw himself back as a red stunner flew out of the window. The unspeakable crashed to the floor and immediately started rolling towards the closest wall. The door opened and James heard the door behind him magically lock. 4 dark army wizards stepped into the room. 3 of the wizards were cloaked. Masking spells hid their faces. The 4th had his hood down and his face revealed. He looked like a ricketing poster for the Nazi party. The blonde-haired and blue-eyed wizard sneered at Bill. "You are the best the British can send. The last of your pitiful unspeakables. Such a disappointment. You never even noticed our alarm wards as you entered the camp." James allowed his uniform to change back into his battle robes. "You knew we were coming and you only brought 4 of you. Now I am insulted." The Dark Army wizard fired a reducto curse that James easily dodged. "What? No banter. No comments that I would rue the day I came here. I am so disappointed. Guess you haven't seen enough Muggle films. Shut up you fool. You will talk soon enough. That will do." With the final comment, James shifted into full battle mode. The chatter was not as pointless as it appeared. James wandlessly cast a powerful shield spell around himself. It also allowed Bill some time to recover from his impact on the floor when he dodged the stunner. Bill cast a cutting curse at his nearest opponent as James banished the table at the Dark Wizards. The lead wizard smashed the table with a concussive force. That exploded the table into fragments. Many of those fragments hit James's shield. Many of the splinters were almost a meter long and as sharp as a rapier. James fired a series of stunners and reductos before the table fragments even settled to the ground. The explosion of the table caused a cloud of sawdust to hang in the air. The cloud prevented James and the Dark Wizards from clearly seeing one another. James fired blindly into the general area of the Dark Wizards. James moved along the outside wall away from the door. He saw a series of spells impacting in the general area of the door. It was definitely not a safe place to be. The dust cloud was settling. James could see Bill held up by a cloaked wizard. The wizard held a wand to Bill's throat. 2 other cloaked wizards stood behind him. The original blonde wizard was dead on the floor. "Drop your wand," the wizard demanded. "Does that ever really work?" James asked in a curious voice. "I've heard it at least 6 times before. I've never listened. You will do as I demand. Or you will kill my friend." "I get it. You really are cliched. Do you Dark Wizards get a handbook? I keep asking for the Light Wizard Guide but they won't share it with me. Do you know why? Drop your wand now." James ignored the demand. "The reason no one will share it with me is I am more gray." With that comment, James produced his second wand. With a hiss of Parseltongue, James sent a pair of serpents shooting across the floor. The snakes attempted to strike at the wizards. Their thick battle robes prevented any direct strikes. However, the nature of robes means they are vulnerable by something striking from underneath. While the two trailing wizards were distracted, James fired an illusionary fireball at Bill and the wizard holding them. The illusion provided the feeling of burning heat. A borderline dark spell, it mixed a pain spell into the illusion. The target would feel the fireball hit them and see their skin burn. Once the illusion was dispelled, the pain would disappear and no damage would have occurred. James was surprised when the fireball missed its intended target. The fireball glanced past Bill and the wizard holding him to strike one of the other wizards paying attention to the summoned snake. The wizard howled in agony that was silenced. Then the snake was able to reach an unprotected place. The wizard dropped to the floor as convulsions set in. Both snakes were then killed by a cutting curse cast by the second dark wizard. The dark wizard holding Bill whispered a spell and dropped the unspeakable to the ground. That was a nasty one. You belong on our side. I serve the light, never the dark. The two dark wizards launched a volley of hexes and curses at James. Most he dodged, but several cutting curses and reductos managed glancing blows. One dark curse caused an acid-like burn on the top of his right hand and singed the sleeve of his battle robe. James raised both of his wands and issued a blast of pure, raw magical energy. The blast slammed the two wizards against the wall harder than a giant's club. They slumped to the ground into lifeless lumps. James quickly checked on Bill to find it was too late. Whatever spell the dark wizard fired into his ear caused him to die instantly. It did not look like an AK. James transfigured the body into a matchbox and placed it into his pocket. James banished the bodies of his deceased opponents after collecting their wands. A few short minutes later, the table was back in place and all signs of the battle were gone. James mumbled a few short words of thanks to Dobby for the cleaning spells. Looking into the room the dark wizards had waited in, James found the huddled form of Charlie. She wore the remains of what looked like a hospital gown. Bruises and cuts covered her body. She moaned pitifully when James touched her shoulder. She did not respond at all to James's questions. The sight broke James' heart. In her place, he saw Luna as he, Neville, and Ron found her after storming Malfoy Manor. Neville almost used the killing curse on Narcissa Malfoy on the spot. James cast a sleeping spell on her and transfigured her into a small doll. It would be best if she were unaware until they reached safety. James slipped out of the hut and into the night air. The Muggle guards were unaware of the battle recently fought in their midst. James walked calmly through the camp until he reached an outlying building. Then he changed into his wolf form and made his way outside the Portkey wards. James quietly entered the house. The Dom kept the team's survivors late into the night. They did not care. It had been 3 weeks since James was last home. They wanted everything explained in detail a dozen times. The Dom leaders were happy to have the successful rescue of the 11 surviving Aurors. They particularly appreciated the fact none of the unspeakables were revealed to their ministry counterparts in doing so. Recovering Charlie also made them happy. James suspected she came from a leading pureblood family. She did remind him of some of the Slytherin princesses from his Hogwarts days. The loss of Alex, Bill and Fred bothered the ministry officials. It was the largest team loss in recent history. Not since the Goblin Rebellion of 1546 had been matched. By the time Dawn and James were released, James was getting ready to hex them all. Snuffles lay curled around Tommy as James stepped in the door. The now huge dog looked up at James with an odd expression on his face. It seemed to say, "About time." Tommy stirred at Dog's movement and sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Uncle Jimmy." "Tommy, what are you doing sleeping here?" James whispered. "I knew you were coming home tonight. I had bad dreams all week. I was scared for you." James hugged the boy and said, "Everything is okay now. Why don't you get into your bed and we'll talk in the morning?" "Okay. I am really glad you're home. We missed you." "I missed you too." James watched Tommy and Snuffles wander off to bed. Could Tommy have felt James's experiences in Germany? At one point Harry might have called giving Voldemort nightmares poetic justice, but James did not want to be doing the same to Tommy. A soft voice interrupted James's thoughts. "We really did miss you." James turned to see his wife smiling in the door. He stepped into her arms with a key, and then simply held her. "I missed you more than I can say. I missed my family." Sarah chuckled. "It is so nice to have you home." Tommy's dreams scared me. I told him you would be safe and come home. James nuzzled her neck lightly. I have every reason in the world to come home safely to you. Sarah took James's hand and guided it onto her abdomen. She whispered into his ear, let me give you one more. James sat eating a breakfast at the kitchen table. The house was quiet. Silence rarely occurred anymore in the Evans house. James enjoyed his tea while reading the Daily Prophet. The silence did not last long. The sound of a crying baby circulated throughout the house. That kid could outwail a banshee, James thought. James set the paper aside and left the table. He hoped to reach the source of the noise before Sarah woke up. Another new addition to the Evans house popped into view at James's side. Master James, the little mistress is awake. Yes, silly, I heard her. Could you please get breakfast ready while I pick up Her Highness? The house elf giggled, yes, Master James. James walked down the hall to the sound of the infant in distress. The addition of silly came at the recommendation of Elizabeth Potter. With James disappearing occasionally for the Dom and Sarah's healer duties, the hiring of the elf was a huge blessing for the parents. Elizabeth Potter asked the Potter elves to locate an unemployed elf. Silly was the niece of the head Potter elf. James offered her freedom and wages. The poor elf almost died of fright on the spot. After calming the scared elf, James told her he would provide a savings for her and promised her freedom whenever she wished for it. Sarah provided her cloth to make clothes. Callie made several outfits similar to a Muggle butler. James did not have the heart to tell her that they were usually men's clothes. James reached the sound of the news and picked up the crying infant. Katie, shush. Don't wake your brothers. Too late, a voice came from the hall. James turned to see the now 11-year-old Tommy. Call me Tom. Riddle rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Little miss has a voice like an air raid siren. James snickered. Then he said, check on her partner in crime. Tom walked over to the other crib in the room and glanced down. Still asleep. He can sleep through anything. Natural defense from sleeping in the same room as Katie. James finished changing his 10-month-old daughter. Katie Elizabeth Evans was born on February 20, 1937. She preceded her brother, Michael Thomas Evans, by 5 minutes. Katie had her mother's blonde hair and James's green eyes. Michael looked like a mix of his parents with James's black, unruly hair. His eyes were odd. One was James's green and the other Sarah's blue. Katie's personality demanded attention. She loved to have a fuss made over her. Michael seemed content to entertain himself. Katie did not like to allow Michael out of her sight. The little girl seemed to dominate her twin brother. Michael just smiled and gurgled at his sister. James could feel a slight pulse of happiness come from Tom. Tommy disappeared on the day he found out his siblings were on the way. James felt the boy's happiness all the way in Germany. Tommy felt that if he was going to be a big brother, he should be called Tom instead of Tommy. James and Sarah also moved from being uncle and aunt to dad and mum. The pure happiness and excitement of the then 9-year-old seemed to reconnect the link between Tom and James. James suspected the extremely strong emotion forced the link back into existence. It did not seem nearly as strong as previously, but when he was closer the feeling was very strong. James picked up a sense of what Tom felt. Picking up his daughter, James said, Silly is making breakfast. Let's go eat. Tom grinned at his adopted father. It would be silly to miss it. James groaned as they walked out of the room. Why did I teach you about puns? I should have known better. Maybe you left your common sense in the 90s. Tom cheekily asked in a mock-concerned voice. James smiled back at his oldest son, Brat. As they called into the kitchen, Silly called out, Happy birthday, little master. As Tom thanked the elf, James asked, Is it someone's birthday? Dad, you know it is my birthday. Really? Maybe that is why that owl kept flying around the house last night. I finally got it to go away. James thanked his occlumency training for his ability to say this with a completely straight and serious face. Tom's face went white and panic set it. You sent away my Hogwarts owl. Dad, you know that is what it was here for. You have to flow Professor Dippet and have it sent back. James took on a surprised expression. Did you want to go to Hogwarts? I never knew that. Tom realized his father was winding him up. You have the letter. I know it. Where is it? Tom started looking excitedly around. The kitchen. After not seeing the expected envelope with green writing, he started patting the pockets of James's dressing gown. James chuckled and dodged Tom's attempts to pat him down. Katie giggled as they whirled around the room. "You three are having fun this morning," Sarah observed from the doorway. Tom threw his mother the puppy dog eyes. "Mum, Dad won't give me my Hogwarts letter." Sarah produced an envelope in her hand. "You mean this letter?" "Yay." Tom dashed over to his mother and grabbed the envelope. "Thanks, Mum." He tore open the letter and read for a moment. "I am going to Hogwarts. Can I go get my wand and things now?" James stood with his arm around Sarah's shoulders. "Congratulations, Tom. We know that you will do fantastic at Hogwarts." Sarah gave Tom a hug. "We will go to Diagon Alley this weekend. Nothing is open today. You've already read most of the magical theory books in the library. Even some of the ones I told you not to read," James commented from the table with Katie. Tom flushed a bit at realizing he had been caught in his midnight raids. On the other hand, Dad did not seem upset. "Sorry, Dad. I just want to learn everything about magic." James smiled slightly. In his mind, he saw the image of a bushy brown-haired girl nodding excitedly next to Tom. "I understand, Tom, but some of those books are too advanced for you now. After you've been at Hogwarts for a while we will start working on some of the advanced stuff during the summer, but only if you control your curiosity now." "Deal." Tom grinned at his father. "Deal." January 5, 1938. The 11-year-old Tom Riddle led the way down Diagon Alley. James and Tom had already picked up all of the books required for a first year. All of the potion supplies and other materials had already been purchased. Only one thing remained. Tom almost dragged James into a small dark shop. Shop was their final destination. The shop looked as small and shabby as it was when Harry arrived here for his wand. It looked like the same purple pillow with a wand on it sat in the display window. James stepped in behind Tom. He then turned immediately to face the corner where Ollivander was lurking in the shadows. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander," James said. Stepping into the light, the wand maker said, Good evening, sir. I know everyone I have ever sold a wand to, but I don't remember you." "I feel I should though." James ignored the implied question. "My son will be starting at Hogwarts soon. We would like to pick up his first wand." The creepy wand maker tore his eyes away from James and stepped around the counter. "Ah, young sir, what would your name be?" "Tom Riddle." "Let's see what wand chooses you, Mr. Riddle." Ollivander pulled out his tape measure and went to work. He used the same tricks he did when Harry Potter arrived here. Tom picked up his first wand and shook it with no effects. Undeterred, Ollivander pulled one long thin box after another off of his shelves. None of them fit Tom correctly. After an hour the wand maker stared at Tom with a perplexed look on his face. Quietly to himself he mumbled, "I wonder." Without another word, he stepped into the back. In a moment he returned with a wand on a pad. "I recently finished this wand. I am still working on its brother. I am curious though." He handed the wand to Tom. Tom moved the wand slightly. Instantly sparks started to shoot out of the tip. Ollivander clapped delightedly. "The core of this wand came from a phoenix I recently made the acquaintance of. He gave me 2 feathers only. I never expected to sell one so quick. I wonder if the other one will go as fast." Shaking off his own comments, the wand maker said, "This wand will be excellent for charms and very good for dueling. At 13.5 inch, it is a little long to be a perfect dueling wand." James smirked as he thanked the wand maker and paid his 5 galleons. James chuckled to himself as he followed Tom out of the shop. Tom was oblivious as he admired his new wand while they walked. James recognized the 13.5-inch wand. Its exact duplicate sat hidden in his locked trunk in his home. It was the same wand Harry took from the fallen Voldemort. June 15, 1938. Sarah had taken Katie and Michael to visit Sarah's mother for the day. The old battle axe still refused to accept James the half-blood as her son-in-law. Sarah hoped the presence of magical grandchildren would ease her mother's resistance. James wasn't willing to make book on the odds. James and Tom were left alone in their house. Tom split his summer between his schoolbooks, his friends from the village and playing Quidditch. James almost choked himself on pumpkin juice when he found Tom reading Hogwarts, a history aloud to his younger brother and sister the previous week. James called Tom into his study and sat him by the empty fireplace. Tom had a concerned look on his face. James did not usually look this serious unless he was leaving on one of his business trips. Tom, you are getting ready to go to Hogwarts. I wanted to talk to you a bit about the past, James started. Tom paled a bit to hear that opening. Tom, relax. This is not really about that other person in my past. I need to tell you a bit about where you came from. Sarah and I consider you our son just as much as Michael is. I think you will need to know at least some of this before leaving for school. Tom nodded, okay, in a small voice. Your father comes from an upper-class family, not nobility but moneyed. They owned most of the land in and around the village of Little Hangleton. Obviously, their names were the Riddles. Your father's name is Tom also. They viewed people with less money or different than them as being their inferior. Your mother's name was Merope Gaunt. She lived with her father Marvolo and brother Morfin in an small, old house outside of the village. They were descended from a very old pureblood family. They took great pride in that fact. They were very similar to the Riddles in their pride, but they valued very different things. Your grandfather and uncle did not treat your mother well. Feeling trapped, she developed a crush on your father. In her imagination, he loved her back. One day a man from the Ministry of Magic came because Marvolo and Morfin broke the law. They were sent to Azkaban. Merope used the chance to escape. I believe she used a love potion on your father. They ran away to London together. After she became pregnant with you, I believe she thought your father would truly love her now. He was very upset when the potion wore off and left her alone in London. This broke her heart. She held on until you were born, but used the last of her strength to give you life. Tom listened to the story with a pale face. Tears started when James talked about his mother. Why didn't she stay with me? James held Tom close to his chest. She didn't have a choice, Tommy. She was never very healthy. While she was pregnant, she never could afford much food or medicine. She sold some things she stole from your grandfather, but people took advantage of her ignorance. Merope fought to make sure you survived. She gave you everything she had. Tom rubbed his eyes. Like your mom. James nodded, in a different way, yes. 1. Are the others still alive? Your father and his parents are still alive. Your mother's father died not long after you were born. Your uncle still lives in the same house. Softly Tom asked, can I meet them? A slight fear clutched at James's heart. If you wish. Tom nodded. I see you have been reading Hogwarts, a history. What did you think of the founders? They seemed interesting. It was sad that Gryffindor and Slytherin stopped being friends. It didn't make sense though. James asked, what didn't make sense? Wouldn't they have talked about who to teach before they built the school? Why didn't it come up before they opened the school? I think a piece is missing. I have heard that question before, James answered. There is a Muggle saying, history is written by the victors. Do you understand what this means? Tom nodded. So the other side of the story may be missing. James nodded. The important thing we need to talk about is Salazar Slytherin. Why? James sighed. He feared this conversation for the last couple of years. James knew in his past Voldemort learned of his relationship with Slytherin his first day at Hogwarts. Tom needed to be prepared for that knowledge, but James feared it would lead him down the wrong path. However, he feared Tom's reaction if James hid it and Tom learned of it on his own. Shades of Harry's 5th years and those revelations still haunted James. The Gaunt family is descended from Salazar Slytherin. That is why you are a Parseltongue. All of the Gaunts had that ability. Tom looked stunned. I am descended from Slytherin. James nodded. Actually, I think it is kind of cool. Did you know that the Potters have a magical painting of Slytherin and Gryffindor together? They talked to me once. Now Tom looked excited. Really, could I talk to them? Maybe. Do you still want to go meet your living relatives? Tom nodded, the excitement leaving his eyes. James placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Tom, remember you are my son now. Nothing will change that. I hope you can establish something with the Riddles, but Sarah your brother and sister and I will always be here for you. Tom smiled though his face revealed his nervousness. Can we go today, Dad? I don't want to sit around and think too much about this. Why don't we wait until after lunch? That gives you some time to think. Then we will portkey there, James suggested. Tom grimaced, it sounded okay until you mentioned the portkey. Can't we flow? James grinned, sorry, there are no other magical families in the area. Tom just groaned. A very normal-looking pair walked into the village of Little Hangleton. Although they arrived on foot, their expensive-looking clothing spoke for them. They walked through the village. The young boy and the pair looked around the village in curiosity. The young man with him pointed out Riddle Manor on the hill overlooking the village. The locals noticed the boy looked much like young Tom Riddle, Mr. Arthur Riddle's son did as a young lad. James and Tom walked up to the front door of the Riddle Manor. James pulled on the door chime. He smiled comfortingly at Tom while they waited. After a minute, the doors opened. An older servant stood in the door. "May I help you?" James smiled. "Good afternoon. My name is James Evans. Would I please be able to speak with Mr. Tom Riddle? Do you have an appointment?" The man asked in a disinterested voice. "No, I am afraid I don't. I am afraid that Mr. Riddle is too busy to meet with anyone today. Please try to make an appointment for another time." The servant made to close the door. James pulled Tom up beside him. "Tell Mr. Riddle this deals with his biological son." The old man glanced at Tom and blanched. "Just one moment, sir." The door shut but they could hear the man's footsteps scurrying away. James and Tom smiled slightly at each other. 5 minutes later, the door opened again. An older gentleman in a suit stood in the door. He scowled at James. "You claim this whelp is my grandson." James kept his face neutral. "I claim nothing. This boy is Tom Riddle. He is the child of Tom Riddle and Merope Gaunt." "Sir," Tom started. The old man turned his glare on Tom. "Sir, I don't want anything from you. My father provides me anything I need. I just wanted to know where I come from." James was so proud of the maturity of his son's comment. The old man's face turned violet. "You came from a trick played on my poor son. Those Gaunts are freaks. Get away from here. Never come back." The door slammed in their faces. James led a dejected Tom away from the door. He wondered if there was some chance the Dursleys and Riddles were related. As they exited the garden, a voice stopped them. "Please wait." James and Tom turned at the sound. A woman in her late 50s stepped out from behind a bush. "Is it true you are my Tommy's son? You look so much like him. Please come sit with me. My husband cannot see us from the house here." Tom and James followed the woman into a gazebo. The woman sat down. James and Tom sat down across from her. "What is your name, child?" "Tom Malvolo Riddle, ma'am." The woman's eyes started to tear. "I am so sorry for what my husband said. It is not your fault. My Tom was a sweet boy growing up. He got into some trouble but he matured out of it. He was to attend Eton but he disappeared one morning. He left a note saying he had married Merope Gaunt. His fiancée, the daughter of my best friend, suffered a breakdown. We heard no word for over a year. Then he returned with a bizarre story about drugs forcing him to love the girl. No one believed him. His fiancée refused to ever see him again. He has sat in the house haunted by pieces of memories for the last 11 years. In many ways my son never really returned to us." Tom looked guilty at this story. He glanced at James and stepped over and sat next to the woman. "I am sorry for what happened. My mother was scared and wanted to get away from her father and uncle. She died when I was born." Tom's grandmother smiled and asked, "This man raised you?" Tom nodded. "Since I was 6. Before that, I lived in an orphanage. Dad saved me from that horrible place. Now I have a father, a mother and a brother and sister. I am glad for you, child. I am sorry for everything, but I can't change the past. You won't be able to come here again. My husband and son would not be able to handle it." Tom looked devastated at this news. James intervened. "Madam, I have not introduced myself. I am James Evans. I am Tom's father now. I understand what you are saying. It is not fair to Tom or yourself, but again, I understand. Before we go, I would like to give you my card. I work with a foundation that may be able to help your son. Maybe then your husband and son would feel different. Thank you, Mr. Evans. We have tried all types of specialists. I doubt yours could do any better." James shrugged. "Perhaps, but could they do any worse?" Mrs. Riddle considered a moment and nodded. Then she turned to Tom and said, "I am sorry for what I needed to say to you today. You seem a bright boy. You look just like your father at your age. Would you be willing to do one thing for me before you leave?" Tom glanced at James before nodding. The woman looked down. "Would you please give your grandmother a hug?" Tom wrapped his arms around his grandmother. James watched as they both began to cry. After several minutes, Tom's grandmother pushed Tom away and stood. "I am sorry. I have to go now. My husband will be missing me. Without another word, she fled the gazebo. James wrapped his arm around Tom. "We can just sit here until you feel better." Tom nodded and curled into his father's lap. Neither spoke for a while after that. James and Tom approached a wretched-looking shack outside the village. It sat on a small wooded hill. The scenery was picturesque, except for the shack itself. The shack looked worse than the memory Professor Dumbledore showed Harry in 6th year. The shrieking shack looked more structurally sound and weatherproof than this wreck did. Standing on the lane in front of the shack, Tom stopped as if reluctant to move closer. He glanced up at his father with an unsure expression on his face. "I don't think I want to do this anymore." James glanced at the shack and turned to Tom. "I wouldn't blame you. You don't need to do this." No sooner had the words left James's mouth, the shack door was flung open with a loud crack. Emerging from the house was a dirty, hairy man. The man appeared vaguely simian in his facial features. What James could see under the dirt and matted hair. "Get out of here, you stinking muggles. Damn mudbloods. You are not worthy to be here." James turned to face the repulsive man. "Knock it off, Gaunt. We know exactly who and what you are. Are you so sure about us?" Morfin Gaunt glared at James and Tom. He let out a hiss of Parselton. James looked disgusted by the comments the pureblood wizard made. Tom looked confused. He didn't know what half of those words meant. In the same language, James hissed back, "You sit here wrapped in the glories of your ancestor while you squalor in the mud like a pig. Wouldn't Salazar be proud of his ancestors?" Morfin looked shocked as he heard another speak Parseltongue for the first time since he and his father were sentenced to Azkaban. Tom enjoyed the look of shock on the horrible man's face. He added, "At least take a bath occasionally. You look like your mother mated with a sick ape." James snorted with laughter at Tom's comment. For a puff, Sarah could have a temper. His wife could wield her tongue as a lethal weapon. Apparently her influence was rubbing off on Tom. James gestured at Tom and said in English, "May I introduce you to your sister's son? This is Tom Malvolio Riddle." Morfin sneered at Tom, "So you're that worthless squib's whelp. She was never any good. Never did anything right. Glad she is dead." A cold look came across Tom's face. It was a face James had never seen before, but one Harry knew all too well. It was the same look of pure hate Harry saw whenever he faced an angry Voldemort. For the first time in 4 years, James felt his scar ache. "Never speak of my mother again. Your family ends here with you. The Gounts will pass unnoticed and unremembered. I think my mother would have liked that." Turning to James, Tom asked, "Can we go home now, Dad? I don't have any family here." James smiled proudly as he felt Tom step back from the brink the 16-year-old Tom had crossed. It had been a near thing. If Tom had known the spells, would he have held back or given into his impulse? James felt proud, but he worried also. The dark impulses that led to Voldemort still seemed to lurk inside his son. Was his new family enough to help Tom suppress those urges? James stuck his hand out to his son. "I am proud of you, Tom. Let's go home." As they walked away from the shack and its occupant, Tom asked his father, "Can I stop being Tom Malvolio Riddle? What do you want to be called?" "Tom Evans. It sounds much better." James stopped to hug his son. "I think that sounds perfect." July 31, 1938. "Happy birthday, James." James jumped with his wand coming instantly to his hand in mid-dive. His in-flight recognition of the source of his surprise kept him from releasing the spells that leapt immediately to his mind. James received an owl at his office this afternoon asking him to stop at the Potters on his way home from work. At the appointed time, James apparated to Potter Manor. The welcoming cheer sounded as soon as he appeared. Coming out of his landing role, James recognized Sarah and his children in the small crowd. Thomas and Elizabeth Potter, Professors Dippet and Dumbledore, and a number of other people James had met in his personal and professional Phoenix Foundation lives since arriving here. James could not see any of his unspeakable colleagues, but that did not mean they weren't here somewhere. James turned a bit red as the assembled crowd laughed at his antics. Few of them realized the possible magical results of startling James. James put his wand away with a sheepish smile. Elizabeth Potter stepped forward to wrap James in a one-armed hug. She was holding her goddaughter in her other hand. "James Evans, I swear you never age a day. You'll have to tell me your secret. Happy birthday, dear." James accepted his unknowing grandmother's embrace. "Thank you, Elizabeth. Sorry for my entry there. Overtrained, I guess." We enjoyed watching you roll around like a Muggle acrobat. Didn't we, dear? Elizabeth addressed her question to little Katie Evans, who gurgled happily in reply. James smiled at the sight. Thomas and Elizabeth Potter were in truth Katie and Michael's great-grandparents. Since James could not come clean about the relationship, Sarah suggested making them also the godparents. It allowed James to ensure his grandparents were active in his children's lives. James grinned to himself. He didn't think his grandmother would have given James the choice anyway after the fuss she made over the twins and Tom. Elizabeth Potter smiled at the young man and stepped away to allow James to greet the rest of the guests. He reminded her so much of her Thomas as his age. The Evans were such a delightful family. It filled a hole in her heart to have them near. She and Thomas had tried for years to have a child. No magic or Muggle methods had worked. If she had a son, she would have wanted him to be just like James. Something about him pulled at her heart. Plus, she adored the three children and Sarah. Unaware of his grandmother's thoughts, James turned to greet the rest of his family and friends. James hugged his wife and kids. Then he exchanged greetings with Thomas Potter and Albus Dumbledore. Before they could really do more, a voice interrupted James. "Do you really need the beat up my Aurors so badly, James?" James turned to the source of the voice with an innocent smile on his face. "Director Franklin, what a nice surprise. I am sorry, I don't know what you are referring to." The lead Auror for the British Ministry of Magic snorted at the show of innocence. "You filled half the beds in the infirmary after your last demonstration." James gave him an innocent smile. "Exactly, Stan. I wasn't that bad. I didn't fill the other half." Stan Franklin joined Thomas and Albus in laughing at James's show of innocence. As director of DMLE, Stan knew about James's unspeakable status. Only the director knew who the unspeakables were in case an unspeakable were arrested in the course of their duties. "Moody thinks you were targeting him. Yelling, constant vigilance, and calling him Mad Eye. Why do you call him Mad Eye?" The question contained simple curiosity, nothing more. James smiled broadly. "I think Alastor will make a great Auror. I just love the way he glares at me whenever I call him that. It reminds me of someone I used to know that did the same thing. The rest of the Aurors are calling him Mad Eye now. It gets his temper up too easy for them to resist." James joined in the laughter but thought, hopefully he will never receive the magical eye that really gave him the nickname. The party settled around the dining room table for the next hour. James enjoyed the gathering of his friends from this time. They did not feel as close as Harry's friends had been, but they had also never had to deal with the trials Harry and his school friends did either. Still, the inclusion of his wife and children made this one of the happiest nights of his life. The party was winding down when James led Tom into the Thomas Potter's office. The room was unchanged from James's last visit. James led his son over to the painting of the two male founders. Before James could say a word, the portrait of Salazar Slytherin spoke in a hiss, "Greetings, my descendant." Tom nodded hesitantly towards the painting. "Hello. My father wanted me to come and see you." Slytherin sneered at James, but his words were to Tom, "This blood traitor is not your father. He is of his line." The founder twitched his head to indicate his companion in the painting. "Your father was a disgusting Muggle. Your mother ruined the purity of my line." For the second time in 6 weeks, James saw the expression of hate on his son's face. "You will not talk about my father that way. He saved me and gave me a family. My birth mother gave me life. You are nothing but ink on canvas with a spot of magic. A memory." Then he turned to leave. "Wait," the voice of Godric Gryffindor requested. "We are sorry to do that to you. We needed to know." The 11-year-old turned back. "Know what? If you are the one." Gryffindor pointed at James. "We already knew about him, but we needed to know about you. Harry is born of my line but has the ability to be an excellent member of Slytherin House. You, my heir, have all of the traits of our house but also the traits to be a member of Gryffindor House. Together you can answer the prophecy," Salazar finished. "Let me tell you a story." For the next 30 minutes, Salazar and Godric told the story of the breakup of the Hogwarts founders. The story told in Hogwarts, a history was true, according to the portraits, but not complete. Some 10 years after the founding of the school, Salazar Slytherin was teaching potions in Arthemisi. While doing research on a spell to fight Dementors, an accident occurred when a young wizard played a prank. The prank caused a violent explosion when the unstable magical energies ripped through the lab. Although severely injured in the explosion, Slytherin did not seem to carry any lingering effects. On his release from the hospital wing, the young wizard attempted to apologize to the founder. The professor rejected the apology and accused the young boy of deliberate sabotage. The boy was devastated. The founders were already revered and the rejection was harsh. Over the next several months, Slytherin blamed a great deal of occurrences on the young wizard. Since the young wizard was a Muggle-born, Slytherin transferred his suspicion onto all other Muggle-born witches and wizards after the original wizard graduated. His suspicion grew into madness. For a time the other founders merely watched in concern as their longtime friends spun out of control. They sought a way to reverse the changes caused by the magical accident. Slytherin's madness started and influenced certain members of his house. Some of the more politically ambitious pureblood house members rallied behind Slytherin's cause. They found it much easier to gain power with a scared populace. Also, the preference of purebloods in powerful positions created a self-sustaining system to keep power concentrated. The other three founders moved to confront their friend. They saw his motives and magic turning dark. The confrontation grew into a fight in the Great Hall during noontime meal. Godric Gryffindor had learned his oldest mate had been attacking Saxon and Celt villages. The ensuing fight almost destroyed the Great Hall. Unable to fight the combined magic of the other three founders, Slytherin fled together with several of his followers. For the next 5 years, the forces of Slytherin attacked a number of Muggle villages. These raids were blamed on various raids from tribes in Scotland and the Norse. They also sought out the Muggle-born witches and wizards in Britain and France. The chaos after the Muggle-Norman invasion of Saxon Britain allowed the Council of Magic to hide the Wizard War. Eventually, the Dark Lord Salazar's forces attacked Hogwarts. Salazar fell in the battle but at a huge cost. Helga Hufflepuff along with over a quarter of the Hogwarts students and half the staff died in the battle. Devastated by the battle, the remaining founders helped rebuild but then left the school forever. After leaving the school, Slytherin married a young pureblood witch and had a daughter. Years later, she married into the prominent pureblood, the Gounts. The family tended to intermarry to keep the Slytherin line pure. Not only did this cause the normal issues with marrying within the family, but it reinforced the madness passed by the spell damage. "Tom," Salazar said, "you are a half-blood. You have the strengths of my line. We hope the counterbalance of your Muggle blood will allow you to break the cycle of this curse on our family." James spoke up. "The Potters are descended from Godric Gryffindor. I never heard that before. Technically, you are not the senior line. Unlike the Slytherin line, my family spread out over the last 1,000 or so years," Godric explained. "However, your family line is unusually important. You see, after Rowena and I left Hogwarts we moved into village in my native Wales. My wife died in the final battle. Rowena's husband had died several years prior in an accident. In the pain of our losses, we turned to each other. We found solace and understanding in each other. We took the name Potter and lived out our lives as an unknown married couple. My son did rename the village Godric's Hollow after my death." Now James was stunned. He was descended from 2 of the founders. Why didn't I ever hear this before? Only the head of the Potter family was ever told. It was never recorded anywhere. Your grandfather knows the truth. I can only guess that the story either died with him or your father, Godric answered. Any further discussion was cut short when the doors to the office suddenly flew open wide. Thomas Potter walked into the room with an angry expression on his face. Albus Dumbledore hovered in the hall outside. "What are you doing in this room? How did you open the door?" he demanded. James was shocked by the anger in his grandfather's face. "I apologize if I invaded your privacy. My son and I needed to talk for a moment." "How did you get in?" Thomas Potter demanded again. Confused, James answered, "The door was unlocked. We simply opened the door and walked in." "Rubbish. That door is always locked." Tom tried to head off the argument. "I watched Dad just open the door, sir. He didn't use any magic. This door is charmed so only a Potter can open it. Even Albus can't open it. I know he has tried before on a bet. So tell me, how did you open it?" James grimaced. He turned to his son. "Tom, can you please go with Professor Dumbledore back to the party? I think I need to talk with Mr. Potter alone." Tom nodded and got out of the room with a relieved look on his face. Before Dumbledore could object, Tom shut the door behind him. James looked at his grandfather. I will need your wizard's oath not to reveal anything here without my permission. Is it illegal or unethical? Good question. I guess the ministry would say yes. However, in the greater good I would say no. I am willing to take an oath to tell you the truth. I won't tell you everything, but it will be true, James answered. Thomas nodded his agreement and waited while James took his oath. Then Thomas did the same. When he was done he said, "Now talk." James sat down. My birth name is Harry James Potter. I am from a time in the future when a massive wizard war will devastate the magical communities of Britain and Europe. Hundreds of magical and muggle people will die. The ministry will fall, as will Hogwarts. I came here to stop it. Thomas went white at James's bald account. Grindelwald wins. The older wizard sank into a chair. No, this is another Dark Lord. He makes Grindelwald look like a second year. James answered. We win, but the cost is too high. How far in the future? And why send you? Thomas asked. I can't tell you too much information about the future. I've already changed too much. I never planned on having a family here. It just happened. I was supposed to do my job and then lay low. Not have a family and get involved in current affairs. Then James shrugged. Why did they send me back? I was the only one left alive to send. Thomas looked shocked at James. I have to ask. Are you my son? James smiled. No, I am not. I never met you before I arrived here. Katie and Michael are Potters too then. And I am going to be a father. James laughed as his grandfather danced around the room. James held his hand up. Maybe. I have already changed history. I am trying to limit those changes, but it may already be out of my power to judge that. Don't think this means you are guaranteed to survive the war. Magical philosophy was never a study area of mine. Obviously, history has changed or can change. Merlin, this gives me a headache. I don't know if this is still the same timeline that changed or now an alternate one. You may not have a son this time around. Are you going to return to your previous time? James looked sad at the question. I wanted to. I don't want to leave Sarah and the kids. I am trying to find a way to avoid it. Thomas sat next to James. You are a good man, Harry. You make me proud of the Potter name. It was very cold and wet. Surrounded by darkness, the pressure crushed down on his chest. He felt pinned. His arms S.K. He was trapped. Tom Evans. Get out of bed. You are going to miss the train. Called Sarah Evans. Those words pierced Tom's sleep. Slowly opening his eyes, Tom knew where his dream came from. Snuffles. Get off me. The large, black dog in question gave his owner a dog grin, his large wet tongue hanging out. After repeated hollering, the dog climbed off the bed and sat by the door. With a huff, Tom Evans pulled himself out of bed and looked around his room for the last 4 years. Much of the things that meant the most to him were already locked away in his school trunk. Only his broom sitting on itself remained of his prized possessions. Snuffles wandered over and placed his large head on Tom's knee and looked up with sad doggy eyes. Tom reached down to rub his best friend behind the ears. Tom had looked forward to today for the last 4 years. It was September 1st. Time to go to Hogwarts. Now that the date had arrived, Tom felt afraid. Since the Night Street Mungo's release him after Dad rescued him from a beating in a London alley, Tom never slept anywhere else. Now he was leaving home. Sure, Hogwarts was only a 15-minute walk away. What if the kids at Hogwarts were like the kids from the orphanage? Tom Evans dragged himself out of bed and started to get dressed. Snuffles jumped back onto the bed and curled up in the warm spot left from the boy. As he walked to the loo, Tom frowned at his best friend. Traitor. Snuffles just wagged his tail slightly. After his shower, Tom started to feel excitement for his new school return. He was going to get to use magic. Mum and Dad allowed him to read a lot about different theories and spells, but now he would get to try them out. The nervous fears of an 11-year-old leaving home were quickly replaced with the excitement of the new school. Tom's trunk was packed with all of his books and other equipment. Dad bought him a wand holder that could go on his forearm or belt. Tom's arms were still a bit too short for a 13.5-inch wand to fit comfortably. A couple of discreet charms were cast on the trunk. Only James, his parents or a Hogwarts teacher could open the trunk. It was also significantly lighter than it appeared. The events of the early summer still haunted Tom. Meeting his remaining biological family members left Tom feeling a bit lost. Like most orphans, Tom developed elaborate fantasies while in the orphanage to explain why he had no family. Reality turned into a letdown. James understood Tom's feelings. James told Tom about his relatives, the Dursleys, after their return. Hearing about James's life before Hogwarts, Tom's comment was, "And you didn't join the other me, why?" James just laughed and answered, "Sometimes I wondered the same thing." The conversations with James helped. Tom felt the need to prove to his new parents and the relatives that didn't want him his worth. No one would cast him aside as worthless again. He would make James and Sarah proud of their adopted son. Tom ran to get breakfast with thoughts of Hogwarts running through his head. Tom enjoyed his last breakfast with his family before leaving for school. Mum was feeding Katie while Tom held Michael on his lap. Michael kept trying to steal the pancakes from Tom's plate. To his delight, Tom kept preventing his theft. This created a game both boys enjoyed. Michael's little belly laughs filled the kitchen. James wandered into the room. "Good morning, all. I hear Michael is having a good time." Tom grinned as his dad. "He seems to want my breakfast." Sarah handed Katie to James. Then she walked over to Tom and wrapped her arms around him. "I am going to miss having you at home. It will be too quiet here." "Quiet?" James snorted, "with these two still here." "Ignore him, Tom," Sarah said. "He knows what I mean." Tom grinned at his dad with a cheeky look. He will the next time he wants someone to play a pick-up Quidditch game. Then Tom turned his grin on his mum, "Although Dad did tell me about the tunnel from Hogwarts to the Honeyduke's basement." Tom expected this to lead to a minor explosion. It did. "James Evans, what do you mean telling our son to break the rules?" Tom snickered at his dad's nervous expression. "Nothing, dear. I was just telling him it was there. You know he will use it. Only after second year are students allowed into Hogsmeade." Then he turned to where Tom was snickering. "I better not catch you sneaking out of school." Tom looked at his mum's expression and his face dropped. He dropped his head down and murmured, "Yes, Mum. I won't let you catch me sneaking into Hogsmeade." Then he shuffled out of the room. James started laughing at the sad expression on his wife's face. She turned to him and sadly said, "I won't see he for almost 4 months. I shouldn't have been yelling at him." James wrapped his arms around her. "Don't worry. He only said he wouldn't let you catch him. Not that he wouldn't come. That little brat." The sounds of Tom laughing came down the hall as he ran away from his mum. Snuffles joined in, barking behind her. Tom stumbled into the leaky cauldron and crashed over an obstacle laying on the floor. He collapsed in a heap next to his trunk. Two voices came from the floor in almost perfect synchronization, "I hate the flow." James and Tom glanced at each other and grinned. Pulling themselves up off the floor, they gathered up Tom's things for the last part of their journey to King's Crossing. Climbing into a cab, Tom returned to a conversation they had continued all week. "I still don't get why I have to travel to London to spend the day on a train to travel to the place I just came from. The station is only a 5-minute walk from our house. It doesn't make sense." James grinned at his son. He leaned over and quietly said, "We are wizards. Logic doesn't play a part." James leaned back. In a more normal tone of voice, he added, "Besides, the train ride is part of the experience." Knowing his father was laughing at him, Tom let the argument lapse for now. Instead, he looked out the window at Muggle London. Although Tom knew from his father that war was approaching, life had not seemed to change in London. People scurried about in their normal business, the events occurring on the continent a world away from their daily lives. Why don't the Muggles seem more concerned about what is going on? James glanced out the window too. You have some knowledge they do not. Also, it is not a Muggle thing. It is a human thing, magical or not. Even in the face of absolute knowledge of danger, the majority of people will ignore it and hope it goes away. Prime Minister Chamberlain is still telling them a diplomatic solution will be achieved. He is ignoring everything the mom has told him about Grindelwald. Tom snorted, "Sheep." James disagreed. They need leaders. They are not sheep, but are more concerned with their immediate lives than what may happen. Not many take the long-term view. Tom shrugged as the cab pulled into the station. Quickly unloading the trunk, they made their way down to platform 9 3/4. "I wish Mum could have come with us." James wrapped his arm around his son's shoulders. "She did too. Katie and Michael would have been a handful getting them down here." Maybe when we pick you up for Christmas break they will be able to come. The pair approached the correct pillar for the entrance. James wandlessly cast a notice me not charm. James walked through first, followed by Tom. An irate young girl with long dark hair and a compressed, unapproving expression followed Tom through. You walk right through the gate without even looking if any of the muggles were paying attention. You could get yourself in trouble with the ministry. I understand you are a muggle born in a first year but. Tom looked at the girl with an odd expression. I am not muggle born. I live in Hogsmeade. Then you should have known better than to risk. Tom again interrupted her. My father cast a charm so the muggles wouldn't notice. Obviously, you didn't either. The last was said as though to a young child. The young girl glared at Tom for a moment and then walked off in a huff. Tom looked at his father and said, she's going to be a nightmare. James did not answer. He stared after the retreating girl with an odd expression on his face. He recognized the Scottish brogue and expression of disapproval. Minerva McGonagall. The sight of his 12-year-old Transfiguration professor brought a strongly suppressed bubble of laughter. The rant had been pure Hermione Granger. No wonder McGonagall had been her favorite teacher. Tom looked up at the laughter in his father's eyes. Something special had just happened. That conversation seemed to touch Dad. Tom shook his head. This time travel and paradox stuff gave the boy headaches. Tugging at his dad's sleeve he said, come on Dad. We are going to miss the train. Tom led James to the waiting Hogwarts Express. It looked exactly the way James had described it. He heard James murmur, you think it would have changed in 50 years. Tom snorted to himself. Dad was weirding himself out again. Ever since admitting the truth to Tom about who he is and why he came back to the past, Dad had been very open about a lot of what his previous future life had been like. Tom appreciated his dad's openness. He understood some things were not shared but Tom was a bright boy and was afraid he had figured out a good bit that went unsaid. At the foot of the train, Tom turned and embraced his father. Thanks Dad. Tell Mum and the twins that I will write. James hugged him back. Have fun at school. Don't cause Professor Dumbledore too much chaos. Tom smirked back. Who would I have learned that from? He asked in a cheeky tone. After a few more words, Tom climbed on the train with his trunk behind him. He found an open compartment. He opened the window and waved at his father. A noise behind him caused Tom to turn from the window. Two boys stood in the doorway. Can we sit in here? The short, blonde-haired boy asked. The other boy, a bit taller and heavier with thick black hair simply barged into the cabin and dropped into the seat across from Tom. Tom introduced himself to the two boys. I am Tom Evans. I'm a first year. The dark-haired boy snorted. His companion gave Tom a polite half-bow and said, I am Edward Nott. My grumpy friend here is my cousin, Antonin Dolohov. This is our first year also. Dolohov snorted, don't waste your time on the mudblood. Tom's blue eyes turned glacial. Why do you call me that? I assume that means you consider yourself a pureblood and my better. Dolohov growled back, I am a pureblood and I know I am better than you. These are no wizarding families named Evans. So you must be a mudblood. Tom leaned back in his seat. Clever comeback. Definitely Ravenclaw material. If you will just excuse me, I am going to take a nap. We have a long train ride ahead of us. The larger boy sneered but not gave Tom an odd glance. The new boy's reactions were not what he predicted. Most mudbloods would not yet know what an insult that it was to be called that. That meant he had a wizarding background. And instinct warned Nott his cousin had made a bad mistake. Tom slept through half the train ride. When an elderly witch came past with the snack cart, Tom woke up. Another boy and a girl had joined Nott and Dolohov. He silently observed the four. Tom learned the boy was named Michael Boot. From the conversation, Tom gathered he was another of Nott's cousins but not Dolohov's. The thin boy with brown hair and a hooked nose seemed a bit nervous. He kept glancing out of the compartment. Tom was not sure if he was looking to escape or not. The girl was Penelope Midlands. The most noticeable thing about her to Tom was she was completely nondescript. She was average height and weight with no significant features. She would easily disappear in any gathering. She sat next to Tom but a good 2 feet away. She did not speak, just sat and listened to the conversation. Giving up on sleeping, Tom sat up and pulled out his first-year charms book. Although he had read the book twice since July, Tom wanted to revise some more. It also kept him from having to talk to the others. Unfortunately, Not noticed the movement. So you decided to wake up. Obviously. The boot boy gave a nervous laugh. That doesn't seem very friendly. What are you reading? Tom sighed. Other kids made him uncomfortable. Why couldn't they just leave him alone? It is our charms text. Dolohov snorted again. Tom noticed it, the other boy did that a lot. Think a bunch of studying will make up for being a mudblood. The quiet girl finally spoke. She asked Dolohov, what house do you think you will be in? Slytherin, of course, the boy replied, only house worth anything. All of my family is in that house. Not chimed in, father told me I would be in Slytherin. He works for the ministry in the Department of International Cooperation and he told me it is the only house to be in if you want to reach a major position. When she glanced at Boot, he laughed slightly. I don't know. I'll be happy with any of them. Turning to his cousin, he said, I'll see you after we get to Hogwarts. Then he left. Dolohov grunted towards Tom, I guess you'll be a puff. Tom ignored his comment. This seemed to anger the boy. The larger boy reached over and pushed Tom's shoulder, I am talking to you. Tom continued to ignore him. Penelope and Not seemed to step back a bit. Dolohov leaned forward and attempted to smack Tom in the head. He missed as Tom pulled his head back without really seeming to notice. Without looking up from his book, Tom commented, please don't do that again. His anger up, Dolohov moved to leap across the space and beat the boy in front of him. He was stopped by a thin piece of wood pointed at his throat. Tom did not seem to look up at the bully in front of him. In a cold voice he said, sit down. Dolohov sat back and joined the other two in the cabinet staring at Tom. Tom's wand seemed to disappear and he continued reading. Tom was not really seeing the words anymore. He was thinking about what could have been. Did his alternate self sit in this same cabin and face these three? Tom guessed he would be in Gryffindor or Slytherin. Dad said he was almost sorted into Slytherin and Salazar from the painting didn't seem too bad a man no matter what happened to him later. Tom wasn't sure he could be housemates with Dolohov. He played the village idiot and bully well. No one attempted to speak with Tom the rest of the ride to Hogwarts. Tom used the remaining trip to observe the other students. He was not too impressed. Tom remembered Dad's comments about the Hogwarts Express experience. Tom looked forward to the start of classes. School had to be better than this. The express arrived in Hogsmeade exactly on time. Tom stepped off the train in his new school robes. Glancing around, the familiar village felt odd to Tom. He and Snuffles had walked through the station many times but this was his first time ever arriving here. A man's voice called out for all of the first-year students to gather around. Tom walked over to where the middle-aged wizard was gathering the other first years. The large man wore plain brown robes with patches on the elbows. Is everyone here? Great. I am Mr. Ogg. I am the groundskeeper and keeper of the Hogwarts keys. If you will follow me, I will lead you to the boats for your first view of Hogwarts. An excited murmur ran through the crowd of small witches and wizards. Tom followed the crowd from the rear of the group. They reached the small boats by tied to a small dock. Mr. Ogg called out for no more than 4 students in a boat. Tom noticed Not, Dolohov, Midlands and another boy climb into the very first boat. Tom climbed into the next to last boat with Michael Boot and 2 witches. The first half of the journey across the lake was uneventful. Boot chatted with the 2 witches. He seemed to know one and was introduced to another. The nervous boy glanced at Tom and said, this is Tom Evans. He doesn't talk much. Boot indicated a small strawberry bee-owned girl. Tom, this is Amelia Bones. Our mothers are cousins. This is her friend Alicia Tidwhiter. Tom nodded politely and said, it is nice to meet you. Any replies the witches may have made were cut off when Hogwarts came into view. The castle was lit with brilliant colors on a cliff overlooking the lake. The castle's reflection in the calm waters of the lake seemed almost solid. Tom sat mesmerized. Living in the shadow of Hogwarts for the last 4 years, he had never seen the school look like this. Tom decided he owed his parents an apology for making him take the train. He swore to himself he would never forget this first sight of the magical school. The boats entered a small cave at the base of the cliff. The magical boats were guided alongside the docks by an unseen force. They touched the dock with barely a bump and allowed the students to get out. Mr. Ogg led the students up a staircase and into the castle proper. A wizard waited at the top of the stairs for the first-year students. Tom recognized the wizard but again felt he was seeing him for the first time. The tall wizard had long brown hair and a long beard of the same color. His pale blue robes had stars and other shapes on them. Good evening, students, I am Professor Dumbledore. Welcome to Hogwarts. I know you will enjoy your magical time here. Tom noticed a slight twinkle in the professor's eyes. I teach Transfiguration and am the deputy headmaster. In a short time, I will be leading you into the Great Hall where your fellow students in the older years await. After your sorting, you will join your new house tables. Your house will be your family while at Hogwarts. Your triumphs will be celebrated together. You will support each other through your trials. Success will be rewarded with house points. Rule breaking will be punished with the loss of points and detentions. Your house prefects will explain the house cup. The professor smiled at the students. You are starting a great adventure. I encourage you all to make the most of it. At an unseen signal, the professor turned and led the way into the Great Hall. Although Dad took Tom flying around the school often, this was Tom's first time inside the Great Hall. The ceiling matched the clear, starry sky outside. Numerous torches and chandeliers lit with magical flames gave the hall a cheery light. Tom noticed a stool with an odd crumply hat sitting on it. Professor Dumbledore walked over to the hat and turned to face the waiting first-year students. I will call each of you, one at a time. I will place the sorting hat on your head. It will determine your house. Now we will begin. Tom grinned to himself. Dad told him they had to fight a troll. Tom didn't really believe him because of the mirth in his eyes, but a part of Tom still worried about it. Tom smiled slightly. He would write Mum to tell her about Dad's prank, and play up how nervous he had been. No more revenge would be needed. The professor consulted his list and called out, Alberts, Jonathan, who became a Hufflepuff. He was followed by Bones, Amelia, Gryffindor, Boot, Michael, Ravenclaw, Brown, Michael, Gryffindor. Antonin Dolohov became the first Slytherin. Then Sylvia Eggleton became a Hufflepuff. Then Tom heard his name called, Evans, Tom. Tom approached the professor and the sorting hat nervously. Professor Dumbledore smiled at Tom in a supporting fashion. Tom sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes and cut out all view of the Great Hall. My, I haven't seen a mind like this in a long time, a voice sounded in Tom's head. Hello, the boy asked. Hello, Mr. Evans. It has been a long time since I have had an heir of Slytherin under me. The Gaunt family has not sent a pupil here in several hundred years. Ah, I feel anger in you at being called a Gaunt. Interesting. Let us see what kind of mind you have here. I see a great deal of intelligence. You love the study of magic. But I don't see you studying simply for the sake of knowledge. You have courage in abundance as well. You would do well in Gryffindor. Tom started to get nervous when he heard the students starting to murmur amongst themselves. This was taking a lot longer than it had for the other kids. Don't worry about them, the hat assured him, I take as long as I need. I see a great need here to prove yourself. A great desire to surpass all expectations. I see here a knowledge of a potential future. Interesting. You are indeed your ancestors' true child. So you must be in Slytherin. The last part was shouted out to the entire Great Hall. Before the hat was removed, the hat said, Tell your father to come and talk to me. I must talk to the Gryffindor I have never sorted. The hat was pulled away. Tom looked up at Professor Dumbledore. The professor smiled and said, Off to your house now, Tom. Tom nodded politely and walked calmly over to the Slytherin table. He sat down opposite Dolohov, who sneered at him but said nothing. Tom watched as he was joined by Scullion Mulciber, Edward Nott, and Evan Rosier as the new Slytherin first-year boys. 6 girls were sorted into Slytherin. The quiet Penelope Midlands from the Express was joined by Tabitha Fig, Mary Greengrass, Laura Parkinson, Alicia Todwhiter, and Sumta Zarana. Once the final student, Sumta Zarana, was seated, the headmaster rose from his seat. Welcome to Anther Year of Magical Learning at Hogwarts. I am Professor Dippet. Before we start with our feast, I would like to say a few words. We welcome 2 new staff members to our teaching staff for this term. The first is Professor Slughorn. Professor Slughorn recently completed his potions mastery. He will also be taking over as head of Slytherin House. The students of Slytherin House applauded, but the rest of the houses only made token gestures. Professor Dippet waited for the clapping to stop. Then he introduced the very small man standing next to him. Assistant Professor Flitwick will be joining us to teach the younger charms classes. Professor Flitwick is completing his charms mastery with an apprenticeship to Professor McTavish. Our new charms teacher is also rated a master dueler. Some polite applause came for the small teacher. A reminder that the Forbidden Forest remains just that. Madame Pringle has posted a list of proscribed items from Zonkos on her office door. Please take the time to read her list. This includes you, Professor Dumbledore. The older students all laughed at this last remark. Dumbledore just looked innocent. With the first smile Tom had seen on the headmaster's face, the professor said, "Let the feast begin." With a clap, the tables filled with large bowls and dishes of the most wonderful food Tom ever smelled. All the students eagerly started to eat. The day on the express prevented most of them from eating a full lunch. As it was now close to 8:30, the students were starved. Tom felt a chill run up his spine and his left side turned cool. He glanced over to see a ghostly form hovering next to him and glaring. Mary Greengrass, sitting next to Tom, gave a squeal when she noticed the ghost. "Aye, it's the bloody Baron." Not stammered out. Some of the older Slytherin students laughed at the fright of the first years. Then the Baron floated closer to Tom. In a low whisper, the Baron said, "Welcome to the true heir of the founder." Then the Baron nodded politely and drifted away. The surprised look on Tom's face was taken as more fear by the other students. Their laughing increased. Two sets of eyes noted it as surprise and not fear on Tom's face. One sat at the head table and the other at the table with him. Tom, ignoring the laughter, concentrated on his meal and did not notice his watchers. After the welcoming feast, Tom joined the other first years in following the two Slytherin fifth-year prefects down to the Slytherin dorms and the dungeons. As they approached a painting on the wall, the prefect stopped and turned. The fifth-year boy had introduced himself as Malcolm Fudge. "This is the entrance to the Slytherin Commons. We will tell you the password. None of the lesser houses is to know it." The Slytherin female prefect, Georgiana Scandolphony, added, "If the other houses learn the password, we will find out who told." Then she turned to the plain stone wall and said, "Purity." The wall slid back and over to reveal the opening to the Slytherin common room. Tom followed the other first years into a long room with a low ceiling. Magical lamps hanging from chains gave off a greenish light. The walls and ceilings were rough stone. The floor was covered in a thick, plush carpet. A massive fireplace sat midway down the room. A scattering of couches, tables and high-backed chairs sat around the room. Tom counted 10 doors leading out of the common room. The older Slytherin students stood waiting along each side of the room. Based on their heights, Tom guessed they were lined up by years. 2 older students stood in the center of the room facing the new Slytherin students. Tom assumed they were the 7th-year prefects. Once all of the students were in and the common room door closed, the boy standing in the center started to speak. "Welcome to Slytherin House. We are the House of Power. We are the ones of destiny. You will bear the responsibility of carrying on our tradition of greatness." An image of Salazar Slytherin appeared between the 2 prefects. Now the girl started to speak. "The greatest of the founders taught only the best students. Those students of cunning, ambition and power. You must prove yourselves worthy of the honor." Tom wanted to snort at the cheap showmanship of the 2 prefects. Dad would have found this hysterical. The boy picked up the rant. "I am Anthony Cumshaw Parker. This is Cynthia Zindel. I am the head boy for this year. Cynthia is the 7th-year prefect. There will be no fighting outside these walls within this house. Strive with each other but not where the lesser houses may witness it. The houses are our competition. We hone our skills for life now. Strive to surpass and dominate the other houses." Zindel added, "The school uses house points to determine standings. Our house strives both within and without. Grades and other achievements will earn you standing within the house." The image of Salazar Slytherin dissolved to be replaced by a great hooded snake. "You will each approach the snake of Slytherin. The snake is our symbol. A snake is calm, cool, and patient. It stays out of sight until it is ready to strike. When it strikes without hesitation or mercy." Cumshaw glared at the first years. "You will approach our house symbol one at a time. You will face it for its acceptance. Now we start. Antonin Dolohov, come forward." Dolohov strode forward with an arrogant stride. He walked to the waiting 7th years. Stopping just before the snake, he glared at the image. The snake slithered around to stare into his eyes and hissed. Tom could not see the boy's face, but his shoulders seemed to shrink. Then the snake pulled back and seemed to nod. Kumshaw announced, "Dolohov, you have been accepted. Step forward." Dolohov stepped around the 7th years and walked past them. When Zindel called out, "Tom Evans," he sneered, "how did a mudblood get down here?" The words were not loud, but students on both sides of the room heard them. It was whispers passed up and down both sides. Tom stepped forward to stand before the snake. The snake gave Tom a nasty stare and hissed, "Another one unworthy of the great master." Tom smirked at the snake and hissed back, "What makes you say that? Snakes can't really show expressions. Somehow this snake did. You speak the noble tongue. How is this possible? I am Tom Evans, adopted son of James Evans. My mother was of the house of Gaunt." The snake seemed to bow. "You are of the line of the great Salazar Slytherin. It has been too much time since one of his line has stood before me. Be welcome in your house." The snake then pulled back from Tom. Tom looked around and noticed that the room had gone silent. The other students stared at Tom in shock. Finally, Kumshaw asked, "Did you just speak to the snake?" Tom's lips curled into a smirk again. In an innocent voice he asked, "Sure, can't everybody?" Shock still on his face, the head boy motioned for Tom to join Dolohov. Tom walked over to the shocked first year. Tom noticed a glimmer of fear lurking in the larger boy's eyes. A sense of satisfaction ran down Tom's spine. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. The remaining first years passed through the rest of the ceremony. After Tom's encounter with the snake, most of the other first years made some type of display of courage while facing the snake. Mary Greengrass and Sumta Zarana simply stood their ground. The rest tried to outdo Tom. Evan Rosier went so far as to hiss back at the snake. Tom winced when the hissing sound came out close to an insult. The magical image did not take kindly to the unintentional comment. Tom sneered at their petty game of one-upmanship. He remembered his father's stories of the future their games would bring about. No other surprises occurred, although the snake kept turning around to peer at Tom. This really seemed to unnerve the other students to Tom's amusement. After they were done, the 2 fifth-year prefects led the first years on a tour of the Slytherin dorm. 2 of the doors led to the boys' and girls' dorms. The boys' dorms were one level down and underneath the girls' dorms. Each year had its own room. The students were led into Slytherin House's private potions lab. All kinds of potions, ingredients and equipment filled the room. Tom was shocked. It was even better equipped than the lab Mum had at home. Dad told him that it seemed the Slytherins always seemed to be the strongest potion students. It was. No wonder if they had this and none of the other houses did. Tom was more excited to find the dueling practice area. The floor had a regulation dueling platform marked off. A magical shield to protect any observers from mist spells also surrounded the platform. Dad would have loved this. From what Dad said, the Gryffindor house dorms did not include anything like this. After the tour, the students were dismissed to their rooms. Tom followed the other 4 boys into their new room. The room held a series of large beds colored in the green and silver of the house. The canopied beds were huge for 11-year-old boys. Each of their trunks sat at the foot of their beds. Next to each bed were a wardrobe and a small desk. The boys moved to their trunks and started getting ready for bed. Rosier complained, "Why didn't the house elves put all of our stuff away?" Tom dragged himself into his bed. He felt emotionally drained. Leaving home, riding the train and getting sorted had pulled a lot out of him. The looks he was receiving from his new dorm mates made it even worse. No one was speaking to him, just giving him weighing glances. Tom wondered what today had been like for the Tom Riddle of Dad's past. Not knowing who his family was or his tie to Slytherin. What kind of greeting had he received on his first night? A low growl interrupted Tom's musings. "I don't believe you really spoke to that snake. You were faking it." Tom rolled over in his bed to look at the speaker. Not to his surprise, it was Dolohov. "Excuse me. There is no way a half-blood like you could be a Parseltongue. Only the greatest of the dark wizards have had that gift. Not even Grindelwald has been granted that power." Tom rolled back over. He was also a Ravenclaw. Silence filled the room again. "How do you know that?" asked a new voice. Tom glanced up at the speaker. It was Scullion Mulciber. Mulciber was a stocky, somewhat chubby boy, a little taller than Tom. "My father told me. I think he heard it from Dumbledore." The boy sneered, "You would believe it coming from that blood traitor. He is a Muggle lover." And you hate muggles. All right-thinking purebloods do. Why? Mulciber and Dolohov took on matching looks of disgust. Mulciber answered, they have no magic. They are beneath us. They are merely animals. Tom pretended to consider this. Then asked, do you have a pet? Do you hate it? So you are a muggle lover too. Tom realized he had gone too far. He would not survive in this room if he pushed them this hard. Raising an eyebrow, do I love them? No. However, I have very personal reasons for any hate I do have. Tom allowed a host of buried resentments rise up in his tone during his comment. At the surprised silence, Tom again lay back on his bed. The anger and hatred that rose to the surface surprised Tom. The images of the visit to the Riddles combined with his memories of the orphanage. The hate sat in his stomach like a ball of lead. Tom felt the need to talk to his dad. He missed his mum and the twins. However, Dad understood. Dad knew the hatred that Tom felt. James had the same cause for hate Tom did. Sleep was a long time coming that first night. Thoughts of all he had seen and done today ran through his head. As he finally drifted off to sleep, Tom could not shake the feeling that something was missing. The damp chill of the Slytherin dungeon made Tom reluctant to pull himself out of his warm, comfortable bed. The thick comforter trapped the heat and the mattress was perfect. In a sleepy haze, Tom wondered if the mattress was charmed to respond to the desires of the person sleeping on it. A loud gong rang in the first-year boys' room. The 5th and 6th year male prefects came in yelling for the ickle firsties, to get out of bed. The other boys started to pull themselves out of bed. Tom reluctantly joined them. Grabbing his things, Tom made his way to the showers. Although Tom had enjoyed the privacy of his own room for the last 4 years, growing up in the orphanage gave Tom a lot of experience in getting ready with a crowd of other boys scrambling around getting ready also. The other boys mostly ignored Tom while they dressed. Dolohov and Rosier joked between themselves while Mulciber and not finished dressing and left the room. Tom left his room and walked up to the common room. A number of the older Slytherin students stood around talking in the large room. They clustered in small groups. Not much laughter was heard as Tom walked through the room. 1 or 2 groups stopped talking as Tom walked by to watch him. Tom felt very uncomfortable. A small table sat empty not far from the main fireplace in the common room. Tom sat down and pulled a parchment and quill from his bag. He had half an hour before breakfast started, so he decided to write his parents. He started writing about his impressions of the train ride when a shadow fell across his parchment. Tom looked up to find Mary Greengrass and Sumta Zorana standing next to the table. Tom gave them a small smile and said, "Good morning." Neither girl said anything for a moment. Then Greengrass replied, "Good morning." Then the petite blonde girl sat gracefully in the chair across from Tom. "Why are you in Slytherin?" The question surprised Tom. "Because the hat put me here, I guess." Zorana sat in the chair between Tom and Greengrass. Tom glanced at the girl. She appeared to be of Persian descent. She had dark hair and eyes so dark they looked like black pearls. Even as an 11-year-old boy who was not into girls yet, Tom admitted to himself the girl was beautiful. The dark girl smiled at Tom almost as if he made his assessment aloud. "We mean no offense with our question. I knew all of the others in Slytherin before I even arrived here, at least by family. You are the only anomaly." Tom grinned. "Anomaly? What kind of 11-year-old outside of Ravenclaw uses the word anomaly?" Almost against her will, Zorana grinned back. Mary Greengrass reclaimed their attention with a question. "I want to know how you talked to that snake last night. Are you really a Parselmouth?" With a straight face, Tom answered, "Sure, isn't everybody?" Greengrass shook her head. "No one is a Parselmouth. There hasn't been a known Parselmouth in over 100 years. Must be when the Gaunt family fell out of the wizarding world," Tom thought to himself. "Really?" Tom commented with a sly smile. "Are you sure of your information?" Then Tom looked at a clock on the wall. "Would you ladies care to join me for breakfast?" The girls looked a little bemused by Tom's answer and his change of topic. They watched as Tom placed his parchment in his bag and stood up. After glancing at each other, they joined Tom in walking up to the Great Hall for breakfast. As they walked out of the common room, Zorana asked, "Do you know any other Parselmouths?" Tom ignored the question and asked, "Do you girls play Quidditch?" As he led them down the hall, Mary allowed the change of subject again and answered, "I've played, but my mother said it is not a proper sport for young ladies. Father says girls can't handle the pressure." Tom snorted quietly at that answer. He would have loved to seen someone say to his mum that she couldn't handle pressure. My father played as a seeker. He told me all of the chasers on his team were girls. He obviously wasn't in Slytherin then. None of the Slytherin house teams have ever had a female player, Greengrass replied. I thought this was the house of the ambitious and cunning. Who cares where the talent comes from if it means you can win? Neither girl spoke another word as they walked into the great hall. As they sat down, Tom noticed the confused looks on their faces. Tom wasn't sure what he said to confuse them, but he could see it in their expressions. Tom started eating as the other Slytherin first years trickled into the great hall. Tom observed the other houses while he started eating. Hufflepuff seemed like they were having the most fun. A great deal of laughter came from that table. The Ravenclaw table was quiet. Many of the students already had texts opened in as they ate breakfast. Gryffindor held a mixed bag. Some students were joking quietly. Most were rather quiet. The table was mostly empty. Tom wondered if the House of the Brave was also the house of late sleepers. The Gryffindors are known for having a huge party the first night back, a voice said. Tom turned to find Ed Knott had sat down next to him. That seems stupid. Today is a Friday. Why not just wait until tonight so they can sleep in on Saturday? We do have classes today. Knott snorted. No one has ever called the Gryffindors the smart house. Tom grinned as he thought of his father's response to that statement. The thinking of some of Dad's stories, he thought. On the other hand, Dad might agree. Professor Slughorn passed by handing out the timetables for the Slytherin first years. I will be meeting with all of the house by class today and tomorrow so I can get to know you. I will meet with the first years today at 3 o'clock. Tom looked at his schedule of classes. Monday. Dada 8 to 9, Gryffindor. Charms 10 to 11, Hufflepuff. Potions 1 to 2, Gryffindor. History of Magic 3 to 4, Ravenclaw. Tuesday. Transfiguration 8 to 10, Ravenclaw. Astronomy 11 to 12, Hufflepuff. Herbology 1 to 2, Hufflepuff. History of Magic 3 to 4, Ravenclaw. Wednesday. Dada 8 to 9, Gryffindor. Charms 10 to 11, Hufflepuff. Potions 1 to 2, Gryffindor. History of Magic 3 to 4, Ravenclaw. Thursday. Transfiguration 8 to 10, Ravenclaw. Astronomy 11 to 12, Hufflepuff. Herbology 1 to 2, Hufflepuff. History of Magic 3 to 4, Ravenclaw. Friday. Herbology 8 to 10, Hufflepuff. Today shouldn't be too bad. Tom commented. Only one class. It is not a wand classes though, Knott grumped. I wanted to use my wand today. The group around Tom got into a debate over the classes. Tom admitted to himself that he was disappointed he did not have Transfiguration or Defense today. Tom finished his breakfast and commented to Knott that he was going to get his books for class. Knott nodded around a mouthful of food and waved Tom off. Tom arrived at the greenhouses before any of the other Slytherins. A couple of the Hufflepuffs stood in a group. They cast suspicious glances at Tom when they noticed his Slytherin robes. Tom gave them a big smile and waved. Now they looked confused. Tom snickered to himself. Dad had told him that once if you couldn't do anything else, always mess with their heads. The other Slytherin students arrived en masse. Surprisingly, Dolohov ignored Tom completely. No sneers, comments or gestures were made. Then Tom remembered the head boy's comments from last night. No fights outside the house. Since the Puffs were here, Dolohov had to leave Tom alone. That was good to know. Greengrass and Zorana gave Tom small smiles in greeting. The rest followed Dolohov's lead. Tom didn't really mind. He was enjoying being outside in the fresh air. Today was a perfect flying day. Too bad he had to leave his broom at home. Tom idly wondered what Snuffles was up to without him. A middle-aged witch in brown robes and an apron walked out of a greenhouse. Good morning, children. I am Professor Plantatia. I will be your herbology professor. I am also head of Hufflepuff House. Can anyone tell me the importance of studying magical plants? A small Hufflepuff girl raised her hand. At the professor's nod, she answered, you need to understand the plants for potions making and treating any injuries from the plants. The professor unleashed a wide smile. Excellent. 2 points for Hufflepuff. The witch smiled. Today we will tour the greenhouses and discuss the plants we will be reviewing this year. I must remind you not to touch anything. Some of the greenhouses you will not re-enter again unless you take the Newt level classes. With a final nod, the professor called out, "Follow me." Tom walked back up to the castle surrounded by the other Slytherins. Herbology seemed okay to Tom, but he knew it would never be a favorite class. A couple of the Hufflepuffs and Laura Parkinson seemed excited by the material. Tom just looked forward to the defense class. Lunch passed quickly. Tom learned that Nott shared an interest in Quidditch. The two boys discussed the various teams and their chances of winning the championship this season. Nott told Tom he would like to play in goal for the Slytherin house team. Tom told Nott he would like to play chaser or seeker. Tom realized he liked the other boys' dry humor. Dolohov and the other boys ignored Tom and Nott. The girls kept to themselves, but Tom felt them glancing over at him periodically. When he made a comment to Nott about the strange glances, he was surprised at the response. "You really don't know." When Tom shook his head, Nott supplied, "You are an unknown. This is Slytherin house. They are weighing if there are advantages to being your friend. Also, you talking to that snake last night is throwing them off. Why aren't you affected then?" Nott looked surprised. "Do you know who I am?" "Edward Nott. My father is the bloody minister of magic," Nott said in lofty tones. Tom could hear subtle tones that indicated the tone was self-mocking rather than snobby as it sounded. "The family is the top of the social food chain. My grandfather was the minister at one time also." Tom gave Nott a smile. "So you can talk to me because there is no one you can talk up to?" Nott snorted, "Basically. I'll admit I am also curious about you talking to snakes. Everyone makes a big deal about that. Greengrass and Zorana were asking about it this morning before breakfast. It is not really a big deal." Tom caught Nott's considering look as Tom returned to his lunch. Tom could tell the comment took him by surprise. Tom tried to change the subject. "Have you been taught any magic already?" Nott shrugged. "I had a couple of tutors for reading, math and stuff. Also, I had teachers for some etiquette and other things a pureblood needs to know. Father wanted to send me to a wizard day school that opened in London, but mother wouldn't let me go." "Why not?" Nott shrugged. "Don't know really. I didn't really care. I was enjoying my summer. Who wants to start classes early?" Tom thought it was interesting the minister thought about sending his son to the Phoenix School. Tom decided to test the waters. "I attended some classes at the Phoenix School. Basic charms and transfiguration mostly." Nott's expression grew curious. "I thought it was all orphans at the school. I actually am an orphan. I got adopted and live in Hogsmeade with my family. Dad thought it was a good idea for me to get some early education." "So you are a Muggle born?" Nott asked. Tom looked at him curiously. "Would it really make a difference?" Nott shrugged and looked a bit embarrassed. Yes. I guess so. My grandfather is always saying the Muggle-borns don't understand their place in society." Tom grinned at the uncomfortable boy. "When you figure out what I am, let me know." At that point, Tom realized that all conversation around them had stopped. All of the Slytherins seemed to be listening. Tom continued, really addressing all of his listeners, "I think I will be an odd puzzle for you. I spent several years in the Muggle world and several in the magical world. I could be a pureblood, a half-blood or a Muggle-born. I guess you will have to decide my worth on your own." Tom almost died laughing at the looks of consternation on his housemates' faces. He refused their easy categorizations. Tom could play this to from all sides. It was such a Slytherin thing to do. After lunch, Tom, Nott, Greengrass and Zorana explored the castle. Tom wished Dad let him have the Marauders map. Mum was probably watching him right now. That thought caused Tom to snicker quietly. After a couple of hours, the group decided to go back to the common room before the meeting with Professor Slughorn. As they approached the entrance to the common room, they found 4 6th or 7th year Slytherins waiting for them. "You three can go in, but the mudblood stays out," one boy said. "We don't want your type corrupting our house. We changed our password so you can't come in. Go talk to Dippet and get resorted," another added. Tom looked at the other first years. "Go ahead. I'll be fine." The others walked to the entrance. One of the older boys whispered the new password. Once the door opened, all of them walked inside. Each of the first years glanced back at Tom as they walked through. Then the older boys walked in and shut the entrance behind them. Tom stood alone in the corridor and was furious. How dare they try to exclude him? Tom felt the anger radiating off his body. The torches lining the walls seemed to flicker as a wave of magic rushed down the hall. Tom felt a brief, comforting touch in the back of his mind. He turned half expecting to see his father standing behind him. No one was there, but Tom felt calmed anyway. Tom seemed to feel his dad with him. Tom took a deep breath to calm himself. He started running through some of the simple occupancy exercises Mum had taught him. Once he felt calm, Tom walked up to the entrance. He hissed, "Can you please open up?" A slight hiss was heard back. "Who asks for me to open? I am Tom Evans of Slytherin's line." The entrance swung open with a bang. "Enter Master's heir." Tom strode into the Slytherin common room to the astonished stares of the other Slytherins. In a contemptuous voice, Tom asked, "Did you really think you could keep a Parselmouth out of the House of the Snake?" The other students looked like rats caught in the gaze of a cobra. No one moved. They just looked at the cold blue eyes of Tom Evans. They had felt the wave of pure magic ripple through the walls. They had been stunned at the power of it even before the door slammed open. Tom sneered at the motionless students and walked down to his dorm. Inside he wanted to cry. This would be a long 7 years if he had to fight his own house the whole time. Tom sat down and finished his letter home. After 20 minutes, he walked out of the still empty dorm room and into the common room. All of the other Slytherins still stood in the room talking quietly in small groups. Tom ignored them on his way to the Ollery. Tom paused in the common room entrance and glanced back. All of the conversations had stopped as they all watched him. Tom smiled back at them and walked out of the room. The rest of the Slytherin first years stood outside Professor Slughorn's office already when Tom arrived. Dolohov stood with Rosier and Milchiber with a scowl on his face as Tom approached. Nott stood a short distance away talking to Zorana and Greengrass. The remaining girls formed a third group. Tom stopped a short distance away from any of the groups. They formed a square with Tom at one corner, Dolohov and his crew on the opposite corner, and the other two groups on Tom's left and right. Before a word could be said, Professor Slughorn opened his office door. "Welcome. Come right in and have a seat. There is pumpkin juice and biscuits on the table." The Slytherins filed into the room. Tom took a seat towards the back of his head of house's office. The office was rather spare. Marks on the walls indicated where frames had been recently removed. Tom did see a framed certificate proclaiming Slughorn's Petition's mastery dated 2 years ago hanging behind the desk. A bookcase filled with a variety of text stood along on wall. Another cabinet with glass doors held a variety of potions ingredients. It looked like one of the magically secured cabinets Mum had at home in her potions lab. The professor himself was a fairly young man for a professor, no more than 25. He was short, barely over 5 feet 2. He seemed to be expanding in the horizontal direction. He was already half as wide as he was tall. If he kept that up he would not be able to get down the Hogwarts passageways. The professor took a seat and smiled at his young charges. "I would like to welcome you all to this chance to get to know each other and me. Obviously I was a Slytherin during my time here. I left school in 1931. I then started on my potions mastery with the famous potions master Caligula Prince. Since then I have been working on development of secret potions for the Department of Mysteries." Tom snorted. If the professor really had been working for the Department of Mysteries, it would be the last thing he admitted to, especially to a group of first-year Slytherins. Tom decided to play with him a bit. "Are you helping in the fight against Grindelwald, sir?" Professor Slughorn gave Tom a sly smile. He said, "I couldn't comment on that," while his whole being seemed to scream out, "Yes, I am." Slughorn turned to Nott and asked him to introduce himself. Nott commented on his father's position. Slughorn seemed fascinated. Tom learned that Mulciber's father owned an apothecary in Knockturn Alley. Evan Rosier's parents worked as Aurors and his great-uncle Fergus invented the self-sealing potions beaker. Dolohov's father had been a curse breaker Fro Gringotts before a particularly nasty Egyptian curse got him. Tabitha Figg's family were part owners of the cannons. Mary Greengrass revealed her family owned the largest chain of magical greenhouses in Britain. Sumta Zorana's family owned a large import-export business between England and the Middle East. Laura Parkinson and Alicia Tadwhiter turned out to be cousins. Their families both worked in the ministry in senior positions. Penelope Midland's father worked as a healer at St. Mungo's. Her mother taught at the Phoenix School. Tom snorted quietly when Penelope mentioned the Phoenix School. Unfortunately, not quietly enough. Penelope turned and glared at Tom. "There is nothing wrong with teaching in a school for orphans. She hissed at him. Tom grimaced and looked at Not. Not understood his request. Tom is an orphan, Penelope. He told me at lunch he took classes at the Phoenix School. Penelope blushed. Sorry, I thought you were laughing at me. Slughorn felt the tension in the air. He looked at Tom and said, You seem to be the final student. Tell me about yourself. The other students turned to look at Tom. My name is Tom Evans. My parents are James and Sarah. We live in Hogsmeade. Professor Slughorn looked surprised at this simple answer. Dolohov snorted, What, are they the village drunks? Tom returned a slight smirk. No, we are just private. Penelope frowned slightly. I have heard of James Evans before. It was a couple of years ago. Laura Parkinson looked at Tom in surprise. Is he the same man who beat my cousin, Abraxas Malfoy, in a demonstration duel a couple of years ago? Tom simply shrugged without answering. The others were glancing between Tom and Laura, unsure what to believe. Professor Slughorn looked at Tom speculatively. I heard about a James Evans teaching magical combat classes to Aurors. Tom shook his head. Shouldn't I be bragging about all of that if it were true? We like our privacy. Dad retired and moved to Hogsmeade. He adopted me. End of story. Dolohov snorted. So you were adopted by some old guy. Tom ignored him. Who were your birth parents? Mary asked. Tom shrugged again. They don't really matter anymore. I never knew them. I only have one set of parents. An uncomfortable silence settled on the room with Tom's answer. After a minute, Professor Slughorn stood up and thanked the students for coming to see him. After a short, meaningless speech about his office door always being open, Slughorn moved the group out of his office. Tom walked out in front of everyone else, keeping himself isolated. The others followed him back to the Slytherin dungeons without further comment. Tom spent the rest of the afternoon in the common room reading his Transfiguration text. Having met Professor Dumbledore many times through his father, Tom was determined to excel in the class. Not and Greengrass sat playing wizard chess at a nearby table. Zorana sat in a chair across from Tom reading her potions book. Tom wondered if he was starting to feel comfortable with the three other Slytherin. He had never had a true friend his own age before. At the orphanage, Tom was the freak. The occasional accidental magic highlighted the difference the kids felt. Dad had commented the same thing happened to him in primary school. Dad theorized that young Muggle children still believed in magic enough to sense the magic contained within a witch or wizard. This indescribable difference caused the kids to make them outcasts as freaks. Moving to Hogsmeade did not help matters a whole lot. No other children were close to Tom's age. Being a Muggle-raised wizard, Tom did not instinctively understand the magical world like the other children did. So Tom had Snuffles as his true friend. The giant dog served as his friend and confidant. The other three Slytherins treated Tom in a friendly fashion. Tom was sure Nott was right, and part of it was the curiosity factor. However, Tom also saw the looks on their faces as they walked into the common room when the older boys tried to lock Tom out. Now they voluntarily sat with Tom as they waited on dinner. Tom glanced around at the other three. Yes, they could be friends. The next morning, Tom and his three new friends sat in the Great Hall eating breakfast. Not many of the older students arrived before 9 o'clock. Tom was still too excited being at Hogwarts to sleep in for long. The other three dragged themselves to the Great Hall with Tom. A sudden commotion occurred outside the Great Hall doors. One of the doors pushed open and a huge black dog pushed his way into the room. With his tongue hanging out, Snuffles ran over to Tom and jumped up on the bench. Snuffles! Tom cried out in excitement as many of the other students in the Great Hall yelled in a brief panic. What is that mutt doing in here? Georgiana Scandalphony asked. The Slytherin prefect sounded appalled about the dog's presence. Noticing a note tied to Snuffles' neck, Tom grinned at her. Don't worry, he is a male dog. Before the girl could unleash on Tom, another voice interceded. I see your friend has found you, Mr. Evans. Tom turned to grin up at Professor Dumbledore. Yes, Professor. I guess he caught my scent. He had a note attached to him. The Transfiguration. Teacher smiled down on the first year with a twinkle in his eye. I dare say you are correct. I suggest you read your letter. Have a good day, Mr. Evans. Ms. Scandalphony. Then he walked away. The prefect walked away without another word. Nott leaned forward and whispered, How did you get Dumbledore to stand up for you? I heard he hates Slytherins. Tom frowned. I don't think the professor is capable of hating anyone. If anything, his fault lies in the other direction. Dad says Professor Dumbledore is too willing to only see the positives of the person and misses or ignores their weaknesses. Zorana asked, so you met the professor before? I live in Hogsmeade, Tom shrugged. Sooner or later all of the staff comes into the village. He is friendly with my dad. Tom opened the note. Dear Tom, congratulations on being sorted into Slytherin. Now we just need a Ravenclaw and we have a complete set. I hope you are settling in with your new housemates. If you need anything or just need to talk, send me an owl. I know going to school is a big change for you. Snuffles has been driving your mum spare. He spent all night on the first howling on your bed. I had to use a silencing charm on him so the twins could sleep. I suspect he will find you when I let him out this morning. I talked to Professor Dippet about Snuffles. He is not allowed to stay at the castle, but he is allowed up to visit on the weekends. At least someone from the family will get to see you on a regular basis. Take care. Your mum, the twins and I miss you. Dad. Tom smiled at his father's note. Snuffles butted into Tom to get some attention. So you gave Mum a hard time. Did you keep an eye on the twins for me? Snuffles gave a low woof. Tom tossed Snuffles a piece of sausage and looked at his friends. I am going to take Snuffles outside. Why don't you come out when you are done eating? The three Slytherins nodded and watched as the small boy walked out of the great hall with the huge black dog. Nott snickered and said, Tom's dog is so big he could almost ride him. Zorana looked at the other two. That was an Oriental Spirit Guardian, a magical breed of dogs. They are supposed to be very intelligent and highly resistant to magic. I have never seen one that large before. The three students sat wondering on the expanding riddle of their new friend. Tom, Snuffles and the three Slytherins spent much of the weekend wandering the castle grounds. Tom had explored much of it during his summers and he guided the others around to various areas. As first years, they had no responsibilities or homework, so their time was completely free. Tom enjoyed getting to know his friends better. Edward not fully expected to be Minister of Magic one day. His family would accept nothing less from him. After 2 generations in the office, the family had come to see the position as almost hereditary. Tom knew the current minister not supported the British PM Chamberlain. In fact, the Minister of Magic was in Germany right now with the Prime Minister negotiating with Hitler and Grindelwald. Nott told the three his father and Chamberlain had established the best working relationship between the magical and Muggle governments in centuries. Based on the little Dad said about the past in his timeline, the war was coming. Tom didn't say anything but wondered how the coming war would impact his friend. Tom found Mary Greengrass and Sumta Zorana to be a lot of fun to be around. Both girls were very different from each other, but both had a good sense of humor. Growing up in pureblood households, neither knew much about the Muggle world. Tom was impressed with the amount Nott did know. Tom enjoyed telling them about the different Muggle inventions like airplanes and the telephone. The girls were surprised that the Muggles could equal the ability of the Flow for rapid communication. The weekend turned out much better than Tom ever expected. He really grew to like and start trusting his new friends. More importantly, Snuffles liked all three. Dolohov, Rosier, and Mulciber tried to harass them at one point, but Snuffles growled at them until they left. Late on Sunday afternoon, Snuffles wagged his tail and ran home to the village. Tom felt sad to see his friend leave, but he remembered his father's agreement with the headmaster. Tom appreciated what his father had done in sending Snuffles. The presence of the big dog allowed Tom feel protected while getting to know his new friends. Tom smiled briefly to himself as he walked back into the castle. Sometimes it was scary how well Dad knew him. The Slytherin first years walked into their first defense against the dark arts class. The Gryffindor students were already in their seats on the other side of the room. The room was divided by a scaled-down dueling platform. Chairs on platforms were on both side and back of the platform. The professor's desk sat at the top of the U. Tom sat in the top row between Zorana and Greengrass. Nott sat on the other side of Mary. Tom looked over the Gryffindor students. They had a larger group than the Slytherins. 17 Gryffindors sat opposite 11 Slytherins. They had 9 boys and 8 girls. Tom recognized 1 or 2 from the Hogwarts Express, but he had never spoken to any of them. Good morning, class. Tom turned to see an older witch entering the classroom from a side door. She was of medium height with iron gray hair tied into a bun. The professor carried a small pile of books over to her desk and set them down. Then she turned to the class. Tom got a quick sense she was not a woman to be crossed. "Good morning. I am Professor Merrythought. I have taught this class for more than 30 years. It is possible I may have taught some of your parents. Before teaching, I was an Auror for 30 years. In the next 7 years you will be taught to deal with all manner of dark threats. This will include dueling, dark creatures, and cursed objects. Some of this will be taught in conjunction with other subjects. For example, when we study dark creatures in your 3rd and 4th years, it will be done in conjunction with your Care of Magical Creatures class. We live in dangerous times. A dark wizard has taken control of the ministry of a European country. It will become a haven for dark creatures and wizards. Like an infected body, the rot may spread to our shores. We must always be prepared." The professor called roll by house. She paused a couple of times as individual names were called out and she recognized the family. She did a barely perceptible pause when she called out Tom Evans, but she proceeded on without looking up after he answered her. Setting her class list aside, the professor asked, "When fighting the dark, what is the most important weapon in our arsenal?" "Yes, Mr. Brown." A dark-haired Gryffindor answered, "Our wand." "Incorrect. Mr. Jones." A black Gryffindor with the darkest skin Tom had ever seen answered, "Knowledge, ma'am." "Close, but also incorrect. Mr. Evans." "Our wits, Professor." "Correct. 5 points to Slytherin." "Why do you answer that, Mr. Evans?" Tom answered, "Our wand won't help use in every situation. Knowledge won't help if we are frozen or indecisive. We need our wits to judge the situation and chose the best course of action." The professor raised an eyebrow at that answer from a first year. "You have discussed this before." It was not a question. "Yes, Professor," Tom acknowledged. "My father taught me a bit. He said wizards get so caught up in being magical they often fail to think about other solutions." Several of the students looked surprised at Tom's comment. The Gryffindors seemed the most surprised to hear that coming from a Slytherin. Tom's fellow Slytherins did not comment, except Zorana's congratulations on gaining the points. The professor smiled briefly and continued with her lecture. After Dada ended, Tom and his friends walked to their charms class. The Slytherins walked in 2 groups now. One was made up of Dalhav, Rosier and Mulciber. The remaining first-year Slytherin girls had joined Tom and his friends. Zorana made a point of pulling the girls into their group. When Tom teased her on it not being proper Slytherin behavior, she answered, "Being cunning does not mean you work alone. The Quidditch team would not be too successful if we only sent out one player." Nod laughed at that. "Have you seen our Quidditch team? The only reason we win is the best equipment and talent. Our teamwork is horrible." Mary laughed. "You just proved her point, Edward." The laughing group walked into the charms classroom. The new charms professor, Flitwick, stood on a small platform in the front of the room. The professor obviously had a fair amount of goblin blood in him. Even on the platform, the professor only came to eye level with the first years. "Great," Dalahov rumbled, a half-blood. Before the professor could say anything, Tom called out, "Excuse him, Professor. He let his brain out for a stroll and it hasn't returned yet." In a mock whisper Tom turned to Now and said, "I understand the poor thing has been neglected for years." The Hufflepuffs in the room startled themselves by laughing at a joke by a Slytherin. They were used to the jokes being made at their expense. Professor Flitwick looked torn between reprimanding Dalahov and laughing himself. "Please take you seats, class," the diminutive professor called out. After the class was seated, the professor introduced himself. "I am Professor Flitwick. I am an associate professor here while I complete work on the charms mastery. I will be teaching 1st through 4th years and tutoring the older classes. Before taking this position, I toured on the professional dueling circuit. I won both the Chinese Imperial Magical Open and the European Open during my time on the circuit. Charms is the most fundamental wand class you will take in school. Most of your household and defensive magic is based on charms. We will learn charms for all types of occasions including household and entertainment. By your 7th year, you will be introduced to wards and healing charms. Now, let's get started." Tom reached the conclusion that the new charms professor was way too enthusiastic about his subject, but it made the class fun. He started teaching the class a simple levitation charm for inanimate objects. He promised the class they would play a form of Muggle tennis using the spell after everyone learned the spell. It sounded interesting. After lunch, the Slytherins made their way out back to the dungeons for potions class. Tom was in a foul mood. Dolohov had tried to get Tom in trouble with the house prefects for his remarks before charms. Tom defended his actions, saying it was stupid to offend the new professor for no reason. Fortunately, Anthony Cumshaw Parker, the head boy, was in the common room when Dolohov started his rant. He had just asked the associate charms professor for some help revising for his nude exam. Having his house offend the teacher would not help his cause. So the head boy told Dolohov to shut up and not bring shame on the house. Dolohov sulked at the public, at least in the house put down. His eyes promised Tom he would pay for making Dolohov look bad. Rosier looked a bit uneasy, but it was clear Mulciber would back him up. Sitting down in potions, not, asked Tom. Was that the real reason you put Dolohov down? Tom snorted, partially. Also, he really is an idiot who is nothing but a bully. I had more than my fill of that sort when I was in the orphanage. Magical or Muggle, a bully is the same in both worlds. Professor Slughorn stumped into the potions lab from his office. Good afternoon, Mr. Knott. I understand your great father is on his way to ensure war does not touch our shores. Yes, Professor. He is in Munich right now. Knott answered. Excellent. The professor beamed. Then he walked by with only a curious glance at Tom. Knott leaned over and whispered, I hate people that s.k. up because of my father. Tom could only nod his agreement. Welcome to the wonderful world of potions class. I am Professor Horace Slughorn. A mastery of potions is the greatest skill of subtlety in the magical world. In this class, you will learn to mix ingredients in an exacting manner. The act of brewing will allow your magic will infuse your potions with power. You will be able to brew luck, bottle love and heal the deepest wounds. The professor handed out a small book. This is a reference guide that contains over 1,500 common potions ingredients. You will find information outlining special handling and mixing, plus what not to mix. The professor waved his wand at the front board. Now, I present to you a simple potion. You will brew this potion over the next 30 minutes. When you are done, I expect you to tell me what it would be used for. Tom admitted that seemed like an interesting assignment. Knott pulled out their equipment while Tom went for their needed ingredients. Tom enjoyed his potions class. Working with Mum helped, but it was nice to work with Edward. They worked well together. They finished their potion, it was a curative for heartburn, and were assigned 14 inches on alternate ingredients that would make the potion more effective. Knott and Zorana each earned Slytherin 5 points during potions. Edward answered the question of what the potion was for first. Zorana asked why another ingredient wasn't used against a more expensive ingredient. The Gryffindor students earned a couple of points also. The group walked out with a high level of excitement. The potions class turned out to be much more interesting than they had expected. The excitement lasted 30 seconds after they entered the History of Magic classroom. Old Professor Bin stood at a podium in front of the class as they filed into the room. As soon as the bell sounded, Bin started talking about the importance of Hoblock the Barbaric and the 29 Goblin rebellions in wizarding history. The professor spoke in a slow, flat tone for the entire class period. He never varied his inflection or changed his volume. Tom passed Knott a note asking if boredom was the goblins' new way of killing off wizards. Knott snorted in response. The professor never looked up. After class, Knott wanted to walk up and touch the professor. Why? Mary asked. I think maybe he died and his ghost just kept going. No one living could be that boring. Tom did not understand when his mum told him the relayed comment left his dad in hysterical laughter. Tuesday morning finally had Tom arriving in Professor Dumbledore's classroom. This was the last of the wand classes the Slytherins had yet to attend. Many in Slytherin House disliked the professor for his support of Muggle-born. They saw him as weak. Many speculated he had been a Gryffindor or Ravenclaw when a student. Tom kept quiet about the fact he had been a Slytherin according to his father. The Transfiguration classroom was a warm, friendly place. Professor Dumbledore stood in front of the classroom with a smile. His long auburn beard hung down in front of his dark purple robes. Tom thought he looked like the stereotypical wizard out of a Muggle fantasy story. With a pronounced twinkle in his eye, the professor started, How wonderful it is to see so many ready young minds starting their education in the realm of transfiguration. This class is simply about using magic to enact your desire on another object or creature. For example, I would like a nice cup of tea. The professor drew his wand and tapped a small wooden cube on his desk. An instant later it was a teacup filled with hot tea. Now, I would like a comfortable chair to sit in. An instant later a muggle reclining chair appeared in the front of the class. The professor sat down with his mug. The keys to transfiguration are to maintain a clear image in your head of what you desire and then finding the correct spell to efficiently release your magic to match your will. The professor stood and made the chair and teacup disappear. Today we will start with a simple exercise. Ms. Parkinson, please hand out the toothpicks on my desk. Class, we will start with transfiguring these toothpicks into pins. A very similar size and shape, one wood, the other metal. You will earn a passing grade in today's class if it changes to metal all the way through. Zorana and a Ravenclaw named Boot were the first to get the transfiguration correct. Tom and Nott eventually picked it up. They were both in about the middle of the class. Tom smiled at the professor as he walked out of the classroom after the class was done. That night, Tom sat in the Slytherin classroom and wrote a letter home to his family. Nott and the Slytherin first-year girls sat at the table with him working on homework or playing little magical games. Zorana sat reading Hogwarts, a history. Dear Mum and Dad, we have now attended all of our classes. Dada, potions, charms, and transfiguration were all brilliant. The teachers seemed very interesting. I earned 5 points in Dada. Astronomy and herbology were okay. The professors seem okay, but I wasn't too excited by the class. History of magic was the worst. My friend Edward Nott thinks the professor must be dead already. We all thought we were going to be bored to death. All he talks about are goblin wars. Didn't anything else ever happen? I wish I was finished my owls already so I could drop this class. We started getting homework already. Yes, Mom, it is already done. Thanks for sending Snuffles to visit. It really helped. I have started making some friends here in my house. Edward Nott is the only guy the first have met that I get along with. The other guys in my dorm are idiots. The Slytherin girls are fun though. Mary Greengrass and Sumta Zorana are very friendly and have good senses of humor. Snuffles liked them too. I haven't really met anyone outside Slytherin yet. I will follow your advice, Dad, and make an effort, but first I wanted to get to know my housemates. I miss you all. Key. The twins for me. Love. Tom. The 1st of November 1938. James awoke to the sound of Katie giggling next to him. James rolled over to look at the little lady laying next to him. Good morning, Angel. From his other side a voice commented, Angel. You get up at 3 in the morning with this, Angel, next time. James pulled his daughter close and said, you were just excited for your first birthday. Weren't you? James smiled at his 1-year-old daughter. Is Michael still asleep? Sarah sighed as she lay back down next to her husband and daughter. He never made a peep all night, unlike the little fireball next to you. Katie giggled again, seeming to sense she was the topic of her mother's comments. James smiled at her. Never in his previous life would he have been able to imagine he would be able to live this life. During school, Harry spent every year fighting for survival. After learning the prophecy, Harry concentrated on survival. Training in combat and related magics filled Harry's life. Harry's friends and the DA trained with him, but the burden was always on Harry. Harry and Ginny's only fights as a couple dealt with Harry's refusal to discuss their lives together after defeating Voldemort. Harry focused all of his energies on finding the Horcruxes and killing Voldemort. Surviving the battle, but losing Ginny and everyone else Harry considered family was the ultimate irony. Hermione with her plans to research the blending of magic and Muggle technology, Ron's plans of a Quidditch career with the Cannons, and Ginny's comments about raising her own Quidditch team were all lost in that final battle. Neville and Luna were lost before, ambushed by the 3 Lestranges with 4 other Death Eaters. The pair took their attackers with them, but Madame Pomfrey could do nothing to prevent their deaths. The rest of the Order of the Phoenix, the DA and the Weasleys died in the final battle or the numerous battles and skirmishes leading up to it. James smiled sadly at his daughter. Adopting Tom had started James on the recovery from all of Harry's loss. Finding Sarah and falling in love seemed a miracle. Katie and Michael seemed to close something for James. He could put Harry behind him. It truly did seem something that happened to another person. Sarah asked a question, pulling him out of his thoughts. I am sorry. What did you ask? I asked when you were going up to Hogwarts. After breakfast, James answered. My meeting with Albus is at 10. The first-year Slytherins and Ravenclaws will be finishing their class then. Don't do anything to embarrass Tom. You know he is having a hard time fitting into his house. Giving his wife an innocent, me. Look, James got out of bed and walked out to the kitchen with Katie. He almost escaped when his wife's comment caught him. Yes, you mister. My father was a marauder. Bouncing his daughter in his arms, James asked his daughter, why do magical people insist on giving titles with hyphens all through them? The little girl gurgled happily at the sound of her father's voice. James entered Hogwarts an hour before his meeting. It still felt like coming home. The halls were empty as most students attended their morning classes. Those not in classes would most likely be in the library or their common rooms. James enjoyed wandering down the halls. Nearly headless Nick wandered by with the Bloody Baron. James nodded a polite greeting as the two ghosts glided past. Neither ghost knew him in this time, so took no special notice of the dark-haired man walking by. James walked past the second-floor girls' bathroom. He was almost tempted to visit Moaning Myrtle, but realized she wouldn't have been killed in his timeline for another 5 years. Two thoughts came to James when this recognition came to him. The first thought was the basilisk would not kill Myrtle because Tom would not let it out to attack students. Therefore, no Moaning Myrtle would ever haunt this bathroom. This led James to the question, how much of my history am I changing? When Harry agreed with Aberforth to come back, Harry only saw the chance to save his friends. However, James did not kill Tom Riddle. James also did not leave the magical community to live in obscurity. From this time forth, history could change drastically. At a minimum, none of the people killed in the First War with Voldemort would be killed. They would have their own children. This could cause people married in Harry's timeline to be married to other people. Would Harry James Potter ever be born? Would any of his friends be born either? James leaned against the wall as he considered the potential ramifications. After several minutes, James started to slowly walk the halls again. He considered all of the philosophical and theoretical issues involved. Harry's decision to charge into the past could have potentially catastrophic impacts on the world Harry knew. James approached the door to the Transfiguration classroom just as the time of his appointment approached. The classroom door swung open and a horde of first-year Slytherin and Ravenclaw students poured out. The lump of Slytherin students comprised of 2 boys and 5 girls caught James's eye. The group was caught up in an animated discussion and did not notice James nearby. With a grin, James slowly drew his wand. A mumbled spell later and a series of shrieks erupted from the group of Slytherins. Where a brown-haired Slytherin boy had stood now stood a half-grown wolf pup. James started to laugh as the pup let out a startled yelp as he discovered his transfiguration. The wolf cub whirled around and spotted James. With a growl, the cub ran at James and started barking at his feet. James laughed even harder as the cub jumped up and tried to bite on James's robes. James noticed the Slytherin girls and the one boy watching the scene from 10 feet away. James grinned at them. He is an excitable little guy, isn't he? The Slytherins looked at each other, unsure what to make of the situation. James pointed his wand at the cub and smiled. The cub, seeing the smile, turned tail, literally, and ran away. Perfectus totalis. The cub tumbled to a stop as his legs and the rest of his body locked up. With the stunned students looking on, James walked over and picked up the frozen cub. Aren't you a cute little guy? Looking at the Slytherin girls, James said, I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore. Would one of you please look after this little guy until my meeting is over? The pretty bee-owned Slytherin girl nodded her head slowly. With an innocent smile, James handed her the cub. The wolf looked at James with a wild look in his eyes. James smirked and said, constant vigilance. Then James walked into the classroom, leaving behind a group of confused Slytherins. As James entered the room, an amused voice asked him, was that very nice? James looked as Professor Dumbledore. It still freaked James out to see the younger professor with brown hair and beard, and smiled. Probably not, but it was fun. Based on my experience with young Mr. Evans, he will attempt revenge. James nodded. I'd be disappointed if he didn't. Should be fun. James shrugged. It drives Sarah crazy, but I am just keeping up the family tradition. I never got to when I was in school. Things were too serious. The Transfiguration professor smiled, his eyes twinkling. I seem to remember the last big prankster to walk these halls was Thomas Potter. James smirked back. Funny, the last time Sarah and I dined with the Potters, I heard his favorite prank war opponent had the last name Dumbledore. Perhaps. James smiled at the innocent expression on his former future professor's face. It will wear off soon. I would love to see his face if he is sitting on one of the girls' lap when it does. Professor Dumbledore opened the cabinet behind him and brought out the Sorting Hat. I understand you wished to speak with the Sorting Hat. Actually, Tom told me the hat is the one doing the requesting. Thank you. James took the battered-looking Sorting Hat and placed it on his head. The hat seemed to grow a bit as it dropped over his eyes. Ah, Mr. Evans, I presume. You have remarkably tight mental defenses. Even Albus's are not as significant. I have some good reasons to keep my mind my own. James replied. My son said you wanted to speak to me. Would you please lower your shields? I am curious. Mr. Evans thinks you were a Gryffindor, yet I know I never sorted you. James mentally shrugged. I am sorry. I need a better reason to lower my mental defenses than your curiosity. The hat snorted. At least you are more polite than most who sit under me. The founders gave me several charges when I was created. I saw in your son's mind that he talked to the painting hanging at the Potters. I need to know. James frowned slightly and then lowered his shields. In an instant, James felt the hat looking through his memories. My other self must have had a very difficult time sorting you, Mr. Potter. Your plan coming back is very Slytherin, but it was done with a Gryffindor's courage. You have a true Hufflepuff's loyalty to your friends. Not many would have risked such a costly victory on such an endeavor. I am impressed, Mr. Potter. Rowena Ravenclaw did a great deal of study on time travel. Her work has been lost, but I will share her conclusions with you. Feeling James's nodded, the hat said, history is not so easily changed by time travel. Imagine a river. A large stone thrown in may cause a temporary disruption, but eventually the river returns to its normal flow. You can change the names and circumstances, but certain events and actors must be played out. James felt dismayed at these words. You mean I have done this for nothing? No, the hat answered, not for nothing. Some things in history are destined to be. You may be able to change some of the details or actors, but there will be a cost to balance this change. I don't know what the cost will be, merely that there will be one. James sat quietly for a moment and considered what the hat said. I have another question. I have been here for more than 4 years now, yet I haven't aged. Why not? You are still tied to the time turner. Its magic will return you to the future in the same physical state as when you left. Can I break the tie? James felt the hat shrug mentally. I don't know. Rowena never tried to do that. Whatever happens, Mr. Potter Evans, I would like to thank you. Your son is the best chance we have ever had with changing the direction of Slytherin House. Each generation I have seen that house get darker and further from the other houses. The founders never meant the houses to become known solely for single traits. Helga was one of the bravest people I have ever known. Rowena had a sly wit. Godric was loyal to an extreme. Salazar could be impulsive. If I had to sort them, I am not sure they would all end up in the houses they founded. I look forward to what the new, hidden line of Potters with an air of Slytherin will do. I predict great things. James smiled at that. Thank you. I have more questions now than answers, but it is a start. The Sorting Hat replied, Good luck to you, Mr. Evans. James reached up and removed the hat from his head. Professor Dumbledore sat watching him. That was an interesting experience. Indeed, James. Albus agreed. The hat rarely talks to anyone but the headmasters. You are an exceptional case. James gave Albus a wary smile. That is the story of my life. The two wizards made small talk for a bit. Albus was interested in some of the new subjects the Phoenix Foundation had introduced. James told him about the Wizard Studies class. The class mirrored the Muggle Studies class at Hogwarts but told the Muggle-born students about the magical culture. The class included magical law and government, traditions and basic tips for living in the magical world. James explained it covered all of the things a wizard-born child would learn as part of their environment growing up. James pointed out, Part of the reason pure bloods feel superior is they already understand the culture and background information. They are not magically stronger on average, but they usually score higher on average because of their background. Dumbledore considered that an intriguing idea. It would never have occurred to me. He glanced at the clock. I have a class coming in soon. We will have to discuss this further at a later time. James stood and grasped the professor's hand. Send me an owl and we can meet at the Three Broomsticks one night. James left the Transfiguration classroom and made his way towards the front doors. Along the way, he was accosted by a certain Slytherin first year. Dad, that was evil. With an innocent expression, James answered his son, problem, son. Tom gave him a disgusted expression. Yes, Zorana decided to cuddle me and Key, the puppy, when I suddenly turned back. I ended up on her lap with her Key, dotting my cheek. James laughed until he had tears in his eyes and his ribs hurt much to the disgust of his son. I am sorry. James forced out between fighting to get air into his lungs. I thought you would get away from them. I never had a chance. Tom shouted indignantly. They passed me around so much my paws never touched the ground. James calmed down a bit. I am sorry. I couldn't resist the temptation. Speaking of temptation, would you happen to know what happened to the plate of chocolate biscuits your mother made last week? Now Tom wore an almost identical expression as James wore earlier. Mum made biscuits. It was the strangest thing. She made them Friday night and left them on the kitchen counter. They were missing when we got up on Saturday morning. Maybe Snuffles got into them, Tom suggested. James pretended to consider, maybe, but then I am impressed he put the empty plate in the sink. Oops. James and Tom started laughing together at the quasi-admission of guilt. Can you join us for lunch, Dad? I want you to meet my friends, Tom asked. I am afraid I can't stay for lunch today. I have to be in London at 12. Why don't I meet them all now before lunch? At Tom's happy agreement, Tom and James walked together down to the Great Hall. Tom led James down to the Slytherin common room. Entering the dungeons, James felt an odd sense of déjà vu. At a nondescript portion of the wall, Tom hissed at the wall and it opened. Then he smirked at his father. James' only comment was, I wish I had thought of using Parseltongue. Stepping into the common room, James murmured to himself, I didn't even need to use Polyjuice. Tom grinned at his dad, he knew the story, and said, over here Dad. Tom led James over to a gaggle of first-year Slytherins. The group looked up as the two approached. Hi, Tom greeted them. Everyone, this is my dad, James Evans. Dad, this is Ed Knott, Mary Greengrass, Penelope Midlands, Laura Parkinson, Sumta Zorana and Alicia Tadwhiter. James smiled at all of them and said hello. 3 of those family names meant Death Eater to his instincts. Fortunately, Tom's letters home, while brief, did provide his parents with the names of his friends. Ed Knott died during the Voldemort's First War. Harry and Luna killed Knott's son and grandson, Harry's former classmate, in the skirmishes leading up to the final fight between Harry and Voldemort. James found the group to be subtly different from the Slytherin he attended school with. Although James could sense a level of one-upmanship he was used to among Slytherins, he did not feel this group possessed the twisted, BPD ambition of the later generation. This group seemed to be normal 11-year-olds. Yes, they had many of the pureblood attitudes James hated, but they lacked the fanaticism in their eyes. It gave James hope. One item James did note was the way the young ladies of Slytherin seemed to watch Tom. James bet that Tom did not realize how they took their cue from him. They seemed to have adopted Tom as their pet project. James chuckled to himself as he realized this was going to be a lot of fun to watch. The one down note of the visit occurred when 3 additional first-year boys entered the common room. The largest boy sneered at James. Then he turned his glare at Tom. Did you daddy need to come tuck you in? Tom answered in a level voice. Dolohov, we were having a pleasant visit. Just leave. Did the head of house give his approval? I think not. I am going to tell the prefects. Dolohov smirked in triumph. Tom turned to his father in defeat, however Tom saw the glint in his son's eyes. A voice in James's head cried, look out. Tom hissed, sorry, Dad. I should have checked in. Dolohov is a real prat, but the prefects support him. James raised an eyebrow and replied, be careful. All 3 of them became Death Eaters. Apparently they went down that path merrily on their own. Changing topics, James asked, why are we hissing at each other? Tom smirked and glanced at the three boys. It is really freaking them out. James laughed out loud at this, causing the boys to look really nervous. Are you going to tell them who you are descended from? Tom shrugged, eventually, but not yet. I want to look into Slytherin's history a bit first. Talk to me before you do anything. James requested. And do not try to go into the Chamber of Secrets without me. Tom smiled and nodded his agreement. Tom had heard stories about Harry's adventures in the Chamber of Secrets several times and he really wanted to see it for himself. James turned to Ed, Nott and the Slytherin girls and said, "It was nice meeting all of you. Hopefully you can visit us at our home in Hogsmeade during your time here." James noticed that all of the Slytherins in the common room except Tom wore identical shocked expressions over the Parseltongue conversation. After their goodbyes, James walked out of the Slytherin common room. As the portal closed, he heard Tom's voice saying, "See, I told you everyone can speak Parseltongue." James snickered to himself walking down the hall. He wondered what his father, Sirius and Remus would think about him raising the one-time Tom Marvolo Riddle and Lord Voldemort to become a marauder. Walking down the hall, James wondered idly what Tom's animagus form would take. 12 o'clock Mom Executive Conference Room. James sat unobtrusively against the wall in the Minister of Magic's conference room. Wearing his unspeakable robes, James seemed to blend into his surroundings. Any non-unspeakable looking in his hood at James's face would see only darkness. His voice also changed to be unidentifiable, male or female. James's former teammate Charlie sat next to him without speaking. James reflected on the changes in Charlie since the mission to Dachau. She seemed much more focused on her work, but James worried she had become too brittle. James had seen it in the war against Voldemort. The Lestrange brothers and some low-level Death Eaters captured Hermione during a trip to Hogsmeade. Harry and Ron tracked them down quickly using Harry's wolf animagus form. Although she was only held for an hour, the Lestranges had already abused her significantly. Harry and Ron recovered her and she seemed to bounce back. However, the next major skirmish with the Death Eaters caused her to break down in the middle of the fight. Ron attempted to rescue her with Neville covering them. Unfortunately, Voldemort arrived at the battle, forcing the Order members back. Captured, Ron and Hermione were held 2 weeks until the Harry's final battle with Voldemort. James saw the same brittleness in Charlie now. Keeping his concerns to himself, James watched as the civilian ministry leaders filed into the room. Mr. Abel sat next to the head of magical law enforcement. The two men carried on a whispered conversation. Mr. Abel was the public face of the Dom. A metamorph magus, Mr. Abel was able to protect his identity while seeming to appear open with his collogues. Mr. Johnston, the MLE head, seemed a no-nonsense Barty Crouch type with no sense of humor. The minister wandered in with a pair of cronies tagging along. Minister Nott seemed intelligent and competent, unlike the other ministers of magic Harry had dealt with. Unfortunately, James found him to be as arrogant as a Malfoy. Nott felt the ministry was his inheritance and treated many of the employees as family servants. From Tom's comments, James knew Edward Nott was being groomed by his father to take over his inheritance one day. Thoughts of Tom made James smile a bit. James enjoyed meeting Tom's friends. They seemed like a good group. Their hist conversation would definitely stir things up in Slytherin House. Minister Nott sat at the head of the table and huffed, "Okay, let's get this meeting started." The various department heads started presenting the status of their departments. The head of the Department of International Cooperation was the last to present. The old witch named Theodora Reese leaned forward. "We have received indications that the German ministry is not following the guidelines established in our September Accord. Grindelwald continues to prepare and work with the Muggle government. We have found indications of German magical and Muggle agents in France, Czechoslovakia and Poland. The German Muggle government already holds Austria and the Sudetenland." Nott turned a bit red in the face. "Do you think he intends to follow through with his plans? Why would he lie to me?" The last was said as almost a whine. Mr. Abel shrugged. "Grindelwald wants power. He thinks we have something that will give it to him. He has agents in London, Dover, Edinburgh, and Hogsmeade that we know of right now." The department head of sports and games asked, "Why does he have people in Hogsmeade?" Mr. Abel replied, "Aside from the Dom, Hogwarts represents the highest concentration of magical energy and knowledge in the British Isles." Mr. Johnston added, "The Unspeakables have been very helpful in passing their information on to my department. The Aurors identified a new immigrant to Hogsmeade with ties to the German ministry." A burly wizard from the Department of Finance asked, "Do we need to send Aurors or Unspeakables to protect Hogwarts?" The DMLE head shook his head. "The Unspeakables are not legally allowed to operate within Britain. I have some resources stationed in the village, but the school's wards will keep any intruder out long enough to allow my men to respond." James found himself standing in front of his chair. He did not remember standing. Everyone in the room turned to look at him. "Mr. Abel asked, do you have something to add?" "Yes," James replied, "the Hogwarts wards prevent larger groups with malicious intent from entering the grounds. Small groups of average magical power can walk through the wards." "Of average power?" James nodded. "We can't measure it exactly, but assume Professor Dumbledore is the top end of the measure. The wards would block the entrance of a dark wizard with his level of power. How many normal witches or wizards would it take to match Professor Dumbledore in raw magical power?" James didn't mention that an army of squibs armed with Muggle weapons could march through the wards whatever their intent. Several of the department heads looked shocked about the gap in the ward's protections. One asked, "How do you know this?" "I made a study of wards and their limitations. Hogwarts maintains one of the strongest sets of wards in the world. I included it in my study," James answered with a small shrug. Then he sat down. The meeting continued with a discussion of assigning Aurors to the school grounds. The minister closed the discussion with the promise to talk to Headmaster Dippet. Most of the department heads seemed to accept this proposal. The minister gestured to Mr. Abel and said, "Mr. Abel would like to present one final topic. With me today is the new team lead of our primary operations team. Unspeakable Charlie was the senior returning member of the team sent into Germany to recover our Aurors. For the last 2 years, Charlie has been rebuilding the team. His team recently returned from a reconnaissance mission to Durmstrang." Charlie stood up. "Thank you, Mr. Abel. My team found a large number of additional structures added to the school's grounds. We were unable to get too close, however they appeared to be a training center for a large number of magical troops. The spells we saw used emphasized offensive power. They did a large amount of power but seemed to require little skill or casting time in their use." The minister frowned. "What does that mean?" Mr. Abel answered, "The Dark Lord is rapidly expanding his Dark Army. The new forces consist of quickly trained, disposable troops specialized on attacking targets. The Muggle term for them would be cannon fodder. We saw some signs of this during their interference in the Spanish Civil War. It appears that was a trial run. We believe Britain is his true target." A murmur of unease rippled through the room. The Goblin liaison asked, "Do you think it will come to that?" Abel nodded. "Our analysis indicates the Muggles will be at war within a year. I believe they plan to use that conflict to cover a magical one. We have to start preparing our defenses now." He gestured at James. "This is the Count. He is one of our best. I would like to set up a joint planning group of multiple departments with the Count as the overall commander. With his background, he is uniquely suited to provide leadership to the group." James liked the way Abel told them about the analysis results. Most of the analysis came from James talking about his knowledge of the Muggle Second World War. Although he had not studied it since his pre-Hogwarts schooling, James was able to provide certain information like the invasion of Poland signaled the start of the war for Britain and it occurred in September or October of 1939. James did not want this role. It would detract from his time with his family and the Foundation. Abel and Kane, the true head of the Unspeakables, pushed James into accepting their nomination. James was their only resource with real experience in a magical war. Kane pointed out that combined with James's future knowledge, he was by far the best candidate for the position. Abel pointed out, "It is a desk job. You will be safe." "I am not as concerned about my safety," James growled. "I don't like sending other people out into harm's way." Kane grunted, "I said the same thing when I got forced to become the head Unspeakable. Deal with it. I had to." James shook his head at the memory. The discussion had carried on for several more minutes while James stood silent. James did not like the direction the arguments were going. He stepped forward towards the table. "Excuse me, Mr. Abel is not talking about preparing to invade anyone. Nor break any of our laws. We are talking about preparing our forces to protect our citizens. The unspeakables will fight all efforts to invade. Once they reach English soil, we are legally barred from action. It will be the Aurors' job. They are trained to deal with criminals, not organized troops. Honestly, only the unspeakable mission teams are trained to fight as units. James looked at the incredulous faces. He started, in addition, the Muggle War will impact us. The Department of Finance head interrupted him. Why would the Muggle War affect us? Never has before. Are you aware of the advances in Muggle aircraft? James asked. The Germans are well ahead of everyone else in using aircraft to drop bombs. A bomb won't care about Diagon Alley or St. Mungo's Muggle repelling charms, or hidden, unplottable wizard houses. A couple bombs can destroy an entire block. One pureblood asked, what is a bomb? James withheld a snort. Imagine a wizard on a broom flying along casting reducto curses. Each curse would be 10 times its normal strength. I don't believe it. The pureblood scoffed. Belief is not necessary. It is true. Only one magical site in England is protected from Muggle bombs. Where is that? James shrugged. The Phoenix Foundation facility emplaced the ward 2 months ago. Nicely done too. They neutralize the explosives and divert the bomb case into the Thames. The Muggles will never notice. How do you know that? They could hear the grin in James's disguised voice as he answered, again, I like to study wards. DMLE asked, who developed the wards? The Foundation's founder, Mr. Evans, worked with Mr. Potter and Professor Dumbledore on the wards. It was their summer project. The minister seemed to perk up a bit at that news. Really? My son is friends with his son at Hogwarts. Most of his brief letters deal with their time together. What do we know about Mr. Evans? I don't recognize the family name. Mr. Johnston answered, we did do an investigation of the Phoenix Foundation at your office's request when they first opened. We don't know much about Mr. Evans's past, but the foundation is on the straight side. My nephew attends the primary day school and loves it. They don't teach spells, but they do cover magical theory as well as the Muggle sciences. I know he consults with Headmaster Dippet. He also beat Malfoy's heir in a duel at Hogwarts a couple years ago. He taught some training classes after that for my Aurors. They said he is very good. What is his family background? The minister asked. He is reported to be a half-blood. His wife was an Underhill. His mother-in-law loudly stated her disapproval of the marriage. Johnston looked uncomfortable. Normally the Aurors don't look into that, but the woman insisted on telling us about it when we questioned her. James quietly fumed at the discussion. Abel seemed to realize they were on dangerous ground. He cleared his throat to bring the attention back to him. We are getting a bit off topic. I believe that Mr. Evans may be willing to share his ward design with us. James was furiously thinking, over my dead body. Stupid pureblood bigot. The minister waved the comment away. Very well. Count, I will provisionally place you in charge of the planning group. Develop you plans, but don't implement anything until I get approval from the Wizengamot. James bowed his agreement because he still did not trust his temper. The meeting dispersed with James following Abel and Charlie down to Kane's office. Kane monitored the meetings through charms on Abel. James suspected they could communicate in some way during the meetings. When they walked into the office, there were 4 cups of tea around the table. Next to one was a shot of fire whiskey. Kane gestured at the table. Please be seated. Count, your seat is over there. He indicated the seat with the shot glass. James drank the shot. Thanks, Kane. I needed that. Good, now let's get down to business. The 7th of November 1938. A week later, James found himself again walking the halls of Hogwarts. This time he wore his unspeakable robes with the obscuration charms in place. 2 Aurors and a witch from the minister's office accompanied James on this visit. The 2 Aurors were Artemis Franklin and Mad-Eye Moody. Franklin was the senior Auror James met with Moody at the orphanage. Both were rescued from Dachau by the team, including James, although neither of them knew about the Count's involvement. DMLE head Johnston named each of them to the planning group. The witch was Irma Black. Madame Black saw herself as the minister's watchdog on the planning group. James remembered seeing her name on the Black family tree at Grimmauld Place. If he remembered correctly, this witch was the mother of Walburga Black of the infamous permanent sticking charm portrait. That made her Sirius's grandmother. After only a week, James completely understood where Walburga got her charm and why Sirius ran away. Irma Black started by trying to interrogate James on his blood. Although his face was obscured, James gave her his best Voldemort impression. After years of dealing with Voldemort and Dumbledore, James discovered how to allow his magic to flare, giving him an aura of his choosing. The Dumbledore of his time projected the grandfatherly trust and amusement. Voldemort projected the promise of death and pain. Madame Black backed off. James found it ironic that the dark wizarding families of Britain sided with the Ministry and the light families against the current Dark Lord. This seemed to be due to two primary causes. The first reason was Grindelwald did not support their pureblood agenda. Grindelwald preferred competence to heritage. The only thing James found himself agreeing with. The second reason tied to the first. If victorious, Grindelwald would replace the current society elite with his own followers. The students were between classes as the foursome walked into the entrance hall of Hogwarts. The students paused to observe the newcomers. The pause became protracted as they recognized the robes of an unspeakable. The students separated to allow James to continue on his way to the headmaster's office. Realizing he was the center of attention caused James to grin within his hood. He glided to a stop and seemed to glare out at the staring students. Then he made a sudden movement and shouted, "Boo!" 24 students screamed and fled the room. James fought to hold in his laughter. Madame Black glared at him while the Aurors shook their heads in disapproval. James glanced at the remaining 10 students in the room. Each held a wand in their hand. James nodded approvingly and said, "I will speak to the headmaster about awarding each of you house points for not giving in to panic." Then he continued on his way. A short time later, James, the Aurors and Madame Black were seated in the headmaster's office. Joining the headmaster were Professors Dumbledore and Merrythought. Professor Dumbledore attended as the deputy headmaster and resident expert on the school wards. Professor Merrythought was the long-running Dada professor and defense expert. After greeting his guests, Professor Dippet asked them to explain why they requested this meeting. James explained the concern over Hogwarts being the focus of possible activity of the Dark Lord's forces. The headmaster attempted to set their concerns aside. Hogwarts is the safest place on Earth. No attacking force has ever breached our wards. You can set your concerns aside. I never talked about a large force moving against the school, headmaster. What about a small group of 2 or 3 dark wizards with a specific target in mind? The wards will protect us in that case also, he replied. James looked at Professor Dumbledore and simply asked, "Professor?" Dumbledore rubbed his beard in a moment's consideration. "It may be possible, I suppose, if they are not of significant power. However, they would not be able to damage the school in any significant way at their strength." Moody answered, "Maybe not the school, but what about individual students or another objective? Would the wards stop them from that?" Dumbledore eyed James. "Where did you learn about this weakness in our wards?" James ignored the question and asked instead, "Grindelwald was a student here, a top student. Could there be some information, object or person on the grounds he would be interested in?" Professor Dippet nodded reluctantly. "I was the new charms professor when Albert attended the school. Albus here was in the same year. I suppose there could be something." Madame Black huffed. "I remind you the minister's only son is a student here, along with children of half the Wizengamot and all of the families that count. You must protect the children." Professor Merrythought spoke for the first time. "What do you propose?" the witch asked. "Nothing definite at this point," James answered. "Nothing indicates it is something that will occur in the near future. Our planning group is looking at many issues of defending magical Britain. Hogwarts is an important component of that. I would not make a suggestion until you had been able to think the problem through first." The headmaster nodded his thanks. "I appreciate both your concern and your courtesy. We will put some thought into your concerns." James handed each of the professors a galleon. Before they could ask, James said, "I am not often reachable at the ministry. If you hold the coin and call out, 'The Count,' I will flow you. If you say, 'Emergency,' I will come to you immediately." Merrythought commented, "Ingenious. Is this Dom issue?" James smiled sadly in his hood. "No, it was developed by a witch I went to school with. She came up with the first version that simply called the holder to a meeting in our 5th year. It is also charmed so you won't accidentally spend it." Professor Dippet marveled at the coin. "A 5th year did this?" This is well beyond Newt-level charm work. She must have been a genius. The smartest witch of her generation. Even her detractors agreed on that point. Madame Black commented, who was she? She must have been from one of the noble families. No, she was Muggle-born. Not only was she a genius but she was one of the strongest magic users I have ever met. She gave her life to stop a Dark Lord of extraordinary power. She is one of the standards I use in judging my own actions. She was often our group's conscience in school. I still hear her voice when I feel guilty of something. The Aurors and the professors looked surprised at both the amount of information and Unspeakable had given on himself and the depth of sincerity in his obscured voice. Irma Black looked torn between sneering at a mudblood and curiosity of someone an Unspeakable considered a paragon of witches. The meeting adjourned with promises to meet together within a month. Professor Dumbledore offered to escort their guests out of the castle. James mentioned the points as they walked out of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore chuckled and agreed to present the individuals' points during dinner that night. Noticing the Aurors and Madame Black had walked ahead and out of earshot, Professor Dumbledore placed his hand on James' arm and stopped him. "James, do you know something is going to happen?" James sighed and allowed the obscuration charm to fade. "I hate it when you do that." The professor's eyes twinkled as he waited for an answer. "I honestly don't know. A lot was hushed up and we were too concerned with another Dark Lord to worry about it much. And I may have altered history too much already. I am just basing this on my own experience and instinct. I believe there is a danger, Albus. I will keep your secret but I will let the headmaster know we need to take this warning seriously." Then he paused, "And I will tell young Mr. Evans that you said hello." James smiled and reactivated his charm. "Thank you, Professor." June 1, 1939. "Albus, Thomas, I am glad you could join us," James greeted the new arrivals. James was seated at his kitchen table with a member of the Dom Research Department and his wife. Dumbledore smiled. "The students have now left and I have found the halls to be quite silent already. I am happy to visit." "I understand that Tom gave you a hard time this morning," Sarah grinned. "He made an excellent point," Albus pointed out. "Going to Hogsmeade Station to take the train to London so he can flow home to Hogsmeade." "How did you know, my dear?" "The twins and I ran into the students on their way to the station. I gave Tom a picnic lunch for the train and took his trunk. He complained to me then," the blonde woman answered. James looked sternly at his wife. "Did you embarrass Tom in front of his friends?" Sarah smacked him on the back of the head. This coming from the man who turned Tom into a wolf cub and sent biscuits that turned all the first-year Slytherins' hair blue. The rest of the table laughed at the smirk James wore on his face at his wife's retort. James took her hand and key at it. Then, still holding her hand, he turned back to his guests. "Thank you for coming today, all of you," James said with a serious expression. "You are all aware of how I came to be in this time. When I arrived, I never had any intention of staying. My plan was to complete my mission and spend the rest of my time in obscurity until I went home." James glanced at Sarah. "I have found the home I was looking for here already. I am looking for your help in separating myself from the Time Turner so I may remain in this time." The Unspeakable spoke first. "Mr. Abel directed me to assist you in this effort. Please call me K. I am unsure why the Department of Mysteries is involved, but you already have my assistance. I understand why you have asked Professor Dumbledore to become involved, but I am unsure about Mr. Potter's involvement. This effort is sealed to this room, K. Only Mr. Abel is privy to the discussion." "Understood?" James asked. The Unspeakable started to object until she noticed the position of James's free hand on the table. The casual position of the hand and fingers seemed completely natural. However, she recognized it as a Dom recognition signal. Understanding of the situation came to Kay. She nodded her acceptance of both James's communications. "I won't go into details today, Kay. I will say that Thomas and his wife are the closest things I have to family in this time except for my own wife and children. Thomas was the first person I told about myself. He encouraged me to discuss it with Albus. I told him early last autumn. I called you here today to give you some details about how I came here. I will not discuss why I came here. No one here needs to know." James then proceeded to explain everything he knew about the Time Turner and its 10 to 12-year recharge period. He concluded with, "I arrived here in June of '34. That leaves me at least 5 years to discover a way to stop the return process. The person who sent you back said the time turner itself would only exist astrally as it recharges. Kay asked. Yes, that is what I was told. I haven't seen it since it was activated, so I have to believe he was telling me the truth. James had decided not to mention just who had sent him back. Kay looked troubled. To recharge it and keep it astral, he must have tied it to your magical core. Your own magic is its recharge source. Do you feel magically weaker? My first couple of days were rough, James replied. I haven't had a problem since. James is the strongest wizard I have ever met, Sarah commented. He casually uses magic without the effort most of us use. It reminds me of Albus from when I was in school. The unspeakable looked at James with new speculation in her eyes. Can we break the tie between James's core and the time turner? Thomas asked. Albus rubbed his head in absent thought. I am not sure. There could be several problems that could occur in trying to disrupt the link. He thought for a moment longer. But we shall have to try. I will start researching this summer in the Hogwarts library. Also, Professor Dippet may have some materials in the headmaster's library. The headmaster's library? Sarah asked. Each headmaster and many long-term professors traditionally leave their rare collections to the school. Only those materials too sensitive even for the restricted section are kept in the headmaster's library adjacent to the headmaster's office. Only the headmaster and the deputy headmaster may enter uninvited. Blood hell, Harry thought with a snort, good thing Hermione never heard about that. It must not be in Hogwarts, a history. The unspeakable looked as if this was news to her also. Catching the look in her eye, James thought she looked almost as curious as Hermione would have. Must have been a Ravenclaw. The sound of the 2-year-old twins waking up from their nap brought the meeting to a close. Kay took her leave first. She told James she would research the Dom archives for information on the development of the time turners and their usage. Then Albus left to make his way up to the school after promising to meet James and Thomas for their weekly visit to the Three Broomsticks. Thomas asked to stay to see his great-grandchildren. It is strange to meet my great-grandchildren before my son is born. James nodded. I only hope I haven't changed history too much. Would he be the same man as in my past? Would he still marry Mum and have me? It is giving me a headache just thinking about it. Sarah came into the kitchen with her giggling children floating along behind her. They seemed to be having a wonderful time. James and Thomas grinned. From the kids' reactions, it seemed the Potter love of flying lived on. July 5, 1939. Tom cruised along on his broom making a run at the goal rings with a quaffle under his arm. Ed not moved to block him in the goal. Tom faked a pump and threw the ball towards the top left portion of the ring. The large ball caught the rim and deflected through the goal. Goal! Tom yelled. Lucky shot. Not replied. It is the points that count. Tom shot back. It was 4 weeks into the summer break. Tom and Not decided to work on their Quidditch skills. Tom wanted to play chaser on the Slytherin team. One chaser left school this year. The other two would be 7th years this year. He would have a good chance of getting one of the open positions in the next 2 years. Not wanted to play goalie. The current goalie was a new 6th year. Not, in pure Slytherin fashion, befriended the boy in an effort to become his heir apparent. Smithers knew why Not courted him and seemed impressed with the younger Slytherin rather than offended. Tom's Hogsmeade house had become the unofficial headquarters for the new second-year Slytherins. Located on the edge of the village, the students enjoyed roving the village and flying on their brooms. Because the town was the only purely magical village in Britain, they were free to use magical devices or talk about magic wherever they wanted. Tom, Mary and Edward particularly enjoyed using the dueling room at the Evans house. The house wards prevented the ministry from detecting the underage use of magic. Edward claimed that the dueling automatons were much faster and agile than the ones at Knott Manor. James would occasionally join them to teach basic dueling technique and some of the more entertaining dueling tricks and hexes. Zorana and Mary spent a good part of the summer sighing over James. Tom thought it was annoying. His mum laughed until tears ran in her eyes when he complained about it to her. "Are you jealous, Tom?" she asked. Tom got a disgusted look on his face. "No. It is just weird. They usually seem so sensible. It is like their brains dribbled out. They have this gobsmacked look on their faces whenever Dad comes by." To Tom's disbelief, this caused her to laugh again even harder. When Sarah regained her ability to talk, she hugged Tom and said, "I think you will understand soon enough." Then she giggled. Tom walked off with a scowl and grumbled to himself. After a while on the pitch, the boys settled under a shady tree to rest. Settling into a comfortable spot, Tom noticed that his only real male Hogwarts friend looked uncomfortable. "What's up, Not?" the dark-haired boy grimaced. "Tom, where are you and your family from?" Tom blinked. That was not a question he expected. "I am an orphan. I lived in London until I was 6. Not still pressed. "Where is your father from?" "What is with the questions about Dad?" Not looked down and studied a blade of grass in his hand. "I heard my father and some of his friends talking last night." "They talked about your father. Was it bad?" Tom asked. Not shrugged. "They seemed angry about something to do with his foundation. I heard one suggest he might have been sent here by Grindelwald as an agent." Tom snickered. "I know that is not true. Believe me, Dad hates the dark arts. He spent a long time fighting another Dark Lord before he moved here." Not shrugged without looking up. My father told me to pay attention to anything I can learn here and let him know what I find." Tom looked curiously at his friend. "Why are you telling me this?" "A couple reasons, I guess. You are the first real friend I ever had. Growing up it was just my father's, acceptable, playmates, like Dolohov. But there is something about you and your father. It is like you two know a secret no one else does. I think you have the potential to become the greatest wizard in our generation." Thinking about the actions of the other, Tom Riddle from Dad's original timeline, Tom gave an uncomfortable shrug. "I didn't tell him you were both Parseltongues," Not added. "Why not?" Now it was the other boy's chance to shrug uncomfortably. "It doesn't seem like it should be any of his business." Not paused and looked at his friend. "I did some research last year. You are one of 6 known Parseltongues since Slytherin himself. Your father is also one of the 6. 1/3 of the wizards in 1,000 years that can speak to serpents live in this house. There is something important here." Tom felt a bit nervous at Not's observation. He decided to share some of the truth. "There have been more. Everyone in my birth family has the talent. They were never public about it." Not's eyes grew large. "A family of Parseltongues. Are they still alive?" "No, well, I had a biological uncle, but he died in a Muggle jail," Tom answered. Tom though back to his father telling him the news. Not long after James and Tom visited the Gaunt and Riddle households, Morfin Gaunt decided to pay the Riddles a visit. The unstable wizard was drunk on fire whiskey when he appeared in the village. Morfin started a fight with several young men in the village. The bobbies tossed the drunk into a cell. His wand was taken and used as kindling in the police station fireplace before the wizard sobered up. The DMLE decided to allow the outcast wizard to remain in Muggle custody since no magic was used in the altercation. The last Gaunt died as the result of injuries received in prison during a mini riot he started with other inmates. "I am sorry to hear that," Not started. Tom interrupted him. "Don't be sorry. He treated my mother horribly. My grandfather did too. I hope they both rot in hell." He snarled. Not looked shocked at the hatred revealed in Tom's comment. After a moment, Tom's face cleared up and he waved his comment away. "So, what are you going to tell your father?" "I've told him a bit about my time here." He waved in the direction of the pitch. "I told him about playing Quidditch, meeting your family, stuff like that. I didn't tell him we can use magic in the dueling room." Not paused. "I know there is more, Tom, stuff you aren't telling me." Tom nodded. "Yes, there is. I would like to tell you but some of it is not mine to tell. It is not that I don't trust you." Not grinned at him. "I understand. I am Slytherin after all. I will figure it out eventually." Tom threw a blade of grass at his friend and they both laughed. The conversation turned to other topics. Tom reminded himself to talk to his father later. August 6, 1939. "Good afternoon, Minister." "Good afternoon, Count. Thank you for agreeing to meet on a Sunday afternoon. My time has been very busy." James sat in the offered chair. "I am sure it is, Minister. What can I help you with today?" The minister moved to sit behind his desk. "I have several concerns. The suggestions coming out of your planning group seem rather costly. Are you really so sure that war is unavoidable?" James sighed to himself. It seemed all ministers were alike. "Minister Not, I believe the war will start shortly. The Muggle German army has reached a high level of preparedness. One doesn't train as intensely as they have without the plan to use it." James smiled within his hood. The bureaucrats would scream about the cost if it was normal training. Minister Nott barked a laugh. That's the truth. They act like I am spending their money every time we meet. You may be right. Based on reports we have received, Grindelwald plans to use the Muggle War to cover his plans to conquer Wizarding Europe. Hitler is fascinated with magic. Grindelwald did some tricks and brought in a fake seer. Hitler bought it all. Minister Nott wrung his hands in frustration. I wanted peace on my watch, not a damn bloody war. No sane man wants a war, sir. But whether we want it or not, it is coming. Grindelwald seeks power and the freedom to perform the darkest magic. Our options are to fight him or let him unleash hell on earth. I agree with the American President Theodore Roosevelt when he said, wars are, of course, as a rule to be avoided, but they are far better than certain kinds of peace. The minister leaned back in his chair. I agree, Count. I just don't understand why they would do this. James just sat silently for a moment. Then he said quietly, be happy you have never been forced to deal with these types of people personally. I was never given a choice. The minister stared at James for a moment. Have you completed your defense plans for the ministry in Hogwarts? The ministry is done. The wards were reworked and rekeyed for the first time in 100 years. Grindelwald did a study on them during his 7th year and may have found a weakness. And Hogwarts. My son is there and I am concerned they may make it a bigger target. James frowned slightly. The school's wards are generally very effective. However, making them too restrictive interferes with the school's operation. We are placing an Auror station in Hogsmeade with a direct flow connection to the school. Dippet and the Board of Governors have agreed to this. The minister asked. Only the headmaster's permission was needed for the flow connection. The Aurors are posted off the school grounds. I would like to set up some roving guards around the castle at night. The prefects might be sufficient to catch students sneaking snogging sessions, but not for real security. The minister smiled slightly at James's comment. I suspect you are right. I assume the governors will have to agree to the night guards. James nodded. I will talk to Sirius Black. He is a family friend and chairs the board. James felt a twinge at the reminder of his Sirius. Madame Irma Back was included in our initial discussions with the headmaster. But I would thank you for adding your influence, Minister. The minister smiled. Knowing Irma, she has already told her brother-in-law what he needs to do. Which scares me. Then he frowned slightly. I have a concern in Hogsmeade. My son has been spending most of his summer at his friend's house in the village. The family simply appeared with no history. The man, James Evans, arrived and started a charity organization. He runs it from the background, letting a pureblood witch run it. My Aurors can find no information aside from what he publicly released. James grinned in his hood. We are aware of Mr. Evans. The minister's eyes widened slightly. You are. What do you know? Your son is safe at the Evans house. In fact, it may be the safest place in Hogsmeade. Mr. Evans is an excellent dueler and takes security very seriously. He did all his own wards. I can safely say he is on the light side. The minister grimaced slightly. The Aurors couldn't even get a listening charm through the wards. Told me it would take a Gringotts curse breaker 3 days to crash the wards. I wanted information, not an assault. James frowned. Mr. Evans takes his privacy very seriously. He is also very protective of everyone he considers family. I think he would be a dangerous wizard to antagonize. James paused a moment. He often meets with Thomas Potter and Professor Dumbledore at the Three Broomsticks. They seem close. Dumbledore and Potter, E.H. Interesting friends. Not supporters of mine, but definitely not supporters of Grindelwald. Okay, I will accept he is not a security threat. I will have to arrange to meet with him to access where he stands otherwise. The minister thought for a moment. Thank you again for coming, Count. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. James nodded his head and walked out of the office. The undertones of the comments angered James. The minister seemed more interested in deciding if association with the Evans family was damaging to his political life than his son's well-being. Minister Nott was smarter and smoother than Fudge, but still of the same breed. August 31, 1939. James was at his desk in the ministry late on a Thursday night. Tom was leaving for his 2nd year at Hogwarts tomorrow. James planned to take the morning off to take his son to the train. James laughingly offered to allow Tom to walk up to the school and skip the train. Tom declined, saying, "I want to be with my friends." James sat in his office in a hidden part of the dome. The department was divided into separate security sections. James's office area was hidden behind an illusionary wall that felt real unless you knew it was really an illusion. The unspeakables responsible for the monitoring of intelligence and operations in Grindelwald-controlled parts of Europe sat outside James's office. The office was quiet. Only James and the Night Monitor were still in the office. The dome area holding the prophecies in the Veil was several halls away. James avoided it as much as possible. After joining the Unspeakables, James learned a great deal about the security for the department. It amazed him that Harry and his friends made it to that area. It should have been obvious it was an ambush. The Death Eaters opened a path directly to the prophecy. Harry should have realized the Unspeakables would have strong protections on their department. James looked up suddenly when a red flashing light started in the office area. He heard the duty monitor let out a yelp of surprise. James wordlessly summoned his battle robes and walked out of his office. The silent red alarm activated in the dome and the DMLE when the outer ministry wards were breached. The wards occurred in 3 stages. The outer wards covered the perimeter of the ministry. During the day, the wards remained passive. Only a large amount of magical energy directed at the ministry would be deflected. At night, the wards prevented access to anyone without a ministry pass or key to the wards. The second layer of wards prevented unauthorized wizards from entering key areas of the ministry itself. The wards were specific to certain departments. For example, a visitor may receive a pass to the DMLE courtrooms, but the pass would not permit entry to the dome. The final ward layer was actually a lockdown mode over the first ward layer. These wards would prevent any access or exit from the ministry for a 12-hour period. These wards were meant to entrap attackers within the ministry until outside forces could rally. James pulled on his robes while approaching the monitors. The monitors were magical one-way mirrors emplaced in certain key areas of magical Britain. The monitors covered the ministry entrance, the courtrooms, Diagon Alley, and the main street of Hogsmeade. The dome kept the monitors secret. Since the Unspeakables were legally barred from operating in Britain, the monitors were technically illegal. So the information developed from them could never be used in a criminal prosecution. It also meant the dome did not share the charms to create them with the DMLE. "Sir," the young female unspeakable named Marie said as James approached, "we have at least 5 people making unauthorized entries into the ministry. They hit the wards hard. I don't think they knew the night wards were in place. Are the Aurors reacting, Marie?" "Sorry, Count. Most of them left on a call to Nocturne Alley. A couple of drunken werewolves are fighting some vampires." Looking at the monitor, James absently asked, "They needed the whole duty watch for that?" "2 went to stop the fight," came the answer. "The rest went to take bets, I think. Only Moody and their dispatcher are left. Contact the Aurors and let them know I am going to greet our guests. Tell Moody not to hex in my direction." Without waiting for a response, James walked quickly out of the room. 3 minutes later, James arrived in the ministry atrium. Appartation and portkey travel within the ministry was impossible without massive amounts of magical energy. James had discovered another way of moving around. Placing a disillusionment charm on himself, James changed to his bat form and used the ventilation system to move through the ministry. He enjoyed the many rumors in the ministry that the Count really was a vampire. The atrium was unchanged from 50 years in the future. The same fountain with its ugly statue dominated the center of the room. Although Muggle technology would advance greatly in that time, the magical world stagnated, locked in the memories of glories past. James was willing to bet even the furniture in the waiting area was the same. A series of innate pillars lined the wall across from the elevators. James found 4 black-robed intruders attempting to bypass the wards to enter the dome elevator. James turned back into his human form. Marie mentioned at least 5 intruders. That meant one was missing. James silently cast a charm he developed with Sarah. It created a magical radar that mimicked the abilities of his bat animagus form, except it bounced off of magical cores instead of solid objects. After sending a sounding through the atrium, only the same 4 wizards were in the area. Either Marie read the ward alarms wrong or one of the intruders had left the atrium area. James pulled one of his wands. He cast a silencing spell on his feet and moved to a better place to attack the intruders. Once he was ready, James spoke, "Stupefy." The first of the 4 wizards dropped bonelessly to the ground. James fired another stunner as the wizards dove for cover. 2 of the wizards down, James moved to stun the remaining 2. A sudden crack sounded in the atrium. James felt a burning hammer smash into his left shoulder. James looked down in shock as blood started to stain his robes. James moved quickly behind a column while holding his hand over the bloody mess that had been his shoulder. His left arm hung limply at his side. Several more cracks rang out and little clouds of dust rose where the bullets hit the nearby wall, as James slid down to a sitting position. "Come out, foolish wizard. I will be merciful," a German-accented voice called out. James placed his wand tip against his shoulder and whispered a basic healing charm. The charm would not repair the damage to the shoulder, but would seal the flesh part of the wound and numb the pain. Unless a more advanced form was used, scarring would occur, but at least he wouldn't bleed to death. "Come out, wizard. I won't offer it again." James ignored it again. He placed his left arm against his chest. Straining to hold it there, James cast a low-power body bind on the arm. It was enough to keep the arm immobilized against this chest and keep the shoulder from moving. James pushed himself up against the column to regain his feet. He called out, "Very clever. Using a muggle under an invisibility cloak is genius. I never saw it coming. Flattery won't help you, wizard. I will." James didn't wait to hear what he would do. James fired 2 fast and powerful reductos at the side of the fountain. The side exploded, pouring water out onto the atrium floor. Getting back behind the column, James heard several voices yelling curses in German. James saw the water approaching him and fired a lightning spell into the water. Electros. Lighting flashed from the wand and hit the water. An ozone smell filled the room as the electricity ran through the water looking for ground. James heard scream of pain as he held the spell in place. A sudden instinct caused James to stop the spell and duck. A split second later, the green light of a killing curse passed over his head. James closed his eyes and fired a powerful light flare. Luminous Maximus. The flash was blinding. Even through his closed eyelids it was bright. The Weasley twins developed the charm for use in their magical fireworks. He heard at least one scream of pain as the flare exploded. James forced his eyes open and cast a drying charm on the floor. Then he moved to where the intruders had been hidden. 4 bodies lay on the ground. 2 were the initial stunning victims. The other 2 had been caught in the electrified water. The water actually touched all 4 of them. Silently casting stunners into all 4 of them. One can't be too careful. James started looking for the 4th. Since one of the bodies was holding a Muggle automatic pistol, James knew his remaining opponent as a wizard. James heard swearing coming from the corner. Behind him. It was in English with a recognizable accent. In spite of everything, James could not repress a small smile. The debrief discussion would be fun. James stepped carefully around the fountain. The 5th member of the Dark Army squad was slumped against the wall. James fired a stunner at him and the body did not even twitch. Keeping his distance, James cast a medical diagnostic spell Sarah taught him. The spell told him the wizard had died of a brain aneurysm. James placed his wand back into the sheath and walked over to the body. He had heard rumors of such a thing. Voldemort never used it because Azkaban was a revolving door for his Death Eaters. Grindelwald didn't even care that much. He set his operatives with suicide conditions. It took a Master Legilmancer to plant the command, but it would cause instant death as soon as the operative considered capture as unavoidable. Out of habit, James summoned the wands and the gun. James placed the pistol on safety and placed it into a pocket. He walked over to the sound of the swearing. Sitting against the wall with his hands in front of his eyes sat, Mad-Eye, Moody. "Tough night, Moody. Bloody hell. I should have known it was you, Count. What in Merlin's name did you do to me?" James smiled, a magical flare. "It is about 50 brighter than the sun. Great for clearing a room. It won't permanently damage the eyes, just hurts like hell." Moody growled, "Did you at least capture them?" "No, they had a suicide conditioning. The one who didn't die in the fight died without a spell touching him." James paused. "What happened in Auror Central that you were the only one left?" "The idiots lost focus," Moody growled. "They wanted to see the fight in the alley. Director Johnston will be handing them all their heads stuck on their wand tips." James laughed. "Maybe we can get Johnston to give them to us for remedial training." "I like that idea, Count. I expected you to come out of the elevators." James commented. Took the stairs. No cover in the bloody elevator. The stairs only opened out for emergency evacuations. No one could open them from the atrium side. Good point. James commented as the elevator doors opened. 6 Aurors sprang out of the elevator with their wands drawn. At least you remembered to take out your wands first. James yelled. The aftermath of the battle in the Ministry resulted in 4 dead Dark Army wizards, 1 dead SS officer and 1 dead British Ministry worker. Albert Malgoop, the night reception desk guard, was killed by the killing curse before he could activate the manual alarm. Only the alarms tied to the new wards gave a warning about the intruders. The bodies of the intruders were transfigured into matchboxes and disposed of. Mr. Malgoop's body was removed for delivery to his family. The damage to the atrium and the fountain were repaired quickly. James and Moody sat through a debrief in one of the DMLE conference rooms. After James and Moody gave their accounts, Director Johnston turned on the Auror Night Supervisor, who went to Nocturne Alley 2, asked a series of pointed questions. James caught some grief for not taking any captives, but the Aurors recognized the conditioning made it unlikely in any event. James asked a question that left the room wondering. Why did they choose to attack tonight? The Ministry was unusually quiet tonight. I think the fight in the alley was staged. I doubt they expected to get all the Aurors in the alley, but that is the only thing that makes sense. The Aurors looked gobsmacked at the thought they had been led on a wild goose chase. James stood up. I am going to have my shoulder fixed. He fixed a glare at the Auror night shift. At 11 tomorrow morning, I expect a complete report on the incident tonight. Include their method of entry, the wards, our responses and what lessons we should learn from this. Director Johnston added, something is going on, girls and boys. We have to be ready. I want a toughly honest report, or I will hand you over to the Count Unspeakable for remedial training. Dismissed. When the room had cleared, James looked at the director. The Count Unspeakable. Johnston grinned. I thought it was catchy. Half of them are already convinced you are a vampire with that code name. Besides, did you see their faces when I threatened remedial training with you? Johnston started laughing. After a minute, James joined him. James apparated from the Ministry to his house. The Aurors wanted James to go to St. Mungo's for treatment. James knew his wife would prefer to do the work on him herself. He didn't look forward to it. James walked quietly into his bedroom and gently woke his wife. Sarah. Are the kids up? She asked. No, dear. I have a bit of a problem. Her bright blue eyes opened, immediately awake. What happened? Muggle gunshot to the shoulder. I stopped the bleeding and immobilized it. Grabbing her wand, she growled, I am sure you made a mess of it. Have I ever told you how why it is when you growl like that? Sarah pointed at the bed. Sit down. Yes, ma'am. James sat in the indicated spot. He released the charm on his battle robes that prevented their removal. Sarah loosened the battle robes to reach his shoulder. She cast a strong local numbing spell. Then she stopped the spell on James's arm. Carefully and with minimal movement of his arm, Sarah removed the battle robes. Sarah cast a spell on James's shoulder. You were lucky. It looks like it missed most of the bones. It did sever a couple of tendons, which is why your arm won't move. Sarah walked over to a locked wardrobe. Casting an opening charm, she pulled out 3 potions. She handed one to James. This one will repair the tendons, muscle and bones. This one is a blood restorer. This one will prevent any internal or external scarring. I know, I've used them before. She smacked him on the head. Don't talk back to your healer. Drink them, now. Yes, dear. James dutifully drank the potions. Now lay back on the bed. Sarah banished the clothing and blood from James and tucked him under the covers. After clearing away the bloody robes and empty potions bottles, Sarah crawled into bed and curled up next to James. Sarah gently kissed James. I am so glad you made it back to me. I love you. I love you too, dear. Careful of his shoulder, Sarah placed her head on James's other shoulder and held him tight. As he drifted off to sleep, James thought this was much better service than he ever received in the Hogwarts hospital wing. September 1, 1939. The next morning James awoke to the sounds of pure chaos coming from the rest of the house. He could hear Tom yelling about getting his trunk packed for his return to Hogwarts. Katie and Michael were chanting something about their breakfast. Snuffles was howling his accompaniment. Sarah was telling all of them to quiet down and let James sleep. James lay in bed with a smile on his face listening to the sounds of his family. It balanced the thoughts of what he had been forced to do the previous night. This was something truly worth defending. James climbed out of bed, feeling only a mild stiffness in his shoulder. The wound from the previous night seemed completely healed. The soreness indicated the tendons and muscles still needed some healing time, but on the whole the shoulder felt good. Taking his shower, James thought about the inclusion of a Muggle solder with the Dark Army wizards. The invisibility cloak hid the Muggle from James' visual inspection, and the lack of a magical core prevented his detection via a magical detector. It was a very clever trick on someone's part. Most magical defenses protected against other magic, not Muggle weapons. If the Muggle had a larger weapon, James would have been killed without ever knowing he was under attack. Bullets were much harder to dodge than AKs. Throwing on some casual Muggle clothes, James walked out to join his family. Silly was making pancakes for the family in honor of Tom's leaving for school, while Sarah tried to get the twins to eat. "Good morning," James said as he walked in. Receiving greetings from the speaking members in the family and giggles from Katie and Michael, James sat down for breakfast. "All packed for school, Tom?" he asked. "Yep. Can I take the map this year?" Tom asked in an innocent tone. Sarah mock yelled, "No. You don't need such a thing. I have no idea why your father keeps it. You got enough detentions last year." James matched his son's innocent expression, "But dear, it's a family heirloom." Tom protested, "But I would get caught less with the map." Sarah glared at her husband. "If you give him that map, no blueberries for you." James looked at Tom and shrugged, "Sorry, she has blackmail." Curses, foiled again. "Do you always have to ruin my plans?" For a moment, James looked at his son and did not see Tom but Voldemort. How many times had Voldemort screamed that same question at Harry, either in person or in visions? Now Tom said it not for dark reasons, but for pranking material. James laughed. Dumbledore had ultimately been proven right. Love did overcome Voldemort. James could see nothing of the once Dark Lord in this happy, thoughtful, funny boy in front of him. He had turned the Dark Lord into a marauder. Sirius would be so proud. One thing was left to complete it. James leaned over and whispered into Tom's ear. "Next summer we will start your animagus training." "James, what are you planning?" Sarah asked suspiciously. James smiled at his wife. "Don't worry. I will be keeping the map in my possession." Sarah looked concerned. That promise was too straightforward. It meant he was up to something else. She decided to distract him from his evil pranking plans. The twins ignored the whole conversation. They were happy on their own. The 2-year-olds were capable of using normal speech, but between the two of them they used their own form of twin speak. Although they were not identical twins, they spent all of their time together and formed a very close bond. James occasionally had vision of the Weasley twins finishing each other's sentences. Sarah called everyone's attention to herself by clearing her throat. "Since Tom is leaving soon, I wanted to make one last announcement." She looked directly at James. "Mr. Evans, I have the honor of informing you that you will be a father again in 8 months. According to the healer I saw, it is twins again." Tom let out a shout of excitement as James sat with a stunned expression on his face. Sarah smiled at the complete lack of comprehension on James's face. Finally, he shook himself and ran around the table to hug his wife. "When? How?" he asked in shock. Sarah giggled. "I assure you, you already know the answers to those questions." Now, James started laughing with his wife and son. The twins laughed watching the 3 big people carrying on. Tom laughed, "Congratulations, Dad. Keep it up and you can have your own Quidditch team." The Daily Prophet owl flew into the kitchen on its daily delivery. Sarah took the paper and paid the owl. She let out a sudden gasp as she read the headline. "Looks like last night's attack made the paper already," James thought. Wordlessly, Sarah handed James the paper. He read, "September 1st, 1939. James sliced through the chaos that was the Ministry of Magic. Ministry workers and reporters filled the atrium. The crowd parted nervously as James walked through in his unspeakable robes. In his anger, James radiated magical energy. Combined with his robes, no one wanted to get in his way. As James walked through the atrium, he noticed that only a few signs of last night's battle remained. The walls and columns were back into a pristine condition. Only the fountain still showed signs of damage. The portion James banished to release the water was still missing. At least we didn't destroy the statue this time, James thought as he walked into the waiting elevators. After reading the news, James asked Sarah to take Tom to the express. Tom looked disappointed, but he understood why James had to go to the ministry. Missing the planned morning in Diagon Alley and Tom's departure on the express irritated James. Couldn't they have waited one more day? James fumed. 5 minutes later, James sat in a mom briefing room. Seated with him were a dozen ministry officials from the Department of Mysteries, Law Enforcement and International Cooperation. Abel and Charlie joined James as the DOM attendees. Abel interrupted the chatter in the room. "Let's get started." Abel never spoke in a loud voice, but the room instantly quieted. "Witches and wizards, we have a full plate today. Our world went mad last night. We had an assault by Grindelwald's forces last night on the ministry. At the same time, the Muggle German army initiated their invasion of Poland." Abel paused and glanced around the room. "I don't think anyone will believe that was a coincidence." Abel turned to James. "Count, please report what happened here last night." James nodded and gave a full report on the events of the previous night. He spoke for 10 minutes with no interruptions. When he finished, the room was quiet for several seconds. "What was their objective?" a DMLE official asked. "Unknown," James answered. "The lone survivor of the fight committed suicide before we could question him. Apparently they placed a mental trigger on him." Abel frowned. "The wards worked perfectly. The new wards gave us the warnings we needed. The response by the DMLE was severely lacking. Now that the war has come into the open, we will need to upgrade the active defensive measures on the ministry." Charlie frowned in thought. "That is probably why they attacked last night. We would be on the alert once the war came into the open. The Count and I simulated an attack before we got the new wards up. Last night was their open window." Abel nodded, agreed. "I will take that up with the minister. I think he will agree to more active defensive measures after last night. We will need to include Muggle defenses as well." A voice sneered, "What could Muggles give us?" James turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a young man with platinum blonde hair and a permanent sneer. Great, James thought, a Malfoy. James recognized him as Abraxas. He was the same young man James dueled at Hogwarts 4 years ago. In a flat tone, James answered, "If you paid attention to the report on last night, Grindelwald used a Muggle soldier as part of his team. Our defenses are geared towards magical threats." Malfoy gave James an ugly grin. "You are just trying to use the threat to cover your own incompetence. It never would have happened to any decent wizard." Before James could respond, Charlie spoke up. "The Count is the best magical fighter in the Unspeakables." Abel interrupted, "I would say our best fighter overall." Charlie nodded. "If the Count tells you something about fighting or combat, listen. He has more experience in war than anyone in our ministry." Malfoy pounded on the table. "We don't need Muggle things corrupting our world." The murmurs of agreement he heard in the room disturbed James. James took a hold of his rising temper. "A proper shield charm will stop a bullet." Malfoy looked smug at that concession. At least until James continued. "However, it takes a lot of energy to maintain. The average wizard can stop 5 rounds before draining himself. A wizard like Professor Dumbledore can probably hold out for 5 to 10 times that. Muggle weapons can't fire that fast," Malfoy sneered. "By the time they could fire that many, a proper wizard would have killed them all." James laughed. "You have no idea what you are talking about. Muggles are much better at killing each other than wizards. This war will kill millions. They don't use muskets and pikes anymore. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I will have your job." Before James could respond, Abel cast a charm, causing a thunderclap to sound in the room. "That is enough. We have too much to do today. We will discuss the recommendations for defending the ministry at a later meeting." Malfoy still looked rebellious but held his tongue. James merely nodded. "Very well." Abel pointed to a witch halfway down the table. "Mrs. Abercrombie from International Cooperation monitors Eastern Europe. Please report the situation in Poland." The witch stood. At approximately 5 this morning our time, elements of the German army entered Poland. The Polish Muggles were caught by surprise and are relatively poorly equipped. The Germans are quickly overrunning the Polish forces. We have reports that the wizard village near Zabastian was destroyed. We have heard a combined Muggle and Dark Army unit did it. Anti-apparition wards were erected. A few survivors were able to use portkeys or brooms to clear the area. Approximately 90 of the village was killed. The room went silent. The witch continued. We have reports that the Mughal Soviet Union is preparing to invade also. No word has come from the eastern Polish border to confirm or deny this. The Polish Ministry of Magic has started transferring many of their important personnel and documents to an emergency location outside London. Charlie leaned over to James and whispered, so we get their bureaucrats and politicians while their oars die in the rear guard. Hopefully their best will make it or go underground, James answered. One wizened old wizard asked, what about their children? Mrs. Abercrombie smiled briefly. Fortunately, the Gdańsk School of Magic is not near the German or Soviet Union borders. The school is actually located in a small town named Puck Miasto outside the city. The students arrived 2 days ago. They have about 350 students. They have already contacted Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and a couple of the smaller schools about accepting the students either here or in France. James knew that France fell quickly in his timeline and saw no reason to expect that to change. I suggest we get as many of them into the UK as possible. France will be the next battleground. Mrs. Abercrombie pursed her lips. You think the Germans will come west? Remember what Grindelwald really wants. Poland fits in with Hitler's plans. Both of them seem England as a target. They will have to go through France to get here. The more students here now, the less we have to move again later. Abel nodded his agreement. We can talk to Headmaster Dippet and some of the small schools to see if we can take all of them. Best prepare them for the French and Low Countries students as well. James added. A ministry official looked shocked at the suggestion. Surely you don't think it will be that bad. Muggle wars have never touched us in the past. James frowned. This is not a Muggle war. We face something unseen since the dawn of the Roman Empire. Magical and Muggle forces are moving in a united purpose. Malfoy let out a derisive snort, but James ignored him. Grindelwald is a Dark Lord. He wants to conquer magical Britain just like Hitler wants the Muggle part. They will work together to meet their goals. The Dark Lord must be using that Muggle fool. He would never accept that scum as a partner. Malfoy yelled out. James nodded, you may be right. Malfoy looked stunned. You agree with me? I agree it is a possibility, James answered with a disarming openness. But I have to ask, so what? If Grindelwald does plan to eliminate Hitler, it will not be until after they have conquered Britain. It won't matter to us at that point. We'll be dead. James could have picked out the pureblood bigots in the room after his comment. Unfortunately, that appeared to be most of the room. Hermione would have been shocked. The bigotry she encountered was an improvement over magical Britain in the 1930s. Okay, James thought whimsically, maybe she wouldn't be. She probably read all the books on it. The meeting ended shortly afterwards. James felt like history was repeating itself in a strange way. This ministry was treating this war as they did Voldemort. They arrogantly assumed their superiority over both the Muggles and the forces of Grindelwald. Not for the first time, James wished history of magic at Hogwarts covered more than the Goblin rebellions. He really wanted to know how the mom resisted Grindelwald in his timeline. As he walked out of the conference room, a frown crossed James's face. Knowing the ministry, whatever we learned in history would have been ministry propaganda and not the real events anyway. James was called into the minister's office early that afternoon. The morning had been spent monitoring reports from magical and Muggle sources for news from Poland. The magical refugees continued. The Polish Minister of Magic refused to leave, but sent his senior undersecretary on his behalf. A hastily converted Muggle warehouse served as office space for the displaced Polish ministry. The members of the Polish ministry were understandably stressed. In the last day, they had gone from peace to being refugees. Many of their families had either not arrived yet or were staying in tents at the Chudley Cannons Stadium. The Cannons were already out of the playoffs and would not be needing it for a while. Although most of the Polish ministry workers recognized the stress, but tempers were fraying. James walked into the minister's conference room and felt his stomach clench. Abraxas Malfoy sat with the minister and smiled smugly at James. 5 other people sat at the table in addition to the minister and Malfoy. James recognized Malika Malfoy, Zebedee Longbottom, who looked nothing like Neville, Thomas Potter, Actress Black, and Calicus Flint. Behind his hood James frowned. 1 friendly face, 2 possible neutral and 4 probable hostiles. Did not look like this would be a happy meeting. James frowned in his hood. Thomas did not know about James's role as an unspeakable, so he would not necessarily be a friendly face. Great. The minister waved James into the room. Come in, Count. James took a seat at the end of the table. May I help you, Minister? The politician took an apologetic expression on his face. James didn't buy it. I am sorry to call you here when I know you are so busy with this crisis in Poland. The comment came as slightly sarcastic. Not at all, sir, James answered. These gentlemen represent the Wizengamot. We have had several discussions on the role of the unspeakables in this crisis. Some are concerned that a secretive organization like the Dom is getting too much power. Should I ask Mr. Able to join us? James asked. Malika sneered at James. You are the one we don't trust. You are obviously a mud-blood lover. I really hate that term, James sighed. I have had my own issues with some muggles. Just like I have had issues with some wizards. I have found both have the same chances of being a git. Thomas Potter's face showed a trace of amusement. All of the other wizards in the room seemed infuriated by the comment. Minister, this is exactly what I meant about his attitude. Abraxas Malfoy shrieked. James realized Lucius was much more collected when faced with opposition. Apparently, Draco inherited his over-the-top behavior from his grandfather. This fool thinks muggles can hurt wizards. James turned his glare towards the younger Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy made an incorrect assumption on the capabilities of muggles. I was attempting to correct his error. Malika Malfoy smacked the table. A muggle could never harm a prepared wizard. James turned to the minister. May I do a demonstration? The minister looked uncomfortable. What do you mean? James turned to the silent Mr. Flint. Sir, could you please conjure a table and a vase in the far corner of the room? After getting a nod from the minister, Flint provided the requested items. Now James looked at the minister while pulling something out of his robes. Minister, I informed Mr. Malfoy that the average wizard can stop 5 muggle bullets with a shield charm. He claims they would never be able to fire enough to take down the shield in a reasonable amount of time. And I still say that. James set a pistol on the table. This is a Colt M1911A1. It is an American-made weapon and is their military's standard sidearm for officers. I am going to ask Mr. Malfoy to cast a shield charm on that vase. If he can hold it for 30 seconds, I will resign. The Malfoys looked like Christmas came early. The minister seemed dubious at best. The others seemed concerned except Thomas Potter. He again seemed amused. The minister reluctantly nodded. Proceed. James looked at Abraxas Malfoy. Would you care to do the honors? Malfoy sneered and drew his wand, casting the spell. Mr. Potter, will you time for us? James asked. His grandfather nodded. James picked up the pistol and fired a round at the shield. The loud crack of the pistol made the room jump. 6 more rapid cracks sounded in the small room. The 7th bullet smashed into the vase. The wizards looked stunned. James soft-fed the pistol, then allowed the emptied clip to drop out of the grip and smoothly replaced it with a full clip. I am now ready to fire another 8 rounds. Why would you have such a thing? Longbottom yelled. James shrugged. I have been assigned on missions into Germany and Spain over the last few years. I could not use magic when muggles were around. What? He yelled again. James grinned to himself when he realized the other wizards were now slightly deaf. James pulled out his wand and cast a healing charm on the others. Sorry about that. I should have told you all to cast a deafening charm on yourselves before I started firing. Then he repeated his answer to Mr. Longbottom's question. Thomas Potter rubbed his ears. My ears still hurt, but I think you made your point. Flint and Longbottom nodded their agreement. The Malfoys looked shocked. I would have never imagined a muggle weapon could do that, the minister admitted. This is about the weakest weapon in the muggle military. They have weapons called machine guns, capable of firing over 500 rounds a minute. They fire a much heavier and faster round with more energy. A shield charm would not have stopped one of those rounds. Minister, my point Mr. Malfoy objected to is, the ministry must be prepared for Grindelwald to send muggle soldiers to do his bidding. I was shot last night because we did not allow for that situation. I am not talking about a hypothetical, he has already done it. James glanced around the table. As for not trusting me, you may have my resignation at any time. For lack of a better term, I was retired from the saving people business. Mr. Abel forced me out of that retirement for my experience. Gentlemen, I am not a politician. I do not want to be in the ministry. However, I have been actively fighting Dark Lords since the age of 11. I will provide you with my experience as long as you feel you need me. If you tell me I am unwanted, I will fade back into my retirement. James paused for a second before adding, outside of England. The Unspeakables recruited you? Thomas asked. James grinned, in a manner of speaking. Minister Nott frowned at James. I understand what you are trying to demonstrate to us. I do not approve of your methods, but they were effective. Minister. Abraxas Malfoy started to protest. Nott raised his hand to silence him. Count, you have provided valuable advice and counsel in the past. However, I understand the concerns of others who fear you may become too powerful. I hope you can understand that. James silently nodded his agreement. Thank you. Nott absently rubbed his cheek. I will be creating a new ministry post for the duration of this war. I am calling it the Defense Marshal. This post will be responsible for coordinating all of our defenses and stopping this Dark Lord. Minister, you can't think about naming this man to the post. Flint protested, pointing at James. No, I think the Count is probably best utilized in the field. No offense, Count, but if I put you in charge we will probably run out of paper pushers. For the first time that day, James laughed. I do get a bit impatient, James agreed. As a member of the Wizengamot, Thomas, would you accept the post? The minister asked. Thomas Potter looked surprised at the offer. I am surprised, Theodore. Why would you pick me? The minister shrugged. Politics mostly. You represent the second largest voting bloc in the Wizengamot. I need to ensure our government stays stable. Also, I think you can handle the job. James watched his grandfather consider the offer. James knew he would do it. The saving people thing was not a Harry Potter trait. It was simply a Potter trait. I accept, Thomas said. Good, you begin immediately. I will call a department head meeting as soon as we finish here to announce your appointment. Looking around the room, the minister said, I think that concludes our business here today. We have too many other matters to handle. Thank you. The minister rose, signifying they were all dismissed. A hand on his shoulder stopped James from following the rest out of the conference room. James turned to see his grandfather holding him back. Stay a minute, please, he requested. James noticed the minister was also still in the room. He turned to face the two wizards. The minister started, the Blacks and the Malfoys have taken a dislike to you. They will fight any proposal you propose or support. They are too powerful politically, socially, and economically for me to ignore. I understand, Minister, James said. Thomas frowned. Mr. Abel tells me you are his best field agent. I don't want to take you out of the field, but I want you to be my eyes and ears in the field, a roving troubleshooter. I can do that, Mr. Potter. The minister spoke up. One last item, Count. We are placing a large amount of trust into your hands. Would you please tell us who you are? James frowned. Then he said, I would need a wizard's oath from both of you. The minister looked disapproving. We will not tell anyone. I would not expect you to tell anyone willingly. However, Legialiancy or Veritaserum could force you to give the information. The Dark Army already has a file on me. I don't want a real name to go with it. The minister and Thomas Potter shared a look. James understood. Your families are not in any immediate danger. However, the rules are different in my world. The minister nodded. We will take the oath. Thomas Potter nodded his agreement. James cast a variety of privacy charms on the room. Then the two men gave their oaths. Once they were done, it was James's turn. He turned from them and cancelled the distortion charm on his hood. Then he lowered his hood. James turned to face the two men. James was glad he had left the aging glamours on his face. It kept the minister from asking what an 18-year-old boy was doing as an unspeakable. Hello, Thomas, James said. James. Thomas whispered in shock. The minister looked at Thomas in surprise. You know this man, Thomas. Thomas nodded. His name is James Evans. Now the minister looked shocked. James Evans. You mean the Phoenix Foundation James Evans? James made a faux bow, the one and only, minister. I told you your son was safe at my house. Both wizards looked shocked. James suppressed a grin at the sight. The minister sank slowly back into his seat and stared in thought. Did the Dom pay for the Phoenix Foundation to create your cover? The minister asked. James shook his head in denial. I told you the truth. I moved to Hogsmeade after years fighting another Dark Lord. I started the foundation with my money to help orphans like my son and myself. The Dom recruited me to help pull those Aurors out of Germany. The minister winced at the reminder of that disastrous mission. You were part of the rescue force. After the senior members were killed or captured, I took command. The minister nodded. Then he chuckled. No wonder Abbott's Aurors could not get any information on you. It drove them spare. James smiled. I had my wards up before I joined the Unspeakables. I do like my privacy and my experience made me a bit paranoid. James, I want you to be careful, his grandfather said. If anything happens to you under my watch, Elizabeth will never let me back into the manor. Not to mention what Sarah and the kids would do to me. The minister smiled. Excellent, I can see the two of you will work together well. Now we have a meeting to schedule to announce Thomas's new position. After James replaced his hood and removed the wards, the three men walked out of the conference room to deal with the new war. September 3, 1939. The Muggle British and French governments are declaring war on Germany in an hour. James turned in his desk chair to face the speaker in the doorway. He was not surprised to see his grandfather. We knew it was coming. Their treaties did not leave them much choice. The elder Potter nodded. I need to go to Hogwarts. The Polish department head of their Department of Magical Education is meeting with the headmaster in Albus. He has a concern about security. Care to come along? James glanced distastefully at the report he was reading. Sounds like an excellent plan to me. Anything to get out of this asylum. A short time later, James and Thomas were walking up the path to Hogwarts. They had apparated to the edge of the wards rather than use the flow. The flow network was congested with incoming refugees from Poland or British wizards living on or visiting the continent returning due to the impending war. Unlike his previous visits, the students did not seem too nervous on seeing an unspeakable walking towards the headmaster's office. I guess they have gotten used to seeing me, James thought. Thomas gave the current password to the gargoyle. Dippet was fond of using plant names, and they walked up to the office. Before they could knock, a voice called out, "Come in, gentlemen." Thomas preceded James into the room. James saw the headmaster sitting with Albus Dumbledore, Madame Catchbottom and an unknown wizard. James looked at the headmaster and said, "One of these days I am going to find out how the headmasters always know who is standing outside their door." Dippet smiled. Even the Department of Mysteries must have some unanswered questions. May I introduce you to Mr. Karol Mikołajo of the Polish Mom. Mr. Mikołajo, this is Thomas Potter and the Count. Mr. Potter is our new defense marshal. The Count is a part of his staff. The Polish wizard stood to greet them. Please call me Karol. It is nice to meet you both. The wizard spoke with just a trace of an accent. He appeared to be the same age as Professor Dippet. Karol, please call me Thomas. My friend here is just the Count. He likes to be mysterious. We have heard of the Count, Karol stated. He looked at James. Your exploits in Dachau and Berlin were most impressive. James was a little shocked. How did you know about Berlin? Karol grinned. Your operation crossed one of ours. Your secondary team tripped a ward. When we investigated, we uncovered your code name. No sign of you was ever detected. It seems magical education covers a broad area in Poland, James commented in a dry tone. I was once in the trade, many years ago. I am still in our oversight committee. James nodded his acceptance of the comment but made a mental note to alert Kane on the possible breach in security. The headmaster called everyone's attention to him. We are here to discuss the influx of Polish students we expect in the next couple of weeks. I have asked Madame Catchbottom to join us as she currently runs the largest magical primary school in Britain. How many new students are we talking about, Karol? Dumbledore asked. The current enrollment at Gdańsk was 250. Some may go to the Rasputin school in Russia. Others will go to Beauxbatons or some of the lesser schools in France and Britain. I would expect half of them to attend here, the Polish ministry official answered. A similar amount of pre-magical education children will also be here. Dumbledore glanced at James and said, I would recommend we begin planning for students from other countries to arrive here also. Grindelwald and Hitler will not stop with just Poland. Surely the Muggle French forces can hold off the Muggle Germans. Madame Catchbottom exclaimed in surprise. I don't believe so, James commented. Neither the Muggle or magical forces of France are fully prepared. Neither is Britain, but the Channel will give us the needed time to prepare. Otherwise we would be lost also. Madame Catchbottom went white. Is it that bad? She whispered. Would our children be safe here? Carol asked. I believe so, James answered. Hogwarts is far from any Muggle targets and the wards here are stronger than anywhere outside the Dom and Gringotts. The Phoenix School is also very well warded and protected from Muggle aerial bombing by special wards. Madame Catchbottom looked shocked again. It is. Mr. Evans developed them and emplaced them some time ago, James answered. We are talking to him about using them on Diagon Alley and other wizarding locations in London. James never said anything, she commented in a distracted voice. Thomas shrugged. Knowing James, he probably hoped they would never be needed. It does sound like a James thing to do, Albus mused. James felt a bit funny having himself being the topic of conversation, so he changed the subject. Can Hogwarts handle the additional students? James asked in an attempt to change the subject. We have about 420 enrolled students with the start of this term with about 60 students per year. The school once supported 800 students, the headmaster answered. James felt shocked. The Hogwarts of his time only had half that population. Harry's year in Gryffindor had 8 students. The Hufflepuffs had the largest year with 10. Tom's Slytherin year had 11 students and was the smallest house. James cursed Professor Binns, the Purebloods, and the ministry of his time under his breath. The magical world in Harry's timeline apparently lost almost half of its population either in this war or in Voldemort's first rise. Even without those losses, the school in 1939 supported barely half of its capacity. No wonder students always could find unused classrooms for getting into trouble. Yet, no one talked about the declining magical population. Binns concentrated on goblin wars. The purebloods and the ministry ignored all of the signs. James idly wondered if something in magic caused a wizard's long-term decision-making and common sense to get acted. Madame Catchbottom commented, we have about the same number of students in each of our 5 years of pre-Hogwarts age children. About half of them are squibs or will not attend Hogwarts for a variety of reasons. Can you take more students? Thomas asked. We can add about 20 with overcrowding. It would be uncomfortable in the long term though, she answered. We could set up a second school in a safe location, James suggested. I would suggest in Wales. Why Wales? Thomas asked. A couple of reasons. It is further from Germany and not likely to contain any priority targets. Also the Muggle war effort is likely to concentrate in England and Scotland. It reduced the chance of incidents of conflict, James replied. Thomas looked thoughtful. I own an old hunting preserve near a village called Godric's Hollow. It is almost as isolated as Hogsmeade. We could place it there. Albus smiled. That sounds like an excellent idea. Carol smiled. I appreciate all of efforts on the behalf of my people. The teachers of Gdańsk will be available to teach classes here. I believe most of them have already reached safety here. The headmaster smiled. I am sure our students will appreciate the chance to get to meet your students. September 29, 1939. Found Thomas, Albus and Carol Mikowayo sitting in the Hog's Head late in the afternoon of the 29th. None of the wizards looked happy. Nor could James blame them. 17 days after the Nazi invasion of Poland, the Soviet army crossed the opposite border. Many were initially excited by the news. They thought that they were responding to the assistance of their neighbor. They were rudely disabused of that theory. Caught between two superior armies, the Muggle Polish government held out for 10 more days. The hopelessly ill-equipped Polish military fought a valiant rearguard action to allow as many of their people to escape as possible. Cavalry on horseback stood little chance against tanks and ground-strafing fighter planes on 2 fronts. The Polish Ministry of Magic suffered as badly as the Muggle. Grindelwald's Dark Army forces used portkeys to quickly attack targets well behind the Muggle combat lines. A week after the war started, a dark ritual destroyed the main ministry building, taking the Polish minister and most of his senior staff. Carol was now the second-ranking Polish MOM official. All of the Gdańsk students were successfully evacuated to either Hogwarts or the new, Welsh, school. Only half of the children too young for Gdańsk made it out of the country. The Dark Army moved too quickly to get portkeys to all of them. James approached the 3 fire whiskey drinking wizards. It is official. The Soviets and the Nazis divided Poland. It looks like they had an agreement before the war started. Join us, Count, as we drink to my country. Carol said in a loud voice. James ignored the offer. He cast a wandless privacy charm and continued, we did get a message, your unspeakables. They moved to a hidden safe facility before the ministry building was destroyed. They lost half their number in the fighting, but they remain an intact force. Carol looked momentarily brightened. That is good news. They will keep the invaders from getting too comfortable. They also passed on to us information on a German Muggle they are supporting in an assassination attempt on Hitler, James added. They are working with a Muggle? Thomas asked in surprise. James nodded. He is not aware of their assistance. It was all his plan. The Polish unspeakables have simply been covering him from Dark Army detection. Their wards keep our wizards too far away to directly become involved. We are going to be taking over the magical protection of the man. Can we not make sure he is successful? Thomas asked. If we use any magic on him or the bomb, the wards will detect him. Our best bet is to make sure he gets his chance. James stated. His name is George Elser. He plans to strike at a speech in Berlin on November 8. One of the Polish unspeakables overheard him planning his attempt with a friend. Nothing was done until this month when the invasion started. Albus looked sad, but he said, I do not like the idea of killing anyone, but I think we need to drink a toast to the brave man in his attempt to stop the spread of darkness. After they all drank, Albus asked James, do you think he has a good chance? James understood what his old future headmaster was really asking. Any chance must be seized. I believe even if he knew it was doomed to failure, he would still make the attempt. He knows it is a forlorn hope. I have been in his shoes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you survive, but you still have to make the attempt. Albus and Thomas understood the message from James. Knowing the story of Harry Potter, they knew how much of his fight with Voldemort seemed a forlorn hope. Coming back in time to change history was another in a long line of them for Harry Potter. James picked up a glass of the fire whiskey. Taking a quick drink, James said, a teacher of mine introduced me to a Muggle poet named Kipling during some particularly dark days. I was always taken with, if. Then James set the glass on the bar and walked out. As he passed the barman, James greeted him, Aberforth, make sure the old man gets back up to the castle safely. The barman grunted in a noncommittal fashion. Watching the unspeakable walk out of the bar, Aberforth was caught by an odd sense of déjà vu. James disillusioned himself outside of the Hog's Head, making it look and sound like he apparated away. Then he simply walked home. It was a pleasant September Scottish night. The air was slightly cool, but the sky was clear. On such a beautiful night it seemed obscene to think about the recent start of war. Reaching his house, James removed his unspeakable robes before stepping into the house. Although Sarah knew about James' other job, he could not be that blatant about his unspeakable status. Good evening, dear, Sarah called as he walked in the door. Dinner is almost ready. I expected to miss dinner tonight, James said, surprised. I thought the twins and you would have eaten 2 hours ago. How did you know when I would be home? Sarah walked up and hugged James and gave him a key. James was really enjoying the key. When she pulled away, she reached up and pulled on his nose gently and answered his earlier question with a cheeky smile. Magic. Then she pulled his arm. Come on, we can eat and I'll tell you about my day. James groaned playfully. Honestly, he looked forward to it. After all the bad news from Europe and dealing with the ministry bureaucrats, arrogant prats, James looked forward to hearing about the everyday problems of the St. Mungo's pediatric ward. It helped put things in perspective. James snuggled into his bed, his arms wrapped around his beautiful wife. As a boy, Harry never truly enjoyed sleeping. Sleeping in a cupboard and having Uncle Vernon around did not make for restful sleeping conditions. After starting at Hogwarts, the nightmares provided by Voldemort happened frequently enough that sleep was not a welcome event. After the war, every day and night seemed to be a perpetual nightmare. Since coming to this time and marrying Sarah, James learned to love his sleep. Sleeping curled around his wife in his own house healed James in a way Madame Pomfrey's spells and potions never could. Sleeping in his bed with his wife behind the wards and protections of his house, James felt truly safe and loved. It was out of this warm, comfortable place that James was dragged out of kicking and screaming. He was dreaming about Tom. He was yelling for James from a distance. James opened his eyes and heard the voice call him again. Quickly, James jumped out of bed and opened his wardrobe. Hanging inside the door was a small round mirror. He could see Tom's face in the mirror. "Tom, what's wrong?" "Dad, something is happening up here. The alarms went off and all of the doors locked. I can't even use Parseltongue to open my dorm door. I am on my way." "Stay in your room and barricade your door," James instructed Tom. Tom nodded. "Okay, Dad. Please hurry." James set the mirror down and quickly woke his wife. Sarah was still drowsy when James told her to call the ministry. "Call the Aurors. Tell them to send reinforcements to Hogwarts. Tell them the code is Horntail." Sarah looked concerned when she realized the implications of what James was telling her. "James Evans, you be careful. Make sure Tom is safe." Then she keyed him before he could run out the door. James grabbed his wands, unspeakable cloak, and his equipment as he ran for the door. As he reached the door, he noticed a large shape standing at the door, Snuffles. "You sense something is wrong, don't you?" he asked the dog. Snuffles wagged his tail slightly. "I know, boy, but I want you to stay here. Watch Sarah and the twins." Snuffles whined and placed his tail down. "Snuffles goes with you, James." "You need someone to watch your back," Sarah interrupted. "You and the twins could be in danger." "You will be in danger, Harry James Potter Evans. We don't have time for this. Both of you, go." James and Snuffles were running out the door before James had time to think about it. Once clear of the house, James changed to his wolf form. The huge black dog and the large gray wolf quickly cleared the village, almost invisible in the night. Reaching the point where the Whomping Willow would later stand, James could hear the sounds of magical combat coming from up ahead. Both canines moved faster. They ran past a body in an Auror's red cloak. Wolf James paused slightly to sniff the body. It did not smell of blood but did smell dead. James recognized the scent of the killing curse. In an instant, he was back in pursuit of Snuffles. James caught up to Snuffles just short of the Great Hall entrance. The two animals slowed as the sounds of spells became louder. James crept quietly down the hall following some odd scents. Snuffles followed a couple of meters behind him. James recognized this passageway led directly towards the gargoyle protecting the headmaster's office. James noticed 4 men standing in front of the gargoyle. At the gargoyle's feet lay 3 bodies of Aurors. That accounted for all of the Aurors assigned to guard the school. 2 of the men held Muggle weapons. The other 2 wore the robes of the Dark Army. As James watched, one of the weapons fired, causing a great deal of damage to the gargoyle in a thunderous explosion. James realized the gargoyle would not be able to withstand too many more hits from those weapons. Snuffles growled and raced into the room directly at the 2 with Muggle weapons. In a tremendous leap, the huge dog crashed into the Muggle with the loaded weapon. Both the dog and the Muggle hit the ground. James missed the rest as he reverted to his human form and attacked the 2 wizards. 2 killing curses flew at James instantly. He dove to the ground in a roll to avoid the curses. Coming up out of his roll, James pointed his wand and murmured, "Reducto." It was followed by 4 more, all at the same wizard. The wizard dodged the first, but missed seeing the ones following in his concentration on the first spell. The second and third spells crashed into his shield. The fourth spell slashed through the depleted shield and smashed into his shoulder. The Dark Army wizard's right shoulder almost completely ceased to exist in an instant. The fifth spell passed harmlessly over the wizard as he dropped to the ground, already going into shock. James saw this out of the corner of his eye as he focused on the remaining wizard. James expected to see more spells coming at him, but instead the wizard stood in a ready position. Impressive. It is so rare to see a true fighter. Such a wonderful sight. Hearing the light soprano voice with a slight German accent, James suddenly realized this wizard was actually a witch. "I am so glad you enjoyed the show. I know your friend did not," James commented. The Dark Army witch chuckled lightly. "I am sure he did not. My name is Christina. We did not expect you to respond so quickly. Again, I am impressed. You must have wards that we missed." James did not comment that only a second year with a magical communication mirror alerted him to the attack. "May I have you name? I so love to know my worthy opponents." James nodded. "I am the Count." Now she looked excited. "The Count. This is an honor. The best of the British unspeakables. I must leave you now. I am sure we shall meet again." James almost had to laugh at her sheer gall. It was almost like dealing with a sane Bellatrix. The brown-haired witch gave James a happy smile. "I can't let you leave," James told her. "How can you stop me, my dear Count? I believe your minister's son is a student here. Several of my other friends are searching for him. I assure you I will not be as easy as this oaf." She indicated the wizard bleeding to death on the castle floor. James believed her. Her casual stance spoke of experience and confidence. James was sure he had her beat in pure power, but the fight would take too long if others were searching for the Slytherin second-year dorm. Protecting the students took priority over fighting this witch. "Do I have your word you will leave here and return to Germany?" James asked. The witch nodded. "By my magic, I swear. I really look forward to the chance to work against you in the future. I love a challenge." Then she reached into her robe and activated a portkey. James cast his magical radar charm to ensure she really left. No sign of her remained. James looked over at Snuffles. The large dog sat atop the two muggles watching James's conversation with the witch. James summoned Snuffles and then cast stunners on all the two muggles and the dying wizard. A quick healing charm stopped the bleeding, but he would need help to survive the night. Turning to Snuffles, James said, "Go to Tommy, boy. Get Tommy." Snuffles turned and ran off with a loud woof. Wolf James was right behind him. Now to make sure Tom was safe. September 1, 1939. Tom climbed out of the Muggle taxi with conflicting feelings. While excited to return to school with his friends, Tom knew the war truly started today. Tom knew his dad would be deeply involved in the fighting. Dad would claim he was safe in an office, but Tom knew the truth even if he never said it aloud. Tom knew he owed his father's saving people thing for his life. It was a strange thing to absolutely know what his life would have been like if Dad never saved him from the orphanage. Tom tried not to think about the deaths and suffering he would have caused. In some ways, the knowledge he would have murdered his adopted grandparents' son and daughter-in-law hurt the most. James Evans confused his son. Harry Potter lost his parents, friends, teachers and everyone else he cared for before defeating Voldemort. Dad admitted his mission coming back in time was to kill Tom Riddle before he could become Lord Voldemort. Instead, he adopted him. Tom knew his father loved him. Tom loved him back, but his father's actions confused him. How could he care about the boy who would have eventually murdered all of his family and friends? Tom knew the full story of the events leading to his birth. Once Tom learned part of the story, Dad told him the whole story. Their selfish behavior infuriated Tom. His mother magically BP'd his father. No one else used those terms, but Tom looked up love potions in the Hogwarts library last year. Then Tom Riddle Sr. ignored and denied the existence of his innocent son. Tom could logically understand the desperation, emotional scaring, and fear that drove both of their actions. That logical understanding did not prevent Tom from hating them and all the Gounts and Riddles. Tom was an innocent baby when he was left in the orphanage. None of the offenses had been his. None of the blame could be laid at his door. Yet he paid a high price for their actions, or inaction. Tom tried not to think about his hatred of them too much because of his father. Dad explained his history, losing his parents, living with his abusive aunt and uncle, and fighting Voldemort. Tom admitted Harry Potter had even more justification for hating than Voldemort ever did. Yet, Dad did not hold Voldemort's actions against Tom. Although he knew the decisions and actions Tom Riddle would have made if left alone, Dad saw him as a completely different person. Tom wasn't so sure. He could feel the anger within him. He could not forgive people who hurt him as Dad did. Maybe it was the Slytherin in him, but he just couldn't see himself as the hero his dad was. Now Dad was off fighting to save all of Britain again. Sometimes at night Tom worried he would one day give into the temptation and follow Voldemort's path rather than Harry Potter's path. Tom was afraid he was cursed to go dark. "Tom, hurry up. You don't want to miss the train." Tom's mother's voice jerked him out of his thoughts. "I am coming," he called back. Tom hurriedly grabbed his trunk from the taxi's boot and placed it on a waiting cart. Sarah Evans already had the twins in her arms. Sarah easily moved through the crowd ahead of Tom. The twins looked curiously around at the crowds with smiles on their 18-month-old faces. James had placed a mild hovering charm on their carriers. This reduced their apparent weight to 1/5 of their actual, so Sarah was able to handle them easily. Tom smirked at the smiles and comments the twins received. Tom felt his mum was one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. The twins were an interesting mix of mum and dad. Michael with dad's hair and those odd-colored eyes and Katie with her blonde hair and glass-green eyes were definitely beautiful babies in Tom's unbiased opinion. Not that Tom would ever admit all of that out loud where his classmates could hear him. Reaching the entrance to platform 9 3/4, Sarah glanced around to see if anyone was watching. She noticed a number of Muggle men watching her. With a sigh she reached down into a pocket and pulled out a gift from James. He told her a pair of pranksters from his time sold them in Diagon Alley. Slipping the ring on her finger, Sarah laughed to see all of the men's gazes go unfocused and return their attention to something else. James refused to tell her who the pranksters were, but she knew they were geniuses. Placing a Notice Me Not charm on a ring powered by the wearer's own magic was brilliant. They must have been at the top of their Hogwarts classes, as this was easily knew O-level charms work. With the attention diverted, Sarah led Tom through the portal. Tom never noticed the charm's effects since he was keyed into them. With a last glance around, Tom pushed his cart through the portal. Seeing the express engine sitting on the track brought a smile to Tom's face. Even with the outbreak of war, the express seemed to promise fun and excitement. Tom's mood lifted immediately. He began looking around excitedly for his friends. Sarah noticed her son's smile. Sarah remembered the beaten and suspicious little boy James first brought into Street Mungo's all of those years ago. The little boy had captured her heart almost from the first moment she had seen him. The only reason it had not been the moment she saw him was she saw Tom and James at the same moment. Her eyes had not known which way to go. A smug smile came to Sarah's lips. But I got them both, she thought. As she grew to know them in the hospital, she learned James and Tom had been injured in similar ways. Both traumatized by their early lives, James was actually the worst because he had 18 years of it against Tom's 8. Sarah proved her place as a Hufflepuff. She loved them. Her simple, puff love and patience with a lot of hard work paid off in her boys. A remarkable difference was noticeable over the last few years. A pair of girls' voices rang out over the platform, Tommy. Tom and his mother looked to the train to see Mary Greengrass and Sumta Zorana waving out of the window. Sarah grinned at her son. Your fan club is here. Mum, Tom protested. It is okay, dear, Sarah teasingly reassured him. Parents learn to accept when their handsome sons start collecting fan clubs. Tom went red over his mother's teasing. His blush covered his whole face and neck. Girls confused him. The Slytherin girls of his year along with Nott were his closest friends. But some of his recent feelings left him feeling really confused. Tom was sure Dad would understand, but his teasing would probably be worse. I can't wait until the twins are older and the other pair arrives. Then you'll be distracted enough not to notice that kind of thing. Tom grumped. Sarah's grin grew a bit wider. I will always notice girls around my son. Tom felt oddly comforted by the comment. In short order, Tom's trunk was loaded on the train. Sarah gave her son a hug and a key. Then she reminded him to be good. You might want to remind Dad to do that too, he told her with a cheeky smile. Sarah tugged on his ear. You two are too much alike. It is not fair to do to a poor mother. Tom laughed as Katie used this as an opportunity to pull her mother's hair and shove a fistful into her mouth. Pulling her hair free, Sarah commented in mock exasperation, I hope I can survive 2 more Evans children on top of the 4 I already have. Tom laughed at her inclusion of Dad as one of the kids. Sarah's eyes became serious for a moment. I will let you know if anything happens. You concentrate on your schoolwork and have fun. Tom smiled and keyed at his little brother and sister goodbye. Keep Mum and Dad on their toes. The twins giggled at the sound of his voice. The bell rang the last call for the train. Tom hurried onto the train and turned to wave goodbye before looking for his friends. Tom enjoyed the trip to Hogwarts. The 6 Slytherin girls filled the compartment with Tom and Nott. All of the students except Alicia Tadwhiter had seen each other over the summer. All of the Slytherins lived in purely magical households, so they often flew to visit over the summer. Alicia was the exception because her parents took her on a safari to magical Africa. They only returned 3 days before the start of the term. After the initial welcomes ended, the topic of the outbreak of war in Europe came up. Tabitha Figg's opinion seemed to summarize the girls' general sentiment. Why should that impact us? The Dark Lord seems interested in Eastern Europe, not us, Tabitha commented. Laura Parkinson added, "My father said the Dark Lord wanted free access to continue his studies so we can get rid of the Muggles. He went to Hogwarts. Shouldn't the Slytherins support him?" Tom started to get angry at Laura's comments but held back a biting retort. A Gryffindor response would not help. She was only repeating the anti-Muggle sentiments of the majority of the magical world. "Actually, Laura, he was a Ravenclaw." Tom turned to Nott and asked, "Why do people assume that the Dark Lord had to come from our house? Even we do it. No wonder the other houses hate us." Nott grinned at the comment but Laura interrupted before he could answer. "The Dark Lord Grindelwald was a Ravenclaw. How do you know that?" Tom shrugged. "I told Dolohov a year ago. He was in the same year as Professor Dumbledore and Thomas Potter. You just said he wanted to continue his studies. Doesn't that sound like a Ravenclaw?" The girls looked unsure and the conversation soon turned to the usual topics of life at Hogwarts. Tom occasionally caught Laura giving him considering glances. It bothered Tom that he could see how Voldemort gathered followers and power. The political and social position of the purebloods truly came out of fear of change. That fear made them willing to follow any banner to resist the change. If they knew Tom was a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, they would be signing up to be his Death Eaters. Dad never mentioned any names of Death Eaters from Harry's time. He slipped one time growling about the name Malfoy but Tom was not surprised. Tom sadly realized that some of his friends in this compartment probably followed him into the dark. The remaining trip passed in casual conversations, laughter and exploding snap. Tom watched as Nott lost to Mary in wizard chess. Mary was an expert and her pieces knew it. They cheered as she took them out of her case. Nott's pieces looked scared when they saw their owner's opponent. The train arrived at Hogwarts right on time. I guess it really does take magic to get the trains to run on time. The second years followed the older students as the first years followed Mr. Og to the boats. The Slytherins enjoyed the horseless carriage ride to the castle. None of the Slytherin second years could see what pulled the carriages, although one of the Gryffindor third years seemed terrified to get into her carriage. The new Slytherin fifth year prefects let the second years into the building. Tom did not know either of them except by reputation. The girl was named Lurisha Black. The dark-haired girl possessed a permanent scowl. A true Black, she saw even the other Slytherins as being her inferiors. Her prefect appointment proved to Tom the positions was based on politics, not ability. The male prefect was a large brown-haired boy with a broken-looking nose named Andrew Macduff. Macduff seemed the jovial opposite of his female counterpart. He claimed he broke his nose teaching a group of muggles the right way to play rugby. None of the other purebloods knew what rugby was but he told them his opponents ended up looking much worse than he did. That made the bigots happy. Learning Tom was a half-blood, Macduff told Tom the real story. Macduff's grandfather married a Muggle-born witch so he was a half-blood like Tom. He learned rugby while visiting his Muggle cousins. Macduff loved the game more than Quidditch and enjoyed his Muggle cousins. The second-year students sat at the end of the Slytherin table closest from the staff table. Only the new first years sat closer. The prefects claimed it was so the staff could keep an eye on the immature witches and wizards. Tom figured it was so the older Slytherins could get away with things without the professors catching them. Tom enjoyed the sorting ceremony. It was different watching it from this side. The nervous first years looked terrified walking into the Great Hall. The headmaster's post-sorting speech, however, made them all nervous. After completing his standard greetings and warnings, Dippet turned into new territory. As you are all aware, a war has started on the continent between the Muggle countries of Germany and Poland. You should also be aware the German Muggles are working jointly with the Dark Lord Grindelwald and his Dark Army. Early reports indicate the Dark Army has already attacked magical villages with many innocent magical losses. Dark Army forces are also responsible for the attack last night on our own ministry. Magical refugees from Poland have already started arriving in England. The ministry is working to place these poor souls. I am sure the Daily Prophet will continue to do its normal excellent job of keeping us all informed. However, if anything occurs impacting the school directly, I will announce it to the entire body of students during the meals. The old wizard paused for a moment and gave them a gentle smile. Now, let us feast. After dinner, the Slytherins went to their dungeon abode. The seventh-year prefects neither was ahead led the new first years through the welcoming ceremony. It went smoothly except for one student named Robert Wiley. The pureblood bigots in the house, meaning most of the house, recognized Wiley as a true anomaly in Slytherin house. Wiley was a Muggle-born. The small red-haired boy looked around with a wonder that only someone with no prior exposure to magic would look that shocked at ghosts, moving staircases and talking sorting hats. With the full approval of the older students, Dolohov, Mulciber and Rosier started bullying the smaller boy. The other first-year boys looked too intimidated to help their dorm mate even if they wanted. Seeing Wiley knocked to the ground, Tom stepped out of the watching crowd. "Leave him alone, Dolohov." Tom hated bullies. The orphanage taught him all about them. Tom noticed if the bully's target didn't fight for themselves, they often became bullies to those weaker than themselves. Tom knew that is what led to his dark path in Harry's timeline. The large boy sneered at Tom, "Protecting a mudblood, Evans. How Gryffindor of you. Leave him alone. I won't tell you again," Tom said in a quiet, determined voice. Internally, he actually agreed with Dolohov. This was a Gryffindor thing to do, but he was committed as soon as he opened his mouth. A fourth-year boy shoved Tom from behind. Tom hit the floor and rolled. Like his father taught him. Tom pulled out his wand and hissed, "Serpensortia." A large cobra appeared on the floor in front of Tom. James taught him the spell to practice his Parseltongue ability. Looking at the snake, Tom hissed, "Scare the boys standing up. Don't bite them." "Yes, master," the snake hissed. The snake rose up, spreading its hood and opened its mouth. The three Slytherin second-year boys looked panicked. Wiley did not look much better. "I said to leave him alone." Backed up against a couch by the snake, Dolohov glared at Tom. "Your snake can't help you forever. You'll pay for this." Tom gave him a cold laugh. "You live in the house of the snake. Do you really think my friend here is the only one around me?" Tom glanced around at the gathered members of Slytherin house. "Tell me, what kind of doorknobs do we have? What decorates the poles of our canopy beds? What decorates almost everything in our house?" Almost against their will the word, "snakes," came back whispered in hushed tones. Tom nodded. "Snakes." Tom hissed a command. Much of the class paled as the many decorative snake statues and doorknobs started to move and hiss at all nearby. "I think I have made my point." At the nod from the other students, Tom called the cobra back from the other second-year boys. He bent and picked up the 6-foot snake. It slithered up his shoulder and around his neck. "Mr. Wiley, welcome to Slytherin. If the hat put you here, you desire to be here." "Excuse me, my friend here is hungry and I promised him a nice rat." Tom walked out of the common room headed for the kitchens. The rest of Slytherin house, including Tom's friends, watched silently as he walked out of the room. The decorative snakes continued to hiss and snap at the students for 5 minutes after Tom left. Tom enjoyed his walk to the kitchens with his new friend. "What is your name?" Tom asked the snake. The cobra coiled around Tom to look at him. "I have no name, master. I did not exist before your magic summoned me." Tom frowned. "I created you. How long will you last?" The snake released a hissing laugh. "You summoned me. I heard you call in the serpent tongue. I will stay until you send me away." Tom walked silently as he considered what the cobra had told him. "What should I call you?" he asked. "Whatever you wish, master." Tom and the cobra entered the kitchen after tickling the pair. A house elf saw them and immediately ran to them. "Can Tweaky be helping you, Master Tom?" "Hi Tweaky. Did you have a good summer?" James had drilled manners into Tom when dealing with house elves. "We was cleaning all of Hogwarts." The excited elf squealed. "We even cleans out the Professor Dumbledore's candy cabinet." Tom started laughing. How did he like that? He was happy he got to find new candies to fill it with. He said we can do it next year too. The image of a castle full of house elves on sugar highs made Tom laugh harder. "Are you going to raise that rodent?" the snake asked. "Excuse me." Tom turned to Tweaky. "Could you find my friend here a nice juicy live rat?" Tweaky disappeared in a blink only to return an instant later with a large rat in his hand. "Will this do for Scaly, Master Tom?" Tom never knew snakes could drool before. He smiled at House Elf. "Perfect, Tweaky. Thank you." Tom set the snake on the floor and dropped the rat 3 feet in front of it. In a flash of movement, the snake struck the rat in a sudden blow but released it immediately. The rat attempted to scurry away but dropped before it made it 6 inches. Tom whistled silently to himself. His new friend was extremely poisonous. As he watched the snake approach the dying rat, Tom asked, "May I call you Nagini? I had a special friend by that name once." The snake paused on his way to the rat. "Nagini, yes, I like it. Thank you, master." The next morning Tom awoke to find Nagini coiled on top of the canopy of his bed. Tom cast a warming charm on the metal poles of the bed. Feeling the warmth, Nagini gave a contented hiss and continued sleeping. Tom glanced around, noticing only Nott was left in the room. Dolohov and his gang had already left the dorm. Nott watched this from the comfort of his bed. "You scared the lot of them yesterday, mate. Even the 7th years are going to be leery around you. How about you?" Nott smirked. "I am doing the Slytherin thing and feeling you out if you would make a good ally on my rise to power. And I am just acting your friend in order to use your ministry connections in my own nefarious schemes," Tom deadpanned. "I am just leading you on so I can betray you and use your downfall to enhance my own reputation," Nott retorted. Tom pretended to consider for a moment. "Ah, but maybe I am simply distracting you while my minion prepares to attack you from behind." "What minion?" Nott scoffed. "Unless the girls snuck down here, we are, arg." Nott screamed as Nagini appeared over his shoulder in his bed. Tom kept his composure long enough to say, "That minion." Then he dissolved into peals of laughter as Nott jumped out of bed like a rogue bludger. "That wasn't bloody funny." Nott screamed at his laughing friend. Tom laughed helplessly on the bed, the shocked image of Nott locked in his imagination. After a couple minutes of laughing, Tom gasped out, "I think I can cast a fully formed Patronus right now." "Git," Nott sneered at Tom. "You just be careful. Paybacks are hell." Tom settled down, gasping for breath. "I am sorry Nagini scared you. But the look on your face was so funny." Nott grunted, but the ends of his lips curled, resisting a smile. "If you are finished, now that I am wide awake we can go to breakfast." Tom agreed. Breakfast sounded like a good idea. The two boys quickly dressed and made their way to the Great Hall. It was a Saturday morning, so many of the students were using the time to sleep in. "Why does Hogwarts always have us come on September 1st? Now we have nothing to do until Monday." Tom wondered as they walked. Nott shrugged, "Who cares? We are second years so we can get our brooms out and go flying." Nott casually glanced at his best mate. "What I said in the dorm room about using you was a joke, but expect it to be true from a lot of our house." Tom grimaced. He knew his friend was right. "I should have kept my mouth shut. It seems to be the Slytherin way to bully those weaker than you, but I hate bullies." "Probably should have expected it, being who your father is and all." Tom felt stiff at the comment. "What do you mean?" he carefully asked. Not noticing his friend's discomfort, Nott replied, "Your father started the only magical orphanage in Britain. Moreover, his school accepts squibs. From his comments this summer, I would say you did the same thing he would have done. Except that last thing, the snake thing was really cool." Nott added the last part with a wide grin. Tom smiled to be compared favorably with his father. Maybe he wasn't doomed to go dark after all. September 9, 1939. The first week passed in a blur for Tom and his friends. No new teachers started in the school this year. Professor Merrythought kept talking longingly of retirement, but most of the students figured she would always be the Dada professor. Classes quickly settled into a pleasant routine for the second years. Many considered second year to be the best at Hogwarts. First years had to deal with the adjustment to a new school and, for Muggle-born, to magic. Third and fourth years added elective classes to their class load. Fifth year labored under the burden on owls, while sixth and seventh years were crushed by newt preparation. Tom took full advantage to the relative freedom of a second year. The Scottish summer still warmed the air as Tom and Nott spent their first weekend flying on their brooms. The pair played a couple of pick-up Quidditch games against other students. Nagini lay curled atop the stands being warmed by the sun. A surprising development of the weekend occurred when Snuffles arrived for his weekend visit. The large dog and the cobra treated each other cautiously at first, their nose or tongue sniffing the other in curiosity. Tom felt justifiably nervous about the encounter. However, after a 5-minute starring contest, Snuffles gave a low woof and lay down on the stands below and his back to the snake. Nagini seemed shocked to have another dismiss him enough to turn his back on the cobra. Nagini acted offended for a bit, but his curiosity overcame his indignation. Snuffles ignored Nagini as the snake started to make forays into the dog's space. He appeared to sleep as the snake started to slither around and atop the dog. Eventually Nagini settled into a comfortable position on the railing next to Snuffles. As Nagini settled onto the railing, he hissed a warning. Namgini had noticed the doggy grin on the sleeping dog's face. Snuffles merely wagged his tail a couple times before settling in for his nap. Tom watched from his broom as Nagini and Snuffles introduced themselves. He almost flew down to break it up before it could become deadly, but he held back. Tom's face held a look of amazement as his two animal friends came to some type of terms. "Hey, Evans!" Knott's voice yelled. Tom ducked as a bludger flew through the air he previously occupied. Tom turned his attention back to the Quidditch game, leaving his two friends sleeping in the sun. Zorana, Mary, and the other Slytherin girls seemed hesitant to approach Tom during that first week of school. Although they all knew last year of Tom's Parselmouth abilities, they seemed a bit scared of or angry with their friend. Tom attempted to end this isolation after a week of classes himself. The girls were working on potions homework in the Slytherin Potions lab. Tom walked into the lab by himself. Knott was talking to a fifth-year cousin. Grabbing a stool, Tom sat down across the workbench from the girls. Mary blushed when she saw Tom and looked down at her potions text. Zorana glared at Tom in a slightly challenging fashion. Penelope, Tabitha, Laura and Alicia followed Mary's lead and tried to ignore Tom's arrival. Tom watched them in silence for a moment. Then he asked, "Why are you angry with me?" Mary looked up quickly with an expression Tom was not able to read before she dropped her face back down. The other girls seemed to flinch except for Zorana. "Angry with you?" the girl hissed. "You threatened the entire house." Tom gave her a cheeky grin. "I thought the hissing thing was my thing." Zorana's glare told him his humor was not accepted. Tom was tired of this. He looked straight into Zorana's eyes. "I showed them part of my power. I don't like bullies." Laura Parkinson looked up. "You were bullying the entire house." "No, I stopped Dolahov's petty tyranny the only way that works. By showing him he is not the biggest fish." Tom frowned. Slytherin is supposed to be the house of the cunning, not the petty thug. A muggle mugger is the same as they are. That mudblood is an insult to the house. Zorana yelled. Slytherin would never have allowed him into the house. Who are you to say otherwise? Tom smirked. I am a half-blood. My father was a muggle. Am I an insult also? Conflicting colors appeared on Zorana's face. Tom struggled to keep from laughing at the red and white patches. Alternating for dominance. But you belong in this house. She finally sputtered out. Why? Tom asked. Dolohov pointed out my intervention was a Gryffindor thing to do. Why do I belong in this house? You are a Parseltongue. She yelled, getting frustrated by Tom's questions. Tom gave her an innocent smile. So is my father, and he was a Gryffindor. He is their archetype in many ways. Then Tom dropped his smile. But you are right. I belong in this house, more than anyone else. So much of the pureblood argument is based on the actions of Salazar Slytherin. What happened is documented. Have you ever asked why it happened? The what is only half the story. Even if his actions were justified in the past does not mean the justifications are true now. As Tom was talking, the glassware in the lab started to tremble from his growing magical aura. Tom gave Zorana an intent stare. The hat put Wiley into our house for a reason. All of the founders had a hand in creating the hat so they would get the students they would have selected into this house. In effect, Salazar Slytherin himself is the one who says Wiley belongs in this house. Tom turned to leave but turned back after only a few steps. Tom gave a sly smile and added, you know the hat sorts you by your strongest traits. A Hufflepuff could be very cunning and ambitious, but if their loyalty is stronger, that would be their house. Don't think that being in one house would prevent you from also being a good fit in another. Tom turned and left the lab. The glass containers stopped shaking as he left the room. Mary glanced up and smiled at Tom's retreating back. Zorana was speechless as he left. The other girls looked at each other in surprise. They had never heard Tom speak in such a way. He sounded like an adult, but they could tell the words were his, not the repeat of something he heard. As he spoke, they felt his magic grow to fill the room. It was rare for a second year to be able to project an aura of power. Only Zorana, Mary and Laura understood the significance of the display. The other girls took it in stride that his high emotions almost caused accidental magic. September 29, 1939. Tom now truly understood what his father meant about having a Harry Potter year. He felt almost completely isolated from Slytherin House. Only Nott was willing to cross the older students by associating with Tom. Even Wiley, the boy Tom defended, gave in to the pressure to avoid Tom. Rifts within Slytherin were supposed to stay within the house. Solidarity in the face of the other houses was supposed to be the rule. This seemed to be an exception. Being the outcast of the outcast house became an interesting feeling when the whole school knew you were being shunned by your own house. The part that hurt the worst was the isolation from most of his friends. Ever since the opening of school, his best female friends seemed very nervous around him. Tom admitted he did not handle his attempt to talk to them well. It just seemed to make it worse in most ways. Their isolation of him hurt much worse than the shunning by the rest of the house. Tom would not have made it through the first month of school save for two things. The first was the presence of Nott, Nagini, and Snuffles on the weekends. Being the son of the Minister of Magic, Nott felt himself above their pettiness. Tom joked it was because he really liked his mum's desserts and did not want to be cut off. Nott simply smiled and agreed there was some truth to that. Whatever the reason, Tom appreciated it deeply. Nagini and Snuffles couldn't care less about human issues. They were loyal to Tom, that simple. The second weekend of school, Tom and Nott were flying on their brooms as Snuffles and Nagini again slept below. Nott paused to watch as Tabitha and Laura attempted to pet Snuffles. Snuffles ignored their presence. Nagini hissed at them when they came too close so they could pet the large dog. Nott laughed and told Tom the girls would end up apologizing just so they could play with Snuffles again. Tom was not sure he was happy about that idea. However, his isolation continued even after the incident. The second reason for Tom's survival was the chaos occurring throughout Hogwarts starting in the second week of classes. 3 new towers had been added to the school. The addition to the school also added new classrooms and expanded the dungeons. The additions occurred in the middle of the night with no warning to the students. Dumbledore in particular seemed to find their surprise amusing. Soon after the new towers appeared, a total of 200 Polish students and some of their teachers appeared. Since they did not use the house system at their school, the students were placed into one tower and declared a temporary house. Temporary houses had never been done before, but the school governors and the heads of houses all agreed on the idea. The Gdańsk house was integrated into the school's regular schedule. Charms were placed in the classrooms to allow the students to hear the professors speak in their native language. The Dada, potions and magical arts professors from the Polish school joined the Hogwarts staff. The Dada and potions professors shared classes with their Hogwarts counterparts. The magical art class did not exist on the Hogwarts schedule. Gdańsk students continued if they were already enrolled. Hogwarts students could take it as an elective if it fit their schedule. Tom enjoyed the new students. He also signed up for the arts class. He enjoyed the class, but the students were the key item. The Polish students did not know of his shunned Slytherin status. He was a strange Englishman, but the school was filled with them, so what was one more? The 29th of September was a Sunday night. Tom and Nott opted to eat in the kitchen with the house elves. The boys enjoyed the antics of the elves as they served the students and staff in the great hall above. The elves had grown used to the young wizards appearing in their kitchen for late-night snacks or dinner. The boys laughed to hear the elves sharing information about how much each table ate, or the table manners of a particular student. The high point of the night occurred when Tom convinced an elf to spike the staff table's drinks with a potion. The potion would turn their hair a shocking pink and give them a pig nose. Nott laughed after the elf took the potion. Maybe after you get expelled you can go to your dad's school. Tom snorted, what are they going to do? Not talk to me. Take house points. After dinner, Tom went to his dorm room and closed his curtains. As he passed through the common room, he heard at least 3 students, including Dolohov, try to take credit for the prank on the staff. At least they will have a really hard time tracing it to me. Tom thought. Too many students are trying to take credit for it. As curfew approached, Tom heard the other boys in his room return for bed. Tom closed his Transfiguration text and rolled over to get some sleep. His eyes had just seemed to close when a loud alarm sounded in the dorm room. Tom snapped awake and looked around in surprise. Is this a prank? Tom wondered. Picking up his wand from the nightstand, Tom walked over to the dorm door and tried to open it. It was locked. Tom hissed to the door to open, but the snake guardian refused to answer. The other boys were up and looking as confused as Tom felt. Tom started to realize this was not a prank. Only the school wards could prevent a Parseltongue from opening a door. In the Slytherin dorms, Tom doubted Dippet would allow the ward to be used in revenge for a minor prank. Although Dumbledore might, Tom conceded. Does anyone know what is going on? Tom asked. The other boys all started speculating on top of each other. The panic fed on themselves as they went on. Tom did not know what to do next. Then he realized his mirror. Opening his trunk, Tom pulled out the magical communications mirror his father gave him. Tom cast a silenceo around himself and activated his mirror. Dad, he called. Dad, he called several more times before a very groggy-looking James Evans appeared in the mirror. Tom told him what was going on. James told him to barricade the door and he would be there soon. Tom ended the spell and told Nott, we need to barricade the door. If something is happening we don't want to let anyone in. Dolohov sneered, shut up, Evans. You don't have any say here. The larger boy shoved Tom back out of the way. A loud slamming noise came from outside the room. The dorm room seemed to shake. Screams could be heard coming from the direction of the common room. The second-year boys backed up from their door. A thud was heard against their door. The door seemed to bend and flex for a moment. Then it flew open. Two wizards walked through the door with their wands drawn. Both wore the robes of the Dark Army. The Slytherin boys backed behind their beds in fear and confusion. These men served a Dark Lord. Shouldn't that make them allies? The looks on the wizards' faces said they did not see the boys as allies though. Their first act soundly stated where the Dark Army stood. The first wizard through the door cast a silent curse at Mulciber. The boy grabbed his head and screamed, clawing at his face. His partner shouted in accented English, where is Nott's son? We know he is in here. Nott let out a quiet squeak. Tom spoke up, he is in the infirmary tonight. He crashed his broom today. The wizard stepped across the room in 2 steps and physically threw Tom against the far wall. Liar. We have been watching the school. The wizard noticed Nott in the corner. Get out here, whelp. He grabbed Nott by the collar and dragged him out of the room. The first wizard grabbed Tom, saying, we have a place for heroes too. Tom and Nott were dragged up the stairs into the common room. Professors Slughorn and Merrythought lay on the ground just inside the common room door. 4 more wizards stood in the room waiting for them. 3 of them watched the open door. The 4th, a dirty-looking wizard, stood off to the side. A short, broad wizard watching the door glanced over his shoulder to ask, did you get him? Ja, Spellfuhrer. We also found a little hero. Hans wants to play with him. Before the leader could respond, the dirty-looking wizard hissed, stupid little wizards. Think you are good enough to be in my house? I am the heir of Slytherin. None of you are above me. Tom started thinking about several terms his mother would punish him for even knowing. Could this get any worse? His insane Gaunt uncle was assisting the Dark Army assault Hogwarts. In English please, Herr Gaunt. Unless you speak German, of course, the Spellfuhrer said in a dry voice. Morfin Gaunt sneered at the German wizard but remained silent. The short wizard turned to where the 2 boys were being held. He looked at Nott, Edward Nott, I presume. He turned to Tom and asked, and who might you be? Suppressing his fear, Tom answered in a calm voice, Tom Evans, Slytherin outcast. The German wizard chuckled. You have spirit. I like that. Then he pulled out his wand and Tom suddenly found himself frozen and floating above the floor. Tom floated up and against the wall. The spell seemed to stick him against the wall. What do you want with us? Tom asked. A part of his mind was telling him he should be scared to death right now. Dark wizards magically held him against the wall and Tom only felt mad. Gaunt yelled, we are here to return the House of Slytherin to greatness. The Dark Lord Grindelwald has promised to pick up in his great work. Tom couldn't help it. He sneered at his mad uncle. Grindelwald was a Ravenclaw, you idiot. The Spellfuhrer looked suddenly nervous at that comment. Gaunt did not notice in his anger. Never. He seeks to continue the great Slytherin's work. Tom looked at the German leader. Where did you pick up this Kerr? The watching German wizards looked amused at Tom's comment and impressed by his calm demeanor. Nott looked panicked but was trying to follow his best mate's lead. Before the verbal match could continue, a small alarm sounded in the room. One of the wizards whispered, someone is coming down the hall. It is not one of ours or the ward would not have sounded. The wizard holding Not cast the same spell used on Tom and placed him next to Tom on the wall. The remaining Germans and Gaunt pulled their wands and faced the door. Tom yelled, "Look out!" only to receive a silencing charm and a stinging hex for his troubles. Snuffles rounded the corner and ran at the wizards. A large wolf followed close on his heels. Tom wanted to shout for joy at the sight. Snuffles slammed into the surprised wizards. He knocked one out of the way and snapped at the hamstring of another. Snuffles was hit by a stunner, but it only seemed to make him pause for a moment. The wolf dashed into the room and launched itself at the first wizard he saw. In midair, the wolf changed into a robed Unspeakable. The Unspeakable slammed into wizard while casting a silent curse. The two wizards dropped to the ground, but only the Unspeakable got up. In the first 3 seconds of the fight, one Dark Army wizard was down for the fight and 2 others were dealing with a very angry and very large dog. The remaining 2 Dark Army wizards and Gaunt faced the Unspeakable rolling to his feet. Tom tried to scream to his father to watch out, but no sound came out. The forbidding robed figure never seemed to even glance in his direction. The Unspeakable cast another silent spell at the Spellfuhrer as the one identified as Hans launched a killing curse at the Unspeakable. What followed was like nothing Tom ever imagined. He knew his father trained hard, but this was incredible. The spells flew fast and furious. The Unspeakable almost never cast a shield, preferring to dodge the spells he could. Hans died from the shrapnel of an exploded vase. The vase appeared in the path of a second killing curse, causing it to detonate only a foot in front of Hans' wand. A bloody scream from one of the wizard fighting Snuffles was heard. Tom's head snapped over to see the wizard go down with his hands around his leg. Snuffles was not even close. Then Tom spotted Nagini slithering back under a nearby overturned couch. The cobra had struck from the shadows. Snuffles moved to remove his last remaining opponent. Tom turned at the sound of hissing. It was his uncle. "I will stop you in the name of Slytherin." Morfin Gaunt's last expression in life was shock. The Unspeakable turned with a slashing motion of his wand. A whip of magical energy from an unknown spell slashed out and seemed to pass around him with no harmful effects. The insane wizard stopped in shock when nothing seemed to happen. Then an overwhelming feeling of pain shot through his body. He dropped to the floor and seemed to roll around in a crazed fashion. When he finally came to a stop, the last thing Morfin Gaunt saw was his decapitated body laying on the floor 3 feet away. Then his vision started to go gray. "Now that was classy," the Spellfuhrer commented in an admiring tone. The Unspeakable spoke for the first time in the fight. "I liked it. You are the Count, aren't you? Do you people have nothing to do but talk about little old me?" The Unspeakable asked. The Dark Army wizard snorted, "You must have talked to Christina. She is your biggest fan. You killed her mentor. She says killing you will prove she is the best." The Unspeakable shrugged, "Okay, she's crazier than I gave her credit for." His opponent disagreed, "Not crazy, just wants to be the best. She thinks that is you. I've had enough fangirls." Without a warning, the spells started flying again. Neither wizard cast much aloud. Silent and wandless spells were cast back and forth. Both wizards now bleeding for spell damage. Then the Unspeakable cast a huge fireball directly at the Spellfuhrer. Because of the boys pinned on the wall, the Unspeakable had to be very accurate with his spell work. This fireball would destroy everything within 20 feet when it impacted. The Spellfuhrer reacted on instinct, diving out of the way. As he rolled to his feet, a massive bludgeoning curse slammed into the small of his back. His wand flew into the air as he crashed into the wall and slid to the ground. The Unspeakable caught the wandlessly summoned wand in his free hand. Tom was panting on the wall. Watching the bloody fight in front of him was like something out of a nightmare. Then the fireball. He thought his dad had lost it. He did not understand until the illusion crashed over them with no heat. Then he saw the last reaming German laying in a heap near the wall. Tom glared at his disguised father. "What took you so long? I had to do it left-handed. Otherwise it would have been over too quickly." Then the Unspeakable laughed. "I always wanted to use that line." James released the magical bindings on Tom and Knot, lowering them gently to the floor. Knot settled in a boneless heap on the floor. Tom checked on his friend before turning to James and opening his mouth to speak. Before Tom could say anything, James spoke first. "I am an Unspeakable. You may call me the Count." Tom nodded in understanding. "Are you okay?" he asked. James shrugged, minor injuries mostly. I'll be a little bruised but I am fine. You got here before they could do anything else but stick us to the wall. James nodded and stood up. Accio wands. 10 wands leapt from various points around the room. James deftly caught the wands. He handed Tom his wand and nods. The remaining wands belong to the 2 professors and their attackers. I believe all of the attackers are gone. Can you please go check on your professors? James asked Tom. Tom ran over to Professor Slughorn to check on him. James walked over to the collapsed form of the Spellfuhrer. The German wizard was unconscious. James cast a quick medical diagnostic charm on the man. The bludgeoning curse impacted in the wizard's lower back, destroying the lower part of the spine. A large amount of internal injury and bleeding was also indicated. James cast Impedimenta on the wizard. James noticed Tom watching him curiously. The spell will slow the body processes enough that we have enough time to get him to a healer. We need him alive, James explained. Tom seemed to accept that without comment. Professor Slughorn was stunned, but otherwise is fine. Professor Merrythought has a bunch of tiny, nasty cuts all over her face and neck. The bleeding seems to have stopped. We will get her help soon. James reassured his son. Tom was holding up well in James' opinion, but he looked a bit green. This was a lot for a 12-year-old to handle. I will wake Professor Slughorn. Why don't you sit with your friend? Tom walked over to Nott and sat down heavily against the wall. Snuffles snuggled up against him. Nagini soon slithered up and coiled up in Tom's lap. James woke Slughorn. It still felt strange seeing the younger version of his former potions professor. Professor, are you with me? Horace Slughorn groaned as he opened his eyes. What happened? Did they get any of my students? They were stopped before any of the students were hurt. James answered. What happened here? I was in my office with Galatea working on a research project. The ward alarms went off. We were on our way to the entrance hall when we found them entering the Slytherin dorm. Slughorn rubbed his head. How could they have gotten into the dorm? He asked in a plaintive voice. With a nod of his head, James indicated where the Bouffée of God lay cooling. They brought the senior member of Slytherin's line. He could open the portal. An heir of Slytherin? The professor asked. But the Slytherin line was lost long ago. Not lost, just misplaced. James turned the conversation back to the topic. Professor Merrythought and the 2 surviving attackers need medical attention. Where are the other professors? They were meeting in the staff conference room to discuss the additional students and preparing for any other new students from the continent. Their conversation ended when 6 Aurors in red robes ran into the common room with their wands drawn. Seeing the unspeakable crouched next to the professor sitting on the floor, the Aurors relaxed slightly. Status. James snapped. 4 Auror squads are covering Hogwarts. A Medi-Wizard team is on the way. Each house is being checked by a squad, the squad leader answered. Are you secured here, sir? The students are safe. 6 attackers down with 4 fatalities and 2 needing medical help. Professor Merrythought also needs help. Outside the headmaster's office are 3 more bodies. 1 dark army witch escaped. Another Auror seemed to listen for a moment and said, none of the other dorms have been attacked. James nodded. That made sense. Grindelwald's wizards had a specific target in the Slytherin dorm. Minister of Magic Nott's son would have made a valuable hostage. Have them look in the staff conference room for the rest of the staff, James ordered. Get the professor and the 2 surviving attackers up to the hospital wing. As the Aurors ran off to carry out their orders and Professor Slughorn left to settle the Slytherin students, James turned and looked at his son and his friend. Tom looked a little shocky now that the crisis was over. James wanted to run over and comfort him, but the Count could not do that. Snuffles and Nagini would have to provide the comfort they could until the Count could leave and James Evans could arrive. The school's professors and support staff was found sleeping in the staff room. It was found the teapot was charmed to mix a tasteless sleeping potion into the tea. The potion was charmed into the ceramics of the pot, allowing the user to spike their own tea. The potion did not take effect until 1 hour after drinking, ensuring that no one noticed anything that would prevent them from drinking. All of the staff was taken to the hospital wing to be checked out. James used the Marauders map to quickly check the school for any sign of remaining Dark Army forces. Instead, he found students sneaking out of their dorm. I should have known, he thought. The Count seemed to suddenly appear in front of the Gryffindors. I believe you were told to remain in your dorms, he said in a dry voice. The Gryffindors jumped at the unspeakable's sudden appearance. It appeared to be a fairly mixed group of 8 students in various years. All of them already had their wands drawn. "We want to know what is going on," a red-haired 6th year said back. Before James could answer, the 6th year received support from a fellow student. "Just because we are kids doesn't mean we shouldn't be told what is going on." The 3rd year girl glared at James with her hands on her hips. James almost choked on the irony in this situation. Inside his hood, James smiled at the dark-haired Scottish girl. "You must return to your dorm, Miss McGonagall. We will tell the entire student body what happened during breakfast. For right now, you must return to your dorm." The students looked shocked when James called Minerva by name. Getting to discipline his former, future head of house made James laugh to himself. James could see the iron will he knew as a student, but she also had a rebellious glint in her eye that spoke of someone willing to fight for what she believed in. James felt a sudden pang as he thought of Hermione. Apparently Hermione had chosen her role model well. James kept the humor he found in the situation out of his voice. "I am quite surprised to find Gryffindor students out of their dorm in this situation. It was most irresponsible of you." Now the students looked guilty. "The Aurors have enough on their plates tonight without chasing students. Go back to your dorm. I will be watching." Then he disillusioned himself. The Gryffindors were true to their house. They valued bravery and courage. Yet having an unspeakable suddenly appear in front of you and then disappear again was highly unnerving. The Gryffindors went back to their dorm. 2 hours after the fighting ended, James walked into the hospital wing. The Aurors had completed their sweep of Hogwarts and the school grounds. Although James could have told them it would have meant explaining the map. It was a good exercise anyway. A medical team from the Ministry and St. Mungo's arrived to assist in the recovery of the Hogwarts staff. The Hogwarts nurse was included in the staff meeting and among the victims. James noticed a blonde healer which among the response team. Sarah was checking on Albus when James walked in. He walked over to the side of the professor's bed. Sarah recognized James but understood the rules the Unspeakables worked under. She also did not want their family to become a target. "How are they?" Sarah smiled slightly. "The potion was a simple sleeping potion. No side effects we can find." That was good news. "And our guests?" Now a frown came to her face. She knew they were caught while holding her son hostage. "We lost the one due to systemic failure. The other was hurt worse, but I think he will make it. He will probably never work again. His spine shattered, severing his spinal cord. Nerve regeneration potions do not work well on the spinal cord." "How is your son?" James had not seen Tom since not long after the fighting ended. Sarah kept her professional face on, but James could see the concern in her eyes. "I gave Tom and Edward each a dreamless sleep potion. Both of them seemed to be in coming out of their shock, but I wanted them to get a good night's sleep before they had to face anything." "Thank you for that," a new voice said. James turned to find the minister standing a couple of feet behind him. The minister asked, "My son is safe?" "Yes, Minster," James answered. "Your son and Mr. Evans were briefly taken by Grindelwald's wizards but were unharmed." Sarah had turned to check Dumbledore again but added, "Thank Merlin for that." "Minister, may I introduce Mrs. Evans, Tom's mother?" The minister nodded politely at the healer. "Thank you for looking after my son," he added James in his glance. "Both of you, thank you. You have a very fine son, Minister," Sarah replied. "We had fun during his visits over the holidays. I know he enjoyed himself with Tom." The minister turned to James. "Count, I would like a full debrief in 15 minutes. We will meet in the headmaster's office. Professor Dippet, Thomas Potter, and Head Auror Abbott will be joining us." After James nodded his agreement, the minister left to talk with some of the other people in the room. Sarah and James parted with a subtle glance. Anything else would have to wait until they were safely at home. Professor Dippet looked weak as he settled into the chair behind his desk. He received a smaller dosage of the sleeping potion because he spent most of the meeting talking to his staff, rather than drinking the tea. James did not personally care much for Armando Dippet. The former herbology professor seemed a non-entity. He seemed to lack any strong convictions. The course of least resistance was always his preferred decision. Dumbledore may have made some dumb decisions in the raising of Harry and dealing with the original Tom Riddle, but even his critics would admit he was willing to stand up for his beliefs. Dippet was a nice wizard. James mentally compared him to a first-year Neville Longbottom, but without Neville's willingness to stand up for what he believed to be right. James smiled briefly, remembering the confrontation in the Gryffindor common room on the way to the Philosopher's Stone. James snorted quietly to himself. Even the decisions for the original timelines Tom Riddle could be laid at Dippet's feet. In Harry's history, Dumbledore became headmaster only several years after Tom left school. Head Auror Anthony Abbott settled into his chair with a grim expression on his face. 3 Aurors died during the Dark Army attack. 2 apparently died never knowing they were under attack. Neither Auror was ever able to draw their wand. The 3rd Auror was found in an alcove near the headmaster's office. He apparently dragged himself there after a fight and died of internal injuries. The Auror fought the wizards attacking the headmaster's office. It had been the sounds of his fighting James heard as he entered the school. Thomas Potter and the minister entered together. Both wizards seemed shocked by the events of the past few hours. The minister started the meeting. "I want to hear the details of what happened here tonight." Professor Dippet frowned. "We were having our monthly staff meeting." Professor Flitwick collapsed onto the floor. "When we went to check on him, the rest of us started to drop also. I knew nothing again until the hospital wing." James nodded. "Professor Flitwick has the smallest body mass of the staff. It makes sense he would be affected first." "Why were the potions and Dada professors not in the meeting?" Abbott asked. "They had an experiment brewing and it was a critical point. I excused them from the meeting." "All of the new Polish professors were in the meeting?" the Auror asked. Dippet nodded. "Yes. Do you think one of them could have been involved? We know the charmed teapot had to have been placed in the staff conference room today. Obviously staff members have the greatest access and no one would question them. We do not know the new Polish staff members too well yet." Abbott replied with a shrug. "I suspect everyone right now." James approved of his attitude. "How would they have gotten past the school wards?" Mr. Potter asked. Dippet looked at James. "I am curious about that as well. Count, you led a project a couple years ago to upgrade our wards. How did they get in?" Everyone's attention turned to James. James shrugged. "I have not yet been able to do a full analysis, but I do have a strong theory." The headmaster nodded and James continued. "The Hogwarts wards were designed by the founders. The wards have been strengthened over time and others applied, but the original wards still form the foundation all of the magic is built on. The founders never meant the wards to keep the founders themselves out. It was only after Salazar Slytherin went dark that the wards were adjusted to keep him out. The important thing is the wards affected everyone except the founders, and later their heirs. The founders and their senior heirs had to be specifically locked out individually. Slytherin and his heirs were locked out at birth. The practice stopped when the line seemed to die out." Knowing the true history of Tom, Thomas started to look uneasy. "Are you saying an heir let them in?" Dippet asked. "One of the men holding the minister's son was named Morfinn Gaunt. A direct descendant of Slytherin via his only daughter. Gaunt must have been the one to let them in and open the Slytherin common room." The minister glared at James. "You knew this man was a threat?" James shook his head negative. "Morfinn Gaunt spent a number of years on Azkaban for assaulting muggles. When he was released, he lived in a shack as a hermit. In June of '38 he was sent to a muggle prison for assaulting more muggles. It was reported he died soon after arriving during a riot he started. We had no reason to be concerned with him in particular." "Do we know who all the heirs are?" Abbott asked. "Some of them. The senior Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw heirs are not known. Their line has spread through almost all of the pureblood lines over the last 1,000 years. The primary direct line died out in both cases. Who knows who the senior line is now?" "What about Gryffindor and Slytherin?" Professor Dippet asked. "I believe I know who the Gryffindor senior heir is. The Gryffindor name passed out of existence about 400 years ago. The only daughter of the last Gryffindor married Augustus Longbottom. That would make Zebedee Longbottom the current heir. I have never been able to test it, but that is who it should be based on the public records." The others in the room looked surprised at the news of the Longbottom clan. James chuckled to himself. Although Frank Longbottom was still alive while Harry and Neville were at school, Neville would have been the heir on his father's death. The irony was Frank Longbottom, locked in St. Mungo's for almost 17 years, outlived his son. Neville would have been stunned if he found out he was Gryffindor's heir. James continued. "The new senior heir of Slytherin is the only one left of his line. The line kept their bloodline close, often marring siblings or cousins. The family declined. Moffin Gaunt had one sister who died after giving birth to her only son. Their father died years ago in Azkaban. The mother died several years prior. With Morfin gone, he is the only remaining Slytherin heir, senior or otherwise. Only Thomas Potter definitely knew whom James was referring to. The minister had a very good idea. James could see a degree of calculation on the politician's face. Most of it was hidden, but James spent a lot of time learning to read people. Knowing who to trust and reading people is what kept you alive in James's world. Most people would probably have missed the calculation, but not James. The minister knew, as James suspected, whom the unspeakable referred to in his comments. If the Evans boy was the last heir of Slytherin, it could explain why the Count adopted the orphan in the first place. An heir of Slytherin, that could be a huge advantage with many of the older pureblood houses. It would have to be done quietly. The mob would not understand the value of a Slytherin. But among the elite, they would be impressed if the Knott family had the last heir of Salazar Slytherin as an ally. The minister felt someone watching him. He looked up to find the unspeakable across from him staring directly at him. It couldn't properly be called staring since no face could be seen under the unspeakable hood. But Theodore Knott could feel the force behind the gaze and the magic of the wizard in front of him. It must have been a trick of his imagination, but the minister imagined he could see green orbs glowing where the wizard's eyes would be. Theodore Knott saw himself as a brave and cunning wizard. However, something about the wizard in front of him unnerved him greatly. James Evans was reported to be a gentle and polite wizard. Much of pureblood society looked down on him for his concerns for the lesser wizards and witches. They looked even further down for his assistance of squibs. Some old rumors indicated he was a powerful wizard and an excellent dueler. The consensus among the purebloods now was he was near a squib himself. The Count was one of the most feared wizards in the ministry. Virtually unknown outside the ministry, within it the Count's reputation for violence and surviving was the stuff of many hushed whispers. Feeling the gaze and magic now, the minister felt a tremor of fear. Theodore Knott realized that any attempt to use Tom Evans would be forced to deal with the wizard in front of him. James Evans would never support an effort to use his son's heritage for political benefit. Knott briefly thought about using political means of removing James Evans as the boy's guardian. A small voice in his head stopped that line of thought. The Count would not fight the minister in the backroom and legal battlefields. Rather, he would make them real battlefields. The minister subtly shook his head. He wanted to let the Count know he would not interfere with the Slytherin heir. He felt relief as the Count gave a small nod in reply, his message understood. The minister felt a shiver of relief as the Count's gaze moved away from him. James turned from the minister. He knew the minister understood his message. Minister Knott was much better the fudge, but he was still a politician. The breed was worse than Voldemort in some ways. "Count, how did you know there was a problem here tonight?" Abbott asked. "I received a tip from a source that an attack was underway. I arrived and found one of the Aurors dead. That confirmed the tip." James then went on to give the details of his fight with the Dark Army forces. Abbott was taking notes as he listened to James's story. "Where did the dog come in?" Headmaster Dippet answered. "Snuffles is Mr. Evans's dog. Since they live in Hogsmeade, the dog often wanders the school grounds looking for his master. He must have sensed a danger to Mr. Evans." The headmaster frowned absently. "I wonder if the dog could be a bonded familiar." James continued with his story of the fight outside the headmaster's office, the talk with Christina and the fight in the Slytherin common room. The room listened in stunned disbelief as James talked about fighting the Dark Army wizards. "Why did you let the witch go?" Abbott asked. James shrugged. "She made a magically binding oath to return to Germany. She was no longer a threat. She offered the information on the group looking for Mr. Knott. Capturing her was not as important as protecting the students." A knock on the door stopped the questioning. After a moment, the door opened and Alastor Moody walked in. "Professor Chetwertinsky is missing. He was released from the hospital wing an hour ago. He has not been seen since." At the questioning glances from the ministry workers in the room, the headmaster supplied, "Professor Chetwertinsky was the Dada professor from Gdańsk. All of his things were left in his room, including his personal items," Moody added. Knott frowned. Could he have been the one to place the charmed teapot in the staff room? "Possible," Moody allowed. But if he knew he was going to run afterwards, why not take his belongings too? If he did place the teapot, I don't think it was as a willing accomplice. Have you talked to the other two Polish professors? James asked. No, they returned to their rooms after leaving the hospital wing. We verified they are still in their rooms sleeping it off, Moody replied. I want to talk to them before breakfast in the morning. Moody nodded his agreement. James turned to the headmaster. We will have to make an announcement at breakfast. The Slytherin students know a fight occurred with outside forces in their common room. The rest of the school knows something happened. I already caught a group of Gryffindors sneaking around looking for information. The headmaster nodded. Yes, the students must be told. Otherwise the school will all of its time speculating. Should we keep Mr. Nott and Mr. Evans out of the story? Their dorm mates already know they were taken from the room. It won't take a rocket scientist to figure out Mr. Nott was the target. We will have to tell them some of it. James answered absently. The loss of Gaunt meant the school should be safe now, but how to ensure it? Excuse me, what is a wocket? The minister asked. The next morning, James and Moody were sitting in the staff room drinking their morning tea. Both men had been up much of the night and looked forward to getting some sleep. Before they could leave, they needed to question the two remaining Polish professors. The door opened to admit two people. The first was a tall, young wizard with an indefinable aura. It reminded James of Luna. His robes would have done Dumbledore proud. They were a brilliant lime green with orange balls moving about in random patterns. Professor Alexander Opolinski taught classes on the magical arts. The magical arts was a class not taught at Hogwarts. It dealt with the use of magic in the creation of various artworks, such as paintings, sculptures and the like. The ceiling of the Great Hall was one example of the magical arts. Only a skilled magical artist could create the magically animated portraits that filled the Hogwarts halls. Professor Opolinski specialized in the creation of magical sculptures. Although skilled at the other magical arts, the young wizard was considered one of Europe's foremost sculptors. The witch accompanying him was a polar opposite. The small, neat, middle-aged witch was immaculately dressed in the latest magical fashions. She had a no-nonsense expression on her face, but James noticed a glint of humor in her eye. Professor Anna Czartoryska served as the potions mistress of Gdańsk for over 30 years. James found it ironic her masterwork was the creation of the Draft of Living Death. James found it funny that one of Snape's first questions to Harry Potter was about the creation of the witch standing in front of him. The two professors came to a stop on the other side of the table from James and Moody. Good morning, professors. I hope you have recovered from last night's misadventure. James asked politely. Yes, thank you. I understand you have questions for us. The witch replied. I am Auror Moody. This is the Count. We have some questions about Professor Czetwertyński, Moody grunted. How well did you know the professor? Did something happen to Julius? The potions mistress asked. That is what we would like to find out. Czetwertyński is so dull, the Polish wizard said in a aloof tone. He had no appreciation for the finer things. He was only concerned with fighting and honor. Professor Czartoryska gave her fellow professor a flat glance. Julius is a retired Auror. He pushed our ministry to prepare itself for the war. Actually, he was more afraid of the USSR than the Dark Army and the Nazis. Do you think he had any sympathy for the Grindelwald's agenda, Professor? James asked. The witch frowned in thought. Before last night I would have said absolutely not. Now, I am not so sure. Professor Opolinski sighed dramatically. Dear Julius only cared for defending magical Poland. He refused to be diverted from the topic. It made him a dreadful bore. Something about his family history, poor man. James found the art professor to be highly annoying. He reminded James of his former divination professor. From the expression on Professor Czartoryska's face, James was not the only one. James found the potion mistress's manner to be very professional. Working with many teachers with the Phoenix Foundation, James sensed she was a devoted and highly competent teacher in addition to her potion skill. What an experience it must be to have a good teacher for potions, James thought to himself. Slughorn was not the vile creature Snape was, but he was more concerned with establishing his political connections than properly teaching his students. James wondered if he could get Tom into her class. It soon became clear that neither professor had anything substantial to offer on the disappearance of their colleague. James and Moody thanked them for their time and let them go to breakfast. Before leaving the room, Professor Czartoryska stopped and faced them. If Julius had anything to do with last night, it would not be by his choice. He would never have anything to do with endangering students. Then she left without a word, closing the door behind her. Once the door closed, Moody said, "Nothing useful there. What's next on your end? I want to talk to the Dark Army Spellfuhrer when he wakes up. Until then I am going to go find a bed." Moody grunted, "Lucky you. The minister wants a full report by noon on the investigation. He wants us to track down your lady friend." James snorted, 50 galleons she is already in Berlin. "But don't worry. We haven't seen the last of her." Moody stood to walk out of the room. "The scary thing is it sounds like you were looking forward to it." After Moody left, James realized he was. Tom woke up when Madame O'Neill came by to check on him. The hospital matron was a jolly older witch. The students loved her as she mothered them all, but not too much. Professor Dumbledore might have been the most respected faculty member for magic use, but the student body lived in fear of disappointing the Medi-Witch. Tom had overheard his parents talking about Madame O'Neill all night. Sarah Evans trained under the school's nurse for a while. She became indignant when Dad insisted it was the Medi-Witch's manner was an act to get the students to stay put in the hospital wing and take their potions without fighting her. Mum had given Dad an earful for his comment. Tom had laughed at his father's error in triggering his wife's temper. Now Tom was sure his father was correct. Tom had avoided the hospital wing all of his first year. Except for his time at St. Mungo's when Dad had saved him, Tom managed to avoid needing medical attention for the most part. Although Tom was not injured during the fight in the Slytherin dorms, the Medi-Witch poured a number of vile-tasting potions down his throat. When he tried to protest the first one, she gave him a look of such profound disappointment that Tom could not bring himself to protest again. "Good morning, Mr. Evans. How are you feeling?" Madame O'Neill asked. Tom smiled and kept his desire to run out of the hospital wing off his face. "I am fine, thank you. May I go down to breakfast?" "We shall see," she answered noncommittally. The next 10 minutes Tom suffered in silence as he was poked, prodded and charmed to verify he was not in fact dying and could be released. Finally the witch nodded. "Very well, Mr. Evans. You may go. I believe your mother was just about to release Mr. Not also. You may go down together." Tom gave her a big smile as he jumped out of bed. "Thank you." He almost made it out of the room before another voice stopped him. "Are you going somewhere, Tom?" Tom slid to a halt and turned to face his mother. She was wearing her working face, as Dad called it. "I have not given you permission to leave, young man. It's not fair." Tom cried in his head. "They are double-teaming me." Sarah's demeanor cracked and she smiled. "You can't leave until you at least say good morning to me." Tom hugged his mother after first checking if anyone was watching, and said, "Dad is a very bad influence on you." "How do you know I am not a bad influence on him?" she murmured into his ear. Then she pushed him back. "Get down to breakfast. Your friend is waiting for you in the hall." "Thanks, Mum," James called as he ran out of the room. Not joined him as the two boys ran for their dorm before anyone could call them back. The trip to the Slytherin dorms took only a few minutes. The two boys knew the secret passages and back ways of Hogwarts to shorten the trip. The dorm was empty when they arrived in their room. The damage from the previous night was already repaired. In a short time, the boys changed their clothes and cleaned up for breakfast. They arrived in the Great Hall to find it unusually filled. Breakfast usually was served as the students arrived, rather than all together like lunch and dinner. The students seemed to be waiting on something before they began eating. The hall had expanded to accommodate the new Polish students. A fifth table was added between the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. Tom thought it was a good idea just to keep the two houses separated. When the Great Hall doors opened, Tom felt the attention of the room focus on him and his companion. Trying not to appear self-conscious, Tom walked with Nott to their normal places at the Slytherin table. As they approached the table, the whispering stopped. Tom and Nott shared a glance as they slid into their seats. Although Nott offered a couple of greetings, Tom remained silent. Remembering their isolation of him, none of the Slytherins attempted to speak with Tom. 3 minutes after they arrived in the hall, Headmaster Dippet and the staff walked to their table together. The professors all sat while the headmaster remained standing. After he was sure he had everyone's attention, the headmaster spoke. "Last night we had a most unfortunate occurrence. Forces of the Dark Lord Grindelwald sought access to our school. They were stopped by a response from the ministry. You are all safe. There is no cause for alarm. Enjoy your breakfast. Then he started to sit down. A young wizard at the Ravenclaw table stood before the headmaster managed to sit down. Headmaster, what was the Dark Army looking for and why did they attack the Slytherin dorm? The headmaster stood and smiled gently. I understand your curiosity, Mr. Burke. However, I am afraid I will not be able to answer your questions. And I ask that you leave. Do not ask questions of those involved either. Then he sat down. Tom wanted to scream. Either the headmaster was a Slytherin and wanted the entire school to question Tom and not, or he was the world's biggest naive fool. Tom was sure it was the latter. His comments painted an arrow on the two boys. Tom groaned. From tablemates' expressions, Tom knew the interrogations were just about to start. Mary started the questioning by simply asking if the boys were okay. We heard from Evan about you being pulled out of the dorm. Are you okay? Tom never answered her as her question unleashed a flood of questions from all around him. Tom put his head down and refused to provide them with any information. They had just spent the last few weeks ignoring him. He was not willing to forget that. Tom reminded himself this was not their accepting him back into their company. They only wanted his information. Did not feel Tom's reluctance. He gave an exciting account to everyone listening about the fight in the Slytherin common room. The unspeakable was so amazing. It was like he was dancing. I have never seen someone fight like that. Dad has taken me to the Auror Academy to watch their dueling and he was so much better than them. I've never even heard of some of the spells he cast. Some of them were wordless. Tom admitted Nott was an excellent storyteller. The entire Slytherin table had fallen silent to listen to his tale. A glance at the Gdańsk table confirmed that at least the table was also straining to hear. One of the Dark Wizards claimed he was here to restore the Slytherin name. Nott said loudly. The Unspeakable used a spell that sliced his head right off his neck. It looked like it just slid through him. A Slytherin heir? Dolohov asked in slightly mocking tone. The Slytherins all died out a long time ago. He was insane. Tom spoke for the first time. Actually what he said was, we are here to return the House of Slytherin to greatness. The Dark Lord Grindelwald has promised to pick up in his great work. Nott grinned at his friend. Tom started mocking him. He told him that Grindelwald was a Ravenclaw. He went spare. Nott glanced around. He actually was, you know. I asked my father. Mary and, surprisingly, Zorana glared at Tom for taking the risk of mocking a wizard when he was being held captive. Tom gave a shrug and smiled sheepishly before looking back down at the table. How did Tom get involved anyhow? Zorana asked. Evan didn't say. Nott grinned again. He got too much Gryffindor from his father. He tried to help me when they broke into our room. No one else helped. Contrary to the grin on his face, his eyes promised that would not be forgotten as he glanced at his other dorm mates. The excitement spread to all of the listeners. Tom heard the jealous whispers as they talked amongst themselves. The most common comment seemed to be a desire to learn to fight like the Unspeakable did. Tom smirked to himself, keep wishing. My father is going to be teaching me. Tom quickly finished his breakfast and slipped out of the hall. Most of the students were too wrapped up in their discussion of the night's events to notice his departure. Only a couple of concerned watchers saw him leave. With no real destination in mind, Tom walked randomly through the school. Then a voice stopped him. Tom. Tom stopped and glanced around. No one was in sight. Then a figure appeared from within a shadowed alcove. James Evans stepped out of the shadow. His unspeakable cloak gone, he was dressed in his typical comfortable Muggle clothes. I couldn't leave until I saw if you were okay. Tom threw himself at James. Dad, I was so glad when you showed up. I was terrified. James embraced his eldest son. You did wonderfully. You kept them distracted long enough for me to get here. You showed real courage and kept your head. But I was so scared. James chuckled. I am always scared when I get into those situations. Do you know what makes someone what others call a hero? Tom shook his head. It is the ability to keep your head about you when it falls into the pot. You thought to use the mirror. You kept your friend safe until help could come. I am very proud of you. Tom smiled at his father's praise. It made him feel a bit better. He glanced around to make sure no one was near. James noticed his glance and smiled. Relax, I used a privacy charm before I stepped out of the shadow. Tom gave his father an innocent look. You know, not as telling everyone about your fight in exhaustive detail. Then he smiled. They all want lessons with you. James groaned to his son's amusement. Thank Merlin, I remembered to grab my cloak on the way out of the house. James glanced at his son. I am sorry I did not check up on that report on Morphin. Apparently, the riot was staged for his escape. I suspect the body was a polyjuiced replacement. Tom frowned. I was scared he would recognize me. I think his mind was so far gone he would have killed me in an instant if he had recognized me. James frowned at Tom's comment. Dad, could you train me to fight? Tom asked. Why? Came the blunt question. I know you don't want me in danger, Dad, but I think it is going to happen anyway. If it's not something to do with your job, it will be something because of Nott or the Slytherin name. I can't be safe. I need to be able to defend myself. Professor Merrythought is an okay teacher, but she doesn't know the stuff you do. James grimaced halfway through Tom's pitch. Now that the minister knew Tom was the Slytherin heir, it was likely the word would get out. James told Tom about the minister figuring out who Tom was. Tom thought briefly on what that would mean to his friendship with the younger Nott and the rest of his house. Then he'd put it aside. That makes it more important I can defend myself. In the end, James agreed. We can start when you are home for the winter holidays and continue during the summer holidays. Then James warned, I will be your teacher, not your father. I will work you hard. Tom grinned, thanks, Dad. Then he ran off down the hall feeling excited and relieved. James watched him go. James loved Tom, he had no doubt of that. But the memories of Voldemort lurked in the back of his mind. A Voldemort trained to fight from an early age by his archenemy caused James to mentally wince. The Sorting Hat's warning about the flow of time remained in James's head. In the end, James decided he would have to have faith in his son. He would have to fortify this Tom to resist the pull of the dark. The Hat warned that certain things in the future occur in some form no matter what James did. James would ensure Tom and his children were fully prepared to survive not only the current storm, but the bigger storm to come. James dropped his privacy charm. An instant later, a black bat fluttered down the hall. No sound of its passing disturbed the halls as James made his way home. Tom and Nott wandered into their potions class 1 week after the attack on Hogwarts. Although Nott initially enjoyed the attention the attack gave him, eventually even he tired of it. Tom never wanted it to begin with. He hated the way people stopped and stared or whispered as he walked past. After the isolation of his first month of school, the strange attention of the last week was extremely annoying. Tom and Nott sat down in the back of the classroom. Professor Zartoriska walked into the room and stood at the front of the class. Professors Slughorn and Zartoriska split the years with the expanded student size. Professor Slughorn taught the first, third and Newt level classes. Professor Zartoriska taught 2nd, 4th and 5th years. She also offered classes for 6th and 7th year students who missed their E's to enter the Newt level classes. Tom appreciated not having Sluggy this year. He was an okay teacher, but Professor Zartoriska was a much better teacher. The Slytherin girls walked into class and took seats 2 rows down from Tom and Nott as the boys were setting up their station. All 6 of the girls avoided looking up at the 2 boys. Tom wanted to pound his head onto the counter in frustration. 2 of the Polish students slid into the seats next to Tom. Tom had met them briefly in the previous couple of weeks. He knew the boy was named Janek Nowicki and the girl was Ella Zamojska. The girl sat next to Tom and Janek sat on her other side. Tom nodded a greeting and continued setting up his cauldron. Those girls are foolish. Tom looked up. Excuse me. Ella gestured with a nod. Your friends, they act very foolishly, no. Tom nodded. The translation charms cast on the castle rendered each other's speech understandable, but Tom decided he liked her accent. It had an exotic, musical overtone to it. They acted like silly girls and are sorry for it, but now don't know how to say sorry without hurting pride. The Polish witch smiled. They are caught in the blood issue. You challenge them. Nott and Janek stopped their preparations to listen to Ella's comments. Tom looked at her, considering her comments. Then he shrugged. Probably. All of them are old family purebloods. They were raised to be proud of that fact. I just wish they would leave me out of that mess. The last was said with an unusually vehement tone. Janek glanced over. I can understand, but why are you so firm? Firm, Tom asked. Maybe not right word. I mean with such strong conviction. Tom grimaced. I have personal reasons for wanting to avoid the whole blood issue. Ella nodded. I am a pureblood. Yannick is a half-blood and an oaf. Yannick interrupted with a protest, Oi. But he is also my cousin and my best friend, she continued, ignoring the interruption. Not grunted, must be a half-blood thing. Tom is an oaf too. Tom tried to look insulted, hey, no telling the truth about me. Ella and Yannick joined not in laughing at Tom's antics. For the first time in weeks, Tom felt included as a student. Professor Czartoryska spoke from the front of the room. Settle down back there. We are starting now. Class, open your texts to the swelling solution found on page 32. Tom smiled at his two new friends, then turned forward to listen to Professor Czartoryska. As he did, he noticed Mary turning forward with a sad look on her face. At lunch, Tom and Not sat in their usual seats. They had invited Ella and Yannick to join them, but they declined. Ella demurred, saying, our prefects want us to eat all of our meals together. They say it will help us keep our identity as a school. As Tom and Not started their lunch, Tom felt someone sitting down on either side of him. Glancing to his left, he saw Mary. On the right, he saw Zorana. Tom was stunned they had sat next to him. He wasn't sure how to react. Laura, Alicia and the others filled in around Not. Zorana spoke after 30 seconds of silence. I am sorry, Tom. Tom didn't respond. He continued to eat his sandwich. Zorana tried again. Tom, please say something. I am sorry. I acted horribly. It was just, everything you said was the opposite of what my parents told me, how I was raised. Her voice had a pleading, whining tone to it. Mary gently placed her hand on Tom's arm. In a soft voice, she said, we are all sorry, Tom. I was so scared for you when I heard your room had been attacked. I am so sorry we ignored you. Tom glanced up at Not, who had a neutral expression on his face. Quietly, Tom asked, why did you ignore me? Mary sighed, honestly. You scared me that night. The look on your face, she paused for a moment then continued, the expression was almost mad. It was scary. I think you are scary every morning, mate. Not chimed in. Especially before you get your shower. Not made a show of shivering. Tom had to chuckle at Not's sally. The mood was broken with Tom's laugh. The girls seemed to relax a bit. The girls started to smile at each other. Tom frowned. I am trying to be mature about this, but you are supposed to be my friends. I'm not sure I'm ready to just forgive you. You can't ask me to just forget the last month. It's not going to happen. The girls' smiles went away. Mary nodded. I understand, Tom. We need to earn your forgiveness. Tom shrugged. Dad always said forgiveness could not be earned, it had to be given. Forgiveness was not something that came easily to Tom. He knew that. The years in the orphanage left a mark. Tom also knew he had a temper, and he recognized weeks ago that he had gone too far in his actions responding to Dolohov. Slowly at first, the chatter around Tom started to pick up. Only a couple words at first, but by the end of the lunch hour it almost sounded like it had before. Almost. It was a bit forced, and the girls kept glancing at Tom to see his reaction, but it was a huge improvement over the last few weeks. Realizing it was almost time for herbology, Tom and the Slytherin second years quickly finished and stood to leave. As he stood, Tom glanced over at the Gdańsk table. He caught Ella smiling at him. Then she winked. Tom laughed and remembered you did not have to be in Slytherin to be cunning. The first Saturday after the Dark Army attack was the first Quidditch weekend. The Quidditch schedule had been modified to allow for 5 houses. The inclusion of Gdańsk threw off the traditional schedule. It meant there would be 2 extra Quidditch weekends, and 2 of the existing weekends would be doubleheaders. The first weekend was the traditional Slytherin-Gryffindor grudge match. Both teams were particularly strong and they were fanatical. Only 1 new player had been added to the Gryffindor team this year. All of the Slytherin side was returning players. All of the players were in their final 3 years at Hogwarts. In fact, over half the players in today's match were 7th years. The 7th-year Gryffindors and Slytherins maintained a large rivalry throughout their Hogwarts time. It was not the nasty, tough episodes that would later occur. While not really friendly matches, it was more a question of skill and bragging rights. This would be the only time the 2 powerhouses would meet in direct competition. Winning this match meant almost as much to the players as winning the Quidditch Cup. Tom, Nott and the Slytherin girls were joined by Ella and Yannick in the Slytherin stands. Tom invited the Gdańsk students to join them in cheering on the Slytherin squad. Tom enjoyed their company in potions class and wanted to get to know them better. Nott nudged Tom and gestured towards Yannick. It seemed Tom was not the only one interested in getting to know the Gdańsk students better. Penelope could not take her eyes off Yannick. She had this adoring, puppy dog expression that made Tom laugh. The two Slytherin boys suppressed their laughter until Ella, who was deep into a hair care discussion with Laura and Mary, turned to them and simply said, "Be nice." Then she turned back to her conversation without missing a beat. The two boys started laughing. It earned Tom and Nott an elbow from Mary and Zorana, respectively. Good afternoon, students and guests. Welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match of the 1940-41 season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The crowd roared their approval and enthusiasm. Even the Gdańsk students, who had no rivalries yet, went wild. The announcer was a Ravenclaw named John Burke. For Gryffindor, captain and keeper Adam Long. The keeper flew onto the pitch and quickly circled the field. At chaser, Michael Moon, Hilbert Dunning and Thomas Spinnet. The chasers flew out in formation and joined up on their keeper. The Gryffindor beaters, Isaiah Wood and Graham McAdams. Two large boys flew out to join the Gryffindor formation. And in seeker, Anna Winston. The lone female on either side flew out to fly above the rest of the formation. She orbited around them in a show of aerial acrobatics. Then they landed near the Gryffindor stands. Now for Slytherin, keeper Andrew Macduff. The fifth-year prefect flew out of a corner of the stands. Nott leaned over, now we know how his nose got broken. Burke continued, at chaser, Captain Demonka Lestrange, August Fitzhugh, and Weil Danaher. The chasers flew out in a complex pattern. Unlike the Gryffindor formation flying, the Slytherin squad appeared to be dancing in air. At beaters, Malcolm Malekshka and Brace Flint. Two large boys flew onto the pitch. They entered a flight pattern that ran counter to the chasers' pattern. And at seeker, Delmar Malfoy. The Slytherin seeker was unusually large for the position. He was very quick for his size and he used his size to force his competition off the snitch. The Slytherin team grounded and Mr. Arietas, the Hogwarts flying instructor, stepped out to be referee. In a short time, the players were back in the air. Mr. Arietas released the snitch. Then he threw of the quaffle. The match had begun. Fitzhugh caught the quaffle and quickly passed it to Lestrange. That kicked off a blizzard of crisp passing between the Slytherin chasers. The Gryffindor chasers could not force a turnover but disrupted the Slytherin plays enough to keep them from getting a direct shot on the rings. The bludgers screamed amongst the chasers on both sides as the beaters waged their own war while the seekers circled above looking for the golden snitch. This looks almost like a professional match. Nott yelled enthusiastically. Tom had to agree. The level of play on both sides was impressive. After 30 minutes, the score was only 30-10 Slytherin. Suddenly, Malfoy rolled into a dive into the midst of the chasers and beaters swirling below him. The Gryffindor seeker dove to intercept him, looking for the snitch. Malfoy kicked his broom into high gear towards the Gryffindor rings, Winston in pursuit behind him. Suddenly he pulled up and gained altitude. Their passage disrupted a Gryffindor play and distracted the Gryffindor beaters. The Slytherin chasers used the distraction to steal the quaffle when a bludger slammed into Moon. The Slytherin chasers used the steal to bring the score to 40-10. 20 minutes later, the Seekers had climber 200 feet over the pitch as the score reached 110-50. The Snitch led them on an elusive chase through the sky. The Seekers approached from opposing directions, boxing the Snitch. The Snitch dropped into a dive straight down towards the center of the pitch. The two Seekers dove in pursuit. Malfoy used his larger mass to take the most direct line in chasing the Snitch. Winston used her additional speed to compensate for taking less direct line. The pair plunged in a 200-foot power dive. The Snitch strained to stay out of reach but the Seekers rapidly gained ground. Neither Seeker was aware of anything but their catching their prey. At 20 feet in height, Anna Winston recognized the approaching danger and pulled up. She pulled out of the dive to have her feet dragging in the grass. The gravitational forces slammed into the slim girl like a swarm of bludgers. Malfoy noticed a split second later as Winston pulled up. However, the split second of difference and his larger mass made all of the difference. Malfoy's Comet 180 was the newest and best broom on the market. It had an improved version of the Hordenkirch breaking charm. It was not enough. Malfoy slammed into the ground at over 95 miles per hour. He had pulled up enough that he came in at an almost right angle to the ground. A dull whomp was heard as he made impact. The Seeker seemed to bounce and dropped boneless to the ground. The stands were silent for a moment and then the screams rang out. The snitch fluttered forgotten near the fallen Seeker. A pall settled over the school after Malfoy's fall. Quick work by Madame O'Neill and a team of healers from St. Mungo's saved the young wizard's life. His beak and spine shattered on impact. His spinal column avoided serious damage, but the force of the impact damaged his internal organs. The healers saved his life, but the impact ended his Quidditch career. The potions and healing charms would enable him to live a normal life, but he would not be able to handle the strains playing Quidditch or even aggressive flying would place on his body. Malfoy ranted and raved when told the news. He screamed about vengeance on Winston for causing him to crash. The match was postponed due to the severity of the crash. They would fly the following weekend to finish the match. This left the Slytherin team in a quandary. They needed to fill the Seeker position in short order. Tryouts were held the next Monday after classes ended. 10 Slytherin boys of various years stood on the pitch with their brooms in hand. Any female Slytherins interested in playing knew Lestrange, so why bother to try out if he would never select them? Tom was the only second year to dare to try out. Nott stood in the stands watching with the vast majority of the Slytherin house. He wanted to play chaser on next year's team. Tom calmly held his broom and ignored the comments from the older boys around him. After 6 years of Quidditch games with his dad, Tom felt confident in his skills as a Seeker. While he did not have James's natural affinity for flying, his father had taught Tom a number of the skills, tricks and strategies of a good Seeker. The tryouts consisted of Lestrange releasing a snitch and allowing a pair of candidates to race after it. It was a single elimination tournament. The one to win all of his pairings would be the new Slytherin Seeker. Tom's first round was against a fourth year he did not know. The boy seemed a bit tentative on his broom, especially on a dive. Tom felt a thrill of excitement during his dive to catch the snitch. Winning his first round easily, Tom settled down to watch the rest of the first round. 4 more pairs flew after Tom. While he evaluated his competition, Tom felt an odd sense of enjoyment and anticipation. It did not seem to be coming from his emotions, but Tom felt them anyway. He shook his head to clear the sensation and resumed watching. The second round found 5 players remaining. Lestrange gave one of his 7th-year roommates a bye on the second round. Tom thought that was stupid if the objective was to win. He should have given the bye to the one he saw as the best flyer. In the second round, Tom faced his pick for the best all-around flyer. The 5th year had incredible flying skills. He was small for his age and very quick. Their round went on for 20 minutes. Neither flyer could dominate. In the end it came down to who wanted it more. The snitch was flying 6 inches off the pitch. Tom was in the weeds chasing the snitch while the 5th year flew slightly higher in a gamble to snitch would have to pull up. The gamble did not pay off. Tom's lawn mowing skills allowed him to reach out to his full extension to grasp the snitch with his fingertips. He overbalanced on the grab and hit the ground. He rolled to a stop after 10 feet. The first thing he did not rolling onto his back was to reach up, showing he still held the snitch. Laying on the pitch, Tom felt a wave of excitement and happiness wash over him. Tom was a bit sore going into the third round. The 7th year had a bye again, leaving Tom facing a 6th year. This opponent was a larger boy in the model of Malfoy. The 6th year flew very aggressively. He did not have a great technique, but he was better than average. His aggression made up for any lack of technique. Tom enjoyed this round more than his previous rounds. Both boys wore matching grins as they chased after the snitch. They flew for almost 30 minutes all over the pitch and between the stands. In the end, it came to a loop to end it. The snitch went vertical for 30 feet, pulled over and dove for the ground. The 6th year tried to skid into a turn to chase after it. Tom allowed himself to swing underneath the broom, holding on with one arm and leg. Dad told him this was called a sloth grip roll. Tom caught the snitch as he swung back up and onto his broom. Tom landed to a loud cheering from the watching Slytherins. The feelings of excitement were growing. The sixth year landed next to him with a huge grin. That was the best chase I've had in a long time. We have to do that again. Tom nodded his agreement. He reached his hand out. I'm Tom Evans. The sixth year grinned and took Tom's hand. Everyone knows who you are. I'm Xavier Fudge. Good luck with the final round. Tom thanked him and walked over to where Lestrange waited with his roommate. The roommate was Oscar Zambini. Zambini looked bored, as this was only a formality as Tom approached. It may be, thought Tom. I wouldn't put it past Lestrange to just pick his mate even if I win. Look a little worn, Evans. Sure you're up to this? Lestrange taunted. Tom nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Lestrange pulled a snitch out of his pocket and quickly released it. The golden blur shot into the afternoon sky. Obviously forewarned, Zambini immediately jumped on his broom and took off in pursuit. Get going, Evans. Lestrange growled. Tom jumped onto his broom and rocketed after Zambini and the snitch. Surprisingly, most of the Slytherin watchers cheered Tom as he flew past the stand. Tom felt encouragement and confidence as he locked onto the elusive golden orb. Zambini was not nearly as good a flyer as Fudge. In fact, Tom was not sure how he made it out of the first round. Lestrange must have cheated, then he concentrated on catching the snitch. The snitch led them on a merry chase, weaving in and out of the stands at breakneck speeds. Tom overtook Zambini, sliding past before the larger boy could block him. The snitch veered onto the pitch and hurtled straight towards the scoring rings. Tom flattened himself on the broom as he shot through the center ring directly behind the snitch. The larger Zambini rose over the ring to pass it. Flying through the ring bought Tom the time he needed. Before the snitch could twist away, Tom snatched it out of the air. He spun his broom and hovered in place to raise the snitch above his head with a huge grin on his face. The Slytherins in the stands applauded Tom's win. For the first time all year, Tom felt like a member of his house. Tom landed to receive the congratulations of the Slytherins. Tom's friends came out of the stands. Lestrange was forced to give Tom the position, although he looked like he would rather eat glass. As the procession of Slytherins left the pitch to walk back to the castle, Tom noticed someone standing alone with a large dog in the Gryffindor stands. Tom hopped onto his broom and flew over to the stands. Dad, do you see? I got Seeker. James embraced his son. That was wonderful flying. Congratulations. I love the sloth grip roll you performed. Tom grinned. Thanks, Dad. How did you know? We were having tryouts. Oh, Professor Dumbledore may have absently mentioned it last night at the Three Broomsticks. Tom snorted in disbelief. He didn't think his transfiguration professor ever did anything by accident. Then Tom remembered something. Dad, remember the stories you told me about Voldemort? About your connection, I mean. James nodded. You were here the whole time. I think I could feel your emotions. Either that I'm an empath and it was somebody else. James frowned slightly and sat down. He gestured to Tom to sit also. We don't have a lot of time right now. Your friends are waiting. Tom glanced over and saw his father was right. It has happened for me before, when the twins were born. I felt your happiness even in Germany. I never knew if Voldemort got the same feedback I did. Does that mean if I get angry you will get the pain you used to? Tom asked. James shrugged. I don't know. Our relationship is a bit different than it was between Voldemort and me. I have never felt pain in my scars since I arrived here. James placed his hand on Tom's shoulder. Don't worry about it now. We can look into it during your Christmas holiday. Go enjoy your time with your friends. Tom smiled, feeling slightly relieved. Thanks, Dad, I feel better. Mounting his broom, Tom said, I will come home next weekend during the Hogsmeade trip. James laughed. Your mum and I will start cooking for the horde about to descend on us. Please let Mum and Silly do the cooking. James acted hurt. Oi, brat, get out of here. Laughing, Tom flew off to join his friends. November 7, 1939. I don't think I am ever going to learn anything from Mary thought. Mary groaned without looking up from her homework. We know Tom. You think she is too easy. Not all of us are getting O's in all of our classes. Laura, Mary, Tom, Nott and Yannick had met in an unused classroom to work on their Dada homework. With the addition of 200 additional students, finding space in the library was becoming difficult. I just wish she would retire and get it over with. That is all she talks about. I bet she spent 10 bloody minutes talking about her retirement plans today. Tom ran his hands through his hair in frustration. Language, Tom. Mary scolded him. Tom made a face at the top of her head to the amusement of Nott and Yannick. Nott laughed. Tom, are you worried about your first Quidditch game? I heard the 7th years are threatening mayhem if you miss the snitch. At first, they were obnoxious at every practice. Lestrange keeps threatening to put Zambini in even though I beat him. I was tempted to let him, Tom answered with a frown. Then the last couple of days they have been acting really odd. Now they are all friendly little s.k.ups. Laura looked up at Tom with a nervous expression. In a quiet voice she said, I might know why. Tom gave her a curious glance. Don't get angry. I just heard it at lunch today. Tom felt a chill. When people say that, it usually means I am going to have a reason to get angry. Talk, Parkinson. The last was said with a wary grin on his face so it did not sound nasty. Now Laura looked really nervous. Some of the older students in the house are saying you are the heir of Slytherin. Since you're a Parselmouth, it does make sense. Especially after your demonstration the first night of school. Oh, bugger me. Tom whispered in disbelief. How do you counteract a rumor, no matter how outlandish, when it is true? Now Mary looked up from her scroll. I had a 6th-year girl ask me today in the loo if you had taken us to the Chamber of Secrets. Laura and Yannick looked confused at the reference. The Chamber of Secrets? Yannick asked. It is in Hogwarts, a history, Mary answered. According to legend, the founder of our house was chased out of Hogwarts by the other founders. He supposedly left a hidden chamber behind to help his heir to take his revenge and kill of all the Muggle-born students. Slytherin was a Parselmouth. Since Tom is one also, they believe he must be Slytherin's heir. Yannick looked less confused now but no more comfortable. After 1,000 years without an heir, why would they think he has come now? Tom is the only Parselmouth to attend Hogwarts in over 500 years, Laura answered. Mary chimed in, from their point of view, if it's not Tom then the heir isn't coming. The traditional English purebloods hate Muggles and Muggle-born. Tom noticed not watching him all through the exchange. He slowly smiled at Tom, then turned to the group. The stupid thing is Tommy Boy here had made it abundantly clear where he falls on the whole blood issue. Mary shrugged, they have an answer for that too. Tom is publicly stating his position whilst secretly plotting his campaign. It would be a very Slytherin thing to do. I heard on Idiot claim you had already accepted him as a follower. Tom looked at her with a shocked expression. Then he started knocking his head on the table. No wonder Voldemort was able to rise to power. The fools threw themselves at him. He probably stood in the middle of the common room, proclaimed himself the heir of Slytherin and collected his followers. Please tell me this has not spread outside of our house, Tom said in a strangled voice. Mary patted his hand. As far as I know, Yannick is the only non-Slytherin to hear. Yannick instantly said, I'm not going to say anything. I know you won't, Yannick, Tom assured his friend. What should I do about this? Zorana said she was trying to find out who started the rumor. Her family is friendly with the Lestranges and Malfoys, Laura commented. Until then, just ignore it. Tom sighed. Okay, I can't study now. Hey Nott, want to go flying? I don't know, Tom. I have this work to do. Okay, you talked me into it. Let's grab our brooms. Snatching up his things, Nott said, ladies, Yannick, we'll see you at dinner. In a flash the two boys were out of the room. 10 minutes later the boys approached the pitch. Nott grabbed Tom's arm. Do you want to go flying or do you want to talk first? Tom stopped and looked down. What do you know? He asked. After the attack, my father sent me some letters asking about you, pointed letters. He asked about you being a Parselmouth and if you knew who your birth parents were. He paused for a moment. I actually wonder if the rumors started inside our house or if it was some of our Slytherin parents. This gets better and better, Tom groaned. I will squash the rumors, Tom, if you can tell me flat out that you are not Slytherin's heir. Let's go sit in the stands, Tom suggested more to buy a little time than any desire to actually sit. As he followed Tom, Nott commented, delaying answering makes it look like you are getting ready to lie to me. Tom dropped down on a bench. He looked straight at Nott. I am the only remaining blood heir of Salazar Slytherin. Through my mother I am descended from the Gaunt family. I actually have a ring and locket that was his. Nott looked stunned. He never expected Tom to openly admit his heritage. A proper Slytherin would have waited until an advantageous moment to let out that fact. Nott realized he was sitting with his mouth open. He closed his mouth with an audible pop. Surprised I admitted it? Tom asked. Nott could only nod in his surprise. I knew it would come out eventually. Looking away he mumbled, just not this soon. Why didn't you tell anyone? Dad and I decided we didn't want people making a big deal out of it. Within our house, I'll be an instant celebrity. Outside the house, I will become an instant dark wizard. Everything I do will be looked at to see what my true objective is. I don't want to be pointed at because of my birth. Nott shook his head. I don't understand. This is a great way to get respect and power. Most of the Wizengamot would give their firstborn son for that kind of background. I bloody know my father and grandfather would. Tom frowned at his best mate. Nott, we're 12 years old. I don't want to worry about power. I want to play Quidditch, complain about teachers and look at girls. I don't want politicians and would-be dark wizards either trying to recruit me or follow me. Nott sat silently for a bit. Then he nodded. Okay, I can see your point. I will help you divert some of the rumors. You'll owe me though. Tom felt a trickle of anger. Oh you? Yep, I want a plate of your mum's chocolate biscuits. This is going to be a lot of work. Tom started to laugh. You had me worried. I won't tell my father or anyone else, but I think the girls will have their own opinion no matter what I say. When hasn't that been true? Tom snorted. Let's go fly. As they resumed their walk, Nott asked, so Tom, what girls have you been looking at? What? I was making a point. Nott snickered. Let's see. Mary. Laura. Zorana. I know Ella. How about that Gryffindor third year? What's her name? Oh yeah, Minerva. Minerva. Why you little? The two boys ran onto the pitch. Nott jumped on his broom with Tom in pursuit. April 5, 1940. The school year passed in a blur for Tom and his friends. Tom's circle of friends grew to firmly include Yannick and Ella. None of the classes proved to be particularly difficult or challenging for Tom. Professor Flitwick tried to make things challenging with additional extra work for Tom, but that only helped a little. The air of Slytherin rumors subsided after a bit. They never went away, but Tom's refusal to announce himself added enough doubt to keep the whisperings to a minimum. Tom was surprised when Zorana turned out to be his strongest supporter in quashing the rumors. He figured she was so supportive to make up for the disastrous start of the year. Tom never told either of his parents about the rumors. He knew Dad would understand, but he wanted to handle this on his own. Tom felt his dad had too much to do already. The ministry was pulling him more and more into the war. Tom teased him about his Gryffindor plunge into mortal danger, but Tom understood. So with the help of Nott and his other friends, Tom generally kept his head down and avoided confirming any rumors. The Quidditch season played out well too. Tom managed to catch the Snitch 20 minutes into resumed play against Gryffindor. They lost to Ravenclaw, but they did beat Hufflepuff and Gdańsk. Tom caught the Snitch against Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff but missed it against Gdańsk. They finished tied for second with Ravenclaw for the Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor won on points. Slytherin, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw each lost one match against one of the others. The only surprise in the second half of the school year was the addition to a fully certified healer to the Hogwarts staff. The healer would be shared between Hogwarts and the new school in Wales. Between the two locations there were now over 800 magical students in Great Britain. The Poles represented the largest addition, but students from all over Eastern Europe and the Low Countries trickled in all year. The Board of Governors decided with the Phoenix Foundation that it was too much to handle with just a pair of Medi-Witches. Tom was surprised by who filled the new position. He walked into the hospital wing supporting an injured Robert Wiley. The Muggle-born Slytherin. First year crashed into a castle wall while trying to get over his fear of flying. Tom found him limping into the school dragging a snapped broom. Tom helped the boy to the hospital wing to find one of the last people he expected, his mum. Sarah Evans was sitting chatting with Madame O'Neill. "Mum, what are you doing here?" "That would be Healer Evans to you, Mr. Evans," Madame O'Neill said in a stern voice. "The healer is the new coordinator for the school's hospital wings." Sarah gave Tom a little wink. "You can run but you can't hide." The two witches walked over to look at the injured Wiley. Madame O'Neill levitated him onto a bed. "And what happened to you, Mr. Wiley?" While Madame O'Neill worked with Robert, Sarah stayed with her eldest son. At 7 months pregnant, she was starting to show. I brought some biscuits for you. You seem to be eating them quickly. Tom smiled. Bribes. It is amazing what you can get a teenager to do for a couple biscuits. Sarah laughed. How Slytherin of you. She glanced around. Then she leaned in. I heard about a certain rumor leaking out. Tom looked panicked. How did you hear? Your father, came a bland answer. Tom wanted to groan. How did he find out? Sarah chuckled. Mr. Constant Vigilance. I have no clue. He didn't want me to tell you he knew. That surprised Tom. Why not? He thought you were handling the situation better alone than with his involvement. I think because of his, history, he didn't want to be seen as manipulating the situation. He said if you needed his help you would come to him. He trusted you to know when that was. Sarah smiled. I, however, am a mother and I wanted to make sure you are okay and know you can come talk to me even if you don't want us to help. Tom felt a bit conflicted. He appreciated his mother's comments but he also resented his father's spying on him. Yet Dad also approved of how Tom was handling the situation. He wasn't really sure how he felt right now. Now Sarah had a mischievous expression on her face. I understand there was some confusion yesterday in the Gryffindor Tower. Tom gave her an innocent look in response. I heard the Gryffindors all had the hair turn yellow and black. I suspect some Puffs were playing a prank. You know how those Puffs are. The former Hufflepuff witch gave him a small grin. Especially the ones who have Slytherin sons who don't completely clean up their work in their mum's potions lab. Tom laughed at her comment. Oops. How did you get the potion into the tower before breakfast? I recruited a new assistant. Tom smirked. He used an eyedropper while they were sleeping. Sarah started to giggle. Your father thought you snatched his map to get the password. Who is your new cohort? Tom smirked. That would be telling. I don't want to cause my friend any trouble. I promise I won't prank the staff table, at least until next year. Sarah laughed again. Get out of here you scamp. Don't get caught. Tom gave his mum a key. Goodbye and almost skipped out of the hospital wing. Being told not to get caught also gave permission to carry on. The year was coming to a close. After a chaotic start things settled into a fairly normal year. The student body had grown by over 60 but that just made things more interesting. A strange rash on minor pranks broke up the last month. All 5 houses received their share of pranks. After the Gryffindors, the Hufflepuffs turned green and silver. The Slytherins talked backwards for an entire day. The Gdańsk students spent 24 hours singing everything they tried to say. Finally the Ravenclaws kept losing their books. The 7th years slept through the first 2 hours of their Dada Newt exams. No one could wake them up. They were moved back one day to allow the students to recover from their panic when they woke up and discovered the time. Several students still needed calming draughts. Madam Marchbanks commented that maybe points should be taken away for falling for the prank. The pranksters did not take credit for their acts. Most students thought it was coming from all 5 of the houses. Professor Dippet, assisted by Professor Merrythought, questioned a number of students. Professor Dumbledore was not much help in their quest. He just sat, eyes twinkling, saying, "On my." The rumors of Tom being the heir of Slytherin returned with a vengeance during the last week of school. The soon-to-be departing 7th years started pushing Tom to make a public, at least public within the house, declaration of his blood. Tom and his friends were sitting in their accustomed place in the common room. None of the Slytherins blinked anymore at the presence of Ella and Yannick. Lestrange and his mates walked up to where Mary was slaughtering Tom at wizard chess. Evans, I want to know. Are you the heir of Slytherin? Lestrange demanded. Tom sighed, he was tired of this. Demenka, why won't you let that go? Tom knew Lestrange hated his first name. Lestrange growled, we have the right to know. Tom stood up to face the older boy. Why would you have a right to know? What good do you think it will do? You have to fulfill your forefather's final wish. This piece of wisdom came from Weil Danahor, a member of the 7th year class. Zorana stood up. If Tom was Slytherin's heir, he would tell us. Leave him alone. Tom appreciated her defense but it was an awkward kind of help. He answered Weil's comment. You mean a 1,000-year-old legend. How do you know, I mean really know, what Slytherin would have wanted? The Muggles have an old saying, be careful what you wish for. Robert Wiley snickered at hearing that. No one else in the house had ever heard it before. What does that mean? Lestrange demanded. It means that what you get and what you wanted may be 2 entirely different things. You could hear the sentence end with an unspoken, "You idiot," at the end. I have made my permission on bullies and the whole blood issue abundantly clear. If I could release Slytherin's monster, do you really think I would unleash it on Muggle-born? Blood traitor, you defile Slytherin's memory. Tom started to feel his blood boil. Red specks started to appear in his vision. How could I be a blood traitor? By your reckoning, I am a mere half-blood. My father was a Muggle, not even a Muggle-born. So tell me, pure blood, would Slytherin's blood be enough to make me pure in your eyes? Can you wrap your tiny little mind around the fact that meant a descendant of Slytherin married a Muggle? Tom stood 5 feet tall and 7.5 stone, 105 pounds. Lestrange was 5 feet 8 and over 13 stone, 185 pounds. However, Lestrange was the one to step back. The look on Tom's face and the waves of magic pouring off him drove a spike of fear into the older wizard. Tom felt a hand on each of his shoulders. Tom, relax. Take a deep breath, Mary. Let it go, Tom. It is not worth it, not. Tom could hear his silent message. Not now. Tom tried to pull himself back. He closed his eyes. I am going to pack my trunk. I suggest you leave me alone. Then he opened his eyes and pushed past the assembled crowd. They parted to let him pass. As he climbed the stairs, he heard a boy's voice whisper incredulously, did his eyes just turn red? Tom really needed to get home. He had to talk to his dad and Salazar. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.